In a world of profound martial prowess, Chen awakens the Zerg sovereign system. With each breakthrough in his cultivation, he can bind a primordial mother worm, lacking combat power, your blood-devouring worm disaster type, 4th generation reproduction completed, totaling over 6.2 million. Reach the 5th generation, and you will possess 312 million. Ineffective techniques? Your Dao evolution worm functional type has deduced yellow tier techniques to heavenly tier. Would you like to learn? Subpar talent? Your celestial crystal worm guardian type has absorbed black gold magnetite, enhancing your talent. Black gold primordial magnetite. You have acquired SS-level primordial magnetic capability, while the deities ascend the path of immortality. Chen hunts them. As the swarm traverses the realms, the heavens and earth become their feast. When ancient entities awaken from the ends of the starry sea, there lies a rift in the galaxy. Where a dark tide surges, the youth stands upon the throne of the swarm, a ravenous sea of insects obscuring the universe behind him. Welcome to my hunting ground. Chapter 1. Zerg Sovereign Blood-Devouring Worm. Chen, your vitality value is 119 cards. Upon hearing this data, his classmates displayed varied expressions as they gazed at the youth's face. As the homeroom teacher, Zhang Jinming sighed and lifted his gaze. With a tone of earnest counsel, he remarked, Chen, not all awakeners are suited for the martial examination. Your academic performance is exceptional. It is not too late to change your aspirations now. He paused for a few seconds before continuing with sincerity. The talent you have awakened is taming. Should you fail the martial examination, you might have to enter society prematurely, seeking a position in an ordinary enterprise or guild, which may be relatively easy. However, if you were to participate in the academic examination, you could gain admission to a top-tier university. With a diploma in hand and your talent, you would surely secure a place in a research institute or a major conglomerate. Think it through. This heartfelt advice resonated deeply. The other students listened, their eyes sparkling with mockery, a sense of amusement playing across their faces. After all, he was an awakener, being coveted by countless individuals. The mere notion of attending the academic examination was, in itself, a jest. As the focal point of attention, Chen, awakening from a reverie, surveyed the room. Had it been merely 10 minutes prior, he might have heeded the suggestion, altering his aspirations to attend the academic examination, dutifully pursuing a 4-year degree, ultimately becoming a cog in the societal machine once more. But now, Chen had changed. With a mere thought, an ethereal prompt materialized before him. Current bound source worm, blood-devouring worm. Description: an ancient rarity, birthed in the depths of an endless sea of blood, having once triggered a cataclysmic event. Talent: energy rejuvenation in certain circumstances. Special rejuvenation may occur. Ability: fire form, blood-devouring, frenzy, rending. Mother body evolution count: 0. Offspring count: 0. Chen's golden finger had just activated, named the Zerg sovereign system. With each subsequent breakthrough in cultivation, he would gain a new primordial mother worm, each possessing unique abilities. For instance, the blood-devouring worm he had just bound. Its core ability was to rejuvenate Chen's energy. In other words, it was akin to having an automatic cultivation aid. As long as the mother body of the blood-devouring worm consumed flesh and blood, it would continuously rejuvenate energy. Regrettably, this rejuvenation could only be performed by the mother body. The offspring produced thereafter would lack this capability. Nevertheless, Chen remained immensely satisfied. After all, the blood-devouring worm was merely the first source worm. Each subsequent elevation in realm would yield new ones. Just imagine the army he could cultivate. A tantalizing thought. As a tamer, nurturing a Zerg disaster seems not unreasonable. Chen brimmed with anticipation. Of course, cultivating a Zerg disaster would undoubtedly not be a simple endeavor. The resources required would be immeasurable. It was a grand undertaking, one that could not be rushed. At present, the most crucial task was the martial examination. It was imperative to enhance his vitality value. Centuries prior, a crimson moon descended, provoking an abrupt transformation of blue star. The initial change was the resurgence of spiritual energy. Mountain ranges flourished, lakes diverted their courses, the very planet appeared to grow, expanding incessantly. Accompanying this were secret realms, ruins, ancient forbidden zones. Only with the rise of martial arts did humanity gradually stabilize its footing. Thus began the martial era, marking a definitive departure from the past, transforming Blue Star into a world of high martial prowess. Through the summations of generations past, the martial system was fully established. Vitality value became the most fundamental measure. Typically, the vitality value of an adult ranges from 80 to 90 cards, with 100 being the absolute limit. By honing their bodies or consuming external substances, one could surpass this threshold, becoming a quasi-martial artist. Beyond that, upon reaching 149 cards, one attains the pinnacle of quasi-martial artists. Once surpassed, one would irrevocably step into the ranks of martial beings, becoming an extraordinary existence. Outside the conventional martial system, there exists a category of exceptional beings, the awakeners. From the very starting line, they hold a significant advantage. After careful classification, the types of talents that can be awakened currently fall into three major categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. The first type undeniably stands as the paragon, the most sought after, encompassing abilities such as fire manipulation, strength amplification, and mental assaults. Such individuals are at the pinnacle of the martial path, akin to the apex of a pyramid, in equal realms. Martial artists with awakened combat talents can easily overpower those without any talents. The second type is equally indispensable. For instance, restorative talents that can heal instantly or even provide beneficial buffs. As for the final type, neither combat-oriented nor supportive in battle. They lean more towards lifestyle and productivity. Take Liu Chen's awakening of taming, which grants him the ability to bond with exotic beasts. It feels as though he has awakened, yet not fully dead. In terms of employment, it remains somewhat practical, akin to acquiring an additional means of income. Within the martial realm, lifestyle talents occupy the lower echelons of the social hierarchy. Bearing the prestigious title of awakener, yet devoid of practical utility, they become the subject of ridicule. Liu Chen finds himself in such a predicament. Let them laugh. If I, a lifestyle-type awakener, were to emerge as the top scorer in the martial examination, how would they respond? With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Liu Chen remains unfazed by the judgments of others. He now eagerly awaits the end of school to activate his automatic leveling up. At the podium, Zhang Jinming concluded announcing the vitality values of all the students. Setting down the list in his hand, he scanned the room before saying, "In 1 month, the high examination will commence. According to tradition, the school will soon organize the students participating in the martial examination, arranging for them to undergo trials outside the city for the final push. Of course, those with their own plans may opt out." Shortly, Zhang Jinming began tallying results to see who intended to follow the school's arrangements. The number of participants was minimal, and soon he arrived at the final student, Liu Chen. "What about you?" Zhang Jinming inquired, unable to resist offering further counsel. Based on previous experience, the minimum requirement for admission to the martial academy is 130 cards. You currently stand at 119. Even if you train relentlessly over the next month, you might only improve by 2 cards. His words carried weight. Increasing one's vitality value was inherently challenging. The chances of meeting the admission standard are exceedingly slim. Due to this difficulty, of the 3,000 students graduating from Linsong No. 3 High School, only about 70 were participating in the martial examination. "Thank you, homeroom teacher. I have decided to participate in the martial examination moreover." Liu Chen flashed a grin. "I won't be following the school's arrangements. I plan to undergo my own trials." Chapter 2. Experimenting with the Rebound Ability. A surge in vitality. After school, instead of heading home, I took a taxi to Warrior Street. My intention was to procure some beast carcasses for the blood-devouring worm to consume. Most importantly, I aimed to test the rebound effect. Of course, I could venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts directly, but I lacked the strength for that. The city was well guarded by stationed soldiers and powerful warriors, providing a safe haven. However, beyond the city limits lay an entirely different realm, one where a moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal encounter with a ferocious beast. Even the high school trials necessitated the presence of experts for safety. My vitality value, rated at 119, may have been significantly superior to that of an ordinary individual. Yet it was woefully insufficient in the face of such beasts. A half-hour later, I arrived at my destination, Warrior Street. As the name suggests, this place catered specifically to warriors, boasting a myriad of shops filled with enticing wares. Long ago, I had visited here with friends, merely skimming the surface of its offerings. For the items warriors required were exorbitantly priced, often reaching tens of thousands. However, this time, I could not afford to be frugal. I gazed up at the sign of the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion, its ornate characters exuding a subtle yet formidable presence, a testament to its prestige. As I joined the throng of patrons, a charming young lady approached me. "Welcome to 9 Cauldrons Pavilion. I am your dedicated service representative, Chen. Please feel free to let me know what you need." Despite my appearance as a humble high school student, the saleswoman exhibited no trace of condescension. Nearby, a mother was instructing her young daughter. "Did you see? If you don't practice diligently, you'll end up as a service representative when you grow up." Yet, the service representative remained unfazed, her professionalism unshaken. The quality of service here was indeed remarkable. I felt a bit embarrassed, but after a moment's thought, I spoke directly. "I require a training room and some beast carcasses." Upon hearing my request, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled with delight, and her smile broadened. This was a lucrative deal. The commission from this transaction would surely be substantial. "Very well, please follow me to the meeting room so we can register your information," she said, gracefully leading the way. After seating me, she adeptly poured tea and water while summoning the manager. The manager, an astute elder, greeted me with pleasantries before introducing the services. Regarding the training rooms, we have 4 tiers, charged by the hour. The best is the heavenly room, equipped with. Before he could finish, I interjected, I'll take the lowest tier for 1 hour, thank you. Ah, splendid. The elder cleared his throat, smiling broadly. Your straightforwardness is commendable and speaks to your future potential. After a moment of flattery, he continued, may I inquire what specific requirements you have concerning beast carcasses? I had done my research prior to my visit. While Nine Cauldrons Pavilion might be pricier, their service quality was unparalleled, earning them an excellent reputation. 20 minutes prior, a batch of beast carcasses was placed into storage. The old man, with a beaming smile, quoted a price for a first-tier specimen. The minimum cost to meet your requirements would be 150,000 per carcass. Chen was taken aback. The information he had previously gathered indicated a price of 100,000. He was astonished to find that the 9-tripod pavilion had exceeded his expectations by 50,000. How exorbitant! His lips moved slightly as he earnestly remarked, I am merely a student. Could you perhaps offer a discount? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Momentarily stunned and unresponsive. In room 19 of the Ding District's training facility, when Chen was brought in, the required beast carcasses had already been neatly arranged within. 3 first-tier specimens and 5 that had yet to reach the first tier. Dear guest, I shall remain just outside. Should you require anything, simply ring the bell. The service attendant chirped before cheerfully stepping out and closing the door behind her. Instantly, all the cacophony dissipated. Within this training chamber, Chen could even hear the rhythmic beat of his own heart. Money flowed like water. 1 million daxia coins vanished in an instant. Gazing at the 8 carcasses strewn across the floor, Chen sighed in dismay. His entire savings stemmed from the compensation following his parents' untimely demise, totaling merely 130,000. Now, he was left with only a pittance. Let us commence. Taking a deep breath, Chen focused his thoughts and summoned the blood-devouring insect. An ethereal inscription flickered into existence upon his right arm, emanating a soft glow as it opened a portal. This was the insect nest space. Automatically acquired upon system activation, its capacity expanded with the enhancement of one's own realm, proving to be quite convenient. Before long, under Chen's watchful gaze, a tiny insect, no larger than a half-finger, emerged. The little creature, experiencing the outside world for the first time, flitted around Chen in circles before settling on his shoulder, rolling about, as if in playful affection. This source insect appeared somewhat different from what Chen had envisioned. He blinked, his expression softening considerably. He could distinctly feel the creature's attachment to him and its joy at being summoned. I shall bestow upon you a name. Let us call you Hongshuang. The little one was a deep crimson hue, with a patch of white atop, its head resembling a snowflake or the crystalline form of frost. Its structure diverged from that of ordinary insects. Its 2 front pincers resembled blades, and its mouth was lined with 2 rows of tiny, sharp teeth. Somewhat ferocious. Yet, to Chen, it was undeniably adorable, after all. It was his little one. At that moment, upon hearing its name, Hongshuang joyfully took flight, gently brushing against Chen's cheek. It could indeed comprehend my words. As formidable beasts mature to a certain degree, they can transform into humanoid forms. Perhaps this little insect could as well in the future? Chen smiled, dismissing further contemplation. He promptly commanded Hongshuang to begin its feeding. In a flash, a streak of black light darted forth, and the little creature had already burrowed into the carcass of the beast. Although the internal circumstances remained obscured from view, Chen's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon that spot. The first-tier beast, the corrupted rat, was a fully grown specimen measuring 3 meters in length, living in groups, capable of spewing corrosive venom. Knowledge gleaned from textbooks flashed momentarily in his mind, and within those brief seconds, the crimson frost penetrated its destination and began to collapse rapidly. How swift! Chen gazed in astonishment, unable to comprehend where the minuscule crimson frost, no larger than half a fingertip, had consumed its prey. Just like that, approximately 5 minutes later, the entire corpse of the decayed rodent lay withered, reduced to mere skin and bones. As the crimson frost emerged, a notification materialized in Chen's mind. You have gained energy feedback, vitality value 10. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted within him, akin to a river breaking its dam, furiously coursing through his limbs and bones. His skin felt as though it were searing, becoming hot and flushed, and Chen sensed that he might burst apart. Fortunately, this state did not endure for long. Once he regained his composure, Chen's heart trembled, his eyes sparkling with wonder. My vitality has truly increased by 10. The transformation within my body cannot deceive me. He could distinctly perceive the monumental changes occurring within him. Chapter 3. The Pinnacle of the Pre-Warrior. Chen's Ambition. It is essential to note that during Chen's 3 years in high school, his vitality had only increased from 100 to 119. Yet now, in the span of mere seconds, it had surged by 10. This was utterly extraordinary. The feedback effect of the Crimson Frost far exceeded expectations. Upon glancing at his status panel, he saw that his vitality had risen from 119 to 129. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun endeavored to calm himself and continued his experimentation. A single data point could not represent the entirety. Half an hour later, every carcass of the savage beasts had been completely devoured. Lu Chun sat cross-legged, his upper body bare. His skin glowed crimson, visibly trembling. A torrent of sweat and impurities erupted from his pores, transforming into a mist under an inexplicable heat, shrouding him in a hazy veil. After a mere 10 minutes, Lu Chun opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance nearly bursting forth from his gaze. His physique remained unchanged, still appearing somewhat frail. Yet within his flesh lay a terrifying potential for explosive power. 149 vitality. I am now at the pinnacle of a pre-warrior. If the school were to discover this, they would likely revere me. Lu Chun mused for a moment, having roughly grasped the rules of energy feedback. The greater the disparity between the devoured beast and himself, the more energy he would receive in return. As his vitality increased, the initial tier decayed rodent could no longer provide an additional 10 points, and this would continue to diminish. As for the weaker beasts that had not yet entered the ranks, they would no longer yield any benefit. Now, with a vitality value of 149, Lu Chun stood at the very limit of a pre-warrior. One more step forward, and he would officially enter the ranks of warriors, experiencing his first leap in vitality. This transformation would herald a qualitative change in his power. However, this step also constituted a chasm. Many aspiring warriors, harboring dreams, might find themselves stalled for years. To cross this threshold, there are 3 options. Information surfaced in Lu Chun's mind. First, gradual accumulation over time. Second, the consumption of breakthrough elixirs, which only the affluent could afford. Thirdly, there exist grandmasters of formidable prowess who can shatter the boundaries with their immense spiritual power. Contemplating this, Lu Chun chuckled softly to himself, declaring, "However, I require nothing more than to slay monsters to grow stronger, even to transcend my limits." The Red Frost possesses a specialized mechanism for transcendence. Henceforth, I need only devour 100 first-tier ferocious beasts to ascend to the rank of a martial artist. Of course, for others at the threshold of martial prowess, such a feat may seem insurmountable. Yet for me, it poses no challenge whatsoever. Only those awakened with combat talent would dare to hunt first-tier ferocious beasts at the threshold of martial artistry. Such individuals are undoubtedly prodigies. Although my awakening is of a livelihood talent, I am not without my insect offspring. If we were to measure by talent tiers, the Red Frost would surely rank highly. Turning to gaze at the left corner, Lu Chun observed a misty aura surrounding the Red Frost, about the size of a basketball. At its center, the little creature was continuously expelling egg-like bodies, resembling stars drifting within the halo. Lu Chun could nearly see with the naked eye that these eggs were growing. Before long, they would emerge from their cocoons as blood-sucking larval forms. Each blood-sucking insect can reproduce but once, so the greater the number Red Frost produces this time, the larger the subsequent population will be. Before long, the reproduction concluded, yielding 50 first-generation offspring. The Red Frost was the first to emerge from the halo, parading proudly in circles before Lu Chun. After devouring so many ferocious beasts, it had grown considerably, now measuring the length of a whole finger. Its wings had become increasingly translucent, resembling blades. Upon seeing this, Lu Chun smiled and said, "I understand now. You are the best. I shall take you out of the city for a grand feast." The little creature, content, nestled upon his shoulder and began to entertain itself. At that moment, the 50 offspring finished consuming the energy of the halo and flew towards Lu Chun. In terms of size, they were slightly shorter than the original Red Frost, and had yet to establish a spiritual connection with Lu Chun, rendering them unable to perceive emotions. Nevertheless, Lu Chun's commands could still be conveyed through the Red Frost. One of the talents of the blood-sucking insect is its dual form, allowing it to transform into flames. It was the perfect opportunity to test their strength. With a mere thought, the 50 blood-sucking insects instantly transformed into a mass of crimson flames. The Red Frost joined in, its flames differing in hue, a vibrant purple at the core. This fiery swarm, resembling the size of a fist, surged towards the remains of the ferocious beasts on the ground. Boom! The unranked ferocious beasts' hide and bones offered no defense, instantly turning to ash. Even the first-tier ferocious beasts, which could withstand for 5 to 6 seconds, began to be incinerated. How astonishing! Lu Chun's eyes widened in shock. The power of the fiery blood-sucking insects exceeded all his expectations. If paired with their terrifying speed, they could utterly annihilate first-tier beasts in an instant. No, wait. This was merely 50 blood-sucking insects. If each first-generation offspring could also breed 50 more, the second generation would number 2,500. The third generation would soar to 125,000. When resources are abundant and wastage is disregarded, the fifth generation amounts to over 300 million. The sixth generation nearly 160 billion, and the 10th generation exceeds 9 trillion. Lu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. In that moment, he comprehended the formidable power of the insectoid calamity. This rate of reproduction, if unimpeded by external forces, could rapidly escalate to a massive scale. potentially enveloping the entire blue planet. The thought of annihilating nations seemed trivial. Of course, not every offspring may reproduce 50, and the exact figures would only be revealed later. This is truly terrifying. Lu Chen's expression turned grave as he cautioned himself. Once the insectoid calamity is exposed, it would likely attract considerable trouble. Caution and prudence are paramount. Survival until invincibility is essential. Lu Chen was confident that this period would not be prolonged. Gazing at the flames, he murmured, fortuitously. The blood-sucking worm can maintain its fiery form, effectively concealing its presence. After clearing away all the beast carcasses, the larvae were gathered into the nest. Checking the time. There were still 10 minutes left in the training chamber. He certainly would not leave early. After all, he had invested money. And even a second less would be a loss. Thus, he began to devise his plan. First, he would undertake the city trial to break through to a formal warrior, which would activate a new source worm. Second, the earlier generations of worms were treasures that must be preserved for breeding. They should not be squandered lightly. He still needed to accumulate wealth. Purchasing beast meat and essence would facilitate their nurturing more discreetly. Once the initial momentum is established, his subsequent growth would accelerate. Third, he must secure the title of top scorer in this martial examination. Becoming the top scorer in Linsong City would yield a reward of 10 million, while being the top scorer in the Jiangnan battle zone would grant an additional 50 million, along with numerous supplementary benefits. As for the national top scorer, Lu Chen's gaze flickered, and he licked his lips. Relying solely on himself to nurture the worms would make it arduous to cultivate an army of calamity. However, if the nation regarded him as an unparalleled prodigy, countless resources would be directed toward him, significantly enhancing his progress. In the shadows lies the darkness. The higher one's status, the easier many matters become, often devoid of suspicion. Regarding venturing into the wild, Lu Chen had also contemplated this issue. The reproductive mechanism of the blood-sucking worm is quite unique, permitting only one reproduction per generation. Losing one early on would undoubtedly be a tremendous setback. Moreover, the world outside the city is perilous. Not only are there ferocious beasts, but also vast swathes of plant demons, those terrifying beings that can even fell martial experts. The first 3 generations of worms are precious seeds meant for breeding. Once he has amassed enough resources, he can sweep through the wilderness. Chapter 4, Transformation Pill. Objective, Trial Ground 23. At midday, upon returning home, Lu Chen carried a tactical backpack. He had gathered all the necessary supplies for leaving the city. This trip had entirely depleted his remaining savings. Everything was exorbitantly priced. The necessities for martial artists are undeniably exorbitant. The costs of beast corpses are already steep. But even a basic alloy combat knife starts at a staggering 100,000. In addition to the combat uniform and boots, I barely managed to assemble a complete set, spending over 300,000. However, Lu Chen understood that such expenses could not be spared. Exiting the city would be a matter of life and death. The insect spawn served as a trump card, yet his own hardware and software needed to keep pace. Now, it was indeed a fight to the death. After setting down his backpack, Lu Chen opened his computer and began to search for the trial location. As he perused the retrieved information, he murmured to himself, the entire region surrounding Linjiang City has been thoroughly swept clean by the military, with almost no first-tier beasts in sight. Mostly only low-tier beasts remain. To hunt down 100 first-tier beasts, I must venture further afield. After scouring the Linjiang Martial Arts Forum, Lu Chen pinpointed his destination, Area 23. It was a county town in ruins, currently overrun by a horde of beasts. The terrain was complex, and the density of monsters deterred ordinary martial artists from entering. But I am different. What I seek is precisely the abundance of beasts. With Hong Shuang as my trump card, fear does not reside in my heart. As long as I avoid second-tier beasts, everything else is manageable. After establishing his target location, he further researched relevant strategies to ensure he was well prepared. Just then, his phone began to buzz incessantly with notifications. Bai Qiaoning, your blood vitality on card 119 is low. Are you not going to turn in your essay? Bai Qiaoning, if this is for my sake, please cease your childish antics. Bai Qiaoning, my goal is to enter one of the 9 major martial academies. Time is precious. I hope you do not create disturbances that interfere with my plans. Bai Qiaoning, my father is already aware of your situation and will likely come looking for you. Do take care. Lu Chen felt utterly disoriented. What on earth? After all, it had not been long since his arrival in this world, and many memories remained muddled. Wait a moment. Bai Qiaoning? The two families had been comrades in arms, bound by life and death. He had known Bai Qiaoning since childhood, and they had maintained a decent relationship. In middle school, her martial talent was exceptional, leading to her special admission into Linjiang No. 1 High School. Since then, their contact had gradually waned. Yet the crucial matter was that the original owner of this body still wished to rekindle their relationship. Every now and then, he would make an effort to be amiable. Scrolling through the chat history, Lu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Cursing under his breath, he promptly deleted her from his friends list. By noon, Lu Chen prepared a simple meal, intending to rest before heading out of the city. However, just as he finished his meal, The doorbell rang. Could it be Uncle Bai? Lu Chen sighed, forcing a smile as he approached the door. To be honest, as a transmigrator, he would rather be alone. Family ties and connections were quite bothersome. However, Bai Weizhou was different. He genuinely regarded Lu Chen as his own, caring for the orphan of his deceased comrade. With a deep breath, Lu Chen opened the door. Before him stood a middle-aged man, exuding the quintessential aura of a soldier. He was still clad in military attire, evidently having arrived in haste without the time to change. Why the stern face upon seeing Uncle Bai? Is he unwelcome? Bai Weizhou chuckled, ruffling Lu Chen's hair as he strode inside. Surely, this was an affront. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and poured himself a cup of tea, setting aside Bai Qiuning for the moment. The middle-aged man before him could undoubtedly be regarded as his relative and elder, deserving of utmost respect. I shall not linger, for time is of the essence, Bai Weizhou remarked as he retrieved a brocade box from his briefcase. Inside lay 3 transformation pills, which should enhance your vitality by approximately 30 units. Uncle Bai, you haven't allowed me to finish my thoughts, Lu Chen began, but was swiftly interrupted by a wave of Bai Weizhou's hand. Young Chen, you have aspirations. And as your uncle, I must certainly support you. Bai Weizhou smiled wistfully, adding, alas, my merits are insufficient, so I could only exchange for 3. He continued. By the way, this year's martial examination is no trivial matter. A few prodigious talents have emerged, significantly raising the difficulty of the assessments. Be cautious, do not act recklessly. After finishing his drink, Bai Weizhou patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and departed. Throughout the conversation, he uttered not a single word of dissent, only offering assistance and encouragement. Thank you, uncle. During the martial examination, I shall surprise you. Upon returning to his room, Lu Chen gazed at the 3 transformation pills, warmth blossoming within him. These treasures were invaluable for novices and certainly not inexpensive at the 9-tripod pavilion. Even within the military, they must have depleted Uncle Bai's accumulated merits to procure such items. Lu Chen understood that Bai Weizhou's gift was not merely to hope for his admission to the martial academy, but rather to ensure he could bolster his strength enough to survive the examination. Fatalities during the martial assessments were not uncommon, and with a vitality of merely 119 units, Lu Chen might indeed meet his demise within. However, now he stood at 149 units, the threshold of a prospective martial artist. In a month's time, he would undoubtedly be a formal martial artist. Shaking his head, Lu Chen dismissed further thoughts. It would indeed be somewhat unfair for a formal martial artist to participate in the examination. Several miles away, at the trial grounds, a forsaken village had long been overtaken by savage beasts due to its advantageous geographic location. Subsequently, it had been cleared and developed into a supply point by a certain merchant guild, yielding substantial profits. In a secluded corner, Bai Qiuning placed her satellite communication phone down, her expression darkening. Noticing her friend's concerned gaze, she sighed and said, my father's call mentioned that during the martial examination, I should provide ample support for Lu Chen. What? Her friend exclaimed, visibly agitated. Your father is exceedingly biased. The most outrageous part is that Lu Chen, he has nothing to offer. Does he truly believe that a talent for domestic skills elevates him to the status of a distinguished awakened one? It is utterly absurd. You ought to confront him. Why does he fail to recognize his own limitations? Bai Qiuning was somewhat aware of the relationship between Lu Chen and herself, and upon hearing this, she felt at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, she decided to send Lu Chen a message. However, the response notification left her wide-eyed. Message failed to send. The recipient has removed you. Would you like to re-add them? He deleted me? Bai Qiuning was left in a state of bewilderment. It seemed incredulous as she handed her phone to her best friend, who wore a face of utter astonishment. Attempting to send a casual message, she was met with the same notification. Had it truly been deleted? Damn it. Where did that Lu Chen find the audacity? The expression on her friend's face contorted with rage as she stomped her foot. After taking a few deep breaths, she shook her fist and continued vehemently. Help him? With a mere 119 health points, he dares to participate in the martial arts examination? My goodness, how laughable. Someone so intent on self-destruction deserves to fulfill that fate. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuning shook her head, feeling a sense of exhaustion. She wished to abandon the topic. As they walked forward, they softly conversed. I, too, have benefited from your light, gaining the chance to attend the trial at Area 23. Qiuning, I find Zhang Feiyu quite admirable. He is handsome, comes from a good background. And most importantly, he is infatuated with you. This time, he even personally brought us to Area 23. At this point, her friend snorted before adding. He is leagues above that deluded Lu Chen. Zhang Feiyu, huh? Bai Qiuning mused, her fingers lightly brushing through her hair. Let me observe him a bit more. I'd prefer to discuss this after entering the martial academy. Her friend nodded in agreement. Indeed, the martial academy is filled with prodigies. Zhang Feiyu likely wouldn't even make the cut. Oh wait, she suddenly exclaimed, recalling something. I heard that the chosen class will also be coming to Area 23. They seem to be headed to the core region. How impressive. There are second-tier ferocious beasts there. The chosen class, you say? Bai Qiuning's tone faltered. And with a sigh, she continued, that paragon of the chosen class, Lin Xia, should also be attending. Chapter 5. Lin Xie of the Chosen Class. An encounter with a master-level expert. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Transport Hub Square on the left side of the Linchong City Martial Arts Association. Specialized vehicles were entering and exiting in an unending stream, all bound for the outskirts of the city. Lu Chen approached the ticket counter and inquired with the attendant. How much for the ticket to Area 23? 1600. Hurry, the bus departs in 3 minutes. It's the last trip of the day. By the way, it's at waiting Area 4. With ticket in hand, Lu Chen began to sprint, finally managing to board just in time. Area 23, located over 200 miles from Linchong City, certainly could not be traversed on foot. While the fare was somewhat steep, it assured a measure of safety. Upon boarding, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback by the number of passengers. It was quite different from what he had read online. Just then, a middle-aged man in the passenger seat, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. With a furrowed brow, he asked, "Young one, you are also a martial arts examinee, heading to Area 23 alone?" Lu Chen nodded, affirming the inquiry. He recognized that this man was a guardian martial artist of considerable strength. Just as he was about to find a seat, the man added, "You martial arts examinees are truly bold. Do you think you can just waltz into Area 23? Oh, fresh cattle are unafraid of tigers. However, I feel compelled to offer a word of advice. During the day, you may train in the peripheral areas, but at night, you must keep your distance. At 11 p.m., even a martial artist at the Merge Realm could potentially meet their demise." After uttering these words, he seemed to recall something, his enthusiasm waning as he waved a hand dismissively, opting for silence. Lu Chen etched this caution into his memory, offering a slight bow of gratitude before stepping into the carriage. It appeared that I was not the sole martial candidate heading to the 23rd venue. He mulled over the previous statement, his gaze sweeping across the interior, where he encountered several spirited eyes. In the central section of the carriage sat 4 young men and women, exuding remarkable charisma and vigor, engaged in soft conversations filled with excitement. Indeed, as members of the chosen class, they could not afford to lose face. As long as they departed the central area by night, they would remain unscathed. Let us not forget, we have Shiyu with us. How delightful to cling to her coattails. At the heart of this group was a strikingly beautiful and aloof young woman. She seldom spoke, merely listening intently. Regardless of her companion's flattery, her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of emotion. The so-called chosen class does not belong to any particular institution. Rather, it is an official program that selects the most elite martial candidates from the entire Linsong City for exceptional training. To qualify for the chosen class, a minimum vitality value of 145 is required, in addition to being an awakened. It is no exaggeration to assert that those admitted to the chosen class are indeed prodigies. As a participant in the martial examination, Lu Chen had heard numerous tales regarding this elite group, with the name Lin Xiyu being the most frequently mentioned. Renowned for her beauty, she eclipsed the flower of every high school, possessing extraordinary ice elemental talent, with her vitality surpassing the pinnacle of a near martial artist. Officially entering the ranks of martial artists, this was Lu Chen's first encounter with her. After a brief glance, he lost interest, dismissing the notion that women could only hinder the speed of drawing a sword. Upon exiting the city gates, the world outside resembled a primordial forest. Towering trees stretched endlessly, densely packed, with numerous vines weaving intricately throughout. Only this path, regularly maintained, prevented it from being overrun. It was no wonder that literature described cities as islands amid wilderness. Some researchers even posited that if humanity on Blue Star were to face extinction, it might not be due to ferocious beasts, but rather the mutated plant demons. Theoretical knowledge often falls short of practical experience. As Lu Chen gazed out the window, a sudden thought crossed his mind. If insect larvae could consume plants and proliferate, that would be truly extraordinary. Alas, the blood-sucking worm did not meet such criteria. Not to mention, I will soon be bound to numerous source insects. Perhaps there will be some related to plants. As his thoughts drifted, he occasionally spotted other vehicles, and even military patrols clearing the surrounding areas of Linsong City of ferocious beasts. However, after traveling 100 miles from the city, the landscape transformed drastically, vast and oppressive, filled with the haunting echoes of beastly roars. Lu Chen turned to observe the martial protector seated in the passenger seat, who had ceased resting and now sat upright, scanning the exterior with evident vigilance. The perimeter of the city, monitored by military forces, was relatively secure, but beyond that, danger lurked at every turn. After all, this was his first venture outside the city. In Lu Chen's heart, there was a hint of anxiety, but overshadowing it was an exhilarating excitement. The carriage was enveloped in silence, the chosen martial arts students from the elite class refraining from conversation, gazing intently out of the window. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Look, there's a master in the sky over there." This proclamation instantly captivated everyone's attention, and they all turned their gazes toward the horizon, Lu Chen included. In his line of sight, a figure glided through the air like a streak of light, approaching from a distance, passing overhead. How youthful, capable of flying on a sword. This person must be at least a formidable practitioner of the Void Realm. A flicker of envy stirred within Lu Chen. It must be said, the presence of that sword practitioner in the sky was undeniably impressive. In his previous life, while indulging in online novels, he had often imagined such scenes. The Void Realm. It wouldn't be long before I step into it. After aspiring martial artists comes the official practitioners, categorized by rigorous levels: Extraordinary, Channeling, Void, Master, and Grandmaster. Each realm is further subdivided into 19 tiers from low to high. The third realm, Void, allows practitioners to navigate the void and engage in aerial combat. As Lu Chen pondered this, the voice of the escorting martial artist reached his ears. This individual, hailing from the main base of the Jiangnan Battle District, was the esteemed Qiu Yuanlong of the Thunder Sword, who 5 years ago had attained the 9th tier of the Master Realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Not just him, but others in the carriage gasped in astonishment. The 9th tier of the Master Realm? A mere step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Such a level belonged to legendary figures. To say nothing of the strongest entity stationed in Linsong City, who was merely at the 1st tier of the Master Realm. This journey would be a breeze. With Qiu Yuanlong traversing the skies, the oppressive aura would deter high-level beasts from emerging. In the co-pilot seat, the escorting martial artist appeared relaxed. Qiu Yuanlong descended with a somewhat grave expression. Where he alighted stood a middle-aged martial artist, none other than Yang Zhen, the strongest protector of Linsong City. Master Qiu. After exchanging respectful greetings, Yang Zhen spoke in a deep voice. Upon receiving the report, I rushed here immediately and have completed an initial investigation. Pausing briefly, he expressed his confusion, continuing, what lies beneath doesn't resemble a beast-tide passage. It appears more akin to the entrance of a natural secret realm. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuanlong's expression finally softened. A beast-tide. Those two words were terrifying. Each outbreak signified the potential loss of countless lives, even the annihilation of entire cities. However, if it were a natural secret realm, that would present an opportunity. Let us proceed. You and I shall descend to investigate further. Chapter 6. The First Skirmish. The secret realm opens. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus that Lu Chen was aboard arrived at a supply point situated over 23 kilometers away. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by a rudimentary stone fortress. Guards stood vigil atop the walls, armed and alert. Looking through the main gate, the area was roughly the size of a football field, with a few shops conducting a lackluster trade, alongside accommodations and dining facilities. Such supply points were typically managed by merchant associations. They earned substantial profits, but also bore significant costs, necessitating the presence of powerful martial artists on a permanent basis. The more popular the trial zones become, the larger the supply points grow. Surrounding those colossal ruins, one might even find small towns bustling with life. Most of the passengers who arrived with Lu Chen entered the supply points to rest for the night, as the wilderness at night is perilously dangerous. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from the elite class, full of mirth, headed straight for Zone 23. Staying a night there would cost 20,000. Lu Chen muttered to himself, then wandered through the shops, gathering intelligence about the trial zone. The information was quite similar to what he had seen on the forums. The outer region typically harbored unranked beasts, the mid-level consisted of first-tier creatures, and the core area was suspected to contain second-tier beasts. A few minutes later, Lu Chen walked toward the stone fortress, and a team of martial artists approached him. Their conversation reached his ears. Stop your nonsense. How could there be a secret realm in Zone 23? I've been here for over 10 years, and no one knows better than I do. Furthermore, even if there were a secret realm, do you think it's a place for us to venture into? There are several second-tier beasts inside. The mention of a secret realm stirred Lu Chen's thoughts. This concept had been emphasized in his textbooks. It is a mysterious place yearned for by countless martial artists. A secret realm is essentially a dimensional space of unknown origin. Some secret realms are death traps, while others are treasure troves, offering techniques, materials, and even extraordinary elixirs. The rise of human martial prowess is significantly attributed to secret realms and ruins. No wonder the number of martial artists in Zone 23 has increased. It seems there are whispers of such rumors. Lu Chen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. For other martial artists, secret realms may be filled with irresistible allure, prompting them to take perilous risks. However, for him, there was no need to gamble with his life. Having bound himself to the Swarm Master, he could simply bide his time until he became invincible. Engaging in bloodshed was far too perilous. He would not act recklessly. With the direction chosen on his map, Lu Chen set off. Nighttime was fraught with danger, yet it was under the veil of darkness that he could nurture his insects. As he completed the journey of over 10 miles, the night quietly enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility significantly. The sounds of beastly roars echoed from ahead, punctuated by the desperate cries of dying creatures. At the edge of Zone 23, Lu Chen stood atop the ruins of a building, silently surveying the scene before him. This county, once home to over 50,000 residents before being overtaken by beasts, was vast. Beneath the dark azure shadows, the outlines of many structures were discernible. The roads within the town lay in ruins, strewn with rusted vehicles and bizarrely shaped giant trees. At that moment, A ferocious roar erupted not far from Lu Chen. He could faintly hear the sounds of a fierce battle. Listening intently, Lu Chen murmured to himself, "Is that the chosen class? Have they encountered a formidable foe?" The 4 martial arts students were all awakened beings, with the lowest vitality rating being 145. Additionally, the presence of a formal martial artist like Lin Xia made their group quite formidable. Had they perhaps encountered a peak first-tier beast? Lu Chen gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with intensity. He had no intention of approaching, but his heart remained vigilant. Complacency was not an option. If he could not prevail, he would retreat. After leaping down from a height, he chose another direction and entered the periphery of Zone 23. Not long after, Lu Chen's pace suddenly halted, and he grasped the alloy warblade from his back. He focused intently ahead, his muscles tightening in anticipation. In the alley before him lurked a 2-meter-long ferocious beast. Growling ominously, the blue steel wolf, a pre-peak tier beast, solitary and possessing a tail with formidable lethality. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although it was merely a pre-peak creature, its power was on par with his own. There was no need for Red Frost just yet. He would first test the waters. During his 3 years in high school, he had attended numerous theoretical classes, combat simulations, and weapon training sessions. This was his inaugural battle. The blood and energy within him surged violently, akin to a tidal wave. With a fierce push, he propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking and revealing a web of fissures. Harnessing the recoil, his form shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. At that very moment, the blue steel wolf, over 10 meters away, charged towards him with astonishing ferocity. The 2 figures rapidly closed the distance. Lu Chen calculated his angle, transitioning his strike from a slash to a thrust aimed at the wolf's neck. His textbooks had taught him well. The beast's jaw, abdomen, and rear were its weak points, while other areas boasted formidable defenses. In the blink of an eye, the blue steel wolf suddenly reared up on its hind legs, its right paw crashing against the side of Lu Chen's warblade. He felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, nearly losing his grip. How swift! It had the cunning to block and even counterattack. There was no time for contemplation as he witnessed the massive wolf body lunging at him, its gaping maw mere inches away, the stench of blood palpable. In that critical moment, adrenaline coursed through Lu Chen's veins. Without a care for appearances, he crouched back, rolling on the ground to evade the impending strike. While the text had detailed the beast's vulnerabilities, they had neglected to instruct on how to exploit them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen remained composed, his gaze fixated on the blue steel wolf as they entered a tense standoff. Once more, he launched himself forward, replicating his initial charge. The alloy warblade aimed once again at the wolf's jaw. However, as he neared, Lu Chen let out a thunderous roar, accelerating suddenly and darting past the wolf's left side. Simultaneously, he adjusted his grip on the warblade, reversing it. Die! As he swept past the wolf's abdomen, he plunged the blade downward and backward with lethal precision. A sickening sound echoed as he eviscerated the beast. The colossal wolf body convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Lu Chen leaned on his blade, panting heavily. The encounter had indeed been perilously thrilling. As he changed direction to flank the creature, the blue steel wolf had realized its peril and prepared to retaliate with its most powerful tail. Yet it was too late. Lu Chen's sudden acceleration had caught it completely off guard. Had he employed this strategy from the outset, he likely could have vanquished it sooner. Furthermore, the blue steel wolf's speed appeared inferior to his own. If he utilized guerrilla tactics, he could not only wear it down, but also avoid unnecessary risks. Lu Chen reflected on the battle he had just endured. Identifying gaps and drawing upon experience, he rose after 2 minutes, unsheathing his battle blade. Indeed, no matter how well one learns in school, once in the wild, one is but a novice, needing to start afresh. The corpses of unranked beasts no longer offer any reciprocal benefits. However, allowing the offspring to devour them for development is permissible. To exercise caution, Lu Chen did not make a grand display. After all, the few from the chosen class were not far from here. With his palm resting on the corpse, he released a portion of energy. At that moment, above the few chosen class students, Qiu Yuanlong's expression was cold. These so-called awakened ones, aside from Lin Xia, were utterly useless. A mere mid-stage first-tier beast had rendered them so beleaguered. They relied solely on their gifted abilities, too timid to engage in close combat, exhausting their mental energy in mere moments. Hearing these words, Yang Zhen's face darkened, feeling quite embarrassed. Under the night sky, as the two departed, they cast a glance towards the 23 core area. Qiu Yuanlong remarked, "That secret realm is about to open, and only extraordinary warriors and below are permitted to enter. It remains to be seen if these little ones have the fortune to succeed." After a brief, contemplative sigh, he turned and smiled. "Let us head to your city of Linsong for a few days. Once the martial examination concludes, I shall personally take Lin Xia to Jiangnan Martial Academy." Yang Zhen stood agape. Previously perplexed, he now understood why the master of the 9th layer, the Thunderblade, had come in person for what seemed a minor issue. It was indeed to recruit ahead of other academies. Master Qiu's presence in Linsong was truly a remarkable honor. That girl Lin Xia was indeed exceptional, possessing top-notch talent. She was undoubtedly the valedictorian of this year's martial examination in Linsong. Chapter 7. Preparing for a breakthrough. As the night deepened, Lu Chun moved like a specter, wandering the periphery. The hour was still early, and he refrained from summoning Hong Shuang for assistance, choosing instead to hone his own skills. This section of the area was devoid of first-tier beasts, all being unranked, which suited him perfectly. After 2 hours, Lu Chun had traversed from the northern part of Area 23 to the southeastern outskirts, his body splattered with blood and his face displaying signs of fatigue. It was nearly enough. He needed to conserve some energy. After dispatching another blue steel wolf, Lu Chun paused to inspect his battle blade, which bore visible wear, with chips appearing along the edge. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Now, I can dispatch a blue steel wolf in merely 3 to 5 seconds with ease. Yet, the shadow cat poses a challenge. Its speed is too swift, requiring considerable time to eliminate. The entire periphery of Area 23 offered only a few types of unranked beasts, and Lu Chun had encountered nearly all of them. Through exploration and refinement, he had slain almost 20. However, when it comes to first-tier beasts, I am still lacking. In terms of speed, strength, and even intelligence, they far surpass the unranked. Just as he reached the southeastern area of 23, Lu Chun encountered a blue steel wolf king. Upon attempting to engage, he nearly faltered, unable to withstand its terrifying power. His battle blade almost shattered. Fortunately, with Hong Shuang's intervention, they managed a swift ambush to eliminate it. The disparity between realms is akin to a chasm. Once he enters the martial academy, he will finally be able to access martial techniques. Once proficient, one's combat prowess can be remarkably enhanced. Moreover, there exist the legendary advanced martial techniques that enable warriors to transcend great realms and vanquish foes. This is a journey that every martial artist must undertake. As for the special awakeners, the majority of combat and support-type awakeners possess commendable martial talents. In comparison to ordinary warriors, they are endowed with an innate additional ability. When combined, it would be no exaggeration to refer to them as the chosen ones. As for someone like Lu Chun, a life system awakener, well, there is little to say, merely a service-oriented individual. With 1 month remaining until the martial examination, my vitality has been continuously replenished. And it would not be an overstatement to claim that I can reach the advanced level of the extraordinary realm. Lu Chun is filled with anticipation. When the martial examination commences, amidst a throng of aspiring warriors, he will stand as an extraordinary 9th tier. Even without an additional ability, he can rely on his realm advantage to secure first place. Of course, Lu Chun understands the importance of vigilance. After all, in every martial examination held in Linsong City, there are always a few at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, predominantly awakeners. Those individuals are formidable indeed, and this is merely within Linsong City. If I aspire to claim the top position in the Jiangnan Battle District, or even nationwide, there remains a considerable distance to cover. If extraordinary isn't sufficient, then I must ascend to the merging realm. Throughout the centuries of the martial era, no one has yet crossed into the merging realm before the age of 20. Achieving this level would undoubtedly secure the national championship. Phew, I must not be overly ambitious. First, I shall elevate myself to the extraordinary realm. Casting my gaze towards the central area of Zone 23, I observe that the outer regions are primarily inhabited by unranked ferocious beasts. After engaging in battle for 2 hours, my stamina has greatly diminished, and it is time for Hong Shuang to make an appearance and facilitate a breakthrough. Having chosen my direction, I begin to advance towards the center. However, not far along my path, as I round a dilapidated building, I suddenly hear the frantic sound of footsteps ahead. Frowning, Lu Chun decides against avoiding the confrontation and halts to allow the others to pass. Moments later, 4 figures emerge from the corner, their faces alight with joy upon spotting him. Without a moment's hesitation, they rush towards him as if he were a lifeline. The foremost youth shouts as he runs, "Elder, please help. I am Zhang Feiyu, a student from Jiangnan Martial Academy. I implore you for assistance. I shall reward you handsomely." Those brave enough to venture out at night and come alone to the southeast of Zone 23 must surely be formidable. Yet, as they draw near, one of the 2 young women protected in the center suddenly exclaims in disbelief, "Lu Chun, what are you doing here?" It is none other than Bai Qiuning. Her eyes widen in astonishment, momentarily caught off guard. However, upon seeing Zhang Feiyu beside her, she seems eager to avoid any misunderstanding and hurriedly approaches Lu Chun. "You knew I had come to Zone 23, so you followed me here, right? Lu Chun, I hope you can be more mature." Upon hearing this opening remark, Lu Chun feels utterly flabbergasted. If she were to continue, he might not resist the urge to deliver a few resounding slaps. Casting a cold glance at them, he swiftly sidesteps the group and races deeper into the fray. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuning and the others, witnessing this scene, are left in utter disarray. Did he hear what I said? Bai Qiuning wonders, bewildered. Forget him. As my close friend approached, she expressed her dissatisfaction, remarking, "This guy surely did it on purpose. Does he really think his silhouette is handsome?" A sudden alarm surged within me. Over there, we were nearing the depths of Zone 23. With Lu Chen's limited abilities, he would not survive even 10 minutes inside. If something truly went awry, my father would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Bai Qiuning was well aware of the relationship between our families, which even included a childhood betrothal. Nevertheless, my father, Bai Weizhou, had always shown great affection towards Lu Chen, even urging me to assist him during the martial arts examination. This cannot be. A sense of dread enveloped Bai Qiuning. If Lu Chen were to perish inside, who could fathom what actions her father might take? Amidst her turmoil, her friend linked arms with her, saying, "Qiuning, you have already advised Lu Chen. It was his choice not to leave with us, and he is putting on a brave front." This sentiment somewhat alleviated by Qiuning's anxiety. Zhang Feiyu chimed in, "Yes, Qiuning. Let's wait until tomorrow. If you wish to go, I will accompany you." Earlier, the group had encountered peril due to the red phosphor python. After that incident, they continued their journey. After walking for half an hour, the expressions of the group turned uncertain. This path had been thoroughly swept clean of ferocious beasts, suggesting that a formidable expert had passed through. Zhang Feiyu examined several locations with a grave demeanor, stating, to dispatch them without the use of martial skills indicates considerable strength. Moreover, the carcasses of those beasts have all been removed. This is quite extraordinary. What kind of powerful entity would deign to regard such creatures? Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuning's friend chuckled. Hey, could it possibly be Lu Chen? After all, he is a distinguished awakener, and he just happened to traverse this area. Her expression was clearly one of mockery and jest. Is he? Zhang Feiyu rose, laughing. A tamer counts as an awakener? Such a claim would surely provoke laughter. Chapter 8. A Frenzied Sweep. The nest of the flame serpents remains. After encountering Bai Qiuning and her companions, Lu Chen felt a wave of misfortune. He changed his course and continued towards the mid-level area of Zone 23. This time, he proceeded with heightened caution. It was not until he had completely distanced himself from the periphery, with no signs of others in sight, that he felt reassured. With a thought, Hong Shuang flew out from the insect nest. The little creature was exuberant, retracting its barbs and playfully fluttering around Lu Chen. Let us go. Father keeps his promises. I shall take you to the central area for a grand feast. The supply zone of Zone 23 lay to the north. Thus that direction would attract the most martial artists. However, Lu Chen had successfully navigated to the southern edge, where he encountered no one, let alone any skirmishes. Looking up, he noticed the blood moon obscured by dark clouds, with the night deepening further. The roars of beasts echoed from all directions, as if they were alarmingly close. Once he identified his path, Lu Chen, accompanied by Hong Shuang, began his search for first-tier ferocious beasts. The ruins were overrun with vines, which could easily create noise, naturally luring the beasts closer. Hissing sounds filled the air, setting off alarm bells in Lu Chen's mind as he glanced towards the ruins to his left front. Although he was still merely a prospective martial artist, however, in terms of vision, it far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, with unwavering focus. It can even see in the dark. Amidst the crumbling ruins, several massive serpentine forms slithered forward, their bodies resembling water barrels in thickness and stretching over 10 meters in length. The scales glimmered with a faint reddish-brown hue, and as they surged, they appeared like flowing crimson clouds. The red-scaled python, a ferocious beast of the initial tier, often travels in packs while hunting. The 4 individuals who had just encountered it were in sheer panic. It was highly likely they had come across this creature. Lu Chen had no intention of retreating and softly spoke. Hong Shuang, it's your turn. Upon receiving the command, the little creature charged forward without hesitation. As for the 50 larvae within the insect nest, Lu Chen was reluctant to deploy them lightly. After all, each blood-eating worm could only reproduce once. The 50 first-generation larvae were precious. Should too many perish, the plans of the natural disaster army might very well be thwarted. He had already made up his mind. Neither the first nor second generation of the insect offspring would be utilized for slaying monsters, but rather for propagation. Once the third generation emerged, there would be over 100,000, and then they could be put to use. Moreover, Hong Shuang's inherent abilities were exceedingly formidable. The earlier encounter with the Steel Wolf King had resulted in its swift demise, which was a source of great reassurance for Lu Chen. At that moment, Hong Shuang's diminutive form, comparable in length to a finger, streaked through the night like a shooting star, moving at an astonishing speed that nearly eluded my gaze. Lu Chen observed silently, gripping his alloy combat knife tightly, prepared to offer support at a moment's notice. Although the red-scaled python was also a mid-tier creature, it was undeniably far stronger than the Steel Wolf King. Its movements may have been somewhat sluggish, yet beneath its scaly hide, there were scarcely any weaknesses. Had Lu Chen encountered it alone, he would likely have been forced to flee. Suddenly, Hong Shuang's velocity surged, vanishing from sight. When it reappeared, it had already latched onto the back of one red-scaled python, its foreclaws plunging fiercely into the creature. The sound of metal colliding rang out sharply, echoing in the air. What transpired next left Lu Chen's eyes wide with astonishment. With a single strike, Hong Shuang breached the python's defenses, tearing through flesh and burrowing within. The anguished hiss that followed was unmistakably filled with excruciating pain. The red-scaled python convulsed violently, its serpentine body thrashing and writhing, striking the ground in a frenzy. In an instant, the surrounding ruins crumbled, producing a tremendous noise. Merely 2 breaths later, silence descended. Hong Shuang emerged from the python's mouth, darting towards another red-scaled python. It was an absolute massacre. In no less than 10 seconds, and no more than 20, the red-scaled pythons fell one after another, lifeless. 3 minutes later, all 14 red-scaled pythons lay defeated. Only then did Hong Shuang begin to leisurely devour their flesh. How powerful! Lu Chen swallowed hard, marveling silently. During his research on strategies in the Wudao Forum of Linsong City, the red-scaled pythons of Zone 23 were a nightmare for many. In swarms, even martial artists of the 5th tier in the extraordinary realm would choose to retreat. Yet here, within mere minutes, Hong Shuang had effortlessly dealt with them. Before long, as Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, he activated the system panel to examine its contents. Zerg Overlord. Lu Chen. Age, 18. Vitality, 149. Limit of a novice warrior. Breakthrough rebound status, 15,100. Skills, basic fist technique, basic blade technique, basics. Cultivation method, none. Bound source insect, blood-sucking insect. During the period of breakthrough, he needed to devour 100 first-tier ferocious beasts. Only 85 remained. Tonight would surely suffice. He pondered eagerly about the new insect he would awaken after his breakthrough. With anticipation in his heart, Lu Chen pressed onward into the depths. Even the notoriously savage crimson-scaled python in Zone 23 posed no threat to Hong Shuang. As the journey continued, Lu Chen felt considerably more relaxed, focusing primarily on remaining vigilant for any warriors in the vicinity. As time gradually passed, Lu Chen, accompanied by Hong Shuang, traversed the southern region, thoroughly sweeping it clean. Whether it was a lone first-tier blue steel wolf king or a swarm of crimson-scaled pythons, they were swept away like leaves in the wind, leaving no trace behind. The little creature was not like Lu Chen. After such an extensive killing spree, it appeared invigorated, even growing more exhilarated with each strike. 2 hours later, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Aside from the northern area, Lu Chen had completely ravaged the central zones of 23 to the east and south. Yet, he still fell short of the 100 beast quota. Looking up at the blood moon, which was partially obscured by dark clouds and appeared far dimmer than before, he mused that dawn was approaching. How peculiar. Logically, with such an expansive central zone, where had all the ferocious beasts vanished? Had they sensed danger and chosen to hide? Lu Chen felt perplexed. He opened the progress panel and noted 74100. Only 26 beasts remained before he could surpass the limits of a novice warrior and enter the extraordinary realm. This simply would not do. He resolved to break through tonight. With determination, he set his course straight for the core region. Currently, Hong Shuang possessed the strength to swiftly eliminate early-stage first-tier beasts, while mid-tier ones would require some time. As for peak first-tier beasts, their defenses were formidable, but they could still be defeated with some effort to breach their armor. According to forum discussions, it was rumored that 2-tier beasts lurked deep within the core of Zone 23. There were 3 dangerous locations, which he intended to circumvent. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 23 trial zone, 4 young men and women stood before the ruins of a building, their expressions filled with excitement. Not far from them, a vertical crack shimmered faintly in the air. A secret realm. It truly was a secret realm. Old son, who made that call just now? How could they know where the secret realm is? Enough of that. Let us find a way to get in. We're short on people. Not only are we short, but the secret realm is only accessible for 3 hours? Quickly contact the supply area. We need to find a novice warrior to fill our ranks. I'll pay. Hurry, hurry. This is a great opportunity. It's too late to recruit now. It will take at least 3 hours for anyone to come from the supply area. The group chattered anxiously, as restless as ants on a hot stove. Lin Xie remained silent as she approached to make contact with the secret realm. A faint transmission power rippled through the air. Simultaneously, several pieces of information surfaced in her mind. Dimensional rift, lair of the flame serpent. Restriction 1. 5 individuals may enter simultaneously. Restriction 2. No higher than the extraordinary realm. Chapter 9. A million for personal quotas? I have firmly decided on this, friend. Unscientific. Why are there so few ferocious beasts in this core area? Deep within the 23rd zone, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, searching for traces of the ferocious beasts. The progress toward breaking through had reached 88, 100. He was merely a few beasts away from crossing into the extraordinary realm. Yet, he was unable to find a single ferocious beast at this juncture. After some contemplation, Lu Chen murmured to himself, in such a situation, there are only 2 possibilities. First, there might be a powerful presence nearby, causing all the beasts to hide in fear. The name Heavenly Thunder Sword immediately flashed in his mind. Earlier, when he arrived at Zone 23, he encountered that sword cultivator, whom he had admired. Wait, if that senior were here, the ferocious beasts would have long since hidden away, and I would not have been able to hunt down over 80 first-tier beasts. With that possibility dismissed, the only remaining explanation must be the truth. Could it be that a secret realm has indeed manifested? According to what I learned in class, when a natural secret realm appears, its aura will seep through the passage. altering the surrounding environment. Some areas may turn into barren wastelands, while others could become rich in spiritual energy. Such scenarios abound. The current situation indeed aligns with this. The aura of the secret realm may have dispersed, causing the ferocious beasts in the vicinity to sense danger and conceal themselves. With this thought, Lu Chen leapt gracefully to a higher vantage point amidst the ruins, surveying his surroundings. Above in the sky, the blood moon was obscured. The core area of Zone 23 lay in utter silence, devoid of even the roars of beasts. There are people over there. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the left front, approximately 700 or 800 meters away. If memory serves, that area lies within the forbidden zone of 23, rumored to harbor second-tier, ferocious beasts. It seemed to be the 4 individuals from the chosen class. The rift in the void behind them must be the entrance to the secret realm. After all, it was quite a distance away. And as Lu Chen was only at the peak of the preliminary martial artist level, he could not see clearly. A secret realm holds great allure for others. But I have no need to take such risks. If I do not reach the extraordinary realm tonight, I can seek trials elsewhere. After binding with the insectoid sovereign, I shall remain unassuming, focusing on accumulating resources and developing. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a colossal entity, a corpse of a ferocious beast. The earth flame spider, a second-tier ferocious beast. Its body must be over 30 meters long, and with its legs, it could reach nearly 100 meters. Lu Chen was left dumbfounded. So, there truly are second-tier ferocious beasts in the depths of Zone 23. Yet now it lay lifeless. The individuals from the chosen class could not possibly possess such strength, even with Lin Xia's ice-type talent. Could it have been the Heavenly Thunder Sword Senior from earlier? Lu Chen found himself bewildered. As he gazed at the corpse of the earth flame spider, a surge of excitement welled within him. If only he could let Hong Shuang devour it, and then benefit from its power. The ascent to the extraordinary realm is assured. The second little creature has also been acquired. Lu Chen resisted the temptation, preparing to depart. Yet, the small being would not allow it. Hovering before its master, it humanely extended a foreleg, gesturing towards the distant corpse of the earth flame spider. Do you wish to consume it? Lu Chen inquired softly. The little creature nodded eagerly, incessantly rubbing its 2 antennae, exhibiting an unmistakable yearning. It gazed longingly at Lu Chen. The earth flame spider, like you, possesses the fire attribute, Lu Chen pondered. Continuing his inquiry, is it true that consuming her will enable your evolution? The little one's realm is distinct from that of human warriors, and the attribute panel does not specify the requirements for evolution. It appears that devouring is indeed necessary. At that moment, upon hearing his question, the little creature joyfully bobbed its head, fluttering around in circles. Lu Chen contemplated for a moment and smiled. Then let us proceed. I shall guide you to unlock your new abilities. Remember, we must first enter the insect nest. If you need to emerge, it must be in your fiery form. The earth flame spider is not a common ferocious beast. Typically residing in exceptionally hot environments, encounters with it are rare, not only in the vicinity of Linsong City, but throughout the entire Jiangnan war zone. Suitable locations are scarce. This opportunity for Hong Shuang's evolution is one that cannot be missed. A distance of 700 to 800 meters is trivial for a warrior. Lu Chen slowed his pace, silently approaching, contemplating how to obtain the earth flame spider's remains. After all, regardless of the creature's demise, a few members of the chosen class stood nearby, ostensibly possessing ownership. A challenging situation indeed. If all else fails, he would have to resort to force. Lu Chen considered several plans, but their feasibility seemed low. It appeared a confrontation was inevitable. After all, they were all students and awakened beings. What else would they do at such a young age if not engage in combat? A sparring session would be entirely normal. Moreover, those who slay the remnants of ferocious beasts rightfully claim their spoils. With this reasoning, Lu Chen felt a surge of conviction, his eyes gleaming as he quickened his pace towards them. However, just as he drew near, Lin Xia was the first to notice, turning to observe him with a wary gaze. Upon recognizing him as one of her kind rather than a ferocious beast, her vigilance diminished significantly. Soon, it seemed she recalled their previous encounter on the bus with Lu Chen. Yet, she was not one for words and remained silent. The others, however, were filled with excitement, rushing toward him as if they had seen an ancestor. Before Lu Chen could speak, they eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, are you coming to the secret realm? We are just waiting for you." Their urgency was palpable. The Flame Serpent's secret realm existed for only 3 hours, and now more than half that time had passed. Although the message had long been dispatched to the supply area, the individuals there would require 3 hours to arrive. Except for Lin Xia. Everyone else was like ants on a hot stove, restless with anticipation. Despite being aware that time was short, they still hoped for a miracle to occur. As time gradually passed, the individuals from the supply area had barely made any progress. Just as despair began to creep in, Lu Chen appeared, a veritable savior. At this moment, the 3 individuals rushing over began to speak in a flurry. The leader even grasped Lu Chen's arm, but his grip felt as if he were attempting to drag a mountain. "Brother, it's the secret realm," Sun Qi exclaimed anxiously. "Don't you wish to enter?" At this, the 3 of them regained their composure. In the distance, Lin Xia also looked over in confusion. For any martial artist, a secret realm is a rare treasure, an opportunity seldom encountered. Yet, this young lad before them appeared eerily calm, exhibiting not a trace of enthusiasm. Sure enough, they heard Lu Chen softly say, "I apologize, but I am merely passing through and have no interest in the secret realm." Instantly, Sun Qi and the others were left dumbfounded. What a peculiar individual. Not interested in a secret realm? Brother, could you do us a favor? We need 5 people to enter this secret realm, Sun Qi said in a serious tone. How about this? You name your price, and we'll count you in. Before waiting for a response, he continued, 1 million. Just consider it making a friend. You won't even need to lift a finger once we're inside. We are from the chosen class of Linsong City, and we can guarantee your safety. Lu Chun pretended to be tempted and pointed at the corpse of the earth flame spider not far away. I am an alchemist and require that body. Is that convenient? Perfectly convenient. Brother, take what you need. Sun Qi stifled a laugh, but added, let me be frank. This earth flame spider was slain by the esteemed thunder sword, and its body contains potent sword energy, so it might not serve as material. Lu Chen nodded and replied, give me 2 minutes. I'll take a look. As he approached the earth flame spider, he placed his right hand on a wound. His palm opened a nest of insects, allowing red frost to burrow inside. Boom. In less than 2 minutes, the flesh and blood of the earth flame spider were devoured, and its massive shell collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lu Chen turned around. Grinning at the bewildered crowd, old brother was right. This corpse is indeed useless. The esteemed thunder sword is too powerful. After walking over, he continued with a smile. Now, let us transfer the funds. 1 million. I consider you a friend. Upon hearing this, Sun Qi's mouth twitched. Hearing his own words come from this fellow's lips, he felt as though he were being treated as a fool. Chapter 10. Entering the Secret Realm. The Flame Serpent Summons. In the northern region, over 10 miles away, at the supply area. What is happening? There was no need for several people to inquire. The surrounding chatter had already reached their ears. Soon, they understood the whole story. A secret realm had emerged deep within Area 23, permitting only those below the extraordinary realm to enter. Now, they were just one spot short. This revelation sent many eligible martial artists into a frenzy of joy. Yet, to pursue it, one must first have the means to survive. The journey from here to the core of Area 23 would take at least 3 hours, and with the interference of ferocious beasts along the way, it could stretch to 5 hours before arrival. Furthermore, this felt like a bucket of cold water dousing their hopes, desirable yet unattainable. One can only lament here. Regretting such a splendid opportunity, she clutched her chest in despair. Just moments after her words fell, she suddenly continued, hey, didn't Lu Chen head that way? Perhaps he might enter the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Bai Chioning's breath caught in her throat. Him? That seems improbable. Ha! Bai Chioning shot her a glare, not allowing her to finish her thought. Lu Chen absolutely must not perish here. Otherwise, her father would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and one could only imagine the consequences. At that moment, Zhang Feiyu, nearby, chuckled. A few from the chosen class have discovered the secret realm. It seems they might not wait for others. What a waste. He lamented. With someone as extraordinary as Lin Xia present, even if she brought a dog, it would still manage to thrive in the secret realm. Fortunately, that Lu Chun is merely at the 119 mark. He cannot possibly reach the secret realm alone. If all goes as expected, he should have already been devoured by the crimson phosphor python, right? Contemplating this, he felt a sense of satisfaction. If he could not obtain it, then neither should anyone else. On the other hand, as a member of the chosen class, Sun Qi was not lacking in funds, although somewhat displeased. The importance of the secret realm compelled him to transfer 1 million directly. After completing the transaction, he could hardly muster the energy to speak and proceeded toward the secret realm. Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly and followed suit. This trip would truly be a lucrative venture. After devouring the second-tier earth flame spider, Hong Xuan completed her first evolution and gained a new ability, Red Lotus Hellfire. According to the description on the panel, her power significantly amplified in this fiery form. Not only that, but the benefits from the devouring also allowed Lu Chen to meet the criteria. He could now transcend the limits of a quasi-warrior and step into the extraordinary realm. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the location, Lu Chen would have aimed to break through on the spot. If the quasi-warrior still belonged to the mortal realm, then the extraordinary realm represented the first leap in a warrior's life, promising unimaginable enhancement. Given its significance and the potential for unusual occurrences, Lu Chen had no choice but to wait for the secret realm to refresh. Of course, most importantly, after the breakthrough, he would gain new insect offspring. This was what he eagerly anticipated. At this moment, following closely behind Sun Qi, Lu Chen regarded himself merely as a tool. He remained silent, refrained from inquiries, and did not intervene. Dutifully, after receiving the 1 million, he focused on the task at hand. As for the cold treatment, that was splendid. He welcomed the tranquility. After all, it was others who were displeased, so if they chose to ignore him, so be it. He had no qualms. Once everyone had gathered, Sun Qi took the lead, discussing several potential issues they might encounter upon entering the secret realm. Among the other 3, Du Feng and Shun Linlin engaged earnestly in a discussion, articulating the key points about the secret realm that their elders had shared with them. Such insights would not be found in textbooks. Listening attentively, Lu Chun absorbed a wealth of knowledge. As for the last member, Lin Xie, the primary damage dealer of the team, she rarely spoke, exuding an enchanting beauty. The plans devised by the other three often sought her input. As an outsider, Lu Chun observed Lin Xie, and he could not help but think that she truly resembled a figure stepped out from a painting. Tall and slender, her hair simply tied back, with skin as fair as cream, she maintained a certain distance from the crowd, to say nothing of other attributes. Her beauty alone could undoubtedly outshine a multitude of female celebrities from her past life. Yet whenever someone approached her for conversation, her gaze either fell to the ground, drifted away, or appeared somewhat unfocused. She seemed to embody the essence of avoiding direct eye contact. This was not merely aloofness, it was an overwhelming social anxiety. Lu Chun, having lived 2 lives, firmly trusted his own judgment. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Perhaps his penetrating gaze was too direct. Lin Xie, feeling scrutinized, lifted her eyes to meet his. Her irises resembled ancient wells, devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet carrying a hint of subtle pressure. Any ordinary martial artist, even those at the extraordinary realm, would instinctively shy away. But Lu Chun did not. They held each other's gaze. After 3 seconds, he distinctly noticed a flicker of panic in Lin Xie's eyes before she averted her gaze. Indeed, the aloofness was but a facade. The truth lay in her social anxiety. Someone must have coached her to maintain such an image. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude. Lu Chun would not dwell on it. He awaited the conclusion of the hour to break through. 2 minutes later, after Sun Qi and the others concluded their discussions, they began to enter. Immediately, an energy fluctuation emanated from the entrance of the secret realm, sweeping over their bodies like rippling water. Shortly thereafter, a powerful suction enveloped them, whisking them away into oblivion. Buzz. Lu Chun's consciousness momentarily faded. When he regained awareness, he found himself seemingly within a cavern, the surrounding air intensely scorching. Ahead lay a winding path, its destination unknown. Behind them was the exit of the secret realm. Quickly, let us head directly to the central area, Sun Qi urged, leading the way. His spirits appeared high as he spoke. What we refer to as a secret realm is essentially a fragment of a greater world. The rise of martial arts is inseparable from these realms. The secret realm we are currently in is known as the nest of the fiery serpent, likely a domain of monstrous beasts. Who knows what treasures we may uncover? Behind him, Du Feng chimed in. Only beasts ranked above the 5th tier are deemed monstrous. If we could obtain an inner core, my goodness, I can hardly imagine. He continued. I have heard that the most elite secret realms even possess the power to summon winds and rain. Aside from Lin Xie and Lu Chun, the 3 of them engaged in animated chatter. Approximately 10 minutes later, after traversing countless twists and turns, they finally emerged. Before them lay an expansive platform, akin to an underground plaza, roughly the size of a football field. The 5 gazed downward, beholding a colossal serpent, around 100 meters in length, lying majestically at the center. The scorching aura radiating from it felt like waves of fire, reddening their cheeks. It was indeed a monstrous beast. Such a massive serpent's shedding must surely conceal numerous treasures. Wait. Sun Qi's gaze suddenly fixated on a particular spot, his voice trembling with excitement. Look over there. Following his, Lu Chun directed his gaze, and his heart jolted. In the corner of the platform below, in a place reminiscent of a flower garden, numerous ethereal plants flourished, radiating a resplendent glow. We struck gold. We are truly fortunate. Sun Qi was the first to leap down, followed closely by Du Feng and Shun Linlin. However, Lin Xie appeared pensive, her gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. After a brief moment of contemplation, she too descended. Meanwhile, a sense of alarm surged within Lu Chun, as the red frost in the insect nest had just expressed a hint of unease. Yet, it soon lay still. The sensation was as if it had misjudged the situation. There was nothing to fear. The implication from the red frost was clear. There was danger, but it could be mitigated. Perhaps I should simply retreat. Why wade through this murky water? Just as Lu Chun was about to bid farewell and depart, an immense force suddenly struck. Without affording any chance for reaction, it ensnared him and brought him to a specific location. Not only Lu Chun, but the other 4 were also caught, each standing at designated points: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was troubling. This secret realm was decidedly peculiar. We must have fallen into an array. Sun Qi, possessing a wealth of ancestral knowledge, quickly grasped the situation, his eyes reflecting terror. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's expression turned grave. He glanced down at the ground beneath him, where a rune was inscribed, emanating a faint blue light. The others stood on their respective colors: gold, red, gray, and brown. No wonder 5 individuals were required to enter. This was a trap. At that moment, as all 5 stood firm, the light beneath them intensified, rising from the ground and merging into a magnificent 5-colored beam. It surged directly into the serpent's shed skin. With a thunderous roar, the center of the serpent's shed came to life. Raising its head, A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, its enormous eyes, the size of water jars, gazing down at the group. Fellow Taoists, do you perceive me as a dragon or a deity? These two phrases resonated like thunderclaps in the minds of the group. In Lu Chen's heart, the words seek a title instantly materialized. Chapter 11. Like a snake, like a dragon? I believe you resemble a mischievous creature. Whether in the past life on Earth in the Huagua region or in this world of Daxia, tales of seeking titles have circulated widely. The so-called seeking a title refers to certain nascent spiritual beings that, upon reaching a pivotal stage, must consult a human to break through their bottleneck. If the response received aligns with their desires, their cultivation will experience a significant surge. According to legend, humans, as the apex of creation, inherently possess the blessings of the heavens. When spiritual beings successfully seek a title, they share the fortune and opportunities they gain. Lu Chen had always regarded such tales as mere nonsense. Yet now, he found himself in a rather astonishing predicament. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. The Red Frost, an ancient and extraordinary creature known to have caused cataclysmic events, possessed an innate ability to avert calamities. Since it deemed the situation safe, it undoubtedly was. Even if trouble did arise, it could be managed. With this thought in mind, his burdens vanished, and the oppressive atmosphere around him dissipated as if it had never existed. He repeated 4 simple words thrice. The beast's title seeking is a great calamity. Upon hearing this, the group braced themselves. Du Feng and Shen Linlin both appeared pallid. The latter's jaw trembled, and her eyes were filled with panic. What should we do now? Her question lingered in the air, unanswered. A wave of despair washed over her, as the shadow of death enveloped her being. Driven by the instinct to survive, Shen Linlin turned her gaze towards the formidable Lin Xia. Xia, please save me. I don't want to perish here. She had initially believed this secret realm to be a fortuitous opportunity, only to discover it could become a grave for many. The stark contrast between her expectations and the grim reality shattered her spirit. Stop crying. Sun Qi snapped, then turned to Lu Chen. I still have a trump card that might free us. You should run when I give the signal. Surviving is paramount. If we fail, I apologize for dragging you into this peril. Her earnestness caught Lu Chen's attention. Though Fu Ge was somewhat brash, he still possessed a sense of morality. Perhaps I can extract a bit more from the situation. Before Sun Qi could utilize her trump card, Lu Chen suddenly interjected, as friends, how could I possibly abandon you? Let's elevate our camaraderie with 5 million. I will find a way to rescue you. Sun Qi was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Our lives are at stake. And you're still talking about money? You, a mere alchemist who hasn't even reached the extraordinary realm, saving me? She chuckled incredulously. If you truly had such capability, I'd pay 1 million for my life. As she spoke, she shook her head, realizing how absurd her thoughts had become. Alchemists, being primarily support-type warriors, were often weak and lacked combat prowess. Just as she prepared to exchange words with Lin Xia, Lu Chen's voice rang out nearby. All right, it's settled then. 10 million will ensure our friendship lasts forever. Before his words could settle, the enormous fiery serpent in the central region of the subterranean space grew impatient. Lowering its head, it loomed over them, exhaling terrifying flames that threatened to engulf them at any moment. It questioned once more, do you perceive me as a dragon or a deity? Lu Chen smiled, gazing at the colossal serpent's head. I believe you resemble a mere pest. His audacity left the others dumbfounded. Sun Qi, terrified, was about to rebuke him when a thunderous roar erupted. You shall perish. I grant you one last opportunity. Do you see me as a dragon or a deity? The serpent's massive head drew closer, its overwhelming pressure crashing down like relentless waves. Lu Chen remained composed, bolstered by the presence of Hong Xuan. In contrast, Sun Qi and the others turned pale, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Shut your mouth. You're only provoking it further. We could all die. As long as we can hold on, I will recover some spiritual energy and activate my trump card. Sun Qi's voice was filled with fury as she gritted her teeth. Du Feng and Shen Linlin shared her alarmed expressions, while Lin Xia regarded Lu Chen with a flicker of intrigue, seemingly pondering something. At that crucial moment, Lu Chen's gaze swept over Sun Qi and the others, and he smiled. It is a rare occurrence to encounter such an extraordinary event. To leave curiosity unsatisfied would be a disservice to the experience. With this thought, he lifted his gaze once more to the ethereal serpent's head and exclaimed, You resemble a wretched creature. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the subterranean space. Sun Qi and the others trembled in fear, sensing impending doom. Lu Chen, you are cursed. Sun Qi's trepidation morphed into resentment towards Lu Chen, poised to utter further words, only to be abruptly interrupted. Silence. From this moment forth, heed his commands. The voice belonged to Lin Xia. No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly broke free from her restraints and charged towards the serpent's shed skin. Her urgent words echoed back to them. This secret realm is merely of the extraordinary realm. We shall not encounter anything beyond comprehension. The fiery serpent before us is not truly alive. It is but a remnant of its essence, an illusion of grandeur with little might. Lu Chen intentionally provoked it twice to drain its energy and lessen the pressure upon us. It is now at its last gasp. Sun Qi and the others were left in astonishment, their gazes towards Lu Chun filled with disbelief and a flicker of doubt. Is this true? Even Lu Chun himself felt a twinge of confusion, blinking in surprise, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Xie, while socially timid, had a flair for the dramatic in battle. With swift speech and decisive action, she seemed transformed. At that moment, as the fiery serpent perceived Lin Xie's approach, it swiftly recoiled. Flames erupted from its shed skin, morphing into numerous smaller serpents that surged toward her. What are you dawdling for? Sun Qi and the others, come lend a hand. Lu Chun, you can command. But I can only fight. Without you, I cannot seize the opportunity. In Lin Xie's hand appeared a curved blade. As she slashed, an icy aura emanated, transforming into a blade of light, akin to moonlight cascading down. Her slender figure danced gracefully amidst the serpents, exuding an elegant beauty. Sun Qi and the others joined the fray, alleviating some of her burden. Not far away, Lu Chun scratched his head. Command? I merely wished to see the serpent transform into a wretched creature. He had intended to unleash Hong Shuang to incinerate it, but Lin Xie acted first. At this juncture, the battlefield had reached a stalemate. Although the fiery serpent was merely a remnant, it remained formidable, as its shed skin burned away, though its mass diminished. The number of flaming serpents multiplied exponentially, soon overwhelming the area. Aside from Lin Xie, who could barely hold her ground, Sun Qi and the others were injured. Huddled back to back in defense, they faced imminent peril. Sun Qi shouted, Lu Chun, what now? Isn't this supposed to be a friendship worth a million? Quickly devise a plan. Chapter 12. Lu Chun takes action and slays the fiery serpent. Celestial grade inner pill, though doubt lingered in her mind. The current situation necessitated a desperate gamble. Lin Xie continued to fight while awaiting Lu Chun's command. As awakened beings, their innate abilities were indeed formidable. Yet they were not without limitations. They required mental fortitude to sustain their powers. The four warriors battled fiercely for a brief moment, their faces ashen and their gazes dimmed. A solution. The solution was to ignite greater flames. Lu Chun exclaimed, suddenly dashing towards the battlefield. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, heading straight for the serpent's head. Hold on. Sun Qi gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. We sent you to save lives, not to sacrifice your own. They were all acutely aware that the serpent's head was undoubtedly its weak point. Yet, the real challenge lay in the inability to approach. The terrifying flames formed a protective barrier that was insurmountable. Lin Xie had attempted numerous times before, only to return empty-handed. Seeing Lu Chun charge forward, she was momentarily stunned. As she prepared to rush to his aid, she suddenly halted, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Upon reaching a height, Lu Chun raised his hand and unleashed a fireball. The outer layer shimmered in violet, while the inner core was as dark as night. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the subterranean space surged dramatically. A gifted ability? Such formidable power. Lin Xie felt a tremor in her spirit. As an ice element awakener, her perception of this was most acute. Even the manifestation of her own abilities experienced a delay. Could it be that he, like her, was an awakened one? No. The intensity he displayed, could it be that of a legendary awakening? In her ear, she heard Sun Qi exclaim dramatically, no way. You're also an awakened one. Before his words could fully escape, the fireball Lu Chun had conjured reached the serpent's head. The defensive barriers crumpled as if made of paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. Flames 2 possessed levels. The Red Lotus Hellfire of Hong Shuang utterly overwhelmed this serpent. Lu Chun mused to himself, assessing Hong Shuang as current battle prowess. Even prior to completing its first evolution, it had the power to annihilate mid-tier beasts in an instant. Now, with the Red Lotus Hellfire, it seemed capable of dispatching peak-tier first-level beasts, or even ordinary second-level ones. Terrifying. From a different perspective, if a million blood-sucking worms were to unleash the Red Lotus Hellfire, the scene would be utterly horrifying. Not even a master martial artist could escape such onslaught. This was merely the first evolution. Should the flame's potency continue to ascend? Lu Chun had previously thought the blood-sucking worms somewhat feeble, even doubting the claims of their panel that they had once caused a cataclysmic disaster. Yet now, it appeared there was no exaggeration whatsoever. While pondering, Hong Shuang had already surged into the serpent's cranium, and within moments, the entire head was riddled with wounds. With a thunderous crash, the serpent collapsed, having lost its dominion, creating a tremendous uproar. A streak of crimson light burst forth from the serpent's tail, seemingly imbued with sentience as it sought to flee. Upon sensing this, Hong Shuang, like a predator discovering a delectable feast, zipped forward and ensnared it. At that moment, the fiery serpents besieging Lin Xie and her companions vanished without a trace. In the subterranean expanse, an eerie silence settled. The gazes of the four were filled with complex emotions as they regarded Lu Chun. After a few seconds, Sun Qi could no longer restrain himself and sat down heavily. Looking at Lu Chun with a wry smile, he remarked, so this is what it means to play the fool while devouring the tiger. The very skill I have yearned to learn has been appropriated by you. Beside him, Du Feng took a seat, shaking his head without uttering a word. However, It was Shen Linlin whose gaze sparkled as she fixed her eyes on Lu Chen, as if she were beholding a star. He was growing increasingly handsome by the moment. Lin Xie sheathed her curved blade and softly murmured her gratitude. Thank you. Once she exited the combat mode, she transformed back into the shy girl, seeking refuge in a corner. Her mind was flooded with the image of Lu Chen's recent leap, an indelible vision. After a brief period of recuperation, Sun Qi regained some strength and stood up, stating, Brother Lu, according to the rules, you should take 50% of the spoils from the secret realm, or rather, you should directly take 70%. As he spoke, he glanced at his companions, who expressed no dissent. Of course, I will certainly honor the promised transfer. Sun Qi was now acutely aware that Lu Chen was an awakener. Although his talent tier remained unknown, he was undeniably formidable, at least a grade 1. As for anything beyond that, he dared not contemplate. If Lu Chen were indeed a grade 1 fire element, the entire Jiangnan battle zone would likely tremble. Such a prodigious talent, destined to shine brightly in the future, was a golden opportunity to forge connections for a mere trifling expense. Truly a lucrative investment. I'll take a look first, Lu Chen replied with a smile, walking toward the serpent's shed skin. The once towering head was now a grotesque sight, riddled with numerous charred holes. Oh, there truly is something. He reached in, tearing open a fissure, and squeezed himself inside, retrieving a pebble-like object. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, with what appeared to be rippling water within. Faintly, it exuded a subtle golden glow. Weighing the object in his hand, Lu Chen turned to ask, Brother Fu, what is this? Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Qi, who had been slumped over, suddenly sprang up in disbelief, as if resurrected from the brink of death. His eyes were fixed on the item in Lu Chen's hand, wide open as though they might burst. Heavenly grade inner elixir. Sun Qi stammered, managing to utter a few words. His throat moved as if he were about to choke, and his eyes truly seemed to emit a greenish light. Beside him, Du Feng and Shen Linlin wore similarly astonished expressions, their gazes filled with shock and greed. Lin Xie, however, remained more composed. After a brief glance, she returned to her silent recovery. In the vast underground space, Sun Qi continued, whether it be weapons, elixirs, or techniques. They are classified from high to low as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into 9 grades. That item in your hand, Brother Lu, is of the utmost caliber. The golden hue swirling about suggests it is a grade 1 or possibly grade 2 of the heavenly tier. Anything higher would be rather implausible. Such knowledge was something Lu Chen had not encountered during his time in high school. It was likely part of the martial academy's curriculum. Hearing this, he felt a mix of surprise and curiosity, asking, how much can this inner elixir be sold for? As he spoke, he absent-mindedly tossed it up and caught it, secretly pondering its worth. If it truly was of the heavenly grade, it should command a considerable price, perhaps enough to nurture that little creature to the 3rd generation. Sun Qi's gaze followed the inner elixir as it danced in the air. He feared Lu Chen might drop it, instinctively taking a step forward, reaching out, only to retract his hand just as quickly. With a wry smile, he said, Brother Lu, this is a celestial grade inner elixir. You can't just toss it around like that. My heart can't take it. After a brief pause, he continued, I've never encountered a treasure of this caliber before. It has never appeared in Linsong City. If my memory serves me right, 5 years ago at the auction held by the Jioding Pavilion in the main base of the Jiangnan battle zone, a tier 3 earth grade inner elixir sold for 4 billion. In chapter 13, it was revealed that one could produce a level 1 awakened being. With Sun Qi's explanation, Lu Chen understood the immense value of the celestial grade inner elixir. Simply put, beasts of rank 5 or higher are referred to as demon beasts. Among them, some possess a high bloodline rank, allowing them to crystallize inner elixirs within their bodies, making them significantly stronger than their peers. Even martial artists of the same level cannot contend with them. The quality of the inner elixir is unrelated to the beast's rank. It is determined by the bloodline rank, potential, and innate talent. For instance, even if a dragon species is only rank 5, its inner elixir is at least of earth grade. In contrast, ordinary demon beasts, even at rank 8, may only produce the lowest quality yellow grade inner elixir. Besides being a precious material, inner elixirs have a monumental purpose. They can enable an ordinary martial artist to awaken a corresponding innate talent. The higher the grade of the inner elixir, the stronger the awakened talent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen expressed his admiration. No wonder that fiery serpent was so ambitious, aspiring to become a dragon or even a deity. Its bloodline must be formidable. After a moment of reflection, he continued to inquire, so, this celestial grade inner elixir I possess can allow a human martial artist to awaken a fire-related talent. And it is of the highest level? Sun Qi nodded earnestly and replied, a talent of the highest level is exceedingly rare. In Linsong City over the past decade, only 2 or 3 such individuals have emerged. Lin Xie is one of them in this current selection class. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Lin Xie, who was resting alone not far away. Lu Chen followed her line of sight. The latter, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, feigned ignorance, yet her face flushed instantly. blooming like a rose, a delicate hue spreading towards her neck and earlobes. Lu Chen chuckled softly to himself, thinking, this girl not only suffers from social anxiety, but is also easily embarrassed. She's rather intriguing. Clearing his throat, he continued, although we are all part of the selection class, Lin Xia's status is one I dare not take lightly. He turned back to address Lu Chen. It is precisely because of the power of celestial-grade inner elixirs that not only in Daxia, but even the top financial magnates of other nations will go to any lengths to acquire them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems the army of blood-sucking insects could see a significant boost. Spending money to nurture these larvae is undoubtedly the safest and most efficient way, and it won't attract attention. With a swift motion, he tossed the inner elixir into the air and caught it once more, gripping it tightly in his hand while gazing at Sun Qi and the others. I'll take this. The rest can be yours. How does that sound? There are still plenty of treasures in this secret realm. Although there aren't many martial arts techniques or weapons, there is a small patch of spiritual plants, all of decent quality, which is quite valuable. I have no objections. Sun Qi shrugged and smiled. Thanks to you, we are fortunate to be alive. Nevertheless, I still suggest that you act promptly to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret. After all, being born into a prominent family, he possesses a certain social acumen. With just a few words, he garnered Lu Chen's favor. Beside him, Shen Linlin nodded in agreement. Following that, Du Feng, with an expression of neutrality, remarked, I have no objections either. Having said that, he closed his eyes to regain his energy. As for the final individual, Lin Xia, to be honest, the allure of this inner elixir did not captivate her as much as Lu Chen did. At this moment, her curiosity lay solely in discovering the rank of the flame Lu Chen had conjured. Was it of the first or second tier? Though intrigued, she refrained from inquiring further. Respecting the boundaries of others' privacy, Sun Qi and the others shared her sentiment. After more than 10 minutes, everyone had finished their recuperation. They carefully stored the nearby spiritual plants into their storage gear. From a distance, Lu Chen observed. Lu Chen, Sun Qi approached and inquired, after we exit. We plan to head to the 23 supply zone. What about you? The stone fortress within the supply zone also housed training rooms. While the fees were undoubtedly steep, the safety it provided was worth the cost. Lu Chen intended to break through to the extraordinary realm there and simultaneously discover what the second source motherworm would be like. The night was thick and eerily silent. However, the 23 supply zone remained brightly lit, with clusters of people gathered at the fortress entrance. As they chatted, their gazes occasionally wandered toward the trial zone. After all, it was a secret realm. Even if they could not enter, their hearts brimmed with curiosity. Countless warriors would never encounter a secret realm in their lifetime. Yet here it was, so close at hand. Amidst the crowd, Bai Qianing's gaze was also drawn to that direction. Beside her, her best friend excitedly exclaimed, we are about to meet Lin Xia. I admire her so much. Born into poverty, yet possessing astounding talent and a remarkable work ethic, not to mention her beauty. Finally, we will see her in person. Among the current martial examination candidates from Linsong City, Lin Xia undoubtedly shone the brightest. With her awakened battle talent, she was destined to be the top student of this cohort. If all went well, she might even secure a place among the top 10 in the Jiangnan battle zone. One could only wonder what treasures they had discovered in the secret realm. Zhang Feiyu sighed. What a pity, what a pity. I wonder who was fortunate enough to be elevated by the chosen class. Despite knowing it was unlikely, many set off toward the depths of Zone 23. Some even wealthy descendants directly paid for the aerial masters in the supply zone to escort them there. However, not long after, news arrived that Lin Xia and her companions from the chosen class had already entered ahead of schedule. After expressing his sentiments, Zhang Feiyu turned to Bai Qianing and warmly said, Qianing, your strength will surely allow you to enter Jiangnan Martial Academy. Then, you will be my junior. Once there, I will invite my good friends out for a meal so that everyone can get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianing smiled awkwardly. She neither took the initiative nor rejected the notion, embodying an air of nonchalance. As her best friend would put it, she simply played it cool. Having entered the Jiangnan Martial Academy, one of the 9 prestigious martial institutions, why not seek out an awakened? Zhang Feiyu, despite his formidable prowess, remains merely an ordinary martial artist. Within the confines of Jiangnan Martial Academy, he would rank among the most commonplace. The group exchanged a few more pleasantries before the conversation abruptly shifted to Lu Chen. Bai Qianing, fearful of her father, genuinely worried about Lu Chen's safety, began to feel increasingly anxious. Logically, the news of the secret realm had enticed many to venture forth, yet dawn was fast approaching. Qianing, are you concerned that if something were to occur, Uncle Bai would hold you accountable? Zhang Feiyu scoffed, remarking that the path of martial arts inherently involved peril. Once one stepped outside the city, death could befall anyone. Astute individuals might enhance their odds of survival, but fools would inevitably meet their demise. Just as he was about to shift the topic, he suddenly changed his tone, jokingly saying, Qianing, do not dwell solely on negative thoughts. Perhaps Lu Chen is the fortunate one, destined to join the chosen class. However, the latter part of his statement caught in his throat as his gaze fixated on the distance, filled with astonishment. Around him, the clamor of the crowd echoed. Oh, I recognize everyone from the chosen class. The extra youth is merely a temporary substitute. Isentihi, Sun Qi, the prodigy of the Sun family, has offered 1,000,000 to fill the numbers. Why isn't that opportunity mine? Bai Qianing's gaze drifted towards the gathering, her expression vacant. Her lips trembled as she murmured, Lu Chen? Chapter 14, Return. The shock of the crowd. The emergence of malice. In truth, had such words been uttered, many troubles could have been averted, including the pressure from her father, Bai Weizhou. Observing the group, Lu Chen stood in a central position, flanked by Lin Xie on his left and Sun Qi on his right. These two were nearly the strongest contenders in this year's martial examination in Linsong City. Lin Xie, an ice element awakened, was the epitome of a celestial beauty. Every time Bai Qianing heard her name, she felt an overwhelming yearning, wishing to assume her place, a mere fantasy. As for Sun Qi, he was the scion of Linsong City's premier family, possessing talent, strength, and status in abundance. Such a youth embodied Bai Qianing's ideal. Yet she felt unworthy to engage with such beings. At this moment, Lu Chen stood there, truly deserving the description of being the center of attention, surrounded by stars. Lin Xie, though serious, walked closely behind, while Sun Qi chattered incessantly, wearing a facade of servility, resembling a mere attendant. The visual impact was staggering. What left Bai Qianing in silent contemplation was that Lu Chen had just glimpsed her, yet his gaze was as indifferent as that of a passerby. He scanned her without pausing, devoid of any lingering attention. At that instant, Bai Qianing felt utterly immobilized, as if ensnared in a dream. Nearby, she heard her close friend murmur, Did I not see incorrectly? That truly is Lu Chen. Why do I feel as though Lin Xie and Sun Qi have become his acolytes? What gives him that right? Is it due to the vitality value of 119? Or merely his looks? She conceded that Lu Chen was indeed strikingly handsome. In high school, he was the epitome of a campus heartthrob. Yet in this martial arts era, strength is the true measure of worth. What significance does good looks hold? Logically speaking, individuals of Sun Qi and Lin Xie's caliber should not be drawn to someone like him. Is the world of prodigies truly so unadorned, indifferent to cultivation, and solely focused on appearances? Am I also capable of achieving this? At this juncture, her close friend suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and excitedly whispered to Bai Qianing. Qianing, this is our opportunity. With Lu Chen's assistance, we can approach them and make their acquaintance. Stealing a glance at Zhang Feiyu across the way, she lowered her voice further and continued, You are so stunning. What if Sun Qi takes a liking to you? That would be something. Bai Qianing's eyes sparkled. Her lips moved slightly, yet she remained silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zhang Feiyu noticed Bai Qianing's unwavering gaze on Lu Chen. He stepped closer and remarked, Qianing, your childhood friend truly knows how to navigate the social scene. Not only has he survived, but he has also entered the secret realm with the chosen class. How far must one go to achieve such standing? After belittling Lu Chen, his jealousy subsided somewhat. What is there to be upset about? He is merely a worthless individual relying on charm to ingratiate himself with others. Such success is fleeting. With this thought, he smiled and added, Qianing, our Zhang family has always maintained a good rapport with the Sun family. Just wait. I will go over to greet them and introduce you. Bai Qianing nodded obediently, feigning admiration. Really, Feiyu? I had no idea you were so impressive. Of course. Zhang Feiyu straightened his attire. As the four from over there approached, he donned a broad smile and slightly bent forward. However, he was taken aback upon encountering the young master of the Sun family. Just as he was about to speak, his words faltered. Sun Qi merely cast a fleeting glance, not even pausing in her stride, and followed Lu Chen into the stone fortress. A faint remark floated back. What kind of foolish person thinks they can establish a connection with me? My apologies, Lu Ge. Let us continue our earlier discussion. Zhang Feiyu stood frozen in place, his expression shifting rapidly, maintaining his previous posture. After a few seconds, he turned away, feeling an intense heat on his face. Unsure of how to face Bai Qianing and the others. Enduring such humiliation, he found himself unable to harbor hatred for Sun Qi. Yet his disdain for Lu Chen grew. His gaze filled with resentment. Witnessing Lu Chen and Sun Qi engaged in jovial conversation was more painful than being slain. Feiyu, it's still early, and they haven't seen your face clearly, leading to a misunderstanding, Bai Qianing murmured. If it were daytime, this wouldn't have happened. The opportunity to step down was presented to Zhang Feiyu, yet his face burned even more, as if he had been soundly slapped. The group fell into silence. Unsure of what to say, their eyes still fixed on Lu Chen. Upon entering the stone fortress, they dispersed in various directions. Suddenly, Sun Qi recalled something and turned around to shout, Brother Lu, I almost forgot. Could I have your contact information? After receiving consent, she hurriedly approached and added Lu Chen. In the distance, Zhang Feiyu's face twitched once more. Why, you, a distinguished young prodigy, are degrading yourself by fawning over such a worthless individual? Is it possible that you have a preference for men? With this thought, many of his doubts were instantly resolved. In Zhang Feiyu's heart, he seemed to regain his confidence. Looking over there, he scoffed. Lu Chen is indeed suitable for the role of a gigolo. He is nothing short of perfect. while a goddess like Lin Xia has not even spoken to him, likely holding him in utter disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xia, who had intended to head to the resting area, suddenly turned back. Approaching Lu Chun, her face flushed, she lowered her head and softly said, "Lu Chun, may I add you as well?" At that moment, Zhang Feiyu felt as if the sky had fallen. Bai Qiuning, too, was filled with mixed emotions. Looking at Lu Chun, she suddenly felt an urge to snatch him away. "Even if I do not accept you, you cannot interact with other girls." In the resting area, after casually opening a room, Lu Chun did not relax. He refrained from turning on the lights and stood by the window, silently gazing below. It was nearly 6 in the morning, and the blood moon in the night sky had vanished. At the horizon, a dark blue hue emerged. Someone wants to kill me. Likely for the heavenly grade inner elixir. Excluding Sun Qi and Lin Xia, only Shen Linlin and that Du Feng remain as potential threats. This information was relayed by Hong Shuang from the insect nest. After leaving the secret realm, Hong Shuang sensed murderous intent and continuously issued warnings. However, due to the inability to communicate, before Lu Chun could identify the target through elimination, that little creature had spun a cocoon and entered a state of seclusion. After dispatching that fiery serpent in the secret realm, Hong Shuang consumed the remnant soul, seemingly showing signs of some evolution. Unexpectedly, it began abruptly. The enemy lurks in the shadows, as do I. This situation is advantageous for me. I must devise a plan to resolve this trouble first. Lu Chun contemplated, deciding to break through to the extraordinary realm and bind the second original mother insect before anything else. In the supply area, at a high point, Du Feng stood silently in a dim room, gazing towards the distant exit of the stone fortress. He held a satellite phone, engaging in a quiet conversation. "Yes, father. It is indeed a heavenly grade inner elixir. His blood value is unclear, but he is definitely not in the extraordinary realm. Additionally, he possesses an awakened fire-type talent. However, I have that defensive trump card with me. As long as I evade a strike, it will surely be him who dies." "Understood, father, I will be cautious." After hanging up, Du Feng continued to stare at the exit position, resembling a stone sculpture. "We all entered the secret realm together. Why should you be the one to monopolize the heavenly grade inner elixir? Sun Qi looks down on it. Lin Xia has no need for it. And Shen Linlin is merely infatuated, yet I desire it. I am only of the awakened grade, and also possess a fire-type talent. This heavenly grade inner elixir is clearly the most compatible with me." Du Feng muttered to himself, his hands busy organizing the items he would use during the assassination. "Time to level up. I shall no longer be looked down upon." Chapter 15. Breaking through to the extraordinary realm. The second origin mother insect. In the supply zone 23. After a night of tumult, the dawn is approaching, yet an eerie silence has enveloped the surroundings. Most individuals, exhausted, have retreated to their quarters for rest. A few, however, have formed teams and ventured deep into the 23rd sector, anticipating the re-emergence of hidden realms. Inside a room, Lu Chun sits cross-legged. Opening his attribute panel, Zerg Sovereign. Lu Chun, age, 18, health points, 149, limit of a novice warrior. Breakthrough rebirth status, 100-100, ready for advancement. Skills, basic fist techniques. Basic sword techniques, fundamentals, talent, taming, affinity with beasts, skills, none, bound source insect, blood-sucking worm, catastrophic type. The words ready for advancement flicker incessantly. Lu Chun takes a deep breath, his thoughts coalescing as he commences his ascension. In an instant, his complexion flushes crimson, and the spiritual energy in the atmosphere awakens, surging wildly into his body. This torrent of energy cascades forth, coalescing into a vast river of spiritual force. Initially, it traverses through his meridians, continuously widening, repairing, and strengthening them. Soon, the spiritual flow penetrates his flesh and bones, saturating his internal organs. His bones crackle and pop like beans in a hot pan, and his physique seems to elevate slightly. As the vitality surges, intricate crimson veins become visible upon his skin. Above him, a streak of scarlet radiance suddenly appears. Spiritual energy penetrates to the marrow, and his blood essence rises like a rainbow. The next step shall be the absorption of spiritual energy into the Purple Palace. At this moment, Lu Chun can distinctly sense that his body is undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The sensation is both painful and exhilarating. As time passes, approximately 20 minutes later, Lu Chen's entire being trembles unexpectedly. Just below his abdomen, at the location of his Purple Palace, an intense heat engulfs him, followed by a torrent of spiritual energy rushing towards that focal point, as if 100 rivers converging into the sea. The absorption of spiritual energy into the Purple Palace is complete. A look of joy spreads across Lu Chen's face. This advancement has proven far easier than he had envisioned. He shifts his body, and it feels as though he is shedding a cocoon, as impurities mixed with tainted blood cascade down in sheets. Within his Purple Palace, a vortex of spiritual energy forms. Clenching his fist, he murmurs to himself, "My current strength surpasses what I had before by tenfold." With another thought, a faint azure glow envelopes his fist like rippling water. With the external amplification of spiritual energy, the lethality will increase even further. I am presently only at the first layer of the extraordinary realm, able to cover just 2 fists at most. As I break through, my vortex of spiritual energy shall continuously transform, leading to a rebirth. The vitality value of the extraordinary realm ranges from 150 to 250. The process of breaking through involves an internal and external development of the physical body. It unites muscles, bones, vitality, internal organs, and the spiritual domain into a cohesive whole. In martial arts parlance, it is described as an inner and outer transparency, seamlessly unified. Well then, it is time to examine the second origin mother insect. Lu Chen's heart races with anticipation. A flicker of thought sent forth a radiant orb from the center of his brow, hovering before him. Within his mind, pertinent information materialized. Dao-derived insect, female. Rarity, eternal unique. Description, functional source insect. Born from the gate of mystical femininity, ethereal and elusive, it has left traces throughout numerous epochs. Innate abilities, technique advancement. Consuming a certain quantity of subatomic entities allows for the designated host's techniques and martial skills to be elevated. Proficiency upgrade. Consuming a specified amount of subatomic entities can temporarily enhance the host's comprehension. Subatomic entities, 0. Reproductive method. Only the female can reproduce, yielding 60 offspring per hour. Additionally, feeding it special materials can facilitate further reproduction. Shall it be bound? In the room, Lu Chen's heartbeat quickened dramatically. This second source mother insect was astonishingly formidable. Though it was not a calamity type and could not generate terrifying combat power, it promised to provide Lu Chen with an almost unfair enhancement. Technique advancement and proficiency upgrades. These were truly unimaginable prospects for a martial artist. The realm of martial arts is fundamental, determining one's lower limits, while techniques and martial skills define the upper limits. Both are indispensable, under equal cultivation levels. A martial artist proficient in advanced techniques will undoubtedly overpower one limited to lower-tier skills. In other words, I shall no longer need to exhaust myself in pursuit of advanced techniques. The techniques circulating in the market are predominantly of the yellow and Xian tiers, and they carry exorbitant prices. A beginner's yellow-tier technique can cost over $1 million. As for Xian tier techniques, they are rarely sold outright and can only be found at auctions. Regarding earth-tier techniques, they are firmly held by major powers, serving as the foundation of their families. For me, acquiring a beginner's yellow-tier technique suffices, allowing me to utilize the Dao-derived insect for advancement. As for proficiency, I need not expend effort in arduous training, as it too can be elevated. Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement. The radiant orb before him suddenly dispersed, revealing an insect resembling a butterfly. Its wings were exceptionally enchanting, entirely transparent, with swirling iridescent hues that seemed to evolve endlessly, shrouded in mystery. Upon successful binding, Lu Chen distinctly felt the little creature before him radiating warmth and familiarity. It fluttered its wings and landed gently upon his outstretched finger. He could not help but admire the Dao-derived insect's striking beauty. After a moment of contemplation, he softly declared, "Colorwing, you shall be known as Kai." The little creature flapped its wings joyfully, the colorful luminescence within its transparent wings dancing in a dreamlike, mesmerizing fashion. Were it not for Hong Shuang still in seclusion and striving for a breakthrough, he would have introduced them. After further contemplation, Lu Chen instructed Kai to rest. Instead of entering the insect nest, it alighted directly upon his right arm, transforming into a pattern that shimmered and then vanished. At this moment, the sky outside began to brighten, the night ebbing away. Lu Chen stood, gazing at the scene below. The stone fortress was gradually coming alive with noise. Just a little longer, and he would resolve the troubles ahead. He was acutely aware that the person intent on his demise was lurking in the shadows. Yet, there was no need for concern. You dare not take my life, yet I yearn for the opportunity to end yours swiftly. Lu Chen drew the curtains, silently biding his time. Firstly, he awaited the completion of Hong Shuang's breakthrough. Secondly, he desired for Kai to propagate more subbodies, enabling the evolution of the foundational techniques displayed on his panel. Chapter 16. Today, I invite Lu Chen to his demise. Entering Qixia Mountain. Buzz. In a resting room within Supply Zone 23, Dufeng's satellite phone suddenly vibrated. He furrowed his brow, monitoring the exit of the stone fortress while glancing at the number before promptly answering. Third uncle, it's Xiaofeng. Is the target still within the supply zone? An aged voice resonated from the other end. Yes. Good. Listen carefully. First, continue your surveillance. Your fifth uncle will join you shortly. Upon hearing this, Dufeng was momentarily stunned, then sprang to his feet, instinctively lowering his voice. Third uncle, wouldn't it be too perilous to ambush the vehicles of the Martial Arts Association outside the city? All buses leading out of the major cities fall under their jurisdiction, and this organization is entirely official, immensely powerful. Decades ago, someone attempted something similar and was executed within 3 days. Dufeng seemed to recall something and continued. Moreover, there is a high likelihood that Sun Qi and Lin Xie are on the bus at noon today. If anything were to happen to them, It would surely cause upheaval in Linsong City. Sun Qi's family is among the most prestigious in Linsong, and he is the direct heir of this generation. As for Lin Siya, despite her humble origins, she possesses exceptional ice-type talent and is said to have caught the attention of a significant figure from Jiangnan Martial Academy, who intends to take her as a disciple. Should misfortune befall these two, I cannot fathom the consequences. At that moment, a sinister chuckle echoed from the phone. Xiaofeng, you are blissfully unaware of the significance of a celestial-grade inner pill. Fortunately, this time, it is only us taking action, and since we have decided to proceed, we must do so decisively and thoroughly. It is imperative that we secure it. If necessary, we can flee as a family. Your father has already established contacts. Our Du family has labored for 5 or 6 generations. Today will determine our rise or fall. After hanging up, Du Feng silently set down the satellite phone. A wave of trepidation coursed through him, yet deep within, a fervent excitement began to ignite. Lu Chun, oh Lu Chun, today, I must summon you to your end. Around 10 in the morning, as noon approached, the number of people in Supply Zone 23 gradually increased. Many had rushed from Linsong City early in the day upon receiving news of the secret realm. Although they were aware that the secret realm was no more, they still came, hoping to seize a stroke of luck. These individuals were as oblivious as those who would chase after a fleeting opportunity. In the room, Du Xianghe gazed downwards, sneering as he spoke. Beside him stood the respectful Du Feng. As an elder of the clan, Du Xianghe wielded considerable authority, ranking just below the clan leader. In terms of martial prowess, he was the 3rd strongest of the Du family, at the 2nd level of the fusion aperture realm. Has that boy still not shown himself? Surely he hasn't already fled? Du Xianghe inquired, his expression one of uncertainty, as he spoke in a deep voice. This time, the entire Du family has mobilized completely. The few martial artists, whether from the elder or middle generation, have all received their assignments. If they can truly acquire the heavenly grade inner alchemy, then everything will have been worth it. Should they fail, the Du family will face irreparable ruin. I am certainly still here, keeping a watchful eye on him. Du Feng stated with a serious demeanor. The supply area 23 has only one exit. All other directions are sealed off. He was about to say more when he suddenly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. He has emerged. Lu Chun has come out. In the rest area below, Lu Chun slowly walked out, heading towards the nearby shop. Shopkeeper, I would like a metal combat knife, priced at 300,000. He was too indifferent to be choosy. After all, the goods in this place were hardly remarkable, being merely a low-level trial zone. This one will do. I won't overcharge you. It's just 30,000 more than in the city. The shopkeeper handed over the weapon, cheerfully stating, crafted from flame gold crystal. It can penetrate the defenses of 2nd-tier fierce beasts. As for 1st-tier beasts, there is no need to elaborate. Lu Chen smiled, accepting the weapon, weighing it in his hand. He noted the quality was decent, certainly superior to his previous one. As for the shopkeeper's grandiose claims, he would not be swayed. After all, fierce beasts would not simply stand still to be struck. Nonetheless, it was irrelevant. It would certainly suffice for slaying foes. After settling the payment, he strolled leisurely towards the exit of the stone fortress, all the while conversing with Hong Shuang in his mind. Indeed, after the little fellow devoured the remnants of the flame serpent, it was able to communicate directly with me through thought. Master, there are 2 murderous auras. One belongs to the last villain, and the other is quite formidable, but I can definitely handle it. Lu Chen chuckled, feeling assured. It appeared reinforcements were on the way. He said little more, behaving like an ordinary trial martial artist as he departed the supply area, heading southwest. In a concealed corner behind him, he pondered and then shook his head with a smile. Regardless of whether you have a trap, your fate is sealed. For the Du family, as long as Lu Chun did not board the shuttle bus, it would be the ideal outcome. After all, unless absolutely necessary, they did not wish to intercept the Martial Arts Association's transport. Let us go. The prey has been released. Inform your second uncle that there is no need for ambush. Come and rendezvous with us. After giving the instruction, the two continued to follow from a distance. To the southwest of Supply Area 23 lies the sprawling Red Cloud Mountain. Deeper within, one encounters the majestic Wui Mountain Range, a place where ordinary martial artists would not dare to venture. At this very moment, after walking for several minutes, Lu Chen quietly inquired, "Are they still following?" In his mind, Hong Shuang excitedly replied, "They are indeed, master. Let me go and devour them." "Patience, wait a moment longer. It is far better to eliminate them in a secluded spot." A glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he quickened his pace. Before long, he would reach the Red Cloud Mountain, a place surely devoid of human presence. His grip tightened around the combat knife, remaining vigilant against the fierce beasts in the wild while being ready to strike at any moment. I am now at the first level of the extraordinary. However, with 2 evolved yellow-tier second-grade martial techniques and commendable proficiency, his overall combat power approximated that of a transcendent 3rd or 4th level. When faced with stronger opponents, he feared he might fall short. Lu Chun was acutely aware of his own capabilities and certainly would not engage directly due to the considerable risks involved. The two individuals trailing behind him might even possess mastery in the fusion aperture realm. The hierarchy of martial artists, from novice to transcendent, fusion aperture, aerial mastery. And ultimately, the Grandmaster represents profound life transitions, each level exponentially amplifying one's combat prowess. Fortunately, Hong Shuang had first completed her initial evolution, acquiring the Crimson Lotus Hellfire, and subsequently devoured the remnants of the Flame Serpent, gaining further strength. Otherwise, the troubles at hand might not be so easily resolved. Kai's abilities allowed my basic sword technique to evolve into Little Thunderblade, and my basic fist technique to become Tiger Cannon Fist, both now at the yellow tier 2nd grade. Purchasing these techniques would undoubtedly require at least 3 million. Yet, that still felt insufficient. Lu Chen shook his head, sensing his own inadequacy. With a low starting point, the enhancements from his techniques could not yield extraordinary results. Had I been studying the yellow tier 5th grade, perhaps I could have advanced to the in one fell swoop. At that juncture, I might even rival a transcendent at the 9th level. Any technique or martial art can only undergo evolution once. The higher the initial grade, the greater the resultant evolution. As his thoughts whirled, Lu Chen felt a sudden darkness above him, as if enveloped by a massive shadow. He had arrived at Qishan Mountain. This place was far more perilous than the 23rd ruins, being connected to the Wui mountain range, where formidable beasts frequently roamed. Practitioners from Linsong City seldom ventured here. Well, it was time to open the blind box. Would it be Du Feng or Shen Linlin? Chapter 17, Kill. Acquire a technique, special feedback mechanism. In the 23rd supply zone, Sun Qi had enjoyed a refreshing slumber, rejuvenated. However, after exchanging a few words, his expression gradually morphed into one of fury. Du Feng, you son of a dog, playing tricks. Damn it, truly damned. As the largest family in Linsong City, the Sun family had naturally established numerous informants. Some of Du Feng's petty maneuvers had been detected. Upon notifying Sun Qi, the situation became clear. Second aunt, I require your presence. Come with me to rescue someone. I must intervene. Lu Chen was my invitation, and I led him into the secret realm. My life was saved by him. Regardless of what he acquired in the secret realm, please come first. After hanging up, he proceeded to the supply zone's registration office, seeking the surveillance of Lu Chen's departure. Stop. Upon viewing the figures on the screen, Sun Qi ground his teeth in rage. Du Xianghe, a second-level expert in the fusion aperture realm. After arriving at the stone castle's exit, Sun Qi, anxious and restless, paced back and forth. He dared not venture alone to rescue anyone. The Du family's mad dogs might resort to anything in desperation. Half an hour later, a strikingly beautiful woman descended from the sky, landing before Sun Qi. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, an aerial master, and promptly distanced themselves. In the city of Linsong, the realm of Yukong has already ascended to the pinnacle, rendering it untouchable. Second aunt, you have finally arrived. Sun Qi exclaimed with delight. Let us not linger on pleasantries. Sun Chenyan inquired, how long have they been gone? 3 hours. They departed the supply zone at 10 this morning. It's all my fault for rising too late. Sun Qi lamented, youthful naivety evident in his expression. He had never anticipated that his fellow trial participants would resort to murder for the sake of inner elixirs. Let us proceed. However, you must understand that saving your friend may be a race against time. With a wave of her right hand, Sun Chenyan unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, elevating Sun Qi into the air. Once they ascended into the void, she continued, can you now divulge to your aunt what it is that the Du family desires so desperately? Sun Qi fell silent for a few seconds before offering a rueful smile. A celestial grade inner elixir, likely of the 1st or 2nd tier. He recounted the events of the previous night succinctly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the spiritual resonance beneath them quivered violently, nearly casting Sun Qi down. Sun Chenyan gazed at the reckless youth, her lips twitching as if to reprimand him, but she held her tongue. You are aware that a celestial grade inner elixir can forge an awakened being of exceptional caliber. Yet, what you fail to comprehend is that the innate abilities derived from such an elixir possess the potential for growth. This implies that one could ascend from a mere level to an extraordinary level. Sun Qi's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Are we not moving forward? In the Qishan mountain region, Du Xianghe and Du Feng concealed themselves behind the dense foliage. A mere 100 meters ahead, Lu Chen suddenly halted, taking a seat upon a tree. After a moment of contemplation, Du Xianghe shook his head, remarking, this place is quite suitable for a final resting ground. With that, he ceased his concealment and stepped forward boldly. What is there to fear? Even if that young man possesses extraordinary capabilities, what of it? Moreover, I have thoroughly scouted this area. There are no ambushes to worry about. What does it matter if he is an awakened being? Those who claim what does not belong to them are destined to perish. As he strode forward, Du Xianghe unleashed the full force of his realm, his vitality surging like a dragon. With strides covering more than 10 meters at a time, he advanced toward Lu Chen. Du Feng followed closely behind, exhilaration coursing through him. The celestial grade inner elixir was almost within their grasp. To a martial artist, the 100-meter distance was a fleeting moment. He trailed Du Xianghe by mere seconds. Curiously, despite the commotion, Lu Chun remained seated, his back turned to them as he wielded his battle knife. Du Feng stepped forward, proclaiming, Lu Chun, that celestial-grade inner elixir in your possession is a liability. It would be wiser to sell it to the Du family. As his words faded into the air, Lu Chun remained unperturbed. Just as Du Feng furrowed his brow, preparing to speak again, the youth before them abruptly turned around. Holding 2 pieces of white wooden boards with a grin, these boards can serve as tombstones for you too. I hope you find them satisfactory. As Du Xianghe scoffed. Ready to strike, Lu Chun suddenly produced an object from his hand, the inner elixir. Would you like it? Their gazes were instantly captivated, drawn in by an instinctive desire. At that moment, Du Xianghe was suddenly engulfed by an icy dread, his heartbeat nearly faltering. A surge of primal instinct coursed through him, recognizing an imminent threat. A chill gripped the nape of his neck, and his hair stood on end. Being an experienced veteran, he quickly summoned every ounce of his spiritual energy, manifesting it into formidable defensive barriers behind him. Old Biding had a surprisingly swift reaction. As Lu Chun spoke, he was already wielding his battle knife, his form darting towards Du Feng. The blade glimmered, moving with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a thunderclap. This was the Little Thunderblade, an upgraded martial technique of the yellow tier, derived from the basic sword technique through the evolution of the colorful attire. Du Feng's eyes widened with rage. A shadow of death loomed over him. With a mere 149 points of vitality, he stood at the pinnacle of a budding warrior, nowhere near Lu Chen's prowess. There was no time to react. As the knife sliced through the air, Du Feng found himself severed in twain, his expression frozen in shock and terror. The last image imprinted in his mind was of his own lower half. Curse be you. Du Xianghe's eyes burned with fury as he unleashed the full force of his spiritual energy, activating all his meridians. In that fleeting moment, he was consumed by the need to protect against Hong Shuang, leaving him utterly distracted. Now, witnessing the demise of the most gifted heir of the Du family right before him, cleaved in two, ignited an insatiable wrath within him, morphing into a terrifying intent to kill as he charged at Lu Chun. Yet, just as he approached, a bizarre cluster of flames materialized from the periphery. This was no innate ability, it was alive. It was the very insect that had ambushed him from behind. In Du Xianghe's eyes, the flames flickered ominously, a blackened core surrounded by purple, sending shivers through his soul. As his weapon clashed against it, the flames tainted his weapon, beginning to dissolve it entirely. In a state of rising panic, Du Xianghe's defenses faltered. Each weapon he brandished met with annihilation. Even his spiritual barrier could barely hold. I will die. I am going to die. After a moment's contemplation, panic escalated as the unknown loomed ever larger. The flames moved with breathtaking speed. His attacks were futile, and in this deadly exchange, his demise seemed inevitable. Overwhelmed by fear, Du Xianghe turned to flee. Yet before him, several blood-sucking insects emerged, identical to the one that had initially ambushed him. They appeared not only in front, but also on his left and right, their numbers multiplying alarmingly. Impossible. What in the world are these creatures? Having been terrified by Hong Shuang, he instinctively believed that the insects in the other 3 directions were of the same ilk, capable of unleashing dreadful flames. Faced with this decision, he resolved to continue his struggle with Hong Shuang, for there was only one of her, and he aimed to escape in this direction. Lu Chun, observing this, breathed a sigh of relief. His scheme had succeeded. Moments later, a wretched scream echoed through the skies. The third strongest of the Du family, a second-level harmonization realm warrior, had perished. He almost let him escape. Lu Chun murmured softly to himself. Gazing upon the 2 lifeless bodies, he fell silent for a few moments before allowing the blood-devouring worm to consume them. In the eyes of the blood-devouring worm, the remains of human warriors and ferocious beasts bore little distinction. Within mere seconds, the 2 corpses were entirely devoured. Lu Chun intended to examine the feedback data, especially since one of the corpses belonged to a realm of fusion aperture, equivalent to a second-tier ferocious beast. Yet, the information flooding his mind rendered him momentarily stunned. Your blood-devouring worm has consumed the flesh and blood of a warrior, granting you special feedback and the technique. 4 Seasons Fist, yellow grade, 7th rank. Your blood-devouring worm has consumed the flesh and blood of a warrior, granting you special feedback and the skill. 7-star Cloud Stealth Step, yellow grade, 6th rank. Was there a hidden mechanism in the feedback from the blood-devouring worm? Did it mean that consuming ferocious beasts yielded energy feedback, while consuming warriors provided techniques they had mastered? This must be the unique feedback ability of the blood-devouring worm. When he initially bound the blood-devouring worm, there was a note on the panel: talent, energy feedback. In certain circumstances, special feedback may occur. At the time, Lu Chun had been puzzled but eventually dismissed it from his thoughts. It turned out that the activation of special feedback was linked to the consumption of warriors. Chapter 18. The Revenge of the Du Family. Lu Chen's true trump card. In the old residence of the Du family, located in the East District of Linsong City, a gathering of the family's leaders convened within the ancestral hall. Although the Du family was not as formidable as the Sun family, to which Sun Qi belonged, They were still a martial arts lineage. The family head, Du Hongtian, was a genuine master of the skyward realm. His hair was gray, and he exuded no hint of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary elder. At that moment, he stood at the forefront, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, silently gazing at the ancestral spirit tablets. Among the few individuals behind him were elders and middle-aged members, all standing in silence, their expressions filled with confusion, uncertain of the unfolding events. Minutes passed in silence. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the dragon-headed cane struck the ground, reverberating through the hall. Du Hongtian turned around, his aura erupting dramatically, his gaze sharp and predatory, instilling fear in those present. Many were unclear as to why he had abruptly convened this ancestral hall meeting. Scanning the crowd, he smiled and continued, "Half an hour ago, my fifth son and Xiao Feng went outside the city to ambush a martial examination candidate." At these words, astonishment spread across the faces of the gathered family members. A martial examination candidate? Was such an individual truly vulnerable to ambush? Did they not fear retribution from the inspectors, potentially leading to the destruction of the Du family? Martial examination candidates, as cornerstones of the Great Xia, were protected by numerous edicts. If one were to perish outside the city during their trials at the hands of ferocious beasts, it would be deemed an unfortunate fate, and no one would pursue the matter. However, if they were to die at the hands of their own kind, the repercussions would be catastrophic, likely resulting in a thunderous retribution that would ensnare the entire clan. Why go to such lengths to kill? Du Hongtian observed the expressions of the crowd and continued, "Because that young man possesses a celestial-grade inner core of a demonic beast." At this revelation, many high-ranking members of the Du family found their breaths quickening in anticipation. A celestial-grade inner core. If obtained, the Du family could decisively surpass the Sun family, ascending to the pinnacle of power in Linsong City. After several years of development, there is even hope to contend for supremacy at the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. Reflecting on this, someone tremulously inquired, "Patriarch, have we secured the items? Since we have undertaken this endeavor, we must possess confidence." "Secured?" chuckled Du Hongtian, his gaze mysteriously scanning the crowd, as he grinned and revealed, "Old Fifth and Du Feng are both dead." Boom. Within the Du family ancestral hall, a resonating silence engulfed everyone's minds, their hearts seemingly suspended in time. The old fifth mentioned by Du Hongtian was Elder Du Xianhe, a formidable presence at the second level of the harmonization realm. For such a powerful figure to meet his demise while attempting to eliminate a martial examination candidate, who would believe such a tale? The manner of their deaths remains unclear, nor is it necessary to delve into the details. In any case, it is undoubtedly connected to that young lad. Moreover, the Sun family has already entered the fray. Sun Xinyang, at the Sky Sovereign level, has just gone over there. It appears that this heavenly grade inner core is fated to elude our Du family. At this juncture, Du Hongtian shook his head, expressing his regret. Had the Sun family been unaware, he would have taken matters into his own hands and soared over there himself. Alas, it is too late. Even with tenfold courage, the Du family would not dare confront the Sun family directly. "Master, what shall we do now?" someone asked, their voice trembling with fear. "Do not fret. With the individuals deceased, what more remains to be done?" Du Hongtian commanded. "Second Elder, send out a notification stating that Old Fifth and Du Feng betrayed the Du family a few days ago and have since vanished. Their actions bear no relation to the Du family. Additionally, arrange for personnel to keep a close watch on that fellow named Lu Chen. He has slain my grandson, causing the Du family to lose its only awakened one. This vendetta must be avenged." As he spoke, sorrow flickered in his eyes. Leaning on his dragon-headed cane, he ambled through the crowd and exited the ancestral hall. 6 generations of effort have culminated in the current state of the Du family. After all the anticipation, the awakened Du Feng has now been slain. Whether as the family patriarch or as a grandfather, Du Hongtian's heart brims with murderous intent. At Qixia Mountain, when Sun Qinyang and Sun Qi found Lu Chen, he was beside a stream, tending to a campfire and savoring barbecued delicacies. The rich aroma wafted through the valley. "Lu Go, are you unharmed?" Sun Qi, having jumped down, stared in disbelief. On the way here, he had been silent for a long time, feeling an immense sense of guilt. Had it not been for his insistence on having Lu Chen join them in the secret realm, they would not have fallen victim to the Du family's treachery. That was harmonization realm power. Even if Sun Qi encountered it himself, he might rely on his trump cards to escape, but without assistance, he too would likely meet a grim fate. Yet, the sight before him showed Lu Chen casually grilling skewers. The disparity was striking. "Oh, Brother Fu, what brings you here?" Lu Chen feigned surprise, saying, "What could possibly be amiss? Though there are many ferocious beasts here, I can still find safety by keeping my distance." As he spoke, his gaze subtly drifted toward the poised young woman beside Sun Qi, a prominent figure of the Sky Sovereign realm. Has she followed me here for that inner core? Lu Chen pondered quietly within. In the depths of his mind, a voice inquired, "Hong Shuang, can the self-detonation of the blood-devouring worm truly pose a threat to that woman ahead?" "Fear not, my master. Though my little ones may not match my prowess, their self-explosions pack quite a punch. If one is insufficient, then let 10 explode and send her skyward. At that moment, Lu Chen felt a surge of confidence. The self-detonation of the blood-devouring worm was indeed his trump card. As for its potency, he had yet to test it and remained uncertain. However, the adorable Hongshuang would certainly not deceive him. 10 seemed rather precarious. If action were to be taken, 30 should be unleashed. Leaving 20 for reproduction would suffice. As Lu Chen pondered, Sun Qinyun stepped forward, scrutinizing him with a glimmer of curiosity in her gaze. After a brief moment, she spoke with startling candor. It appears you truly killed Du Xianghe. Du Xianghe? What Du Xianghe? Lu Chen began, but was abruptly interrupted. Sun Qinyun disregarded his words and continued. You managed to counterattack against a second-tier cultivator, and now, upon seeing me, you exhibit no fear, rather, a subtle hint of murderous intent. She gazed at Lu Chen, suddenly breaking into a charming smile. What an intriguing little fellow you are. Your hidden cards must be formidable. However, extraordinary feats such as slaying a harmonizing cultivator have occurred a few times over the centuries. But to kill an air master is utterly impossible. Observing the awkward expression on Lu Chen's face, Sun Qinyun found him increasingly amusing. Having trained in martial arts for over 30 years, she had never encountered a youth so audacious. Not only was he composed, but he also played the part remarkably well. Chapter 19. The Sun family's loss of several billion. What does it have to do with me, Sun Qi? Nearby, Sun Qi stood in a daze, occasionally glancing at Lu Chen and his aunt. His mind seemed to have stalled, unable to process the information. Du Xianghe, a second-tier harmonizing cultivator, was slain by Lu Chen? Wait, has Lu Chen transcended to the extraordinary realm? Just last night, he had merely been a prospective martial artist. How could he suddenly leap into the extraordinary and even take a life at such a vast level? The emergence of an anomaly like Lin Xie in Linsong City was already terrifying. Now another one? Could this be real? Sun Qi raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. Ouch, this is no dream. Turning to look at Sun Qinyun, he was taken aback to see an unusual expression on his aunt's face. Unconcealed admiration and profound interest? It was the first time he had witnessed such a reaction from her towards any young man. Sun Qi's mind unwittingly conjured a grand narrative. Ugh, what am I thinking? Blinking rapidly, he was about to speak when Sun Qinyun turned to him, nodding in approval. Shao Qi, your friend is quite impressive, far superior to those superficial companions. Truly a friendship worth a million-fold elevation. Sun Qi was taken aback. Aunt, are you praising me or mocking me? Before he could further ponder, he watched as Sun Qinyun stepped forward and sat directly before Lu Chen, casually skewering demon beast meat with a wooden skewer and beginning to roast it. Lu Chen, my name is Sun Qinyun, but you may call me Aunt Sun. Rest assured, our Sun family is quite different from the Du family. We have no need to resort to murder or treasure hunting. I came here at the request of Shao Qi, who implored me to come to your aid. As Sun Qinyun spoke, she expertly turned the skewers of meat, sprinkling some seasoning from beside Lu Chen onto them. Sun Qi chuckled and nodded towards Lu Chen, as if to say, isn't he quite the loyal friend? The latter smiled and offered him a skewer of grilled meat, which Sun Qi happily accepted, standing by to enjoy it. Before them, Sun Qinyun raised her head, gazing earnestly at Lu Chen. She continued, if you trust me, you may hand over the celestial grade inner Dan, and the Sun family will assist you in selling it, taking a mere 3% service fee. If you are unwilling, then so be it. She was about to elaborate further when Lu Chen, without hesitation, retrieved an object from his pocket and casually tossed it over. Sun Qinyun instinctively caught it. The inner Dan of the demon beast, roughly the size of an egg, was crimson in hue, emanating warmth, and glimmering with a golden radiance. It was indeed a celestial grade inner Dan. Even a powerful figure of the void realm could not help but feel a tremor of excitement at this moment. Sun Qinyun was momentarily taken aback as Lu Chen's voice rang out. This is a hot potato. Having Sister Sun sell it for me is a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing this address, Sun Qinyun blinked, her expression softening considerably. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and asked the young man opposite her, are you not afraid that our Sun family might simply keep it for ourselves? Ah, Sister Sun, you jest. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, savoring a skewer of meat. Even if the Sun family were to keep it, it would be better than losing my life. Moreover, he paused, then continued earnestly, my parents passed away early, and I have experienced the harsh realities of life, relying on instinct when judging others. Sister Sun, you are certainly not a villain. The Du family had already lost 2 members over the inner Dan. If it remained in his possession, trouble would undoubtedly follow. There was a real possibility that a powerful figure from the Void Realm could come hunting for it. Furthermore, the news had already leaked, attracting enemies that could extend beyond just the Du family. It would be wiser to take a gamble. The most crucial factor was that the Hongshuang, as an ancient and rare creature, possessed heightened senses. She had already informed Lu Chen that Sun Qinyun bore no ill intent. Thus, there was little to worry about. When a decisive action was necessary, Lu Chen understood well. After all, with the insect offspring in his possession, the inner Dan was of little use to him. Selling it to acquire resources for nurturing the offspring would be far more beneficial. Even if the celestial grade inner Dan could cultivate a top-tier talent, could it withstand the calamity of an insect swarm? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Chen observed the look of astonishment on Sun Qinyun's face. With a smile, he added, even if I have misjudged and been deceived by Sister Sun, I would still accept it. Upon hearing this, Sun Qinyun fixed her gaze on Lu Chen, noticing the clarity in his eyes, devoid of any pretense. As a practitioner of the void realm, her perception was keen. She could discern that Lu Chen spoke with genuine intent, his words sincere. You are quite clever, far more astute than I anticipated. If only Shao-Chi possessed a tenth of your abilities, the Sun family would undoubtedly soar to great heights. After gazing for a few seconds, Sun Qinyun suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I have decided on you as my brother. Rest assured, I will not let you call me sister in vain. The market rate charges a 3% service fee, but I will graciously reduce it to 1%. Furthermore, if you are in urgent need of funds, feel free to directly approach Shao-Chi for an advance, and we shall settle the accounts later. Not far off, Sun Chi stood with his eyes wide open, holding a skewer of meat that he had not yet brought to his lips, stunned in place. Wow, Brother Lu is truly remarkable. Not only is he adept at playing the fool, but he also knows how to charm women. With the same eloquence as his own, how could he be so persuasive? In just a few words, he has caused the Sun family to incur losses amounting to billions. It is worth noting that a few years ago, a low-grade inner elixir fetched an astronomical price of 400 billion at an auction. This heavenly grade item is practically priceless. With this thought, he secretly gave Lu Chen a thumbs up, almost wishing to take him on as a mentor. As for the Sun family's losses, what does it have to do with me, Sun Chi? After exchanging a few more words, Sun Qinyun suddenly cautioned, in Linsong City. The Du family has always engaged in nefarious dealings. You must remain vigilant. They will undoubtedly seek to retaliate against you. However, as long as you do not venture outside the city, they will not have the opportunity. No one dares to act within the city limits. Otherwise, they would face certain death, regardless of their background. Outside the city, however, the opportunities are plentiful. At this moment, a glimmer flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he inquired. I have heard that if one secures the top spot in the Jiangnan Battle Zone Martial Examination, they will receive a death exemption token? Indeed, such a thing exists. Known as the Shanheling, its utility is significant. It can even summon powerful grandmasters to take action or be exchanged for merits, Sun Qinyun explained. Of course, as long as you do not overstep, it can serve as a death exemption token. Once she finished explaining, her demeanor turned serious. Lu Chen, you must avoid acting impulsively. The head of the Du family is at the 4th level of void control, even stronger than I am. Such a being is far beyond your capability to confront. Naturally, with your exceptional fire affinity talent, once you ascend to the void control realm, you may stand a chance to contend with him. Lu Chen nodded, not elaborating further. When it comes to seeking vengeance, the greatest fear lies in procrastination. Rather than remaining on guard indefinitely, it is wiser to take action sooner rather than later. With less than a month until the martial examination and possessing ample funds, advancing to the 9th level of transcendence should be feasible. The key, however, is to nurture the blood-sucking worms and produce several generations. After claiming the top position in the Jiangnan Battle Zone Martial Examination, I shall resolve the troubles posed by the Du family, Lu Chen mused. Now that his purse was filled, lingering outside the city was unnecessary and unsafe. It was time to return and purchase the flesh of fierce beasts to begin nurturing his worms. Steady now. A gentle surge of spiritual energy cradled his waist, and he began to ascend slowly from the ground. Sun Qinyun uttered a phrase and then lifted Lu Chen into the air. Below, Sun Chi stood in disbelief. And, what about me? Why aren't you taking me along? Sun Chi exclaimed. Am I not as worthy as the brother I just recognized? This is utterly absurd. Chapter 20, 50 billion in hand. Back to the Jinding Pavilion, Linsong City. Although it had only been 2 days since their departure, as Lu Chen entered the city gates, an inexplicable sensation of time's passage washed over him. Indeed, numerous events had transpired, necessitating adjustments to his plans. Initially, he had intended to linger outside the city for a month, relying on the continuous nourishment from the crimson frost to cultivate the blood-devouring insects. However, with the emergence of the Du family as a formidable adversary, he had also acquired immense wealth through the heavenly grade inner elixir. Overall, circumstances were improving. Lu Chen smiled as he produced a card, 50 billion, pondering the heights this fortune might elevate him to. Before entering the city, Sun Qinyun had landed with Lu Chen in a secluded area, handed him a card, and departed, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. It must be said, the sensation of traversing the void was indeed delightful, especially with a capable woman guiding him every step of the way. As for the modest sum of 50 billion, Sun Qinyun had elaborated that while the Sun family had achieved prominence in Linsong, encompassing various industries, their liquid assets were rather limited. Lu Chen was not dissatisfied with the amount. Rather, Sun Qinyun felt compelled to clarify to avoid any misunderstandings. It was undeniable that this newly acknowledged sister was genuinely sincere. The Sun family and the Du family. Lu Chen shook his head in disbelief. finding it astonishing that a solitary individual like himself had entangled with such prestigious martial families. However, upon reflection, it was not without its advantages. With the Sun family providing support, many troubles could be circumvented. At the very least, if Lu Chen desired to utilize the heavenly grade inner elixir, it would not be as simple as he had hoped. During his journey, he closed his eyes to meditate, contemplating his next steps. He currently wielded two primary source mother insects, the crimson frost and the colorful garb. The blood-devouring insects, once proliferated, possessed terrifying combat prowess, akin to a calamity of insectoid nature. Conversely, the Dao-derived insect served as a supplementary entity, enhancing his own capabilities. In the forthcoming month, two objectives stood before him. First, to secure the title of top scorer in the martial examination, at the very least within the Jiangnan battle zone. This would grant him a golden ticket to immunity, referred to by Sun Chenin as the Mountain and River Command. As for achieving the national top scorer, he would pursue it if possible, but it was of little consequence if he fell short. In Sun Chenin's words, the martial era had approached a millennium. The formidable martial families and hidden forces had amassed considerable legacies. The seedlings of prodigies they nurtured were truly exceptional. Furthermore, the military system had also begun to rise, cultivating its own elite youth, a force not to be underestimated. From this generation onward, attaining the title of top scorer in the Jiangnan battle zone would be akin to scaling the heavens. As for the second objective, it was naturally to eradicate the Du family, to eliminate the threat once and for all. Although the Sun family engaged in a mutual exchange of benefits with him, they would not resort to murder on his behalf. This task rested solely on Lu Chen's shoulders. Prevention of thieves over 1,000 days was not as effective as early eradication. Lu Chen abhorred procrastination. With clarity regarding these 2 points, his subsequent arrangements became evident. His foremost priority remained self-improvement, investing in the acquisition of beast corpses to facilitate the Crimson Frost's nourishment, followed by utilizing the offspring of the colorful garb to evolve his techniques and enhance his proficiency. As for the bloodworm, it is best to observe its resource proliferation, taking as much as available. In contemplation, they have already arrived at the Juding Pavilion. Lu Chen, accustomed to the surroundings, addressed the attending service lady directly. Please escort me to the conference room and have old Lu come out to receive me. Understood. The service lady's smile faltered momentarily. As she followed Lu Chen, she initiated contact. Old Lu, indeed, was the steward who had attended to them last time, a familiar face. In the lounge, Lu Bingren entered with a beaming smile. Naturally, he took the teapot from the service lady's hands and personally brewed tea for Lu Chen. My young friend has returned. Are you still considering the purchase of ferocious beast corpses? Lu Chen did not linger on pleasantries. He promptly produced the card given to him by Sun Chenin, placing it upon the table. This card contains 5 billion. Would you like to verify it? Clank. Lu Bingren's knees nearly buckled at the revelation. This is no mere young friend. This is akin to the god of wealth gracing us with his presence. Joding Pavilion in Linsong City boasted over a dozen customer stewards. If he could finalize Lu Chen's order, he would undoubtedly secure the title of sales champion for the year. No need, no need. In an instant, Lu Bingren regained his composure, his expression transforming to one of reverence. This is the Sun family's Black Glory card. I am well acquainted with it. Lu Chen nodded. Secondly, I would like all fresh stock of ferocious beasts above the 2nd tier to be sent my way daily. Having articulated his request, Lu Chen suddenly shifted the conversation. By the way, old Lu, do you have any materials that can enhance comprehension or related items? His second source motherworm, the Dao-derived worm, was a colorful entity. There are 2 methods for propagation, naturally, at a rate of 60 per hour, or through the nourishment of relevant materials, which allows for additional proliferation. Relying solely on the colorful entity, it could only generate 60 per hour, a truly insufficient quantity, especially after Lu Chen had slain Du Xianghai and, through the feedback from Hong Shuang, acquired 2 advanced techniques, the yellow grade 6th rank, 7-star cloud concealment step, and the yellow grade 7th rank, for Season's Fist. These were no longer the basic martial techniques he had previously known. To evolve the former, it required 2,000 Dao-derived worm bodies, while the latter demanded 2,500. This was merely for the evolution of techniques. The costs to enhance proficiency were staggering. Lu Chen currently possessed fewer than 1,000 Dao-derived worm bodies. At that moment, after his inquiry, Lu Bingren pondered for a while before responding. In Linsong, we do not have such inventory, but the main base in Jiangnan does. Items like comprehension tea, spiny grass juice, and divine luo wood are available. If you require any, I will promptly notify them to arrange a shipment. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and he decisively placed an order. Despite the high costs, this expenditure was necessary. The more offspring the colorful entity could proliferate, the stronger his own capabilities would become. Once these 2 techniques evolved, they would surely reach the mystical grade, he thought with eager anticipation. Chapter 21. Winds of Change. Evolving Techniques. Meanwhile, in a fragrant office filled with blossoms, Sun Chenin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Engrossed in a document she was meticulously reviewing. Moments later, she furrowed her brow and set it down. Gazing out at the distant scenery, I mused to myself. My younger brother is rather peculiar. Oh, in what manner is he peculiar? Suddenly, a frail voice echoed from outside the office door. Moments later, an elderly gentleman, sprightly and vibrant, entered while holding a birdcage and juggling walnuts. Great-grandfather. Sun Qinyun's face lit up with joy. Have you emerged from seclusion? Have you broken through to the master level? This man, known as Sun Jinyue, is the strongest member of the Sun family from Linsong, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th heaven of void control. He had been in closed-door training for years, seeking to unlock the gates of mastery. Alas, upon meeting, I inadvertently exposed my great-grandfather's shortcomings. The old man feigned a sigh, saying, "Is it true that I cannot emerge unless I have attained the master level?" Though he spoke thus, a smile graced his face as he entered. Setting the birdcage down, Sun Jinyue continued with a wry smile. Those beneath the master level are akin to ants. To attain such a realm is extraordinarily challenging. I heard you have procured a heavenly grade inner elixir. At my advanced age, I have yet to witness one, and my curiosity compelled me to come see for myself. Enough of that. Tell me about that young lad. Sun Qinyun placed down the information and softly replied, "His name is Lu Chun." Both of his parents were low-ranking military personnel in Linsong and perished during the Beast Tide 10 years ago. In his first year of high school, he awakened his talent. But regrettably, it was of the life system, taming. As she spoke, Sun Qinyun's expression turned peculiar. Looking at Sun Jinyue, she voiced her doubts. However, according to Xiao Qi, when Lu Chun took action, he displayed fire-based abilities. Moreover, the level was not low, at least a tier talent. Furthermore, he has remained extraordinarily low profile at school. Even when mocked as a tamer, he never revealed his fire-based talent. Because of this, the school suggested Lu Chun take the literary examination to avoid endangering his life during the martial examination. At this moment, Sun Jinyue suddenly inquired, what was his most recent blood energy data at school? 10 days ago, it was 119 cards. And when you saw him last? Sun Qinyun abruptly stood up, her face filled with astonishment. The old man, who had been juggling walnuts, now set them down, raising his head with a glimmer in his eyes. According to you, 10 days ago he was merely at 119 cards, and now, 10 days later, it's over 150? In just 10 days, he has increased by over 30 cards. This pace surpasses even those prodigies, doesn't it? Sun Qinyun's heart trembled. In her ears, she heard the old man continue. I am aware that some individuals within the Sun family are rather restless. Upon learning of the heavenly grade inner elixir, they have been utterly distracted, urging you to seize it for yourself. Sun Jinyue scoffed, shaking his head as he added, greed blinds the mind. Can such a prodigy be bullied? Unless one eradicates the roots. However, his information will inevitably spread. At this very moment, the prominent figures throughout Linsong City are surely whispering Lu Chen's name. Not to mention, the esteemed elder Qiu Yuanlong of the Jiangnan Martial Academy is currently in Linsong. The great Xia has always safeguarded genuine prodigies well and will not hesitate to dispatch experts. Particularly, Lu Chun is a person of profound understanding. His parents are affiliated with the military, which undoubtedly adds to his merit. It is highly likely that the military personnel from Linsong will soon seek to recruit Lu Chun. Although the old man has been in seclusion, he remains quite aware of external matters. After pondering for a moment, he continued, Chen Yan, I now delegate authority to you. Please assist that young lad with this endeavor. Consider it a means to forge a benevolent connection. Furthermore, if anyone within the Sun family harbors malicious intent, you may deal with them as you see fit. By the way, to be on the safe side, it would be prudent to keep an eye on the Du family, as Du Hongtian is indeed a madman. After imparting a few more instructions, Sun Jinyue picked up 2 ancient walnuts and, carrying a birdcage, leisurely departed. He felt a sense of elation, harboring a vague premonition that the opportunity for the Sun family to ascend to greater heights lay within Lu Chun. In the office behind him, after regaining her composure, Sun Qinyun sighed. What a pity there is no time for you to continue your advancement. Otherwise, the top scorer in the martial arts examination of the Jiangnan battle region would likely be yours. With less than 30 days remaining until the martial arts examination. No matter how exceptional Lu Chen's talent, he could not surpass those prodigious competitors. Reflecting on this, Sun Qinyun felt a tinge of regret. At this very moment, as Sun Jinyue had mentioned, with the news of the celestial grade inner elixir spreading, Lu Chen's information was laid bare before the major powers. In an instant, the prominent figures of Linsong City were left astounded. Beneath their very noses, there existed a genius even more formidable than Lin Xie, a fire attribute talent, an increase of 30 points in vitality within 10 days. These 2 pieces of information detonated like underwater explosives, stirring a tempest in Linsong City. Many nobles sought to connect with Lu Chun, but found themselves unable to catch even a glimpse of him. Meanwhile, the Du family quickly withdrew their influence, becoming far more subdued, fearful of drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to Lu Chun, who was currently residing in the training chamber of the Jioding Pavilion, he was in the finest area, where his expenditures were well justified and all necessary amenities were provided, with service attendants attending to his needs. The following day, Lu Bingrun, a steward from the Jioding Pavilion, unexpectedly approached him. Upon entering the training chamber, he wore a respectful expression and, with a wry smile, remarked, "I never anticipated that a young friend like you would be the renowned genius spoken of in the outside world." Lu Chen blinked, somewhat bewildered. Seeing his reaction, Lu Bingren meticulously recounted the external circumstances. He concluded with, "Rest assured, our Jioding Pavilion maintains complete confidentiality regarding our client's information, so you need not worry. No one knows you are here." Lu Chen understood but was not particularly concerned. According to his plans, he intended to secure the top position in the Jiangnan Battle Region's martial arts examination. Even if he was not currently in the limelight, he would eventually stand under the spotlight. A slight advance in time was of no consequence. Subsequently, Lu Bingren produced a ring, a storage and spatial ring, stating that it was a gift from the Jioding Pavilion to be bound by the young friend. "Rest assured, we provide such tokens to our esteemed guests without any further demands." Lu Chen hesitated for a few seconds. With a nod and a smile, he expressed his gratitude. After binding the item, he discovered it was already filled with materials. Lu Bingren, observing this, timely remarked that the comprehension materials needed by the young friend had been urgently dispatched from headquarters, assuring him that more would be available if necessary. After a brief exchange, the other party departed, leaving the training room enveloped in silence. Lu Chen absorbed the information just conveyed. According to Lu Bingren, with the revelation of his strength, numerous factions in Linsong City and even the Jiangnan battle zone were keen to recruit him, tirelessly seeking intel. However, at this moment, the Thunder Sword, Senior Qiu Yuanlong, stepped in to quell this rising tide, declaring that all matters would be addressed after Lu Chen's martial examination, emphasizing that no disturbances were to occur beforehand. This intervention alleviated a considerable amount of trouble for Lu Chen. Despite the formidable power of the Jioding Pavilion, it could not shield him from every gaze. It was indeed the mastery of the 9th rank possessed by the Thunder Sword that endowed him with such authority. Senior Qiu's actions were likely intended to intimidate the Du family. This act of kindness would surely merit my gratitude after my martial examination, Lu Chen mused to himself, suddenly breaking into a smile. To elevate 30 cards in merely 10 days has stirred such excitement among you. Yet here I am, already at the 5th tier of the extraordinary realm. He calculated that over the past 2 days, his cards had risen from 150 to 209, an increase of 59 cards. All the corpses of ferocious beasts newly acquired by the Jioding Pavilion had been directed towards him. The nourishment from Red Frost's devouring continued to flow abundantly. Initially, consuming a primary second-tier beast yielded a return of 15 cards. However, as Lu Chen's cultivation progressed, the return value began to dwindle. Now, at the 5th tier of the extraordinary realm, only the consumption of a late-stage second-tier beast could sustain the return of 15 cards. Regardless of the numbers, the upward trajectory remained constant. Yet, the most pressing issue was the insufficient supply of ferocious beast corpses from Jioding Pavilion. Linsong City, not being a large metropolis within the Jiangnan battle zone, resulted in a limited volume of transactions at Jioding Pavilion. Each day, only about 10 second-tier beasts were stored, and those with well-preserved corpses were even rarer. As for third-tier beasts, they were virtually non-existent. Third-tier beasts were comparable to martial artists of the Skyward Realm. With fewer than 10 martial artists of that caliber in the entire Linsong City, none were inclined to hunt ferocious beasts. Consequently, in the past 2 days, Lu Chen had Red Frost devour 3 beasts on the first day and 2 on the second. After the nourishment, he was left with nothing but to wait or engage in other activities. Starving, 5 meals missed in 2 days. He had instructed Lu Bingren to increase the price for procurement, but the results were not promising. After all, the largest organization for hunting ferocious beasts in Linsong City was the military, and being a specialized unit, they would certainly not be selling any. Alas, what a trying time. Shaking his head, Lu Chen chose not to dwell further on the matter and retrieved materials from his storage ring. He then summoned Kai. With transparent wings shimmering with colorful light, she appeared dreamily enchanting. Upon seeing the piece of enlightenment wood, the little creature joyfully flew over and perched upon it. This small fragment had cost him 30 million. Colorful garment, my dear, you must strive to thrive and bear more offspring, Lu Chen murmured softly to himself. At present, she could comprehend Lu Chen's words, but was unable to engage in direct mental communication like Han Xuan. Lu Chen ceased his contemplation. After 2 days of diligent effort, he had amassed a total of 722 Dao Yin larvae. It was time to attempt an upgrade of his martial art techniques. With a whisper of anticipation, Lu Chen settled into a meditative posture, his heart racing with excitement. The last time he attempted to advance the basic fist technique, it evolved into the yellow grade 2nd rank Tiger Cannon Fist. This time, however, the 7-star Cloud Concealment Step was undeniably a solid yellow grade 6th rank. He asked for nothing more than a transformation into a mystical grade 6th rank. Taking several deep breaths, Lu Chen began the process of evolving his martial arts with the Dao Yin larvae. Chapter 22, Earth Grade Body Technique. Step of the Astral Stride. Essence of Earth Spirit Liquid. As Lu Chen focused his thoughts, The transparent wings of colorful garment shimmered with an accelerated cadence of vibrant light. Almost immediately, ripples began to distort the surrounding void, releasing a cascade of tiny, colorful light particles that danced forth, linking to Lu Chen's brow like a silken ribbon. Were these light particles the offspring of the Dao-yin larvae? He had previously wondered where the 60 larvae produced each hour by colorful garment had vanished. To his astonishment, they resided within her wings. At that moment, as the colorful ribbon made contact with his brow, a refreshing sensation surged through him. Instantly, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into the void, surrounded by a myriad of golden characters that contained the essence of the 7-star cloud concealment step, along with illustrative descriptions. Just as Lu Chen was engulfed in astonishment, the golden characters suddenly coalesced into a vibrant orb of light. The surrounding illustrations sprang to life, akin to tiny figures performing a self-driven demonstration. Moments later, the colorful orb erupted, birthing an entirely new body technique manual. You have consumed 2,000 Dao-yin larvae. The 7-star cloud concealment step has evolved into Step of the Astral Stride in Lu Chen's mind. Detailed information unfolded. Step of the Astral Stride, Body Technique Manual. Rank, Earth Grade 2nd Rank. Description, derived from the arrangement of the 36 heavenly stars, it explores myriad transformations. Note, comprising 9 levels, each harnessing 4 stars as 1 level. Each level holds its own mysteries. Upon absorbing the introduction, Lu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. An Earth Grade technique. It had truly evolved into an Earth Grade. Previously, he had merely fantasized about this, holding no expectations whatsoever. What did it mean to attain Earth Grade status? The Sun family of Linsong City, a lineage steeped in martial prowess for centuries, thrived thanks to an ancestor who unearthed a mystical Grade 6th rank technique in ancient ruins. The existence of an Earth Grade technique in Linsong City was virtually unheard of. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of numerous influential figures. Heavenly grade inner elixirs were mere consumables, capable of nurturing prodigious talents for a generation. In contrast, Earth grade techniques represented substantial ancestral heritage. Such a legacy would elevate a family like the Sun's to unprecedented heights. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chen was filled with a sense of awe. As Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, his entire being erupted with spiritual energy, surging forth in accordance with the technique of Bugang Ta Do. In an instant, his figure became like a ghost, flitting through the training room with uncanny agility. Silently and swiftly, he seemed to teleport, appearing in various spots without a trace. Even extraordinary martial artists, if not focused and vigilant, would be utterly oblivious to his presence. Such strength. With this technique, I could even dare to engage in battle with a second-tier ferocious beast. However, it can only be employed for a brief duration. My current reserves of spiritual energy and mental strength are wholly inadequate. After an exhilarating experiment, Lu Chen's heart swelled with excitement. Truly, this is a second-tier Earth-grade technique. Astonishingly powerful. Yet, this is merely my nascent understanding, barely scratching the surface of its first level. Reflecting on this, Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret. For he possessed no surplus Dao-yin insect bodies to elevate the Bugang Ta Do to a higher tier. It is akin to having a treasure mountain, yet being unable to exploit it. The anticipation is unbearable. Slowly, I must accumulate more. The Bugang Ta Do is a second-tier Earth-grade technique, consisting of 9 levels. Ascending to the first level requires 5,000 Dao-yin insect bodies. Shifting his gaze to Kai-E, the little creature rested upon the Wu-Dao tree, seemingly consuming materials in some unknown manner. I once thought that 50 billion was an ample sum, enough to elevate me to the fusion aperture realm. Yet now, it seems I was mistaken. The exotic materials needed to nourish Kai-E have already cost 800 million. Lu Chen shook his head, somewhat wistful. Now, he awaited the moment Kai-E finished feasting on the materials, hoping to breed more Dao-yin insect bodies to facilitate the evolution of his second technique, for Season's Fist. Unlike 7-star Cloud Hidden Step, this technique is a combat skill. If it too could evolve into an Earth-grade technique, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. 20 days later, in a quaint and antiquated office on the highest floor of Jioding Pavilion, a query arose. Earth Marrow Spiritual Liquid? What does he require this for? The one expressing this puzzlement was Huang Yongxiao, the manager of the Linchong branch of Jioding Pavilion. He furrowed his brow, reclining back in his rocking chair, and continued. Earth Marrow Spiritual Liquid is typically sought by those at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, preparing for the breakthrough to the fusion aperture realm. Could it be that Lu Chen has already reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary? Across from him, he considered the nearly millennium-long era of martial arts. Despite the many prodigies that had emerged, none had achieved such rapid progress. He surmised that perhaps Lu Chen had discovered some ancient formula and was attempting to concoct it. Upon hearing this, Huang Yongxiao nodded, realizing that his earlier conjecture was indeed far-fetched. The leap from entering the extraordinary realm to reaching its peak requires an increase in vitality from 150 to 250, a span of 100. In a mere 20 days. Such a feat is utterly implausible. After all, during the preparatory stage as a martial artist, various external substances could enhance vitality with minimal side effects. For instance, the body transformation pill that Bai Weizhou had gifted Lu Chen. However, once one ascends to the official martial artist level, few rely on external substances for enhancement due to the associated repercussions. The elevation of vitality is a multifaceted process, necessitating a balance of the physical body's capacity, mental strain, and the absorption of the world's spiritual energy. Enhancing one's vitality often leads to an inability to properly absorb nourishment, and those whose physical forms are exceedingly frail may even perish as a consequence. Of course, exceptional herbs and rare treasures are exceptions to this rule. However, such items are elusive and exceedingly scarce. At this moment, in the office, Huang Yongxiao pondered for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. The earth marrow essence is a regulated material. Please register it and send him a few portions. Additionally, remind him that if it is for alchemical purposes, he should ideally substitute with other materials. If others were to request the earth marrow essence, he would refuse outright. Yet, Lu Chen is different. Exceptions can be made for him. Once Lu Bingren departed, Huang Yongxiao mused to himself. This young fellow possesses an extraordinary fire affinity. It's perplexing that he would choose to remain in the alchemy room rather than engage in trials to secure a commendable ranking. However, I can understand his predicament. When he entered the transcendent realm, there was only a month left before the martial examination. No matter how hard he tries, it would be futile. Oh. The upcoming martial examination in Linsong City promises to be fiercely competitive, with Lin Xie of the 3rd level of transcendence, Sun Qi of the 2nd level, and that girl introduced by the military, likely also at the 3rd level. While Lu Chen is a rising star, there are still others in the modest Linsong City who outshine him. Chapter 23. The Great Summer's Talented Rankings. Lu Chen's prominence may be somewhat inflated. As the date of the martial examination draws near, the atmosphere in Linsong City grows increasingly vibrant. Both warriors and ordinary citizens are paying close attention, and even betting has emerged. At this time, several dozen miles north of the city, in a secluded mountain courtyard, Qiu Yuanlong from the Jiangnan Martial Academy stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant waterfall. Behind him, 2 individuals sat at a tea table. Yang Zhan, the president of the Linsong Martial Arts Association and the strongest protector of this city, a first-level grandmaster, and the other was Lu Chen's elder sister, Sun Qinyun. The two remained silent, quietly sipping tea. After a lengthy pause, Qiu Yuanlong turned around with a smile and said, "You two have come to see me regarding the martial examination, haven't you?" As he spoke, he took a seat at the tea table and began to brew tea for himself. Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, he continued, "The reform of the martial examination has been in progress for a decade, and you must have heard the associated rumors. As this is the inaugural event, the Great Summer government is placing significant emphasis on it, sending experts from the 9 major martial academies to oversee operations in various cities. Hence, I have come to Linsong City." Across from him, Yang Zhan, taking advantage of Qiu Yuanlong's pause, carefully chose his words. "I understand some aspects of the martial examination reform, such as the inclusion of military elites. However, I am perplexed as to why those reclusive martial families or self-proclaimed sects are also qualified to send representatives to participate in the martial examination. They have never dispatched anyone to the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Sun Qinyun nodded in agreement. "This is also a point of my confusion." She looked at Qiu Yuanlong earnestly and remarked, "Throughout the Great Summer, there are countless martial families like ours. We rely on the Great Summer for our existence and adhere to its directives. However, what of those hidden powers? They occupy a blessed land, indulging in their own pursuits. Why should they also be granted a quota for the martial examination? Martial artists, to ascend in rank, one is inextricably linked to resources. The higher one's cultivation, the more resources are required. Within the realm of the Great Xia, the vast majority of secret realms and ruins are under the control of the authorities. It is precisely for this reason that participating in the martial examination and entering one of the 9 esteemed martial institutes of the Great Xia is the most expedient path to ascend the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet this path is fraught with competition. In times past, the military refrained from involvement, operating within their own system and sustaining themselves. Now, with the reform of the martial examination, they too seek to partake in the spoils. And this is quite reasonable, for they are all of the same kin. The maintenance of each city, along with the eradication of beasts beyond the city walls, relies heavily on the military. Yet, those hidden powers, those situated within the Great Xia, exist in almost complete seclusion. Do they aspire to seize resources through the martial examination? Is that not excessive? In the face of their skepticism, Qiu Yuanlong remained unperturbed. After all, he had arrived from the main base with the primary task of mediation. He poured tea from the pot, filling their cups, and the aroma wafted through the air. He then continued, "There is a secret I can share with you both. You must have heard of the legend of the Tianyuan secret realm?" No sooner had he spoken than Yang Zhan and Sun Qinyang's expressions shifted dramatically. Centuries ago, the era of martial arts descended, unleashing countless formidable beasts from dimensional rifts. Nations across the globe fell into a dark age, suffering immense casualties, with some even facing annihilation. At this critical juncture, a secret realm named Tianyuan emerged within the Kunlun territory of the Great Xia. Those who entered back then, as long as they survived, rose to prominence, becoming titans of the Great Xia. It was during this time that many legendary families were born, their legacy enduring to this day. As their emotions surged, Qiu Yuanlong continued. The Tianyuan secret realm, after 5 centuries of self-imposed seclusion, is showing faint signs of reopening. For this reason, the military and various hidden powers have all begun to surface, vying for the opportunity to enter. Based on this matter, the reform of the martial examination has progressed over the past decade, commencing with this current session. A special ranking has been established, known as the Tianjiao list. The quotas for entering the secret realm will be allocated from this list. Observing the two before him breathing rapidly, Qiu Yuanlong smiled, raising his cup to take a sip. He recalled his own astonishment upon hearing this news. The Tianjiao list. For the Great Xia, this is undoubtedly unprecedented. If all goes as expected, the benefits for those who make the list will extend far beyond entry into the Tianyuan secret realm. They will also gain access to formidable cultivation resources. Countless young prodigies will strive to enhance their standings with fervor. That very evening, Sun Qi, bewildered, was summoned to the ancestral hall of the Sun family. Upon seeing the elder standing in the hall, his eyes widened, and he quickly bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "I, Sun Qi, a descendant of the Sun family, pay my respects to my great-grandfather." This was only the second time in his life he had encountered the legendary elder of the Sun family, having previously seen him only in his childhood. "Come here." Sun Jinyue gently placed the birdcage down and remarked with heartfelt seriousness, "I have heard from your aunt that you have achieved the 2nd level of transcendence." "Indeed, great-grandfather," Sun Qi replied, a hint of pride swelling within him. This level of cultivation certainly marked him as a prodigious youth. Had he been in the previous cohort, he might have even secured the top position in the martial examination of Linsong City. Coupled with his innate abilities, he could have even grazed the top 10 in the Jiangnan battle zone. Alas, it was a pity that Linsong City had produced a prodigious talent, Lin Xia. With your 2nd level of transcendence and your mental affinity, it is still somewhat lacking, Sun Jinyue sighed. With such meager accomplishments, how could one aspire to the list of the extraordinary? Noting the bewildered expression on Sun Qi's face, he chose not to elaborate further. "Tomorrow morning, seek out your aunt and have her take you to the Qishan mountain for trials. If your realm cannot be elevated, then let us bolster your combat prowess. I shall set a goal for you. Before the martial examination, you must be capable of independently slaying a mid-tier 2nd level beast." Sun Qi replied, "Thank you very much." To the south of Linsong City, over 50 miles away, lay an expansive military encampment. At this moment, within a conference room, several martial artists clad in military attire were engaged in earnest discussion. Their expressions betrayed a flicker of excitement. A colonel proclaimed, "We have waited for 10 years. Our people can finally participate in the martial examination." Another individual chimed in, "That is the Tianyuan secret realm. I lament not being born 30 years earlier. Perhaps I could have ranked on the extraordinary list." "Old Lu, must you always speak so freely?" A female martial artist laughed. "You, an ordinary warrior without awakened talents. What chance do you have of making it onto the extraordinary list? Are you just boasting?" "All right, enough with the hubris," interjected a stern-looking middle-aged warrior at the forefront. "The martial examination in Linsong City is merely the first round. The top 3 will compete against the victors from other cities in the Jiangnan battle zone in the 2nd round. At that juncture, the prodigies from hidden sects will also participate. Ascending the extraordinary list is no trifling feat at this point." He suddenly shifted his tone, smiling. "Yet, despite the challenges, we must strive for a chance. Old Ma, those 2 youngsters you are mentoring, how have they fared?" Called upon, a taciturn martial artist responded. Moreover, Lu Yi has already reached the 6th level of transcendence and has mastered 2 profound martial techniques. This announcement rendered the conference room silent. One person stammered, "Old Ma, you have been quietly accomplishing great things, haven't you? Have you been waiting for this moment?" Another added, "Lu Yi's rapid cultivation speed is indeed terrifying. Hee. She is our trump card. She will surely wreak havoc. I can hardly wait to see the astonished expressions on those old geezers' faces." Lin Xia, Sun Qi, they are no match for our military geniuses. At that moment, someone voiced a question. "By the way, I heard recently that a new prodigy has emerged in Linsong City, named Lu Chen." Upon hearing this, someone chuckled. "That young lad is somewhat overhyped. His rapid increase in vitality is due to the use of the body transformation pill, which he obtained from our unit. Bai Weizhou is indeed affiliated with the military. His commendable achievements have allowed him to exchange for the transformation pill, which can certainly be traced. The combination of these factors naturally leads to the inference that Lu Chen has increased his power by 30 units in just 10 days, though the credibility of such a claim is rather dubious." In Chapter 24, Transcendent Ninefold, the 600,000 blood-devouring insect legion, within the esteemed Juding Pavilion. In the heavenly cultivation chamber, A faint rumble resonates as a cultivation pod gently ascends. Beneath the transparent hatch, a specially formulated nutrient solution is discharged, revealing Lu Chen's figure. As the hatch automatically opens, he blinks in confusion and removes his oxygen mask. Has 5 days truly passed so swiftly? He sits up, allowing his consciousness to gradually return. After a brief moment, he steps out of the cultivation pod, attempting to move his body. He is met with a series of crackling sounds as every muscle becomes infused with vigor. Vaguely, it seems that the structure of his skin has undergone a transformation. Between each pore, subtle lines intertwine, forming a cohesive whole. As he channels his spiritual energy, his vitality surges, and the surface of his skin appears animated, shimmering with a soft glow as if enveloped in a protective aura. The strength and defensive capabilities of his physical form have increased by at least tenfold. Clenching his fist, Lu Chen's eyes gleam with excitement. This earth essence spirit liquid possesses remarkable properties. Prior to entering the cultivation pod, he had already reached the transcendent ninefold, and now, his physical prowess has ascended to an even greater height. With a thought, he opens his attribute panel. Insectoid Sovereign, Lu Chen. Age, 18. Vitality, 249, transcendent ninefold. Talent, Taming, Beast Affinity. Cultivation Technique, None. Movement Technique, Step of the Stellar Constellation, Earth Grade, 2nd Tier, 2. Bound Source Insect, Blood-devouring Insect, Catastrophic Type, Crimson Frost. Subbody Count, 625,000. Dao-yin Insect, Functional Type, Colorful Garb, Subbody Count, 8,071. Overall, his data remains largely unchanged compared to before entering the cultivation pod. The sole difference is that during these 5 days, the colorful garb has diligently reproduced in abundance of subbodies. In the preceding 20-plus days, as Lu Chen's cultivation progressed, the ordinary second-tier ferocious beasts no longer provided significant nourishment, yielding only minuscule values. Upon reaching the transcendent ninefold and elevating his vitality to 249 units, he has found himself in a complete bottleneck. To seek the benefits of the Crimson Frost, he must engage in a process akin to breaking through the peak of a martial artist's realm. To transition into the fusion realm, there are 2 options. First, allow the Crimson Frost to devour 100 peak second-tier ferocious beasts. Second, permit the Crimson Frost to consume 10 third-tier ferocious beasts. The latter option is immediately dismissed. Third-tier ferocious beasts are exceedingly fearsome, akin to the aerial realm of human martial artists, far beyond Lu Chen's current capabilities. Naturally, employing the blood-devouring insects to accumulate strength could achieve this, but it would certainly result in significant casualties. If he were to attempt to break through to the fusion realm on his own, it would require a painstaking process, taking no less than 6 months, and potentially extending to 3 to 5 years. Even with the use of second-tier breaking pill, he would need to prepare at least 10 of them, costly as they are. There remains a risk of failure. Lu Chen is acutely aware of this reality. As time passes, one cannot afford to linger. Binding oneself to this system is fraught with uncertainty. Should the knowledge of one's control over calamities be revealed, who can predict the consequences? Before such events transpire, it is imperative to seize the moment, to elevate oneself and cultivate a swarm of creatures, 100 peak second-tier ferocious beasts. Lu Chen shook his head and donned his attire. The reason remained unchanged. Linsong City is ultimately too small. The resources here can no longer keep pace with Lu Chen's cultivation speed. The martial examination. Securing the top position in the Jiangnan battle zone should not pose much difficulty. The Bu Gang Ta Do technique, a second-grade Earth-level movement skill, while lacking offensive capability, undoubtedly serves as one of his trump cards. Currently, after expending considerable resources to nurture the colorful attire, he has relied on the offspring of the Dao-yin insects to elevate himself to the 2nd level. Although he has yet to reach the Earth tier, his strength is certainly formidable. Of course, my greatest trump card remains the flame-formed red frost. Lu Chen felt a surge of confidence within. Once he ascends to a broader platform, his rate of advancement will soar once more. He picked up his phone to find numerous messages from his homeroom teacher, Zhang Jinming. Lu Chen, if you wish to forego the martial examination, do let me know. There is no shame in that, and you can still pursue the literary examination. I support your decision. I've heard that this year's martial examination is quite challenging. Lu Chen, perhaps you should reconsider and focus on the literary examination, as that is your true path. Lu Chen, where are you? Surely, nothing has happened to you. In addition to this, Bai Weizhou had also called him several times, leaving numerous messages filled with urgency and concern. What exactly has transpired in this year's martial examination? Lu Chen felt a twinge of confusion, but was too apathetic to seek clarity. Today was the 5th, and according to the announcement, all candidates were required to gather at the Martial Arts Association Square tomorrow to prepare for the examination. Lu Chen timed his preparations precisely. With the storage ring gifted by the Jioding Pavilion, packing was significantly more convenient. As he departed, he felt a pang of reluctance. Upon seeing Lu Bingren arrive in a hurry, Lu Chen tossed over the card gifted by Shen Chenin, saying, "Old Lu, Deduct the final payment, will you? All settled. Lu Bingren, his face alight with joy, promptly completed the transaction. The printed bill stretched several meters long, totaling over 4 billion. Such a staggering sum had vanished. Lu Chen shook his head, reflecting on it all. The majority of his expenses had indeed gone towards the colorful attire. After depleting the first batch of comprehension materials, he procured several more. Additionally, in pursuit of enhancing his physical strength, he purchased 5 portions of earth essence liquid, which also cost him dearly. As for the ferocious beast corpses, they were but a minor expense in comparison. After settling the accounts, Lu Chun waved goodbye to Lu Bingren and departed. On the top floor of Jioding Pavilion, the head manager watched the figure of the young man below while savoring his tea. Behind him stood his grandson, who was also participating in this year's martial examination. Do you see? That individual is Lu Chun, competing in your cohort, likely at the first level of the extraordinary. This fellow, utterly consumed by his pursuits, squandered billions on alchemical endeavors. What could he possibly achieve with such wealth? Engaging in alchemy? Is this a pastime for an ordinary warrior? It is a legacy doomed to ruin, Huang Yongxiao remarked, scoffing and shaking his head. Turning to his grandson, he added, if you encounter him during the martial examination, seize the opportunity. Your chances of victory are substantial. Upon hearing this, the youth beside him expressed confusion. Grandfather, didn't you say he was exceptionally powerful? A top-tier talent, enhancing his vitality by 30 points in just 10 days. Those are mere rumors. Even I was misled. Huang Yongxiao chuckled. News has emerged from the military in Linsong that a certain officer, named by Wei Zhou, exchanged a lifetime of merit for 3 transformation pills, which he bestowed upon Lu Chun. Furthermore, during the events in the 23rd Secret Realm, as recounted by participant Shen Linlin, significant figures conducted a review. The fiery serpent that Lu Chen defeated was merely a coincidence. After elucidating, Huang Yongxiao continued, this young lad has even attracted the attention of the esteemed Qiu Yuanlong, a master of the 9th level. Alas, he is but a fade. When the tide ebbs, the true identities will be revealed in the martial evaluation. Chapter 25 Lincia. May I team up with Lu Chen? Meanwhile, deep within the crimson haze of Mount Qixia, a blood-soaked youth stood, his garments tattered, his face contorted with ferocity. A mid-second-tier diamond ape, roaring furiously and pounding its chest, loomed just 10 meters away, its towering form marred by wounds. A metallic combat knife embedded in its flank. Come again, Sun Chi bellowed, charging forward. With weapons in both hands, he simultaneously unleashed differing combat techniques. Concurrently, he strained his mental energy to launch another psychic assault. A hum resonated through the air, rippling outward like waves on water. After this exertion, Sun Chi felt dizzy, blood streaming from his eyes and ears. I can do this. I must prevail. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, engaging in a fierce struggle with the diamond ape. Since being cast into the depths of Mount Qixia by his great-grandfather, he had been embroiled in relentless combat. It was a matter of survival. Either the beasts perished or he did. Moreover, his family showed no concern whatsoever. Several times, he had come perilously close to death. Yet no one came to his aid, shattering his illusions. In the depths of Mount Qixia, he fought with reckless abandon. This mid-second-tier diamond ape was not their first encounter. From nearly being killed to gradually managing to hold his ground and eventually drawing blood from the beast, Sun Chi had made significant progress. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures hovered above, silently observing the scene below, Sun Jinyue and Sun Qinyun. I told you, the bloodline of the Sun family cannot possibly be inferior, Sun Jinyue remarked, twisting a walnut in his hand, a broad smile gracing his face. This young man's growth surpasses my expectations. His mastery of psychic talent has become increasingly refined. Who knows, he might truly ascend to the ranks of the prodigies. The old man turned his head and gazed at Sun Qinyun, exclaiming, initially, I merely suggested that he slay a mid-tier second-grade beast, thinking it theoretically feasible, but how did you truly issue such an order after bringing him here? Sun Qinyun blinked, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing Sun Chi below, so tragically engaged, her lips twitched, and she had to concede, great-grandfather, your theory has proven remarkably accurate. Sun Jinyue laughed heartily, seemingly struck by a thought, and suddenly remarked, I wonder how that little rascal, Lu Chun, is faring now? Upon hearing this topic, Sun Qinyun's expression softened slightly. Those fellows believe my foster brother to be utterly worthless. Let us see how they falter when the time comes. As of now, I am the only one who has closely interacted with Lu Chun. I do not buy into the tales of the transformation pillar, the fortunate coincidence of him slaying the flame serpent in the secret realm. Furthermore, the entire Linsong city is abuzz with rumors that the Sun family killed 2 members of the Du family for Lu Chen's heavenly grade inner core. Yet, I am acutely aware that I did not lift a finger. The 2 Du family members, Du Xianghe, a second-level harmonization, and Du Feng, were undoubtedly slain by Lu Chen himself. When I approached, I sensed the Du family's martial aura emanating from him. Naturally, such information will remain undisclosed by the Sun family. I heard that Lu Chun has been concocting medicine at the 9-tripod pavilion this month? Sun Jinyue inquired, puzzled. Do you think that is plausible? Sun Chunyun chuckled softly. From my understanding, little Chun is certainly not one to squander his time. Upon hearing this, the old man abruptly turned and jested. Chunyun, you are already in your 30s. Have you not considered finding a partner? The path of martial arts has never been a solitary one. Wealth, companionship, law, and land are all essential. He added with a grin, I believe that little rascal Lu Chun would be quite suitable. Within the Sun family, aside from him, Sun Chunyun was the sole practitioner of the Skyward Realm. Although the old man had not officially declared it, he had, in essence, entrusted the management of the Sun family to her, subtly nurturing her leadership. For so many years, she had never shown interest in any man, yet now there was one. Well, he is a bit younger, she mused. Great-grandfather. After a moment of surprise, Sun Chunyun's face flushed slightly, almost imperceptibly, as she replied, if I were 20 years younger, I would undoubtedly pursue little Chun, but for now, my heart is solely devoted to the martial arts, unwavering in my resolve. Sun Jinyua chuckled and chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, Yang Zhan, as the protector of Linsong City, commanded a formidable backing. At this moment, 3 figures stood before him, all participants in the martial examination. He surveyed them and spoke softly, Sia, you are now at the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. Although you may not rival those 2 prodigies from the military, you possess a rare ice affinity. Your sole competitor is that Sun Chi. That little fellow, despite his carefree demeanor, wields formidable mental prowess that should not be underestimated. Before him, Lin Xia nodded. Being somewhat socially anxious, she refrained from saying much. Jing Qiong, Wang Xiaojun, while your strengths may be somewhat lacking, you are still awakened. In the previous cohort, you would certainly have ranked among the top 5. This year marks the inaugural session of the martial arts examination reform, with the inclusion of exceptional talents from the military. My expectation of you is to secure a place in the top 10, aspiring for the top 5. Observing the resolute expressions on the faces of the 2 individuals, Yang Zhen felt a sense of gratification. The Martial Arts Association predominantly recruits individuals from humble backgrounds, and witnessing these young talents rise to prominence fills him with genuine joy. At this moment, a thought seemed to strike him, prompting him to add, although the details of this year's martial arts examination have yet to be disclosed, I can divulge a crucial piece of information in advance. The most significant aspect is that team formation is permitted. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia suddenly raised her head and inquired, Commander Yang, may I form a team with Lu Chen? Lu Chen. Yang Zhen furrowed his brow slightly. It is permissible. But remember, Lu Chen is not as formidable as the rumors suggest. When selecting teammates, it's advisable to choose those who are genuinely strong. Oh. Lin Xia refrained from elaborating further. She was well aware of Lu Chen's prowess. During their time in the secret realm, when Lu Chen unleashed that flame, her innate ability faltered, even experiencing a delay. Such an occurrence could only imply one thing. Lu Chen's flame was of a far superior grade compared to her ice abilities. Lin Xia herself had already reached a level of innate talent. Not long ago, Yang Zhen had inquired about the specifics of the secret realm. But Lin Xia chose not to disclose anything, partly due to her social anxiety and partly due to her reluctance to speak. At the military base in Linsong City, within the youth training camp, a row of spirited young men and women stood in formation, their gazes sharp and focused. Before them stood instructor Ma Peijin. This year, the military was participating in the martial arts examination for the first time, placing great emphasis on the event. The appointed chief instructor, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th realm of the Skyward Ascension, is recognized as one of the foremost figures in all of Linsong City. I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. This martial arts examination sees exceptional talents from various cities across the Great Xia participating, and although Linsong City is modest in size, it is by no means the weakest. If all of you can progress to the 2nd round, it will truly bring me honor. The first round of the martial arts examination consists of internal selections within each city. Only the top 10 geniuses will qualify for the 2nd round, competing against participants from other cities in the Jiangnan war zone. At this juncture, after delivering a few more remarks, Ma Peijin's gaze landed upon the 2 individuals before him, Yun Yi and Lu Yi. You 2, in terms of cultivation, talent, and combat prowess, are among the elite. Securing a spot in the top 3 for this martial arts examination should be well within your capabilities, correct? With this statement, the other candidates turned their admiring gazes toward the pair in the center. In the military, strength is paramount. As long as you can overpower others, you will earn recognition and respect. This was evidently achieved by Yun Yi and Lu Yi. Yun Yi cheerfully declared, Report, instructor. I assure you I will accomplish the task. I dare not claim 1st place, as that belongs to Yi. I shall settle for 2nd. Early the next morning, all the students participating in the martial arts examination from Linsong City gradually made their way to the Martial Arts Association. Linsong No. 3 High School had 47 participants, for which a vehicle was specially chartered. In the carriage, Zhang Jinming sat beside Lu Chen, making his final plea. You are still young and unaware of many things. But the teacher would never deceive you. This year's martial arts examination is rumored to be the first after reforms, and it is exceptionally perilous. Although you are an awakened, your talent lies in the nurturing domain, which pales in comparison to those with combat abilities. Listen to your teacher and opt for the academic examination instead. I can plead with the principal to facilitate your application. He was about to continue when the sudden sound of brakes interrupted them. They had arrived. Chen stood up, patted Zhang Jinming on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, "Class head, I recall that in previous years, there was a martial arts candidate from our school who ranked third in Linchong City. His homeroom teacher received a bonus of 1 million, right?" The unexpected remark momentarily stunned Zhang Jinming, who instinctively nodded, "Yes, over 120,000. I even went to his house to celebrate." Chen continued, "Then you should make arrangements and book a hotel, at least for 20 tables." Zhang Jinming adjusted his glasses, puzzled. "Why book a hotel? For your banquet?" Chen frowned, feeling somewhat offended. The statement was not incorrect, but it sounded strange coming from Zhang Jinming. Chapter 26. The Martial Arts Examination begins. Tier 3 Beasts. Lin Sie's Invitation. The entire Jiangnan battle zone comprises 72 fortified cities. Linchong City is insignificant in this context, positioned at the very bottom. Its geographical location is quite distant from the main base of the battle zone, bordering the Jiangnan frontier and the Guanhai battle zone. This has resulted in a small martial arts community in Linchong City, with only a handful of gifted individuals. The total number of participants in the martial arts examination barely reaches 1,000. At this moment, all the candidates had gathered, excitedly standing in the square before the Martial Arts Association. The crowd was bustling. Young boys and girls brimmed with ambition, ready to make their mark. Additionally, the surrounding streets were crowded with parents and onlookers, creating a scene of overwhelming excitement. Chen stood among the throng of candidates, feeling rather bored as he awaited the proceedings. According to past customs, a prominent figure from the Martial Arts Association would typically address the crowd and announce the details of the examination. However, this time felt different. Suddenly, the clamor subsided, as if a switch had been flipped, and a collective gasp rippled through the crowd, mingled with a few hushed exclamations. "A master warrior. By heavens, it's the Thundersword Senior. He is unparalleled. Who dares boast? Step forward and show yourselves." Chen looked up to see a figure gracefully ascending from the front, stepping lightly upon the air. This person had a resolute countenance and bore a long sword, each step resonating as if upon the steps of elemental forces. The Thundersword. Qiu Yuanlong, a master of the 9th tier. Chen had seen this esteemed figure on the bus during his last trip outside the city, and he was astounded to encounter him again here. As he perceived the aura up close, he felt the chilling, penetrating essence of the sword intent, cold and bone-chilling, sending shivers through his spirit. No wonder it was said that this year's martial arts examination marked the beginning of a transformation, extraordinary in every regard, even drawing a figure of such stature to preside over the event. In the realm of formidable beings, such individuals are regarded as legends in the city of Linsong. After all, the city's most powerful warrior is merely at the first level of the Grandmaster realm. At that moment, a surge of fervor ignited within Chen, awakening his fighting spirit. Having traversed into this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, he could not help but feel a flicker of youthful ambition deep within his heart. To soar through the skies and wield authority. To stand atop the crest of the waves. Of course, this is contingent upon concealing his identity as the sovereign of the insect race. At this juncture, Qiu Yuanlong stood resolutely in the void, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the thousands of candidates below, and spoke slowly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qiu Yuanlong, the esteemed Vice President of the Jiangnan Martial Academy's Swordsmanship Department. I possess a Grandmaster cultivation at the 9th level." Observing the palpable excitement among the candidates, who appeared eager to unleash their emotions, Qiu Yuanlong's sword trembled behind him, producing a soft hum. Instantly, silence enveloped the area. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. In any case, I am the presiding official of this year's martial examination in Linsong City. Now, I shall announce the rules for this examination. First, the martial examination entails risks, and you have all signed a life and death agreement. However, there remains one last opportunity to withdraw should you wish to do so. After speaking, he silently surveyed the crowd below, waiting for a few seconds. No one stepped back. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qiu Yuanlong continued. Secondly, this year's examination will adopt a points ranking system. All participants will enter the examination arena to hunt ferocious beasts and accumulate points, depending on the strength of the beasts. Points will range from 1 to 50, corresponding to their levels from unranked to the peak of the 2nd tier. This rule is akin to previous martial examinations, with the only distinction being the inclusion of peak 2nd tier ferocious beasts. In prior examinations, the highest tier encountered was merely mid-2nd tier. Within the crowd, Chen felt a stirring in his heart. He pondered the abundance of peak 2nd tier ferocious beasts within the exam venue. If there were 100, he would meet the advancement criteria perfectly. His current vitality stood at 249 cards, placing him at the pinnacle of the extraordinary 9th level. To transcend into the realm of integration, he had two options: either refine himself or fulfill the system's demands for devouring. Firstly, he must have Hong Shuang consume 100 peak second-tier ferocious beasts. Secondly, consume 10 third-tier beasts. The latter option seemed implausible and unattainable, but the former was within his capabilities. Yet he lamented the scarcity of such beasts. Now, however, the examination venue presented an immediate opportunity. He was resolute in his determination. Subsequently, Qiu Yuanlong spoke again, adding several supplementary clarifications. Instantly, everyone was left in stunned silence. Furthermore, regarding the second point, there exists a ferocious beast at the initial stage of the third tier in the central area of the examination venue, serving as the ultimate test. Slaying it will grant 500 points. Those lacking sufficient strength should refrain from approaching. Additionally, this year's examination permits teamwork, with a maximum of 2 participants. Points earned from slaying ferocious beasts will be equally divided. Third-tier beasts? Not only the 1,000-strong candidates, but even the leading instructors from various prestigious high schools were rendered speechless. Beasts of this caliber rival the aerial mastery of human warriors and possess immense destructive power. Typically, if a third-tier beast were to appear outside the city of Linsong, alarms would sound, and military forces would dispatch a battalion to eliminate the threat. And now, to my astonishment, we have been thrust into the examination grounds of the martial arts competition. Amidst the tumultuous din of discussions, Qiu Yuanlong calmly remarked, "The third-tier ferocious beast is currently in a weakened state." After finishing his discourse, he added one final statement. Thirdly, the top 10 contenders from this martial arts examination in Linsong City will be led by me to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone to compete against the qualifiers from other cities. With that, he soared into the air, making his way towards the competition venue. In the square before the Martial Arts Association, all the candidates were engaged in fervent discussions. Numerous staff members intermingled among them, beginning to distribute scoring wristbands and providing detailed explanations regarding rewards. Before long, a staff member approached Lu Chen, handing him several items. "Classmate, this is your wristband. It must be worn at all times. Should it be removed during the competition, you will be disqualified immediately. Additionally, this is an emergency teleportation device. Only one is provided. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, using it will transport you out of the arena. But it also signifies the end of your participation in the competition." Lu Chen donned the wristband and expressed his gratitude. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Jinming, approached and gathered all the candidates from Linsong No. 3 Middle School for a final meeting. Time is of the essence, so I will be brief. First, under no circumstances are you allowed to enter the central area. The third-tier ferocious beasts are reserved for the geniuses, such as Lin Xie and those from the military. Secondly, act according to your capabilities. Nothing is more important than your life. Thirdly, this time, you may form teams for the competition. So quickly find your partners and bind them to your wristbands. After speaking, he glanced at Lu Chen and sighed, "Alas. What will you do if no one teams up with you? You will likely fail to gain admission to the Martial Academy." With a sigh, he shifted his gaze to the other candidates from No. 3 Middle School, each of whom shied away, fearful of being called upon to team with Lu Chen. Yet, at that moment, a timid voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Lu Chen, hello. May I ask if you have found a teammate yet?" Lin Xie said nervously, "If not, would it be possible for me to join you?" Zhang Jinming. Candidates from Linsong No. 3. Chapter 27. What is Lin Xie up to? Bai Qiuning is taken aback. On the opposite side of the square, Bai Qiuning hung up the phone, her expression quite grim. Her cultivation was on par with Lin Xie's. After a month of arduous training, they both barely surpassed the threshold of a quasi-martial artist to become extraordinary-level warriors. They had long agreed to form a team during the assessment, as it was a matter of significant consequence for their futures. It was understandable for her close friend to be worried. "My father called," Bai Qiuning said helplessly. "He insisted that I team up with Lu Chen and assist him." Upon hearing this, Su Qin beside her seemed to ignite like a gas canister, taking a sharp breath as if ready to explode. Bai Qiuning continued, "My father mentioned that due to his giving Lu Chen 3 metamorphosis pills, there have been many misunderstandings, and I must team up with Lu Chen as a form of recompense." In the preceding days, the upper echelons of Linsong City had been buzzing with tales of Lu Chen. For instance, he had raised his vitality by 30 cards within 10 days. He possessed an innate talent for the fire element. In the secret realm, he single-handedly vanquished the flame serpent beast. The intelligence regarding Lu Chen has led everyone to believe that another extraordinary talent has emerged in Linsong City. Even the formidable Qiu Yunlong, a master of the 9th level, was stirred and personally conveyed to the Du family the imperative to refrain from any underhanded actions against Lu Chen. However, in a mere span of days, the situation took a dramatic turn. Lu Chen's true background was thoroughly uncovered, leading to the revelation of Bai Weizhou, who had exchanged a significant portion of his life's achievements for the Duhua pill to present to Lu Chen. As for the matters within the secret realm, accounts from one of the participants, Shin Linlin, unveiled numerous inconsistencies. The assertion of a fire affinity talent was unequivocally false. After all, Linsong No. Three High School had recently conducted an assessment for martial arts candidates, revealing that Chen possessed only a singular talent, that of life skills, particularly in taming. It was precisely due to these developments that Bai Weizhou felt increasingly remorseful towards Chen, prompting him to command his daughter to team up with him. But why should she be burdened with the task of assisting a perceived waste? Beside Bai Qiuning, Su Qinqin whispered fervently, her expression contorted. What on earth is your father thinking? Does he not realize that this will affect your performance and potentially jeopardize your admission to the martial arts academy? Noticing Bai Qiuning's silence, she pressed on. Why should you repay the debts of your father's generation? This is utterly unjust. Qiuning, you must resist this. Who would willingly partner with someone like Chen? That would be sheer folly. Her fervent exhortation was largely driven by her own interests. Bai Qiuning's prowess surpassed her own. And if they successfully teamed up, it would undoubtedly bring her substantial advantages. Just as their plans seemed straightforward, an unexpected disruption arose. Seeing Bai Qiuning remain silent, Su Qinqin grew anxious, ready to utter something decisive to bolster Bai Qiuning's resolve, when suddenly a cacophony erupted nearby. Frowning, she turned towards the source of the commotion, only to be struck with astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Qiuning, look over there. Is that Lin Xia? Following the direction of her finger. They could only glimpse a silhouette, yet Bai Qiuning nodded in affirmation. In her ear, Su Qinqin continued. Why don't you step closer and see if she is looking for Chen? Bai Qiuning lifted her gaze, feeling perplexed at her friend's suggestion. Although it seemed absurd, she nevertheless approached to take a closer look. Once unobstructed by the crowd, the scene became crystal clear. There stood Lin Xia, timidly positioned behind Chen, seemingly summoning her courage to finally utter something. From Bai Qiuning's vantage point, she could see that many had turned to stare at Chen, their expressions frozen in astonishment, including several teachers from Linsong No. 3 High School. Suddenly, the entire square outside the Martial Arts Association fell silent. Those closest relayed a message backward, their faces frozen in disbelief. As the word spread, each individual who comprehended the unfolding events became as quiet as a whisper. Before long, Bai Qiuning and her companion grasped the situation. Su Qinqin, in a state of utter disbelief, clutched her hair and muttered to herself. What could possibly be motivating Lin Xia to request a partnership with him? Bai Qiuning's gaze fell upon the scene ahead, and an unsettling sensation washed over her. It was akin to a fierce internal conflict. I may refuse, but I cannot allow others to encroach. Especially Lin Xia. Biting her lip, Bai Qiuning suddenly set forth. Striding purposefully towards Chen, she was determined to team up with him. Unconsciously, her pace quickened. Just as she reached the midway point, she saw Chen shake his head, addressing Lin Xia. Sorry, I don't need a partner. The plaza fell into a profound silence, and those words resonated clearly in Bai Qiuning's ears. In that instant, elation surged within her. A twisted sense of exhilaration coursed through her being. Compelled, she called out, Chen, let us team up. My father just called. The collective attention of the crowd instantly shifted to her. At that moment, Bai Qiuning felt as though she was basking in the limelight of her life. Without sparing a glance at Lin Xia, she approached Chen directly, a smile gracing her lips as she continued. My father insisted that I team up with you. Rest assured, I will guide you well, at the very least. We can secure points to enter the martial academy. She was almost bursting with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Chen's agreement. To bolster her plea, she had even invoked the name of Bai Weizhou. Bai Qiuning was well aware that Chen held her father in high esteem and would never defy him. The thought that Chen had just rejected Lin Xia only to acquiesce to her sent shivers through her entire being. However, to her surprise, Chen's gaze turned icy as he regarded her with indifference. No, I do not wish to team up. He then turned away. Boarding the bus heading to the martial examination area, Bai Qiuning stood frozen, as if carved from stone. Her surroundings filled with piercing glances that felt like blades against her skin. At that moment, another talented scion from Linsong City, Sun Qi, approached with disdain. What kind of person do you think you are to team up with my brother? He then turned away, addressing Lin Xia with sycophantic charm. Lin, how about we team up? Before he could finish, Lin Xia shook her head, her tone as cool as ever. Sorry, I also do not need a partner. Her words mirrored Chen's exactly. Witnessing her departure, Sun Qi muttered to himself. Is this what the old man meant by the strong walking alone while the weak band together? Damn, I must learn from Elder Lu. As the crowd dispersed, they boarded the bus heading to the martial examination area. Soon after, a horn blared. The final bus is about to depart. All candidates who have yet to board, please hurry. Otherwise, your scores will be nullified. Having already been emotionally compromised, Bai Qiuning finally lowered her head and walked over. Behind her, Su Qin followed, offering comfort. Qiuning, don't take it to heart. After expressing her concern, she added fiercely, that Chen, does he genuinely believe he can succeed? I am eager to see how he fares. Bai Qiuning remained silent, her eyes betraying a simmering resentment. Chapter 28, The Ruins Terrain. An era of great strife. Level Awakeners. The grand procession of vehicles departed Linsong City, heading towards the eastern city. In front of the convoy, on the sides, and even in the sky, military personnel escorted them, elevating the atmosphere to an extraordinary level. The martial arts examinees within each vehicle felt their spirits surge upon witnessing this spectacle, steeling themselves for the impending display of their skills. Over an hour later, before 9 o'clock in the morning, all 1,300 martial arts candidates arrived at their destination. Shortly thereafter, they were assembled. Chen stood among the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the distance. To the left of the front row, a series of stands were occupied by influential figures from Linxiang City. A cursory glance revealed even Sun Qingyang, who was clearly keeping an eye on him. When their eyes met, she playfully winked at him. Chen responded with a smile and a nod, acknowledging her presence. Before long, he noticed another gaze fixated upon him, cold and laced with murderous intent. It was the head of the Du family, Du Hongtian. After all, he was a formidable enemy. Chen had already researched the Du family, and upon seeing him now, he recognized him instantly. After a brief pause, he shifted his focus elsewhere. It wouldn't be long now. Once I obtain the life-saving medal, the Mountain River Order, I shall reunite your entire clan. Du Xianghe was a fourth-layer Sky Master, and Chen was certainly no match for him at the moment. However, he had ascended to the 9th layer of the extraordinary realm. Once he hunted down 102nd tier peak ferocious beasts, he would enter the fusion realm. Coupled with the blood-devouring worm, annihilating the Du family would be a feasible endeavor. As thoughts swirled within him, Chen's gaze turned toward the colossal display screen in front of the stands. The screen was divided into two sections. On the left, the real-time ranking list of the Linxiang City Martial Arts Examination, which contained 300 ranking slots, all currently empty. On the right, the live footage from the Linxiang City Martial Arts Examination, already broadcasting content from a drone's perspective, offering an exceptionally clear view. As the camera slowly panned, numerous ferocious beasts appeared on screen, some foraging, others battling, and some deep in slumber. Simultaneously, all martial arts examinees became aware of the terrain for this examination. Set within the ruins of a county town, some high school instructors leading the groups instantly displayed joy on their faces. Their predictions had proven correct. After all, while the rules of the martial arts examination may remain the same each year, the venue often varies. Correctly guessing the terrain could provide their students with a strategic advantage. However, Zhang Jinming from Linxiang No. 3 High School wore a grim expression. Approaching Chen and the others, he lowered his voice and quickly said, "Our school anticipated a mountainous terrain, and our training reflected that as well. I won't say much more for now. In this ruined terrain, you have all repeatedly solidified the basic principles. You must apply them dynamically. Stay calm, meticulous, and bold. Every high school has limited teaching resources. It is impossible to simulate every martial arts examination area in practice." Just as Zhang Jinming was about to elaborate further, a voice rang out from the front. Qiu Yuanlong announced, "It is now 8:55. In 5 minutes, this year's martial arts examination will commence. No more needless chatter. Everyone, please check the equipment distributed and prepare to enter." After speaking, Qiu Yuanlong's gaze subtly fell upon several promising talents. From the Martial Arts Association, a transcendent of the 4th level with an awakened ice-type talent, Lin Xie. From the local family forces, a transcendent of the 3rd level with an awakened psychic talent, Sun Qi from the Sun family. Also, a transcendent of the 3rd level with an awakened earth-type talent, Huang Tai from the Jioding Pavilion. From the military forces of Linsong, a transcendent of the 5th level with an awakened strength talent, Yun Yi. Lastly, a transcendent of the 6th level with an awakened control-type talent, Lu Yi. These 5 individuals are undoubtedly the most brilliant seed candidates in this martial examination in Linsong City. The weakest among them is a transcendent of the 3rd level, and all are awakened. As for the others, they pale in comparison. Upon reaching such a level of power, one naturally understands that in the path of martial arts, talent is what determines the limit. Despite the 2 military candidates leading in cultivation, they ultimately possess only average talent. This girl is quite remarkable. Both her talent and temperament are exceptional. She is truly a gem. Qiu Yuanlong was in good spirits. He had already made contact with Lin Xie, extending an olive branch on behalf of the Jiangnan Martial Institute, which he had graciously accepted. This trip to Linsong City is bound to be fruitful. What a pity, though. I had hoped that this small Linsong City would indeed give rise to 2 awakened individuals. Earlier, upon hearing about Chen, Qiu Yuanlong was pleasantly surprised. He even utilized his own resources to investigate Chen's information, only to later discover that it was all mere rumors. Of course, such matters were but a minor interlude, and Qiu Yuanlong did not dwell on them. After a moment of reflection, he silently awaited the commencement of the martial examination. 5 minutes passed swiftly. Over 1,000 candidates were divided into several rows and began to enter rapidly. The entrance to the ruined town was a shimmering area over 20 meters long, shrouded in a hazy glow, rendering it indistinct. It was said to be the latest in formation equipment. Within a certain range, it could teleport targets. For instance, once the participants of the martial examination stepped into the shimmering area, they would be randomly teleported to the outskirts of the ruins. Those who had already bound themselves into teams via their wristbands would be teleported together. In the viewing platform, many high-ranking officials of Linsong City were left astounded. After all, the martial arts era has lasted nearly a millennium, and such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Previous martial examinations had always divided candidates into numerous groups entering from different directions to ensure fairness. Sitting at the center, Qiu Yuanlong was equally amazed. Those hidden powers were not without merit. At least in terms of formations, they had completely surpassed the official capabilities. For the sake of securing qualifications, they had submitted numerous valuable items. With this thought, Qiu Yuanlong felt a surge of excitement. After 5 centuries of silence, the Heavenly Origin Secret Realm is finally about to open. It is precisely for this reason that this martial examination has established the talent rankings. With the military and hidden forces joining in, the competition for places will undoubtedly be exceptionally fierce. The main base has already revealed several awakened individuals. Alas, what a time of great contention. As he pondered, Qiu Yuanlong suddenly sighed. A profound sense of being out of sync with the times enveloped him. In Chapter 29, he located Lu Chen's position and directed the surveillance drone towards him. It was as if he had been brushed by a gentle ripple of water. As Lu Chen traversed the luminous threshold, his consciousness momentarily paused, and in an instant, he was transported to the martial examination area. Before his eyes lay a chaotic expanse of architectural ruins. Perhaps this description falls short, for all that could be discerned were the outlines of structures. Their surfaces ensnared by a tangle of vines, layer upon layer, impenetrable. An eerie silence prevailed. With but a cursory glance, Lu Chen discerned that this locale was far more perilous than the previous one. From his backpack, he retrieved a standard-issue alloy blade. Upon pressing the activation switch, the blade extended to nearly 1.5 meters in length. The quality of the official equipment was commendable. After weighing it in his hand and orienting himself, Lu Chen commenced a rapid march forward. The beasts lurking in the outer regions posed no allure to him. His focus was directed towards the mid-level and core areas, his true destination. He needed to hasten his pace. The number of second-tier apex beasts within this examination venue was undoubtedly limited. For others, this martial examination was merely an opportunity to accumulate points and secure a favorable ranking. However, for Lu Chen, the rank was secondary. The paramount objective was to break through to the realm of integration. Such a rare opportunity presented itself. With the officials having released a considerable number of second-tier apex beasts within the examination grounds, this chance must not be squandered. As for whether the number would reach 100, that would be determined post-slaughter. Lu Chen's figure darted and leaped nimbly across the various remnants of buildings. He had to arrive at his destination promptly, as neglecting even a single beast that others might slay would result in significant loss. Although he was not entirely familiar with the strength of the other contenders, the official's audacity to deploy second-tier apex beasts indicated that some individuals possessed the capability to vanquish them. This ruin was vast, and it would take him another half hour to reach his goal. No, he needed to accelerate. Without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed Step of the Astral Array. As his spiritual energy surged, his form became ethereal and unpredictable, with each footfall infused with the alignment of stars. Being an Earth-tier movement technique, even without exerting his full strength, Lu Chen's speed surged nearly tenfold in such terrain. Whoosh! The surrounding air, subjected to intense compression, emitted a piercing shriek. How formidable! Lu Chen was astounded. Previously, he had only experimented with this in the training chamber of the 9-tripod pavilion. Now, unimpeded and fully unleashed, he moved as if a meteor streaking across the sky. The explosive force caused several structures to collapse in his wake. This technique was undoubtedly crafted for combat. Complementing martial skills, utilizing it solely for travel felt like a waste. Lu Chen shook his head, slightly reducing his speed to prevent excessive depletion of his spiritual energy. He was currently only at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, and prolonged exertion would outstrip his energy supply. Meanwhile, all the martial examinees outside the examination venue had taken their positions. The individuals who had previously formed a team, upon binding their information through the wristbands, were teleported to the same location. Bai Qiuning and Su Qin had long since reunited. As extraordinary martial artists, their prowess was undeniable, charging forth. They were likely to secure a position within the top 20 of Linjiang City, if not the top 10. After some contemplation, Bai Qiuning announced, "In this outer area, we only encounter unranked ferocious beasts. Let us not waste time and head directly toward the central region, slaughtering our way through. Once we reach the territory populated by first-tier beasts, we shall commence our sweeping operation." Su Qin nodded in agreement. In terms of strategy, she unconditionally trusted Bai Qiuning. Especially considering that the latter's father was affiliated with the Linjiang military headquarters, she undoubtedly possessed a modicum of authentic expertise. Having solidified their overarching strategy, the two women advanced toward their target area under Bai Qiuning's command, their journey proving relatively smooth. After a span of over 10 minutes, during a brief respite, Su Qin pressed her wristband and scrolled through the ranking information. After a few swipes on the screen, she lowered her voice, exclaiming with delight, "Qiuning, you are ranked 13th. And I am 14th. How impressive we are." This revelation brought a sense of elation to Bai Qiuning as well. Nodding, she remarked, "Our combat abilities perfectly complement each other. You excel in close combat, while I specialize in ranged attacks, creating a harmonious synergy." Though neither were awakened beings, both had mastered martial techniques. As long as they maintained the right mindset, they would face no significant challenges. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Qiuning accessed the ranking information to examine the top 10 competitors. First, Yun E, 79 points, Linjiang Military. Second, Lu Yi, 73 points, Linjiang Military. Third, Lin Xia, 62 points, Linjiang City S, Chosen Class. Fourth, Sun Qi, 56 points, Linjiang City S, Chosen Class. Upon reviewing the top 10, Bai Qiuning continued to scroll past her own name. Noticing this action, Su Qin chuckled. "Qiuning, you're searching for Lu Chun S rank, aren't you?" With that, she extended her hand forward. The screen of her wristband displayed the following information. 1324th, Lu Chun, 0 points, Linjiang 3rd High School. Once Bai Qiuning comprehended the details, Su Qin scoffed. "That guy truly is useless. He isn't dead last. It's been nearly 20 minutes, and he still has 0 points. Even if he merely killed a few unranked beasts, he should have more than this." Seemingly recalling past events, she continued, "It's fortunate you didn't team up with him. Otherwise, you would have been dragged down. If we slay ferocious beasts, half the points would have to be shared with that fellow." Bai Qiuning remained silent, a myriad of emotions swirling within her, confusion and trepidation intertwined. If Lu Chen truly was that inept, why had Lin Xia chosen a team with him? Why dwell on such matters? After the martial examination, she and Lu Chun would exist in entirely different realms. Not even her father, Bai Weizhou, could impose his will upon her any longer. After readying her hair, Bai Qiuning softly declared, "Let us proceed. We must strive to secure our positions within the top 20. On the grandstand, the gaze of the senior officials from Linsong was fixated upon the enormous screen ahead. The rankings on the left side fluctuated continuously, yet the top 5 remained remarkably stable. Meanwhile, the right side of the display captured the image of the military prodigy, Yun Yi. The young man, unarmed and barehanded, was engaged in fierce combat with several first-tier ferocious beasts. Each punch, empowered by an overwhelming force, carried the weight of 1,000 Jun, effectively dominating the battlefield. Beside Xiao Yuanlong sat Song Wuyang, the head of the Linsong military, who, with a smile, introduced, "This young lad, Yun Yi, has awakened the ability of earth manipulation, harnessing the energy of the earth's veins to launch his attacks. Moreover, he has mastered the military's yellow-grade 7th-tier combat technique, the mountain-shattering fist. Even though he commands a formidable army and wields significant power, he remains a figure at the pinnacle of the hierarchy in Linsong City." In the presence of the 9th-level master Qiao Yuanlong, Song Wuyang maintained a humble demeanor, even bordering on obsequiousness. In the face of absolute strength, authority must yield. His introduction was, of course, a subtle recommendation of Yun Yi to Qiao Yuanlong, hoping the latter might take a liking to him and perhaps directly accept him as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuanlong merely nodded in acknowledgement. He shifted his gaze back to the left side of the screen, glanced briefly, and continued, "Enable the scrolling mode. I wish to see the overall data." Following the command, the ranking display began to scroll dynamically. Previously, only the top 100 had been visible, but now the lower ranks began to reveal themselves, and after 2 minutes, the end was reached. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback. The last place was marked with a score of 0? How could that be? The outermost area of the martial examination was filled with mere unranked beasts, and even martial artists below the extraordinary level should have been able to cope. It was inconceivable that there was a score of 0. Behind the grandstand, the principal of Linsong No. 3 Middle School and several other leaders broke into a cold sweat. It was evident that the individual in last place was from their institution. Given the circumstances, no one dared to express their anger, and they could only sit there, gritting their teeth in frustration. At that moment, Qiao Yuanlong suddenly furrowed his brow and ordered, "Locate Lu Chen's position and direct the surveillance drones towards him." If it were anyone else, a mere glance would suffice. Yet, this was Lu Chen, a person who had left a lasting impression on Qiao Yuanlong. Chapter 30, Slow Down Tenfold. Earth-level movement technique. Skyrocketing into the top 10. At this very moment, with Qiao Yuanlong's directive issued, the personnel from the equipment department sprang into action with urgency. Previously, only 3 to 5 drones had been patrolling from a distance, occasionally switching perspectives on the screen. But now, all 20 drones stationed within the martial examination zone were activated. The large display on the right was divided into 20 smaller screens, all rapidly searching for Lu Chen's whereabouts. As time passed, the entire outer area of the examination site underwent a thorough search, yet Lu Chen remained elusive. The manager of the equipment department hurried down from the platform, whispering in frustration, "A bunch of fools. Activate the tracking. The martial examination wristbands have tracking capabilities." The operators suddenly awakened from their stupor and promptly complied. Soon, 20 drone perspectives vanished, replaced by Lu Chen's positioning coordinates. In the frame, a luminous point was darting swiftly. In the blink of an eye, that point had traversed several dozen meters. It was beyond the capabilities of even the most extraordinary practitioners. Even those at the fusion realm could not achieve such speed. The oppressive aura emanating from the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. The situation had escalated into one of two possibilities. Firstly, a malfunction in the equipment. However, this was a martial examination, a fundamental national policy of the Great Xia, taken with utmost seriousness. Should such an issue arise, many would surely be held accountable. The second possibility, Lu Chun was already dead. The positioning wristband was now within the belly of a ferocious beast, being carried along at a rapid pace. Report, Commander. We are in the core area and have drones monitoring third-tier ferocious beasts. We request permission to deploy them to intercept Lu Chen's projected path. The head of the equipment department was drenched in sweat, making his request. The drones on the periphery could no longer catch up with the light representing Lu Chen. They had no choice but to utilize those deeper within. Upon receiving approval, he immediately arranged for personnel to commence execution. Time passed, second by second. The stands fell into an eerie silence. The high-ranking officials from various factions in Linsong City wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the display screen. Among the crowd, Sun Qinyun appeared anxious, wishing she could rush in to rescue him. Beside her, the elderly patriarch Sun Jinyue remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. He even dipped his finger into the tea. Writing on the table, "Do not panic. That lad is not fated to perish." After writing, he subtly gestured with his eyes towards another figure across the way. There sat Du Hongtian, the head of the Du family. The old man, equally transfixed, gazed at the screen, his expression tinged with anticipation. It would be splendid if he were to die. He must perish within. The deaths of Du family's awakened one, Du Feng, and the loss of fusion realm expert Du Xianghe weighed heavily on him. Lu Chen had to die. This was a vendetta steeped in blood. Although Du Hongtian understood that the one responsible for the deaths of the two Du family members was undoubtedly Sun Qinyun, he had already unraveled the threads of the narrative. Lu Chun had handed over a heavenly-grade inner pill to the Sun family, soliciting Sun Qinyun's assistance in dealing with Du Feng and Du Xianghe. Yet the Sun family was a colossus in Linsong City. The current Du family was far from being a match, and thus all enmity could only be redirected towards Lu Chun. At that moment, following the gaze of the elderly patriarch, Sun Qinyun caught sight of Du Hongtian and hesitated briefly. However, she soon felt reassured. If even those at the fusion realm could be slain, how could Lu Chun possibly encounter misfortune during the martial examination? With this option dismissed, only one possibility remained. Lu Chen's speed might indeed be so terrifying as to astonish even the venerable Tianlei sword. Her eyes glued to the display screen. Sun Qinyun felt her heart racing wildly. The drone that had set off from the depths was about to converge with that luminous point. In the imagery, the drone had already halted, silently awaiting the event. In the stands, everyone held their breath in anticipation. It was coming. However, as the light point arrived, the screen revealed nothing. This was indeed perplexing. At that moment, Sun Qinyun suddenly noticed that the elderly gentleman beside her had risen abruptly, his expression filled with astonishment. Just as she was about to inquire, Qiu Yuanlong in the front row of the viewing platform also stood up. It appeared that he was suppressing some intense emotion as he urgently declared, "Slow down the footage from just now. Quickly, quickly." After a few seconds, the captured scene began to play back at half speed. It was only at this point that everyone noticed a fleeting shadow within the image, akin to starlight gliding by, transient and elusive. If one did not pay close attention, it would have been entirely overlooked. Slow it down further. Set it to 10 times. Qiu Yuanlong's voice unintentionally grew louder. As the playback was adjusted to 10 times slower, Lu Chen's figure finally revealed itself in full clarity. His movements were executed at an unusual angle. Although he was not traversing in a straight line, he moved with astonishing speed. Subtly, glimmers of starlight enveloped him, as if he were adorned in a cloak woven from the very essence of the cosmos. Qiu Yuanlong's eyes widened, and he instinctively stepped forward. Stopping at the edge of the platform, gazing at the starlight, he felt a surge of excitement welling up within him, an inexplicable awe washing over him. Earth tier. It must be an Earth tier technique. As a prominent figure at the 9th level of mastery, he was acutely aware that only an Earth tier skill could invoke such extraordinary phenomena. Currently, Lu Chun was merely at the extraordinary realm. If he were at the master level, employing this technique could even transform day into night and summon the celestial rivers within a certain radius. Taking several deep breaths, Qiu Yuanlong suppressed the astonishment swelling within him. This was indeed a remarkable surprise, one even greater than that offered by Lin Xia. Not to mention, Qiu Yuanlong could confidently assert that with just this technique, Lu Chun would undoubtedly ascend to the prestigious list of prodigies that was about to commence. Alas, if only his cultivation were a bit higher. Perhaps he could contend with those formidable little monsters. Qiu Yuanlong shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging his own greed. Behind him, Sun Qinyun was visibly excited. Her face flushed. She pulled out her phone and eagerly typed, "Great-grandfather, is that an Earth tier technique that Xiao Chun is using?" Upon seeing the old man nod, she continued. But Earth-tier techniques cannot possibly exist in Linsong City. Moreover, such powerful techniques require mastery to wield. The elderly gentleman shook his head. Just as Sun Chenyan was about to inquire further, a voice nearby exclaimed, "Look at the rankings. Look at the rankings. Someone has just soared into the top 10. No sooner had the words left their lips than the drone's perspective finally caught up with Lu Chun. The footage displayed him ruthlessly dispatching a peak second-tier ferocious beast. His battle blade struck like thunder, swift and fierce. Slice, chop, thrust, cleave, like the scythe of death, it relentlessly carved horrific wounds upon a blazing crimson leopard. His enigmatic movements evaded the flames that erupted. Each appearance of his blade made it increasingly difficult for the crimson leopard to endure. After a few more moments, the 3-meter-long leopard lay bloodied on the ground. Suddenly, Lu Chun lifted his gaze and flashed a grin towards the drone hovering above. "Don't look. I'm a timid person and quite shy, so I'll feel embarrassed." With that, he hurled his battle blade with precision, striking the drone directly. The surveillance footage abruptly faded to black. Chapter 31. First place. The inept fury of Yunyi. The stands were enveloped in a deathly silence. In a corner, seated, were the school leaders from the 3rd high school of Linsong. Among them was Zhang Jinming, the homeroom teacher of Lu Chun. At this moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly befuddled. Is this really Lu Chun? A student from my own class? No one present could possibly be more astounded than he was. As a commendable educator, Zhang Jinming had always taken a keen interest in Lu Chun, particularly since the latter's academic performance was among the best in the entire school. Yet, this promising talent insisted on pursuing martial arts examinations. Zhang Jinming had poured countless hours into counseling Lu Chun regarding this matter, his heart heavy with concern. Up until an hour before the martial arts examination commenced, he had been imploring Lu Chun to reconsider. Unexpectedly, that lad had pulled off something monumental. Gazing at the now black screen, Zhang Jinming blinked, and after the initial shock, a wave of euphoria began to swell within him. Just then, the principal stealthily approached and switched places with the person next to him. As the principal of the 3rd high school of Linsong, he could fully anticipate that soon higher authorities would come to inquire and investigate. It was imperative to gather intelligence on Lu Chun. "I truly do not know," Zhang Jinming said with a wry smile. Shaking his head, "I have provided feedback on Lu Chun numerous times. His strong suit has always been academics. Moreover, although he is an awakened, his talent is in domestication. And you witnessed the blood value assessment over a month ago. The data cannot be fabricated." The old principal was rendered speechless. Such statements would not suffice to appease the inquiries from above. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Did Lu Chun exhibit any noteworthy behavior or utter anything unusual prior to the martial arts examination?" Under the old principal's expectant gaze, he continued, "This morning, after the assembly, Lu Chun asked me about the bonuses and requested that I prepare to reserve a banquet hall, at least 20 tables. Oh dear, this lad must have been planning this all along. Does he not fear that he might scare me to death by consuming my banquet?" Observing Zhang Jinming's exhilaration, the old principal sighed and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, at the equipment area behind the stands, the responsible officer asked, "Sir, should we continue to deploy drones?" Qiu Yuanlong chuckled, "No need." To be frank, the astonishment he felt was no less than that of Zhang Jinming. After all, the latter was shocked by Lu Chun's stark contrast. Despite his lackluster martial talent, he had emerged as a dark horse during the martial arts examination. As for Qiu Yuanlong, as one of the vice presidents of Jiangnan Martial Academy, he was also a master of the 9th level, renowned throughout the Great Xia as the Thunder Sword. Such a figure possesses a vast perspective. From Lu Chun's brief display of skill, he could discern that Lu Chun was certainly not of the ordinary martial artist caliber. This lad was at least at the 5th level of the extraordinary. Moreover, although the sword technique he employed was of a lower grade, his mastery was exceptionally high. What does this indicate? It suggests that in addition to having learned the Earth-grade body technique, Lu Chun also possesses extraordinary high-level cultivation. He even demonstrates significant talent in the art of the sword. A prodigy indeed. In Qiu Yuanlong's heart, his perception of Lu Chun elevated once more, transforming from surprise to astonishment. Once the martial arts examination concluded, he intended to take Lu Chun to the Martial Academy for further refinement. Who knows? There might be a great surprise awaiting. The Great Xia boasts 8 battle zones, and this year's martial arts examination will select the most exceptional talents from each zone to compete for a place on the talents list. The intensity of the competition is unimaginable. Moreover, the contest for the talents list carries a deeper significance: the allocation of resources among the various battle zones. The zone with a greater number of representatives on the talents list will receive a larger share of resources. In Qiu Yuanlong's view, with Lu Chun's prowess, he is certain to make the list. Even if he falls short against those monstrous talents with awakened abilities, he would at least rank prominently in the 2nd tier. Upon this realization, Qiu Yuanlong's excitement swelled further. As for the incident of taking down the drone, what of it? What genius youth has no secrets of their own? A touch of arrogance is only natural. His gaze shifted once more to the ranking area, where Lu Chun, as expected, had surged to the top. First, Lu Chen, 324 points, Linchong number 3 high school. Meanwhile, the second place Yun Yi barely surpassed 100 points. Unbeknownst to the outside world, Lu Chen, after dispatching the drone and surveying his surroundings to confirm the absence of detection devices, summoned Hong Shuang, allowing it to assume its fiery form and commence its voracious consumption. The slain second-tier pinnacle beasts swiftly withered away, leaving behind only charred remnants. Consumption requirement, 7,100. A gleam of determination sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes as he resumed his hunt. In the assessment area, the number of second-tier pinnacle beasts was limited. With my score soaring, the few predetermined seed candidates would surely have noticed. It was only a matter of time before they rushed toward the mid-level area. Time was of the essence. There was no room for waste. Lu Chen had initially contemplated honing his combat skills further, but that thought was quickly cast aside. He commanded the fiery Hong Shuang to join the fray. Together, they began a frenzied sweep, akin to a tempest, hunting and devouring the second-tier pinnacle beasts. Naturally, they did not spare the initial and mid-tier second-tier beasts encountered along the way. While these would not aid in Lu Chen's own advancement, they would still offer some incremental enhancement to Hong Shuang. At that moment, as he had anticipated, the sudden shift in the rankings left all observers dumbfounded, particularly Yun Yi, who had firmly held the first position as a prodigy of the military and a leading seed of Linchong, now stood silently amidst a dense thicket. His brow furrowed in concern. Damn it, Lu Chen, this data is utterly outrageous, he muttered under his breath, glancing at his wrist as he monitored the fluctuating rankings. His own position had plummeted to second with only 109 points, while Lu Chen's score skyrocketed, 324, 339, 351, 372. Almost every few seconds, his scores surged in an almost exaggerated manner. If there were an issue with the scoring apparatus, the examiners outside would surely notice and freeze the scores. Yet even now, his points continued to soar unabated. Yun Yi's intellect was far from dull. He understood that Lu Chen had likely dashed straight towards the central circle, intent on hunting second-tier ferocious beasts. How deeply concealed his true abilities were. Lowering his wrist, Yun Yi's gaze grew indifferent as he murmured to himself. There are others capable of hiding their strength besides you. He had initially intended to reserve some of his power for the main base in the battle zone, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Boom. A torrent of sanguine energy surged through him, like a river unleashed from its dam, coursing rapidly within his body. 6 harmonies lock. Activate. As the seals on his being were lifted, Yun Yi's aura skyrocketed, propelling him from the 6th to the 9th stage of transcendence in an instant. Simultaneously, he fully unleashed his agility, darting forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. The first of Linchong is mine. It is mine. His heart surged with fervor, and his eyes gleamed with fierce combat spirit. Half an hour later, upon reaching the central circle, he was utterly taken aback. The initial and mid-tier second-tier ferocious beasts were scattered about, nearly wiped out, and there were none of the peak second-tier beasts to be found. Damn it, Lu Chen has undoubtedly been here. Adjusting his direction, Yun Yi circled the central area and charged in another direction, yet still found no spoils. The entire martial examination zone's central circle had been completely ravaged. After pursuing for a while longer, he finally spotted a figure near the core area. Recognizing the individual, Yun Yi bellowed, Lu Chen. His pent-up emotions erupted with full force. Nearby the ruins of a high-rise, Lu Chen turned around, perplexed, and asked, "What is it?" He was about to depart towards the core area. Glancing back at the person, Lu Chen did not even recognize him, as the military personnel had not gathered at the Martial Arts Association Square, but had come to the examination area individually. At this moment, Yun Yi's expression was complex as he opened his mouth and said, "Nothing, just wanted to greet you." As a prodigy nurtured by the military, Yun Yi was undoubtedly astute. He had followed the trail and witnessed the corpses of hundreds of second-tier ferocious beasts. Even the peak second-tier ones seemed to have been dispatched in an instant. Such power was terrifying. Among this cohort of martial examination candidates, he was an unparalleled entity, immensely formidable. Old silver coins. Yun Yi understood that even though he had revealed his 9th stage transcendence, he was still far from being Lu Chen's match. How could such a being appear in Linchong City? It was utterly absurd. Frustrated, he watched Lu Chen nod and sprint towards the core area, and he unleashed a silent roar, striking the void with several punches. How utterly infuriating. Chapter 32. Lu Chen aiming to hunt third-tier beasts? Is he seeking death? In another location, amidst the ruins of a shopping mall, Bai Qiuning and her friend Su Qin also took note of Lu Chen's ranking. Particularly the astonishing score left the two women in disbelief. They had fought tooth and nail to accumulate merely a few dozen points, barely placing within the top 15. Yet Lu Chen, he had already surpassed 500. It must be a lie. Absolutely a fabrication. Su Qin's expression shifted, finally settling into a cold smirk as she remarked. Even someone of Yun Yi or Lin Xie's caliber would not be able to achieve such a score. She turned her head, seemingly seeking affirmation. She continued. To obtain such points, one must certainly hunt second-tier ferocious beasts, and the assessment has only just begun. Not even 2 hours have passed. Although ferocious beasts below the third tier are deemed low-level, human martial artists, possessing martial skills, generally surpass these beasts within the same realm. Yet, this is simply outrageous. The points amassed by Lu Chen are far too unreasonable. Su Qin once again raised her wrist to check Lu Chen's points, which continued to soar. Her conviction deepened. No wonder he chose not to team up with others. He must be afraid of being exposed for cheating. I heard that over a decade ago. Someone cheated during the martial examination, even manipulating the point system, leading to the execution of many involved in that scandal. Su Qin said fiercely. The martial examination is currently underway. No interference is allowed from the outside. Once the assessment concludes, I shall see how Lu Chen manages his outcome. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuning felt a sudden thrill of alarm. Thankfully, she was not teamed with Lu Chen, otherwise, she would undoubtedly be implicated. For a moment, she felt a pang of fear. Stimulated by Lu Chen's points, several promising candidates in this year's martial examination in Linsong City headed early towards the core area. When Lin Xia arrived, she discovered several figures gathered ahead, their expressions enigmatic. Sun Qi, Lu Yi, Huang Tai, and other seed candidates were among them. Noticing her approach, Sun Qi eagerly rushed over and whispered, "Class monitor, this is serious. All the second-tier ferocious beasts in the middle circle have been slaughtered." He rubbed his hands together, not waiting for a response, and continued, "I initially thought Lu Ji's points device was malfunctioning, resulting in exaggerated scores, but it seems that is not the case. It's quite possible that those second-tier beasts were all killed by him. Incredible, my Lu Gu. To accumulate such points in such a short time and vast area can only be achieved through overwhelming force and swift kills." Sun Qi lost himself in his deductions, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. On that day, when he was brought by his aunt Sun Qinyan to rescue Lu Chun from the pursuit of the Du family, Lu Chun had been leisurely grilling by the stream, even displaying a murderous intent towards Sun Qinyan. At that moment, he had been utterly confused. Now, it appeared that Lu Chun truly possessed extraordinary confidence. It could now be concluded that Du Xianghe, of the Du family, who had reached the second stage of the integration realm, was personally dealt with by Lu Chun, an extraordinary slayer of the integration realm. At that time, Lu Chun had merely just stepped into the extraordinary. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and Sun Qi felt an inexplicable surge of passionate fervor. Let us go, to the core area. I heard from them that the Linsong military's Yuan Yi has entered with Lu Gu. They are likely to strike against the third-tier ferocious beasts. Good heavens, are these monsters truly so formidable? The third-tier ferocious beasts correspond to human martial artists at the Void Flight realm, existing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy in Linsong City. The reason my Sun family has become the foremost family in Linsong is due to our possession of 2 Void Flight realm practitioners. And now, 2 martial examination candidates are actually daring to challenge third-tier ferocious beasts? In Sun Qi's eyes, this seemed utterly absurd. The very thought of it felt outrageous. He could hardly contain his excitement as he raced toward the center of the assessment zone, across from the judging panel. The massive display screen had shut down the ranking area. After all, Lu Chun had outpaced everyone, heightening the anticipation of all present. Observing the other candidates now seemed rather uninteresting. The entirety of the scene was captured from a drone's perspective, all focusing on the third-tier ferocious beast. The high-ranking officials of Lingjiang City held their breath in suspense, waiting quietly. The process of hunting second-tier beasts could be disregarded, allowing Lu Chun to unleash his full potential. However, the third-tier beast was an entirely different matter. According to the regulations set by the higher-ups of the Great Xia, this year's martial examination had introduced third-tier beasts into the core area to further filter out the top-tier prodigies, especially with the involvement of military elites. In a small city like Lingsong, this regulation seemed merely a formality. After all, only the main bases of war zones and powerful satellite cities would have a few exceptional talents qualified to challenge third-tier beasts. But now, from this modest Lingsong city, 2 had suddenly emerged. The military's Yuan Yi had unexpectedly unleashed extraordinary 9th-level prowess, intending to turn the tables against the third-tier beast. And what of Lu Chun? After effortlessly sweeping through the second-tier beasts, he still had the energy to head toward the core area. Alas, how did Lu Chun emerge from obscurity? Beside Qiu Yuanlong, the commander of the Lingsong military, Song Wuyong, sighed and continued. I had thought Yuan Yi could secure the top spot in Lingsong City's martial examination with his extraordinary 6th-level strength, even comfortably so. I never anticipated he would encounter such a formidable opponent. I truly can't fathom it. In a small place like Lingsong, the few seed candidates are all well known. The most gifted among them is Lin Xia, who possesses an awaken-level talent but comes from an ordinary background, lacking the best training. The others, like Sun Qi, have been rigorously trained by clan experts since childhood, laying a solid foundation. Yet, these individuals could never compete with the military. Based on the anticipated situation, the first place in this year's Lingsong martial examination would undoubtedly belong to Yuan Yi. But then, Lu Chun appeared unexpectedly. There were even rumors, rather confidently stated, that Lu Chun had obtained the military's body transformation pill to step into the extraordinary realm. However, It now appears that information was utterly erroneous. A third-tier beast is not easily dealt with, even in a weakened state. Xiao Yuanlong gazed at the screen and remarked calmly, "Your Lingsong military's UNE, charging in recklessly, is likely to encounter danger. It is indeed quite rash." The third-tier beast corresponds to the void mastery level in the martial arts system. If they truly meet in a one-on-one encounter without the ability to harness the void, a martial artist stands no chance against a third-tier beast. Not to mention, Yun Yi is merely at the extraordinary 9th level. At this moment, upon hearing this, Song Wuyong expressed his frustration, saying, Yun Yi's temperament is not so reckless. He must have lost his composure upon seeing Lu Chen rush in. Lu Chen's strength is only within the extraordinary realm. How dare he hunt a third-tier beast? If I hadn't witnessed it myself, no one would dare believe it. While it is somewhat outrageous for an extraordinary being to slaughter over 100 second-tier beasts within an hour, it is at least somewhat plausible. After all, a second-tier ferocious beast is merely one rank higher than the extraordinary. With exceptional talent and the acquisition of martial skills, one could indeed achieve such feats. However, to traverse 2 realms and hunt a third-tier ferocious beast? That would be courting death. You cannot fathom this. Qiu Yuanlong gazed at the screen, where Lu Chen's position drew ever closer to the target point. In that moment, even this master of the 9th heaven, wielding the thunder sword, felt a flutter of anxiety or perhaps anticipation within his heart. After a brief contemplation, he continued, I cannot ascertain whether Lu Chen can slay a third-tier beast. But I assure you, several of those prodigies in the main base of the battle zone certainly can. Moreover, the third-tier beasts they hunt are not the kind that have been subdued as seen in this examination arena. Beside him, Song Wuyong inhaled sharply. Although his status in Linsong City was notable and his strength was that of a 4th-tier aerial adept, he recognized that Linsong City was but one of the weaker cities among the many fortified towns of the Jiangnan battle zone, where martial arts development was sorely lacking. What could not occur here might indeed exist elsewhere. Chapter 33, Third-Tier Ferocious Beast, the Blazing Flame Demon Ape. Kill. Within the examination grounds, Lu Chen was advancing toward the core area. Now that all tasks were completed, he could take a moment to recuperate. After all, it was unlikely anyone would contest him over the third-tier beast. Although Lu Chen found the creature's actions perplexing, he chose to remain indifferent. Did it wish to engage with the third-tier ferocious beast as well? A smile played upon Lu Chen's lips, and he chose to remain non-committal. He opened his panel and glanced at the requirements. Devour requirement, 83, 100. The threshold for his breakthrough into the integration realm was now tantalizingly close. The number of second-tier pinnacle ferocious beasts was still insufficient. If he could slay that third-tier beast, it might just fulfill his needs entirely. Lu Chen understood that whether he could leap into the integration realm depended on the impending battle. After all, in preparation for the martial examination, nearly all second-tier ferocious beasts surrounding Linsong City had been captured. If he were to seek them out alone, it would likely require considerable effort and pose significant danger. Now, as he stood on the cusp of action, he had no choice but to confront that third-tier beast. According to his plan, if he could satisfy the promotion conditions with the second-tier pinnacle beasts, he would never consider hunting a third-tier ferocious beast. The risks were far too great. Even if that beast had been subdued and was in a weakened state, it was still beyond the scope of a mere extraordinary individual. Unless he deployed a swarm of insects to wear it down gradually. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Chen shook his head. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, if he truly intended to strike, the onlookers outside would not simply allow it to continue. They would undoubtedly observe through drones. However, while the blood-devouring insect swarm must remain concealed, it could transform into a fiery form, serving as his secondary ability. Yet this ability represented Lu Chen's greatest hidden card. He was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. He decided to assess the situation upon arrival. His Earth-tier agility could at least ensure his survival and facilitate his exit from the battlefield. If possible, it would also serve as an opportunity for training. Moments passed. Lu Chen suddenly realized that he was no longer accompanied solely by Yuni. A number of the seed competitors from this year's martial arts examination in Linsong City had silently joined him. Their expressions were a mixture of excitement and exhilaration. Were they preparing to observe the battle? Lin Xia also waved her little fist in encouragement. Among the others, some were indifferent, some were merely spectators, and others were attempting to ingratiate themselves. This group, having witnessed the eradication of the second-tier ferocious beasts, felt no need to compete for points any longer. Moreover, their rankings had already established a significant lead over those behind them, ensuring their acceptance into the martial academy was assured. Upon learning that Lu Chen intended to hunt a third-tier ferocious beast, they followed suit. As time slowly passed, an open space appeared before Lu Chen, featuring a unique pillar emanating an inexplicable aura that sent chills down one's spine. There was more than one such pillar. They were arranged in a circular formation every 30 meters, effectively isolating the inner area from the outside world. He understood immediately that this was an official setup designed to confine the third-tier ferocious beast. Looking up, he noticed several military drones silently hovering overhead. Indeed, The onlookers outside were intently observing the scene. Lu Chen's gaze deepened, seemingly making eye contact with those outside through the drones, masters of the 9th layer of Thunder Sword, and the Du family members. Taking a gamble, even if he did not advance, it would facilitate another endeavor. The Du family, the very clan that sought his demise. Since it had come to a life-or-death situation, Lu Chen was naturally prepared at all times. Waiting to acquire the Mountain River Order as a death-exempting token would be too late. Perhaps the adversaries would flee, shifting from light to shadow. Revenge must be seized promptly. Without hesitation, Lu Chen crossed the barrier and stepped directly into the area confining the 3rd-tier ferocious beast. It felt as though he had passed through a veil of water, entering the very heart of the examination grounds. What lay before him was devoid of towering buildings, replaced instead by heaps of ruins. Massive, grotesque footprints marred the ground, leaving a terrifying impression. The entire core area was eerily silent, saturated with a violent aura. Lu Chen continued onward, his demeanor exceptionally vigilant as he began to search for his target's location. Among the followers, Yuan Yi stood by the isolation device, contemplating several times whether to emulate Lu Chen and step inside, yet hesitating. The expression on the face of this military prodigy shifted continuously. Finally, summoning his resolve, he prepared to follow. He, too, harbored pride. If Lu Chen dared to enter, what was there for him to fear? However, as he placed one foot inside, the ground suddenly began to tremble, with fragments of stone being flung about. A beastly roar erupted, ringing explosively in everyone's ears. Almost immediately, the distant debris, resembling a small mountain, was violently struck, and amidst the chaos of flying earth and stone, a colossal figure nearly 10 meters tall charged forth. The ferocious aura surged like an avalanche, overwhelming all in its path. The explosive flame demon ape. Sun Qi gasped in shock, his form involuntarily retreating several paces. Without mentioning anything further, the mere presence of a 10-meter-tall body instilled an immense sense of pressure. What did that even signify? In a typical residence, the first floor stands at approximately 3 meters, while the distant figure of the explosive flame demon ape looms like a towering 3-story building, advancing with terrifying speed. As a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, it is on par with his aunt and the old master. A mere casual swipe from it could spell certain death for him. Sun Qi instinctively felt the urge to flee. Yet, gazing at the columns before him, he forcibly suppressed his fear. After all, this apparatus was officially deployed, and its binding range was undoubtedly reliable. Not far ahead, Yuan Yi, who had just prepared to enter, decisively turned around and dashed back out. Enough is enough. There must be a measure to one's competitive spirit. That creature is a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, comparable to the aerial realm among martial artists. Could he possibly contend with it? A single slap would likely reduce him to mere pulp. If it were merely a contest of bravery against himself, then fleeing first would imply an early surrender. Wouldn't it? Could it be that Lu Chen was also rushing this way? The image that conjured was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, leaving Yuan Yi and the others in a state of astonishment. Have you lost your mind? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yuan Yi shouted toward that direction. Even in a weakened state, a 3rd-tier ferocious beast is not something a transcendent realm can face. Am I not allowed to concede? Come out quickly. Yet, within his line of sight, Lu Chen remained unfazed, fixated on the explosive flame demon ape. Whoosh. In the next instant, as he activated the Earth-tier movement technique, Step of the Stars, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing like starlight from the spot. He was genuinely prepared to engage. Moreover, he had no intention of utilizing the fiery form of Red Frost. After all, with his movement technique at his disposal, he could at least ensure his survival. Attack. Lu Chen gripped the standard alloy combat knife tightly, his gaze icy, locking onto the oncoming explosive flame demon ape. Chapter 34. He is going to kill. Has Lu Chen emerged victorious? Outside, in the stands, the high-ranking officials of Lingsong City felt their hearts skip a beat as they watched Lu Chen charge toward the explosive flame demon ape. Some of the less powerful among them even unconsciously rose to their feet. Their throats dry, a wave of trepidation surged within them, sending shivers throughout their bodies. That creature is a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Sun Qinyan's expression tightened, her brows furrowed as she fixated on the enormous screen in the distance, her hands clenched into fists, perspiration beading on her brow. As a master of the aerial realm from the Sun family, she was more than capable of dealing with a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Yet, precisely because of this, she understood just how perilous the situation Lu Chen was about to face truly was. This is reckless. If it were merely a contest for the top score in the martial examination of Lingsong City, there would be no need for such a risk. After sweeping through all the 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, Lu Chen's score had already reached a staggering figure, impossible to surpass. So why, all of a sudden, engage a 3rd-tier ferocious beast? This question plagued Sun Qinyan's mind without resolution. Meanwhile, the elder Sun Jinyue, initially furrowing his brow, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Lu Chen intends to kill. No, there is more to it. Eliminating all impossibilities, Sun Jinyue felt a surge of excitement within. He had nearly grasped Lu Chun's intentions. The young man is fiercely determined to prove himself. It is far beyond merely taking a few lives. He aims to annihilate an entire lineage, ensuring no future threats arise. As the foremost powerhouse of Linsong City, Sun Jinyue possesses the strength of the 9th level of the Skyward Realm, a mere step away from the Master Realm. Having lived for over a century, he perceives the world with clarity. He understands that Lu Chun is an astute individual who would not engage in perilous endeavors merely for the sake of reputation. His choices must stem from profound motivations. Considering the intelligence gathered about Lu Chun, alongside what Sun Chenyan previously mentioned regarding Lu Chen's inquiries about the mountain and river order, it is evident that he harbors intentions against the Du family. This young man harbors a vengeful spirit. He fears that the Du family, upon recognizing his potential, might flee into hiding, so he seeks to demonstrate his capabilities to Qiu Yuanlong of the Thunderblade. This could very well culminate tonight. Sun Jinyue's emotions surged, deepening his admiration for Lu Chen's boldness. He comprehends the implications at this level. Once Lu Chun reveals his formidable strength and innate talent, those associated with the Du family will be compelled to make choices, likely distancing themselves from the impending doom. Moreover, Lu Chun has garnered the favor of Qiu Yuanlong. The Du family shall not survive the night. As for the laws of martial arts, such matters are of little consequence. After all, when scrutinized closely, no major faction is without its blemishes, especially considering the Du family's rise was built upon dubious dealings. Is this young lad truly only 18? His intellect surpasses even mine. Despite my century-long existence, Sun Jinyue mused, increasingly convinced that the Sun family's investment in Lu Chun was an exceptionally sagacious decision. However, all of this hinges on one crucial condition. Lu Chun must indeed possess the capability to slay that third-tier beast. As the steps of the starry dance ignited, Lu Chen's speed surged, not transforming into starlight, but rather exhibiting the effects of his martial arts technique. At that moment, wielding a metallic warblade, his aura reached its zenith. The air around him whistled sharply, akin to the sound of slicing blades. The towering Inferno Demon Ape, nearly 10 meters tall, unleashed a frenzied roar as it grew even stronger, leaping into the air with fists poised to crush. The immense force combined with its momentum caused the air to compress suddenly, producing a thunderous roar reminiscent of a pressure cooker at its limit. Sensing the terrifying power surging toward him, Lu Chen's expression remained unfaltering. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he propelled himself upwards, soaring into the sky with the Earth's rebound. Fully unleashing the starry dance, his feet danced in the void, as if tracing a celestial pattern. As he swiftly approached the head of the Inferno Demon Ape, Lu Chen's demeanor hardened, and his speed intensified once more. Amidst the ethereal starlight, the metallic warblade gleamed with a chilling radiance, ready to strike. Every maneuver flowed seamlessly. Lu Chun propelled himself into the air, altering his trajectory to confound his foe. At last, he achieved his aim, the blade's tip piercing the demon ape's eye. Alas, given the creature's third-tier status, such a strike did not yield the desired effect. At the critical moment, it abruptly closed its eyes, using its thick hide to deflect Lu Chen's assault, resulting only in a shallow wound that oozed blood. Roar! The Inferno Demon Ape was thoroughly enraged, its right arm descending with tremendous force, while its left hand spread wide to sever any retreat. Such formidable defense. With a missed strike, Lu Chun immediately veered to the side, narrowly evading, yet the Demon Ape's right arm grazed him. Bang! Lu Chen's body was sent crashing into the nearby ruins, a cloud of dust erupting around him. In the distance, Yun Yi and the others, who were spectating, turned pale. Even though they had not joined the fray, the proximity to the battle compelled them to retreat against the force of the unleashed energy. Could Brother Lu be in danger? Sun Qi murmured anxiously, her expression tinged with urgency. In this realm of combat, even the strongest among them, Yun Yi, lacked the authority to judge. Only Lin Xia understood that Lu Chun had hidden cards up his sleeve, notably that level of flame. Yet, her face still bore concern. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Chun, having been smashed into the rubble, shot forth once more, utilizing his agility to engage in combat with the Inferno Demon Ape. He was in decent condition. That last strike had merely grazed him. This third-tier beast was in a state of considerable weakness, providing the perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. With a focused expression, Lu Chun continuously dodged and maneuvered, seizing opportunities to leap and strike at the creature's injured eye with his alloy war knife. He even believed that with persistence, he could wear it down to death. In unnecessary circumstances, Lu Chun was reluctant to employ the blood-devouring insect's fiery form. Thus, he continued his guerrilla warfare for another 2 minutes. The battlefield was engulfed in dust and the furious roars of the demon ape. Eventually, their figures became indistinct, and the area of conflict expanded further. He had managed to endure for so long. Yun Yi, watching from afar, felt a complex array of emotions, truly grasping the disparity between himself and Lu Chun. He even found himself lacking the courage to confront a third-tier beast. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, He completely lost the pride he once held. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Had it come to an end? The hearts of the onlookers raced in anticipation. Amidst the dust, a figure emerged, revealing none other than Chen. Bang! Further away, a shadow towering 3 stories high abruptly lunged toward the ground. A tremendous sound echoed, causing the earth to tremble violently. Had he won? The third-tier beast was truly slain? Yun Yi's spirit quaked, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Chen approach step by step. Miracles were tales everyone had heard. But when they unfolded before one's very eyes, the indescribable shock would etch itself deeply into the soul. Chapter 35. Qiu Yuanlong Seeks Disciples. By Qiuning Shock. Each martial examination is limited to a duration of 4 hours. At this moment, time steadily passed. In the vicinity of the central circle, Bai Qiuning and her friend Su Qin were already stained with blood, most of it from the ferocious beasts. Together, their efforts had yielded commendable scores, consistently maintaining a position within the top 15. After vanquishing yet another first-tier ferocious beast, Bai Qiuning glanced at the time and remarked, "It's about time. Let us proceed to the exit. The moment is nearly upon us." Upon their entry, each individual had been teleported to a distinct location. To exit, one must return to the original entrance and await the designated time to depart the arena. The hunt for ferocious beasts had persisted until now, and the scores had long diverged. The final 10 minutes were inconsequential. Su Qin nodded, sheathing her alloy battle knife. "Let us go. Our performance this time will surely secure us a place in the 9 great martial academies." According to established customs, the top 50 individuals from each city qualify for admission into the 9 great martial academies. Gaining entry into such prestigious institutions signifies a secure future, and one could rightly claim to bring glory to their ancestors. Su Qin was exuberant, as if the pain of her injuries had vanished. The two chattered animatedly as they made their way to the exit. Suddenly recalling something, Su Qin shifted her tone and exclaimed, "After such a long wait, we finally get to see that guy's true colors. Cheating in the martial examination? He might end up incarcerated." The individual she referred to was, of course, Chen. Checking her wristband for the rankings, her eyes widened in disbelief. "What the heck? Qiuning, take a look." She lifted her arm, presenting the wristband-S display to Bai Qiuning. Chuckling, "Is this guy completely devoid of sense? He ended up with 3,000 points? Wow, I'm at a loss for words." In the vast realm of Daxia, there had been instances of cheating in martial examinations over the past decade. Those audacious enough to attempt it typically managed to keep their scores just below the minimum required for admission to the 9 great martial academies, fearful that exceeding that threshold might raise suspicions. But now, Chen had astonishingly amassed 3,000 points. It was almost laughable. Su Qin, finding amusement in the situation, exaggeratedly declared, "Doesn't he realize what 3,000 points entail? One must conquer third-tier ferocious beasts in the central region to even approach that score. Is that even possible?" She shook her head, clearly incredulous. Bai Qiuning, upon seeing that score, was momentarily taken aback and equally perplexed. Regardless, she felt relieved to have distanced herself from Chen. Thankfully, she had not heeded her father's advice to team up with him. What a stroke of luck. Otherwise, she might have been embroiled in the scandal of cheating as well. As for Lin Xie, with such exceptional talent, why would she choose to associate with Chen? If only Chen had agreed back then. In that case, Lin Xie would undoubtedly find herself unable to enter the martial academy due to the fallout. Such dark musings flitted through Bai Qiuning's mind, but she would never voice them. Let us not dwell on him. Let us hurry and exit. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance, perfectly timed as the martial examination concluded. A throng of examinees had gathered ahead, departing in an orderly fashion. On the youthful faces, some radiated joy, others were silent, and a few bore reddened eyes. In a world transformed, with the dawn of the martial era, the martial examination represented a pivotal turning point in everyone's lives. Those who pass will continue their studies at the martial academy, gaining access to invaluable resources for cultivation. Conversely, those who fail will gradually find their vitality waning, inevitably returning to the ranks of ordinary individuals. Truly, a single examination determines one's fate. As Bai Qiuning and Su Qin stepped out from the throng, they were taken aback to see the city's elite not seated but rather standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting something. Even the renowned master, Qiu Yunlong, a formidable figure at the 9th level, stood at the forefront of the crowd. What on earth is happening? Beside her, Su Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lowered her voice, declaring, "It must be trouble caused by Chen. That guy is in for it." She harbored no fondness for Chen. Her encounters with him had only bred disdain and dislike. Upon hearing her words, Bai Qiuning instinctively felt the same. Yet her keen observations revealed a glimmer of excitement and anticipation on the faces of Qiu Yunlong and the others. Before she could ponder further, she cautiously joined the throng of martial exam candidates, treading lightly as they passed by the dignitaries. Soon, the majority of the candidates emerged from the examination hall, aligning themselves quietly on the ground behind. Meanwhile, Chen, having just engaged in a fierce battle, was recuperating on the spot. Though he had employed his agile movements to defeat the third-tier beast through a war of attrition, he had sustained some injuries in the process. Nonetheless, there was another matter at hand. He needed to regain his composure and find a suitable location to initiate his breakthrough once outside. Indeed, after slaying the third-tier beast and allowing Red Frost to devour it, Lu Chen's progress toward breaking through had finally reached its peak. Should he wish, he could seamlessly transition into the fusion realm and acquire a new source mother bug. The thought of a new bug filled Lu Chen with anticipation. However, there was no need for haste. It was best to rest for the time being. The onlookers who had remained also chose not to depart. With all second-tier beasts eliminated within the examination grounds, there was no further need for contention. Their scores were already among the top 10. Thus, they began to wait for Lu Chen, some eager to befriend him, others seeking guidance, and some simply wishing to become familiar with him. As the examination period drew to a close, Lu Chen opened his eyes and beheld several figures seated in meditation not far away. Big Brother Lu. Sun Qi was the first to rush over, brimming with excitement. The others soon followed suit, exchanging greetings. Previously, they may have harbored thoughts of competing for rankings, but such sentiments had dissipated entirely. Being young and impressionable, they were now wholly captivated by Lu Chen's prowess, their eyes reflecting admiration. Once they grew acquainted, these talented youths from Linsong City surrounded Lu Chen as they made their way toward the exit. Minutes later, upon reaching the threshold, they were greeted by the city's upper echelons. At the forefront stood a figure of imposing presence, sword resting on his back. It was the Thunder Sword, Qiu Yunlong. As if sharing an unspoken understanding, Sun Qi and the others quickly stepped aside, leaving the stage to Lu Chen. The master himself had come to welcome him. Yun Yi felt a wave of admiration wash over him. Only envy lingered in the shadows, absent from his heart. Because he knew all too well that he lacked the talent and qualifications for such an endeavor. The disparity among individuals became glaringly apparent in this martial arts examination. In the distance, among the candidates, Su Qin leaned closer to Bai Qiuning and whispered, "It has begun. It has begun. This guy is about to be judged." Before she could finish her sentence, Qiu Yuanlong's voice reverberated throughout the venue. He stepped forward, facing Lu Chen, and gently patted the young man's shoulder. In a soft tone, he remarked, "Lu Chen, you are remarkable. Truly remarkable. The emergence of someone like you in Linsong City astonishes me." At this juncture, the master of the 9th level abruptly shifted his tone, forcing a smile as he continued, "Lu Chen, if you are willing, you may take me as your mentor." Not far behind Qiu Yuanlong, the elder of the Sun family, Sun Jinyue, displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, his lips curling into a smile. This little fellow is bound to deal with the Du family. He is truly secure now, with Qiu Yuanlong as his backing. Lu Chen can turn the tides in Linsong City. On the other hand, Su Qin wore a dazed expression, completely taken aback. While Bai Qiuning was hardly in a better state, as if she had fallen into a dream. A thought suddenly surged within her mind. Could it be that Lu Chen's score was derived from slaying fierce beasts? But that would require a staggering 3,000 points. One would have to eliminate a third-tier ferocious beast to achieve such a feat. In her ears, the unconscious mutterings of her friend Su Qin reached her. Impossible, impossible. There is no way he could have slain a third-tier ferocious beast. With disdain, she retorted, "Who is this fool? Do you think you can point fingers at Lu Chen? Stop flaunting your ignorance." After a moment's reflection, Sun Qi proudly declared, "Forget it. Since I am in a good mood, let me enlighten you with some truths. Lu Chen has swept away all the second-tier ferocious beasts in the entire central circle, and he has also dealt with the third-tier beasts in the core area." Bai Qiuning felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stiffly turned her head, her gaze shifting from Sun Qi's face to the distant figure of Lu Chen. Chapter 36, Stepping into the Fusion Realm. The third source motherworm. The dying rays of the sun cast a golden hue over the entirety of Linsong City. At the eastern city gate, buses rolled in, filled with students participating in this year's martial arts examination. Inside the vehicles, groups of students boasted and bragged. Some softly sang songs, others plotted confessions, while some remained silent. The sunset illuminated their youthful faces, reflecting the last glimmers of light. From this day forth, each individual on the bus would embark on a different future. At this moment, Bai Qiuning and Su Qin sat side by side, their expressions frozen, lost in thought. Although their scores would allow them entry into the top 9 martial arts academies, there was no trace of joy in their hearts. After a moment, Su Qin, visibly anxious, turned to speak, but, fearing others might overhear, hastily typed a few lines on her phone and handed it to Bai Qiuning. "Qiuning, what should we do? How has Lu Chen become so powerful? I have confirmed that what Sun Qi said is indeed true. The second-tier beast was vanquished by him. And even that ultimate third-tier beast in the test met its end at his hands. What a disaster. Will he take revenge on us? What should we do, Qiuning? I do not wish to lose what I currently possess. Let us go and apologize to him. After all, your family has long-standing ties with him. He should not hold a grudge, right? If all else fails, we could beseech your father for help." Since the great transformation of the world, with the advent of the martial arts era, martial artists have become the core of society. It is not an exaggeration to say that all ordinary people are in service to the martial artists. In this societal framework, strength equates to authority. Furthermore, talent holds the same significance. As long as one aspires to possess wealth and power, they shall flow abundantly. Just like Lin Xia, a highly awakened individual, who warranted the presence of Qiu Yuanlong, a master of the ninth realm, to personally oversee the martial examination in a small locale like Lingsong City. What Lu Chen demonstrated was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of 10 Lin Xias combined. As the martial examination concluded, the high-ranking officials of Lingsong City encircled Lu Chen, their sycophantic demeanor beyond description. Whether from the military, the martial arts association, or esteemed families, the faces were all the same. That scene profoundly shocked Su Qin and Bai Qiuning, instilling a sense of dread within them. Should Lu Chen truly become Qiu Yuanlong's disciple and intervene in the acceptance process of the martial examination, their positions could be jeopardized in an instant. The more they pondered, the more likely it seemed. At that moment, noticing Bai Qiuning's silence, Su Qin's eyes flashed with resentment as she continued to type. Qiuning, everything I did before was for you. If my fabrications about Lu Chen reach his ears, I will be ruined. We are sisters, best friends. You must assist me. Qiuning, do you want me to kneel and beg you? In response to Su Qin's anxious gaze, Bai Qiuning shook her head and replied softly, Su Qin, what are you saying? Let us go together once we get out of the car. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Relieved, the latter let out a sigh of relief. She had even contemplated privately approaching Lu Chen to expose Bai Qiuning as a schemer. Time passed slowly. After another 10 minutes, the convoy came to a halt in front of the Martial Arts Association's plaza. As Bai Qiuning and Su Qin disembarked, they eagerly sought out Lu Chen. He was not seated on the bus. Instead, he was riding with Qiu Yuanlong. Witnessing this scene, everyone looked on with envy. Let us go find him, Su Qin urged. Wait, I need to apply some lipstick. Bai Qiuning hurriedly retrieved a small mirror from her bag. After applying the lipstick, she quickly touched up her foundation and adjusted her hair. Then, she and Su Qin weaved through the crowd, hurrying towards him, with a smile plastered on her face. She approached. Lu Chen, do you have a moment? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the two of them, barely pausing before moving on, his gaze as indifferent as that of a passerby. Bai Qiuning suddenly felt a prickling sensation in her heart. After all, the youth before her had been fervently pursuing her not long ago. She stepped forward, poised to speak, when she noticed Lin Xia approaching. After politely nodding to both of them, she softly smiled at Lu Chen and said, Let's go to Senior Qiu's office. Lu Chen nodded, and together with Lin Xia, they made their way into the inner sanctum of the Martial Arts Association. The two women left behind could only watch in silence. Bai Qiuning's expression shifted continually, a surge of resentment rising within her, her thoughts a mystery. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lu Chen's demeanor, Su Qin felt a growing sense of trepidation, her body trembling. Inside the spacious office, Lu Chen and Lin Xia sat on the sofa. Across from them, Qiu Yuanlong personally brewed tea, cheerfully pouring it for the two. I summoned you here primarily for two matters. Firstly, I am not only the chief examiner for the martial arts examination in Lingsong City, but also the executive vice president of Jiangnan Martial Academy. To be straightforward, I wish to extend an invitation for you both to join Jiangnan Martial Academy. As he uttered these words, Qiu Yuanlong's gaze fixated on Lu Chen. After all, he had come from the main base of the battle zone with the intention of recruiting Lin Xia, and the discussions regarding her enrollment at Jiangnan Martial Academy had already been settled. His primary objective now was to secure Lu Chen's commitment. Qiu Yuanlong was acutely aware that news of the martial arts examination circumstances had likely reached various battle zones. Unless unforeseen events occurred, it was highly probable that the 8 martial academies other than Jiangnan would dispatch formidable experts overnight, offering the highest level of treatment to vie for Lu Chen's allegiance. After all, Lu Chen had single-handedly slain a third-tier ferocious beast during the examination. Such prowess could easily rival that of awakened individuals, and there were few like him across the battle zones. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was Lu Chen's pristine background. He was neither affiliated with a prominent family, the military, nor any hidden powers. He was essentially a blank slate. Such a prodigy was truly a gem, far surpassing the monstrous talents at the main base. As various thoughts swirled in his mind, Qiu Yuanlong found himself feeling somewhat anxious in the presence of this 9th-level master. It wasn't long before Lu Chen nodded and said, Senior Qiu, I will apply to Jiangnan Martial Academy. Excellent. In his excitement, Qiu Yuanlong nearly leaped from his seat. After the weight lifted from his heart, he proceeded to announce the second matter. This year's martial arts examination differs from previous ones. The top 10 from each municipal city will proceed to the main battle zone base for the next round of competition, vying for a place on the talented individuals list. Both Lu Chen and Lin Xia were taken aback. After all, under past regulations, the martial arts examination concluded at this point, followed by a wait for admission into the academy. Our Jiangnan battle zone comprises 72 fortified cities, meaning there will be 720 individuals advancing from this first round. Coupled with the candidates from the main base, we will have nearly 1,000 participants. This 1,000 represents the elite of the Jiangnan battle zone. They will undergo subsequent evaluations until only 50 remain. Qiu Yuanlong did not elaborate on what the talented individuals list entailed, but succinctly conveyed the regulations. After allowing Lu Chun and Lin Xie a few moments to digest the information, he continued, these 50 will then compete against the qualifiers from other battle zones, with a total of 400 across the 8 major battle zones, ultimately narrowing down to just 100. This 100 will be ranked on the Great Xia Talented Individuals list. Qiu Yuanlong concluded his discourse on the Tianjiao ranking and permitted Lin Xie to take her leave. He discerned that Lu Chun still had matters to address. The hour was late, nearly 10 o'clock, and the night was thick with darkness. A cool breeze occasionally wafting through the window. The young lad needn't hesitate. Qiu Yuanlong, grasping a purple clay teapot, refilled the cup with tea, smiling as he remarked, "It pertains to the Du family, does it not?" Lu Chun was taken aback. Before he could utter a word, his thoughts had been unveiled. He blinked, lifting his gaze to hear Qiu Yuanlong chuckle. "Indeed, it is this matter. You, young man, are quite the vengeful spirit. However, we martial artists uphold the principle of clear comprehension." Feeling somewhat exposed yet in agreement with Qiu Yuanlong's words, Lu Chen's regard for him grew immensely. The mightiest figure of the Du family, Du Hongtian, had reached the 4th level of skyward ascension, his strength far surpassing that of a feeble 3rd-tier beast. Should you seek to confront him, it is prudent to weigh your own capabilities. Remember, only act when you are certain of success. Furthermore, Qiu Yuanlong rose, retrieving a box from behind his desk and presenting it to Lu Chun with a beaming smile. This contains 2 items. One is a record of the Du family's transgressions over the years. The multitude of lives lost is enough to warrant their annihilation. The second is an enforcement decree personally authorized by me, which will grant you legitimacy. Though you have yet to formally become my disciple, I must impart a crucial lesson. As martial practitioners, we possess the power to trample upon the law, yet we should refrain from such actions unless absolutely necessary. After all, rules are rules. If you do not abide by them, others will still adhere. Violating the law through martial means will only invite retribution. Young one, learn to be adaptable. You possess countless avenues to position yourself on the side of justice. As the night deepened, Lu Chen stood in the grand square after departing the Martial Arts Association. His gaze bright and fixed upon the bustling traffic before him. From Qiu Yuanlong, he sensed both protection and indulgence. After a prolonged silence, Lu Chun gazed at the night sky and mused, having a mentor might not be such a bad idea. Following the conclusion of the martial examination, Qiu Yuanlong had publicly expressed his desire to take Lu Chun as his disciple, granting him time to ponder the offer. Truth be told, Lu Chun had not intended to accept. His most profound secret lay within the insect race, a calamity of nature. Should it be revealed one day, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Lu Chun wished to avoid entanglements. However, after tonight's events, his perspective shifted. The primary reason for this change was undoubtedly Qiu Yuanlong's sincere appreciation and care for talent, coupled with another factor, the Tianjiao ranking. The rewards it offered were formidable, enough to allow him to cultivate a genuine insect race calamity in a remarkably short time. Lu Chun was indeed tempted. Relying solely on himself would necessitate an arduous accumulation of time and clandestine resource gathering. Yet, attaining a position on the Tianjiao ranking would simplify matters considerably. For now, such concerns could be set aside. With the moon concealed and the wind howling, it was time to take action. The affairs of the Du family must reach a conclusion. Lu Chun understood well that Qiu Yuanlong, through his channels, had granted him an official status, enabling him to act at any moment. Yet, he had also issued a grave warning. Act only when you are certain. Is Senior Qiu entrusting the Du family to me as a sharpening stone? It seems he intends for me to confront the Du family after I enter the skyward realm. Yet, such precaution is unnecessary. Senior Qiu is well aware of the sharpness of my blade. Lu Chun smiled softly. With a single thought, a powerful surge of warmth erupted from within his limbs, rapidly coursing through his meridians. At the location of his dantian, a spiraling vortex of spiritual energy spun with great speed, absorbing the energy within him. The immense suction expanded, causing every pore in Lu Chen's body to fervently draw in the essence of heaven and earth. A sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of shattering glass. Unbeknownst to him, the vortex in his dantian was condensing droplets of liquefied spiritual energy. As his vital energy surged, he could faintly hear the sound of rivers rushing, the transformed spiritual energy beginning to reshape his entire being. The liquefied energy flowed forth, and his vital essence surged like a rainbow. Is this the realm of Qi integration? Lu Chun felt as though he had been reborn. His vitality value had finally crossed 249, reaching 250. He had truly entered the realm of Qi integration. With a casual release, several faint azure streams of energy flickered in the void, piercing through the distant corner of the wall. While the extraordinary realm could only engage in close combat, the Qi integration realm could harness energy for long-range strikes. Lu Chun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After all, With his Earth-grade movement technique and the transformation of his spiritual energy, his overall combat power had increased by more than tenfold. First, let us bind the third origin motherworm. Though the blood-devouring worm was already formidable, and it possessed the hidden ultimate trump card of self-detonation, Du Hontian of the Du family was a master of the fourth layer of Skyward Realm, so adequate preparation is prudent. Time is still on my side. This night, the members of the Du family would undoubtedly struggle to find sleep. One need only to imagine witnessing Lu Chun's sudden eruption during the martial examination, sweeping through the entire central circle and annihilating second-tier feral beasts, and single-handedly slaying a third-tier feral beast. The impact of such a spectacle would impose immense pressure on the Du family. The entire clan would surely be engulfed in anxiety. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as Lu Chun calmed his thoughts, no longer dwelling on it. The Du family sought to bring about his demise, and the sentiment was mutual. Once the third origin motherworm was bound, he would go to the Du family to collect debts. Lu Chun felt a sense of anticipation. The first blood-devouring worm was a natural disaster type. It could provide sustenance, enabling rapid enhancement of strength, and even cultivate a disaster army. The second was the Dao transformation worm. Although it could not become a natural disaster, as a functional source worm, it could evolve techniques and enhance proficiency. For Lu Chen himself, its value was no less than that of an entire disaster army. Now, with the birth of the third origin motherworm, the chapter titled Heavenly Crystal Worm begins. On a moonless, windy night, a night of murder, the Du family faces annihilation. In the southern city, within an old dilapidated neighborhood, the silent units of buildings stood tall in the night, occasionally illuminated by lights from residents, resembling scattered stars. After pulling the curtains closed, Lu Chun sat upon the sofa, a thought crossing his mind, and a gentle sphere of light suddenly emanated from the center of his brow, floating serenely before him. A translucent ribbon, composed of countless minuscule particles of light, extended from his brow and connected to the luminous sphere, reminiscent of an umbilical cord. In Lu Chun's mind, the fundamental information of the third primordial mother insect materialized. Heavenly crystal insect, female. Rarity, eternal unique. Attribute, guardian type. Innate ability, heavenly crystal guardian. All heavenly crystal insects can integrate into the host's physical form, enhancing the body's strength. The specific effect is contingent upon the number of heavenly crystal insects. Gold-eating metamorphosis. The heavenly crystal insect devours ores, metals, and other materials, acquiring corresponding evolution. Subordinate quantity, 0. Reproduction requirement, devour ores, metals, etc. Unlimited reproduction. Bind. Following the disaster type and functional type, Lu Chen's third primordial mother insect presented yet another novel species. Its function pertains to my very being. The first innate ability is straightforward. It allows the heavenly crystal insect to possess me, thus augmenting my physical strength. However, the second innate ability is somewhat nebulous. With a flicker of doubt in his heart, Lu Chun delved into the detailed description of this capability. Gold-eating metamorphosis. Description: a special ability of the heavenly crystal insect, which, upon consuming corresponding materials, undergoes relevant evolution and imparts the corresponding physique to the host. Evolutionary forms: stone tier, gold tier, rare treasure tier, extraordinary tier, stellar tier, chaos tier. Stone tier heavenly crystal insects consume stone materials to evolve. The higher the grade of the stone material, the stronger the attribute capabilities. Gold tier consumes metal materials to evolve. After perusing the detailed exposition, Lu Chun felt a tremor of excitement. This ability is rather extraordinary. To put it simply, the heavenly crystal insect consumes materials to evolve, and the process of merging with Lu Chun is akin to enchanting. Not only does it enhance Lu Chen's physical strength, but it also bestows unique effects, providing a certain physique. The specific nature of this effect entirely depends on the materials consumed. The consumption and evolution path of the heavenly crystal insect encompasses 6 tiers. This implies that it can offer 6 distinct physiques. The initial tiers, such as stone and metal, are manageable, yet the latter are quite astonishing. For instance, the stellar tier requires the consumption of star domains. Lu Chen found it hard to fathom how many heavenly crystal insects would be necessary to achieve this milestone. Surely trillions would not suffice. Moreover, the capabilities bestowed by a stellar tier heavenly crystal insect would be beyond imagination. The third primordial mother insect promises to enhance me nearly without limits, growing increasingly formidable as one progresses. It seems prudent to strategize carefully. The first tier is the stone tier. Lu Chen envisioned dozens of common types of ore, but after some contemplation, he shook his head. It would be wise to bind first. Such specialized knowledge is better sought from others. The Sun family would be a good choice. With a single thought, he directly bound with the heavenly crystal insect's mother body. The floating sphere of light before him began to flicker, as if breaking free from a cocoon, and a creature the size of a fingertip emerged. Its appearance resembled that of an ant, adorned with wings, and its entire body radiated a stunning azure hue. 2 pairs of small eyes gazed at Lu Chun, seemingly a bit shy. After a brief moment of mutual observation, They lowered their heads and darted over, merging into Lu Chen's being like a stream of light. Another introverted little creature. Lu Chen chuckled softly. From now on, I shall call you Xiaolan. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the voice of Hong Shuang echoed in his mind. Ah, a newcomer. Why are you as bashful as Tsai? Aren't you going to introduce yourself to your elder sister? Lu Chen smiled, choosing to disregard the little one's domineering demeanor. Once the creature was bound, his mind transformed into a chat room where they could all communicate. Naturally, Lu Chen had the ability to mute them at will. After a series of feeding sessions, Tsai had long since learned to speak, though she rarely did, preferring to stay nestled in the crook of Lu Chen's right arm. As for the newly arrived Xiaolan, it remained uncertain whether she could engage in conversation. Hello, big sister. At that moment, a timid, childlike voice suddenly emerged in Lu Chen's mind, soft and weak, as if she had mustered great courage to speak. Oh, Xiaolan, you are much more sensible than Tsai. Don't worry, your big sister will look after you. I'm quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled, imagining Hong Shuang puffing out her chest with pride. After a brief exchange between the two little creatures, Xiaolan turned to Lu Chen and said, Father, I'm hungry. Upon Xiaolan merging into his being, Lu Chen experienced an unusual sensation, as if a layer of clothing had been donned beneath his skin. Is this the heavenly crystal guardian? He pondered aloud. After closing his eyes to savor the feeling, he suddenly exclaimed with delight, remarkably, it can be controlled. Thus far, Xiaolan was the only heavenly crystal bug he possessed. If he aimed to guard his entire body, the defensive capability would be significantly diminished. However, if Xiaolan's abilities could be concentrated on a specific area, such as the vital region before the heart, the defense would be decidedly formidable. Summoning Hong Shuang, Lu Chen conducted an experiment for comparison. He instructed her to transform into her most potent fiery form and strike his right hand, which was under Xiaolan's protection. A faint blue halo emerged, astonishingly withstanding the attack. Although the duration could not exceed 10 seconds, it was still quite impressive. It was worth noting that Hong Shuang's flames had undergone several evolutions. Initially, within the Red Mist Mountain, she had nearly annihilated Du's adept in the melding realm, Du Xianghe. The effectiveness of the Heavenly Crystal Guardian was directly proportional to the number of Heavenly Crystal bugs. If there were enough offspring, could my defense potentially become limitless? Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement. He yearned to immediately select the devourable materials from the stone steps and allow Xiaolan to proliferate wildly. Once the matter with the Du family was resolved, he would act without delay. The consumption of materials by the Heavenly Crystal bugs could also yield unique effects. The higher the quality of the materials, the greater the enhancement for him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen approached the window and gazed at the night outside. It was already 11 o'clock. Before the dawn of a new day, he would ensure that the Du family became a relic of the past. In the ancestral hall of the Du family in the Eastern District, several high-ranking members were present, all bearing solemn expressions. The family head, Du Hongtian, stood at the forefront, surveying those before him, and spoke slowly, esteemed colleagues. A great calamity approaches. How shall we respond? If anyone has thoughts, please speak freely. For the Du family, the talent exhibited by Lu Chen has far exceeded their expectations. Previously, intelligence suggested that Du Xianghe, who was pursuing Lu Chen in Qixia Mountain, was assisted by Sun Chenyan of the Sun family in his demise. However, it now appears highly probable that Lu Chen himself was responsible. Moreover, the unique prodigy, Du Feng, has also fallen victim to Lu Chen's machinations. With such a formidable genius on the rise, alongside Qiu Yuanlong's endorsement, the Du family is undoubtedly in grave peril. Head of the family, it is merely Lu Chen. Even if he possesses some talent, it should not spell disaster for the Du family, should it? Contemplated an elder thoughtfully. In recent years, we have been expanding our influence, and there are several prominent figures allied with us at the main base in the war zone. Although Linsong City is not particularly advanced in martial arts and is situated on the outskirts of the Jiangnan war zone, its geographical advantages grant access to numerous mines. While the owners of these mines are significant figures from the main base, it is the Du family that manages them on a daily basis. Not long ago, I received several phone calls. Du Hongtan gazed at the elder who had spoken, his expression impassive, due to Qiu Yuanlong's intervention. Those prominent figures at the main base have severed ties with us. Upon hearing this, the members within the ancestral hall were struck with shock. After a prolonged silence, another voice emerged. Given the circumstances, we have but one choice left. We must eliminate Lu Chen. A talent that has not yet matured is of no consequence. As long as we leave no traces, we need not worry about Qiu Yuanlong's side. Yet some, desiring stability, remarked, in this situation, Lu Chen's rise seems inevitable. We may have no choice but to relocate the entire family from Jiangnan. Just as these words fell, a sudden report came from outside the ancestral hall. Head of the family, a visitor has arrived, claiming to seek you for a debt collection. Debt collection? In Linsong City. Does anyone dare to come to the Du family for debts? Du Hongtian's expression turned anxious yet amused, a cold glint crossing his face. Are they here to take advantage of our misfortune? With this thought, a murderous intent flickered across his features. Bring them in. I wish to see how they intend to collect this debt. Following Du Hongtian's command, the doorman swiftly departed and soon returned, escorting a figure into the ancestral hall. The newcomer was tall and youthful, his eyes sparkling with vitality, clad in a high school uniform. It was none other than Lu Chen. As he stepped through the entrance and surveyed the assembly, a smile spread across his face. Amidst the uncertain expressions of the gathered members, Lu Chen advanced with measured steps, softly chuckling. It seems fortune smiles upon me. I have arrived at just the right moment. His conflict with the Du family was one of life and death, and he had conducted thorough investigations, memorizing the identities of all key personnel. Now, as his gaze swept across the room, he noted that nearly all the high-ranking members of the Du family were present, seemingly engaged in a meeting. Lu Chen, Du Hongtian's eyes narrowed, uncertainty stirring within him. After a brief pause, a smile crept onto his face. It is a pleasure to welcome a friend from afar. Forgive this old man for not greeting you sooner. Simultaneously, he discreetly signaled to the high-ranking members of the Du family, who quietly dispersed to subtly encircle Lu Chen. With a creak, the heavy door was gently closed, and the hall brightened slightly. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Chen, who appeared oblivious to the attention. He settled into a redwood chair, reclining against its backrest, and closed his eyes. It must be said that the affluent truly know how to indulge themselves. The chair alone must have cost a fortune, and sitting upon it seemed to invigorate one's circulation. The hall descended into an eerie silence. The elders of the Du family felt their spiritual energy surging, casting inquiring glances at Du Hongtian. Yet, he merely shook his head slightly, refraining from making a decision. Was it not time to act, now that the door was closed? Lu Chen opened his eyes and smiled. Are you worried about Elder Qiu Yuanlong? Fear not. He is quite occupied and has no time for this place. I alone have come to collect debts. What kind of debt might that be, young friend Lu? Du Hongtian inquired, his smile lacking sincerity. Of course. It is a debt of life. Lu Chen replied, his gaze fixed on them, grinning widely. Your Du family sought to kill me and steal my treasures, instilling fear in me for so long that I nearly perished. Shouldn't this debt be settled? Du Hongtian's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly bellowed, kill. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. Once Lu Chen was dealt with, they could secure enough benefits to establish connections at the main base in the war zone, allowing the Du family to weather this crisis safely. After all, it was the other party who had come to provoke them. It would be acceptable if, in their retaliation, they inadvertently ended his life. As a formidable practitioner at the 4th level of Qi control, Du Hongtian launched a lethal strike. He propelled himself through the void, his right hand transforming into a claw aimed at Lu Chen's neck. The other practitioners at the harmonization stage surged forward simultaneously, sealing off all avenues of escape for Lu Chen. The wind howled, and the air crackled like thunder. Yet, Lu Chen remained seated. He knew he could not match the might of a Qi control expert. During the martial examination, he had managed to slay a 3rd-tier beast only because it was gravely weakened, and he had relied solely on his agility. Now, even after stepping into the harmonization stage, he could not contend with a fully powered Qi control expert. Since he could not win through strength, he would resort to other means. For instance, the blood-sucking worm legion. With a swift motion, the runes on his right arm glowed, and swathes of dark figures surged forth, cascading like a relentless flood, wave after wave, overwhelming the senses. Leaving behind 200,000 blood-sucking worms as seeds, he activated the remaining 400,000. Hong Shuang did not attack, but instead perched upon Lu Chen's shoulder. After all, consuming human warriors did not replenish energy. The 2 techniques of the Du family had already been acquired, and this was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of the blood-sucking worm legion's first version. Master, let me go? Hong Shuang's voice echoed in his mind, brimming with eagerness to charge forward. This little creature, usually so clingy and fond of seeking affection from Lu Chen, was, in truth, a battle-crazed insect. After consuming that 3rd-tier beast in the martial examination venue, it seemed to have evolved once more. Both its combat prowess and fiery form had been enhanced. I know you are anxious, but hold on. There will be ample opportunities ahead. Lu Chen chuckled softly, remarking that this battle using the swarm of insects was a splendid opportunity for experimentation. The data obtained would prove invaluable. At that moment, as 400,000 bloodthirsty insects surged forth, Du Hongtian found himself at the forefront. Gazing upon the dense tide of insects, his pupils constricted sharply, and goosebumps prickled his skin. An insect cultivator? You have awakened this talent. Forbidden warriors are to be exterminated without mercy. In the wake of his astonishment, Du Hongtian, a master of the Sky Command realm, swiftly regained his composure and surged forward with renewed speed. What are the insects? His own chi could easily withstand their gnawing, and once he dealt with the insect controller, all would be well. Though he harbored such thoughts, Du Hongtian dared not let his guard down. His inner spiritual energy surged wildly, and he established multiple layers of defensive barriers around him, resembling a crimson mech. Fire! Lu Chen's figure flickered as he appeared at a distance in the corner. With the command given, a batch of bloodthirsty insects transformed into a fiery form, igniting the spiritual barriers surrounding Du Hongtian. The spiritual chi unleashed by the master of the sky command realm began to dissolve like melting snow, but soon, more spiritual energy rushed in to compensate. A fierce struggle ensued between the fire and the spiritual energy. However, as the area engulfed in flames expanded, Du Hongtian's expression shifted, and a hint of panic arose within him. Curse it! What manner of insect is this? He found himself entirely enveloped by the fiery swarm of bloodthirsty insects, presenting a horrifying spectacle. No matter how he attempted to counteract, he could not extinguish the flames. As the highest decision-maker of the Du clan and a formidable sky command master, Lu Chen's arrangement of the bloodthirsty insects had nearly cocooned him in a fiery chrysalis. Even with his aerial prowess, he faced significant hindrance. "Ah, you brat, perish!" Du Hongtian, forsaking caution, roared as he charged toward Lu Chen once more. Simultaneously, he strained himself further, channeling excess spiritual energy to weave several nets of energy, sealing off Lu Chen's escape routes. In dealing with beast tamers, eliminating the controller would render the beasts powerless. By killing you, the Du clan would not only remain unscathed, but could also rise to prominence, potentially usurping the Sun clan. A forbidden warrior. It has been many years since the great Xia has seen one. This is a heavenly boon. Lu Chen gazed intently, disregarding Du Hongtian's words. When Du Hongtian charged again, sealing off the space around him, Lu Chen sighed, noting that while fire was effective against the barriers, its speed was too slow. Further enhancement was necessary. Very well, on to the second phase. Lu Chen's demeanor remained calm as he swiftly distanced himself using an earth-level movement technique. Continuing, insect explosion. Though the presence of Xiaolan's heavenly crystal guardian provided some assurance, caution was paramount. He must not allow close quarters. No sooner had he spoken than the flames enveloping Du Hongtian surged away, and simultaneously, 100 new bloodthirsty insects emerged from the fringes. Witnessing this scene, though Du Hongtian could not foresee what was to come, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. A wave of overwhelming fear washed over him, driving him to the brink of madness. Suddenly, the air was filled with a series of explosive sounds, and excruciating pain radiated throughout his body. Before he could respond, he felt a sudden lightness below, and his perspective became uncontrollably disordered. First, he glimpsed the ceiling of the hall, and then, in his descent, he saw the mangled lower half of his body. That was his own form. A sound escaped his lips involuntarily, as Du Hongtian, resembling a tattered sack, breathed his last. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with insight as he assessed the effectiveness of the blood-devouring insects. To confront someone at the 4th level of the Sky Sovereign realm, 100 insects were excessively redundant. With proper arrangement, 60 would suffice. The self-detonation ability of the blood-devouring insects had been mentioned by Hong Shuang previously. Now, in practice, it proved unexpectedly effective. Well, let us conclude this. Mere seconds after his words, the remaining high-ranking members of the Du family quickly fell silent. Their highest cultivation level was merely at the fusion aperture realm, rendering them utterly slaughtered before the tide of blood-devouring insects. Hong Shuang, take a portion of the insect brood and cleanse the direct lineage within the Du family estate. The little one obeyed, departing joyfully with a throng of blood-devouring insects. Once a task was undertaken, it must be executed thoroughly, forever eliminating future troubles. In his 2 lifetimes, Lu Chen had never been one to exhibit mercy. He resumed his seat, lost in contemplation. This deployment of the blood-devouring insect swarm had yielded invaluable data. In taking down Du Hongtian, a 4th-level Sky Sovereign, nearly 1,400 insects perished, which was within acceptable limits. If commanded in an orderly fashion, the casualties could be further minimized. Unfortunately, neither Lu Chen nor Hong Shuang possessed the requisite skills for such command. To deal with a perfected Sky Sovereign, at most 1,000 insects would suffice. As for the higher-tier masters, Lu Chen shook his head, unable to gauge their capabilities. In the martial world, there exists a saying, below the master, all are but ants. At such a level, the power undergoes a qualitative transformation, and even the physical form may undergo metamorphosis. Consequently, there are rumors in the populace that once a martial artist ascends to the master realm, they become an entirely different species compared to humans. Quantity begets qualitative change. If 1,000 blood-devouring insects cannot slay a master, what of 10 million? Lu Chen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. His gaze fell upon the dismembered corpse of Du Hongtian, his expression contemplative. Are taboo martial artists to be eradicated by all? Thus, I am a taboo martial artist. When he awakened the insect sovereign system, Lu Chen had pondered this very notion. However, upon hearing this unfamiliar term, he felt an invisible pressure. It seemed that the martial world indeed sought to eliminate anomalous beings. For now, he would bide his time, awaiting entry into the martial academy to diligently research related information. Previously, he had allocated the 50 billion funds from the Sun family entirely to the Daoyan insect, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. After tonight's battle, Lu Chen resolved to shift his focus. To realize this plan swiftly, he must ascend the talent rankings. Wealth and prosperity lie in peril. Only then could he acquire resources, vast and formidable resources, capable of nurturing billions of insect progeny. After departing the Du family through a side entrance, Lu Chen meandered toward the main area, gradually merging with the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. In the distance behind him, flames engulfed the sky. The Du family, one of the 4 great clans of Linsong City, was being reduced to ashes in the fierce inferno. Chapter 38. This lad harbors such a murderous intent. Black gold magnetism. As the moon hung high and the stars twinkled sparsely, the atmosphere in the Martial Arts Association's office grew increasingly tense. Chiu Yuanlong's phone rang incessantly. Calls poured in from the main branch of Jiangnan Martial Academy, urging him to ensure that Lu Chen was retained for the entrance examination. Other martial academies also reached out, attempting to leverage their connections to lure Lu Chen away. Even the top conglomerates of the Great Xia sought to invest in him. In summary, with the revelation of Lu Chen's martial examination information, various powerful factions scrambled to secure his allegiance. Unfortunately for them, Chiu Yuanlong had already made his move. Despite the late hour, a smile adorned his face, his spirits high. You old geezers, who mocked Jiangnan Martial Academy last year for not attracting talented individuals, now one by one wish to compete with me for Lu Chen? Dream on. The Great Xia is divided into 8 military districts, housing 9 premier martial academies. 2 are situated in the capital, with 1 in each of the remaining military district bases. Among these 9 academies exists a labyrinthine competition. Whenever a promising talent emerges at any base, recruitment directors from other academies rush over, presenting their superior conditions for the geniuses to choose from. For decades, the capital, Magic City, and Guanghai military districts have been the most aggressive in their recruitment efforts. What can be done? Their resources are abundant. Due to their inability to compete with their rivals, and considering the unique circumstances of this martial examination, Jiangnan Martial Academy decided to disperse all its strong practitioners, sending them to various garrisons within the Jiangnan military district. Their role was twofold: to oversee the examinations and to recruit talents. If they couldn't secure promising individuals from other districts, they were determined to capture every genius within their own. Unexpectedly, not only in Linsong City but also in other garrisons, numerous talents had surfaced. What a tumultuous era of competition! Chiu Yuanlong mused. Just as he prepared to depart, his phone rang once more. Upon answering, he quickly rose, his expression turning grave, and he ascended into the air through the window. A few minutes later, gazing down at the blazing inferno below, he realized it was the Du family, slaughtered by Lu Chen. This young man harbors a pronounced killer instinct. Yet, this is merely a trivial matter. The path of martial arts is inherently one of slaughter and conflict. In truth, Chiu Yuanlong did not mind this. He even found it somewhat commendable. His teachings are fundamentally rooted in the principles of contention, with others, with the land, with the heavens, advocating for a clear and resolute mindset. What truly astonished Chiu Yuanlong was that he had only recently handed Lu Chen the materials on the Du family, and within an hour, he had taken action. If memory serves, I had suggested that he return to the Void Realm for the Du family, did I not? Observing the inferno below, Chiu Yuanlong's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The head of the Du family, Du Hongtian, was indeed a genuine Void Realm practitioner at the peak of his powers. How had Lu Chen managed to kill him? With mere Earth-level movement techniques, such a feat seemed impossible. Could it be that he harbors hidden strengths? One talent is in the nurturing of living beings, seemingly of little use, while another suspected talent is in fire manipulation. Yet even with a superior fire talent, could one truly transcend 2 realms to slay a Void Realm master? Those in the main base would struggle to accomplish such a feat. The more Chiu Yuanlong pondered, the more perplexed he felt. Had the Du family not been engulfed in flames, he could have descended to search for some clues. Yet now, he could only rely on his own deductions. Enough of this. Why dwell on such thoughts? Once he reached the main base, the true nature of that little fellow would surely be revealed. The anticipation stirred within him, for he found himself utterly captivated by the gradual unraveling of mysteries. Lu Chen took out his phone to check his missed calls, over a dozen notifications. Among them were calls from Chiu Yuanlong, several from the Sun family, and a few from Bai Weizhou. The news of the Du family's demise had spread remarkably quickly. After some contemplation, Lu Chen meticulously crafted messages to inform everyone of his safety, deliberately omitting any mention of the Du family's situation. The following morning, after exchanging a message with Sun Qi, Lu Chen had intended to travel alone. To his surprise, Sun Qi insisted on picking him up. In mere minutes, the roar of a revving engine echoed through the neighborhood. Standing beneath his apartment building, Lu Chen watched as Sun Qi maneuvered his sports car into a dramatic drift, halting right in front of him, causing Lu Chen's expression to darken. This fellow was utterly ostentatious. Brother Lu Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this a bit excessive? He had contemplated that to acquire comprehensive information about the mineral resources, the Sun family was the most suitable option. After all, although the martial arts development in Linsong City was lacking, its geographical location endowed it with abundant mineral resources. The Du family, whom he had recently vanquished, had once overseen the mining business for the major clients from the main military base. As Linsong City's foremost family, the Sun family naturally had their share of involvement. Are you trying to embarrass me? Lu Chen said weakly. I merely wanted to inquire about some information. Why did you bring your great-grandfather? He was well aware of Sun Jinyue, the patriarch of the Sun family, a master of the 9th level of the Sky Ascension realm. It was precisely because of him that the Sun family maintained their esteemed position in Linsong. Rest assured, my great-grandfather is a miner by trade. In the entirety of Linsong City, no, throughout the entire Jiangnan war zone, no one possesses more knowledge about mineral information than he does. Sun Qi opened the door to the passenger seat, grinning. Shall I say, Prince, please get in? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Ha ha ha, do you not engage in social niceties? Sun Qi chuckled. It's a tired internet meme. Girls enjoy having guys say princess, please get in. Unfortunately, no girl dares to make such a request of me, Sun Dasha. 20 minutes later, at the ancestral home of the Sun family, in the reception room, all the high-ranking members of the Sun family had gathered, including Sun Jinyue, the 9th level master, and Sun Chenin, a 3rd level master. At this moment, the elder Sun Jinyue personally welcomed Lu Chen and took the initiative to brew tea. He had already heard of the Du family's destruction the previous night and was inevitably astonished. Though he had suspected on the day of the martial arts examination that Lu Chen intended to take action against the Du family, the reality of the news left him incredulous. After all, Du Hontian was a formidable 4th level master. He could not fathom how Lu Chen had achieved victory. It was precisely this uncertainty that left him in awe. Sun Jinyue increasingly found Lu Chen to be an enigma. Nevertheless, his assessment of Lu Chen's capabilities soared to new heights. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Jinyue finally broached the main topic. He had heard from Sun Qi that the young friend Lu was eager to acquire information regarding ores. Indeed, senior son, Lu Chen replied, sitting up straight. Nodding as he continued, I practice a particular technique that requires the absorption of or energy to augment its potency. This explanation had been meticulously crafted in advance. It was logically sound and aligned perfectly with his needs. Is that so? Sun Jinyue mused. Ever since the great upheaval of the world, the variety of ores has expanded from a mere 20 to over 100, each with further subdivisions, resulting in an incredibly diverse array. He paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before cautiously inquiring, if I may be so bold, young friend, when you speak of absorbing or energy, does that imply any or will suffice? Upon receiving Lu Chen's nod, Sun Jinyue's eyes reflected deep contemplation, yet he refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he gestured for the other members of the Sun family present in the reception room to leave. Once the room was cleared, his gaze fixed intensely on Lu Chen as he posed one final question. Does the efficacy of your technique directly depend on the unique properties of the ores? Suppressing his astonishment, he endeavored to maintain a calm tone. If that were indeed the case, it would be nothing short of terrifying. Techniques of the yellow or Xian tiers certainly lacked such characteristics. Only those of the earth tier, particularly the more potent ones, could theoretically absorb or properties to enhance themselves. Earth tier techniques. Such entities were utterly priceless. In a place like Linsong City, they were non-existent. Only the supreme powers at the main base possessed them. For this reason, Sun Jinyue had requested the others to leave, ensuring confidentiality. Observing his actions, Lu Chen pondered briefly and began to grasp the underlying reasons. Yet, he was indifferent to such matters. The sheer variety of ores was overwhelming, even if he were to acquire all the information. Filtering out the most suitable for the little blue creature to consume would likely require an immense amount of effort. Since the elder understood his needs, it was best to let him devise a strategy. Allow me a moment to contemplate, Sun Jinyue said, placing his teacup down and gently closing his eyes. Time passed gradually, and after several minutes, he opened his eyes, speaking solemnly. Young friend, entrusting this decision to me necessitates careful consideration. I apologize for the wait. He continued. Based on your description, there are 3 ores that are ideal. The first is Dragon Bloodstone. In all of Daxia, there are only 3 mines of this ore, one of which is conveniently located in Linsong City. It is primarily used for crafting top-tier equipment, and its unique ability is force amplification. The higher-grade Dragon Bloodstones even possess a Dragon-S roar effect, capable of disturbing the target's psyche. Lu Chen straightened his posture, his heart racing with astonishment. Both the force amplification and Dragon-S roar were exceptional augmentative abilities. If the celestial crystal insect were to consume this, he would undoubtedly acquire these 2 attributes, perhaps even more formidable ones. However, the drawbacks are glaringly apparent. The quantity of Dragon Bloodstone is exceedingly scarce. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Xia, there exist merely 3 mines. One can only imagine the meager yield. After all, the consumption required is not limited to just the little blue, but also encompasses a multitude of offspring. At this moment, after a brief period of contemplation, Sun Jinyue continued. Secondly, we have the special attribute ores, such as Firestone, Thunderstone, and Xuanfeng Stone, among others. These ores correspond to the elemental powers of the 5 elements and possess considerable strength. Furthermore, their abundant yield makes them readily available in large quantities. After this succinct overview, Sun Jinyue revealed his third option. In truth, this final ore is the one I favor the most. Were I in your position, I would have chosen it outright. Observing Lu Chen's inquisitive gaze, the elderly gentleman with a smile, divulged, magnetic stone. This type of ore is frequently encountered in daily applications and is also utilized in the crafting of equipment. However, it is not overly abundant, as its drawbacks are quite pronounced. It creates a magnetic environment that can impede one's sensory perception and martial techniques, among other issues. Yet, as you mentioned, my young friend, if the requirement is merely for martial arts, it seems that one could effectively nullify the adverse effects of the magnetic stone. Lu Chen's thoughts were instantly illuminated. Magnetism. In a certain film from my previous life, there was a classic character endowed with this ability, known as Magneto. He was heralded as one of the most formidable mutants, with powers bordering on the infinite. Manipulating metals was merely the foundation of his capabilities. He could further amplify speed, control blood to explode, and manipulate energy, among other advanced applications. The mere thought of this sent Lu Chen's heartbeat racing. He could hardly contain his eagerness for Little Blue to commence its consumption and proliferation. Naturally, while the ability to create and manipulate magnetic fields is indeed powerful, whether all its characteristics can be fully developed remains an enigma. After all, this world is an era of martial arts. The structural composition and capabilities of martial artists have undergone tremendous elevation. It appears that young Lu has arrived at a conclusion akin to my own. Sun Jinhua chuckled. There are indeed many varieties of magnetic stone, but the most exceptional among them is the Wujin magnetic stone. In addition to its basic magnetic properties, it also possesses attributes that can influence the soul. If you require it, my family has some reserves. Take as much as you need. Moreover, Sun Jinua's tone shifted, his demeanor suddenly becoming solemn. Young Lu, you are destined for greatness. Your future accomplishments shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. If you do not mind, the Sun family would be honored to serve as your vanguard. Throughout his life, the elderly gentleman had exercised caution and prudence, guiding the Sun family step by step. Having lived for over 130 years, he had never engaged in any uncontrollable ventures. Yet today, he chose to take a bold gamble. A wager on the future of the Sun family. As one of the earliest supporters of Lu Chen and one of the most influential figures in Linsong City, his understanding of Lu Chen was undoubtedly more comprehensive than anyone else's. Whether in talent or intellect, Lu Chen was exceptionally formidable. It is no exaggeration to say that Sun Jinhua firmly believed that once Lu Chen matured, he would undoubtedly become a figure capable of shaking the very foundations of the Great Xia. Having established a modicum of rapport, it was only natural to further solidify their connection. At this moment, observing Lu Chen's contemplative expression, Sun Jinhua, a formidable figure at the 9th level of aerial mastery, felt a twinge of anxiety. Eventually, after a brief silence, Lu Chen spoke solemnly. The Sun family has always been kind to me, and I share a friendship with Sun Qi. Your words, esteemed elder, truly humble me. I am unworthy of such praise. However, should fortune favor me in the future, I shall certainly not forget the Sun family's kindness. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinua's face broke into a smile, and the weight upon his heart finally lifted. He retrieved a key from his storage pouch and handed it over. This is the key to the black gold magnetite warehouse. You may visit at your convenience. Additionally, I will promptly arrange for the staff there to withdraw, so as not to disturb you. Chapter 39, Black Gold Magnetite. Terrifying Defense. 2 Supreme Abilities. After Lu Chen departed, Sun Jinhua pondered for a moment before summoning Sun Chenyan and the others. Currently, the nominal head of the Sun family was Sun Chenyan, as the elder had long since refrained from involvement in daily affairs. However, during critical moments, he undoubtedly retained supreme authority. 3 matters. Sun Jinhua stood, casting a sweeping gaze around the room before resting his eyes on Sun Chenyan. First, from this moment on, the Sun family shall forge a deep alliance with Lu Chen. We will lend our collective strength to support him in all endeavors. This simple declaration sent a tremor through the senior members of the Sun family. Sun Chenyan, being Lu Chen's elder sister in spirit, was somewhat prepared for this arrangement and accepted it without much resistance. The others, however, exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and gravity. After all, this decision effectively rendered the entire Sun family subordinate to Lu Chen. Yet, intimidated by the elder's decisive and resolute nature, they hesitated to voice their concerns. Secondly, we will gradually liquidate our assets in Linsong City and relocate to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone within 6 months. Sun Jinua's voice remained steady as he continued. Third, we shall retain only the essential operational funds from the Sun family's liquid capital and utilize the remainder to acquire black gold magnetite throughout the realm of Great Xia. These 3 resolutions irrevocably redirected the future of the Sun family. Ignoring the sentiments of those present, Sun Jinhua dismissed everyone, leaving only Sun Chenyan behind. He cheerfully remarked, Little Yen, the matters I just mentioned are of great significance. If you discover anyone obstructing our plans, you have my permission to eliminate them. It would be prudent to head to the main base soon. He sighed, seemingly lost in thought. I fear the next couple of years may not be tranquil. Sun Chenyan's expression froze momentarily as she inquired, Are you referring to the situation at the front lines? Indeed, Sun Jinhua replied, a shadow of concern flickering in his gaze. The gray mist seafront has been increasingly strained in recent years, and it was recently breached twice. The city of Yunza in the Jiangnan war zone nearly faced annihilation. Should Yunza fall, our Linsong city would be next. Sun Chenyin fell silent. Much of the information remained under wraps. Ordinary citizens were oblivious, and even lower-tier martial artists might lack access to such channels. It was none other than Sun Jinyue, who, in his youth, served on the front lines of the Misty Sea, forging bonds with numerous comrades, thus gaining a modicum of intelligence sources. Situated approximately 5 or 6 miles north of Linsong City, there lies an expansive storage area, akin in scale to a small town, where the mineral materials of various prominent families converge. By the time Lu Chen arrived, it was already midday. After verifying his identity at the sentry point, he entered the confines of the storage area and soon located the Sun family's warehouse. As he opened the door and stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of 7 or 8 mounds of raw ore, towering nearly 20 meters high. All were Wujin magnetite, under the arrangement of Sun Jinyue. The personnel here had been evacuated, and even the surveillance equipment had been dismantled, leaving Lu Chen entirely alone. Thus, he decided to commence immediately, summoning Xiaolon. The little creature instantly recognized that a sumptuous feast awaited him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, is all this for me to eat?" For the heavenly crystal worm, the diet is exceedingly diverse, capable of devouring even the very soil beneath. Yet, the quality of ingredients is stratified. In his perception, the heaps of Wujin magnetite before him were nothing short of delicacies. Indeed, had he not mentioned a grand feast just yesterday? Lu Chen smiled and continued, "Devour and reproduce. Let me observe the speed of your consumption." In just a couple of days, Qiu Yuanlong would be taking him to the main base of the war zone. If all the raw ore could be digested here, it would save a considerable sum on transportation costs. "Very well, my esteemed father," Xiaolon cheered, immediately darting toward the nearest mound of Wujin magnetite. Under Lu Chen's watchful gaze, a series of filaments, resembling his own skin in hue, suddenly emerged around the little creature. They intertwined like tentacles, forming a fluffy mass roughly the size of a basketball. This net-like structure descended upon the mineral pile before him. Each filament appeared to be adorned with countless minute hairs, akin to suction cups, affixing themselves to the surface of the ore and commencing their extraction. The entire net seemed to illuminate with a vibrant glow, as if electrified, with pale blue energy pulses visibly coursing through the filaments, entering Xiaolan's body. In a mere span of seconds, the basketball-sized Wujin magnetite was completely consumed, leaving only the useless remnants scattered like powder. "Delicious, delicious," the little creature chattered joyfully to itself, repeating the operation once more. Simultaneously, after devouring the initial batch, in accordance with Lu Chen's instructions, it prioritized the reproduction of 10 offspring. Upon their emergence, these progeny unconditionally obeyed Xiaolon and Lu Chen, commencing their own consumption. What astonishing speed! Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously harbored concerns about the inability to fully digest the magnetite in this warehouse, but he had not anticipated such rapid progress. Thus, the number of heavenly crystal worms multiplied, and their rate of consumption accelerated. In less than 10 minutes, the first or mound lay desolate, reduced to mere ashes upon the ground. By this time, the progeny of the heavenly crystal worm had already surged to over 30,000. Lu Chen took a deep breath, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. After all, as time progresses, the number of celestial crystal worms will exponentially increase, and their voracity will surge. At this very moment, the entire warehouse of obsidian magnetite has transformed into an azure ocean. The luminous source is none other than the multitude of celestial crystal worms. They are weaving webs, voraciously consuming and absorbing the energy of the ore. 7 minutes later, the 8 obsidian magnetite mines were completely depleted. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his gaze igniting with fervent brilliance, whispering softly as if in a trance, "Let it begin." He extended his arms as if to embrace something. In an instant, the 840,000 celestial crystal worms, with their wings fluttering and trailing streams of blue radiance, surged towards him. At a glance, it resembled a cerulean ocean, imbued with a sense of dreamlike wonder. Once all the celestial crystal worms integrated into his being, Lu Chen's physical form remained largely unchanged. Yet, the membrane, muscles, and even the outermost keratinous layer pulsated with subtle tremors, as if adapting. Upon closer inspection, beneath the outer membrane of flesh, there appeared to be another layer of pale blue protective crystalline wall. In terms of power, there was no significant alteration, but in defense, after some reflection, Lu Chen retrieved a metallic combat knife from his storage pouch and struck his left arm with full force. A resounding clang echoed, akin to metal colliding with ferocity. His arm merely tingled slightly, leaving a faint white mark that vanished almost instantaneously. However, the metallic combat knife in his right hand bore numerous fine cracks. At this moment, I am at the first level of the integration realm, and despite my full force assault, I could not breach the defense. In fact, the immense recoil rendered the metallic knife useless. Is this the defensive capability bestowed by 840,000 celestial crystal worms? It is utterly terrifying. Chen was even oblivious to where his true limits lay. The enhancement in defense was merely the most fundamental trait acquired from the celestial crystal worms integration. More importantly, it pertained to the capabilities corresponding to the ore. Upon opening the panel, Chen discovered that, aside from taming, a new attribute had emerged: Obsidian Primordial Magnetism. Obsidian Primordial Magnetism. Rank: First level. The upper limit of this physique is 4th level. First level requires 500,000 celestial crystal worms. Second level, 5 million. Third level, 50 million. Fourth level, 500 million. Description: transformed from the celestial crystal worms consumption of obsidian magnetite. Upon rank elevation, corresponding abilities will be enhanced. Abilities: Primordial Magnetism Manipulation. Soul Magnet Storm. Chapter 40. The Misty Sea Front. The War Fortress. The Teachings of White Guard State. In the Jiangnan Battle Zone, the main base. This colossal city, home to 200 million inhabitants, is an exceedingly intricate amalgamation. Martial arts, technology, towering skyscrapers, and slums coexist here in a curious harmony. At this moment, within a commercial district of the slums, pulsating music is exuberantly unleashed. Even in the daytime, the dance floor is teeming with a diverse crowd, wildly gyrating their bodies, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Surrounding him are several scantily clad women, engaged in playful games. Those frequenting such establishments are predominantly ordinary folk. Indeed, the time of a warrior is exceedingly precious, and they would not indulge in such trivial pastimes. Within the dimly lit space, a middle-aged man approached slowly, stopping before the booth of a young man with yellow hair, his expression imbued with respect. "Please, you may leave," the young man gestured dismissively, prompting the women to rise and exit with discernment. "Master, the matter has been resolved," the middle-aged man stated, disregarding the previous dismissal. Once the uninvited guests had departed, he leaned closer to the youth and lowered his voice, continuing, "The individuals from the Grey Mist Sea will cooperate with our endeavors, intensifying their offensive." Upon hearing this, the young man shrugged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Alas, that group of outsiders is not easily deceived. Some incentives must be provided. I must trouble Uncle Fong to make another trip and deliver our earlier agreements to them. This should suffice. As if envisioning certain scenarios, the young man swirled his wine glass, murmuring to himself, "When the high-ranking experts from the Grey Mist Sea take action, the strong from the Jiangnan Martial Academy dispatched to the major garrison cities will undoubtedly rush to assist. And at that moment, it will be our time to shine." He drained his glass of red wine, licking his lips, and inquired further, "Uncle Fong, are there any recent arrangements from the church?" "Ah." The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That boss of ours, so prideful, has actually gone to participate in that so-called genius rankings. Isn't that just a blatant display of superiority? The Jiangnan War Zone, particularly the extreme eastern region, consists of a lengthy coastline. In comparison to the world before the Great Upheaval, the seas have transformed into a perilous realm, now deemed an inaccessible no-man's land. Thick gray mists hover perpetually over the surface of the water, thus earning it the name Grey Mist Sea. Within this forbidden zone, beyond the oceanic beasts emerging from beneath the waves, other formidable and ferocious creatures have also arisen, occasionally launching attacks on the borders of the Great Xia. Over centuries of resistance, the Jiangnan War Zone has established a defensive line stretching tens of thousands of miles along the coastline. In the most severely afflicted areas, numerous war fortresses have been erected. The larger fortifications may host hundreds of thousands of troops, while the smaller ones still command tens of thousands, comprising both ordinary soldiers and martial legions. Take, for instance, Sun Jinyue from the Sun family of Linsong City, who joined the martial legion in his youth and fought valiantly here. It was through the merits he accrued that he acquired initial capital to establish the Sun family in Linsong City, allowing it to take root and flourish. At this very moment, within the number 0 fortress in the central region of the front line, a spacious conference room was convening a video meeting. Generals from 108 fortresses were present, each visage appearing on the screen, all bearing solemn expressions. In the conference room, a middle-aged man with graying temples, clad in military attire, spoke earnestly. "According to our reconnaissance, it appears a tide of beasts is gathering deep within the Grey Mist Sea. If all goes as anticipated, a great battle may soon erupt. I urge each of you to be thoroughly prepared. Should any anomalies arise, contact me immediately." He continued, "Now, I shall delineate the regions that may be at risk of attack. Fortress number 14 is suspected to be facing a beast tide of catastrophic proportions. Ensure protective measures are in place and remain vigilant in gathering intelligence. Fortress number 29, suspected beast tide level, catastrophic. All personnel must remain on high alert for combat. Furthermore, I shall be reallocating forces from other fortresses and cities to urgently proceed. In the city of Linsong, at the Qingsong Cemetery, a layer of yellowed, withered leaves carpets the seldom trodden path of white stone slabs, flanked by neatly arranged pine trees that sway gently in the desolate autumn breeze. The last few leaves continue to fall, leaving the branches stark and bare. Xiao Chun, it brings true joy to Uncle Bai to see you reach this day. Bai Weizhou, as ever, wore a gentle smile in the presence of Lu Chun, clad not in military attire, but in a simple brown trench coat. He carried a bag filled with items for the memorial. Earlier, Lu Chun had intended to visit and meet Uncle Bai in person. Yet he was surprised when the latter suggested this alternative location for their meeting. Lu Chun harbored deep respect and warmth for Bai Weizhou, this old comrade of his father, whose care for him bordered on indulgence. It is no exaggeration to say that since the passing of Lu Chen's parents, Bai Weizhou had frequented Lu Chen's home more than he did his own daughter, Bai Qiuning. Moreover, upon learning of Lu Chen's intention to participate in the martial examination, and in the face of widespread opposition, Bai Weizhou had not uttered a word of dissent, but instead selflessly traded a significant portion of his life's achievements to procure 3 transformation pills for Lu Chun. This affection and kindness remained etched in Lu Chen's heart. Of course, had it not been for Bai Qiuning's incessant meddling, the relationship between their families might have been even better. Thoughts churned within him as Bai Weizhou feigned a glare, shaking his head and saying, "What luck? That is all a result of your own strength. It is earned through your efforts." Lu Chen responded with a shy smile, inwardly acknowledging, Uncle Bai's words ring true. It is indeed my hard work that has brought me here. With the aid of the heavenly crystal worm and the acquisition of the black gold yuan magnet, Lu Chen's prowess had surged once more. Even without deploying the bloodthirsty worm legion, he could now vanquish masters of Du Hongtian's caliber through his own abilities. And this was merely the surface of Lu Chen's capabilities. His greatest trump card, aside from the self-detonation of the bloodthirsty worm, was a new layer of formidable defense. To test his limits, Lu Chun had sought out Sun Jinyue, inviting him to strike. After comprehensive experimentation, Lu Chun gained a thorough understanding of his defensive capabilities. Even the full-force assault of a 9th-layer master could breach his defenses, yet it would not inflict severe injury, and he could heal in a remarkably short time. This indicated that his defenses could withstand attacks from a master-level opponent. Lu Chun vividly recalled the progression of emotions on Sun Jinyue's face, from initial bewilderment to shock, confusion, and finally silence, culminating in a dry utterance of a few words. "Impressive. Do not come to provoke me again." The memory of the old man's expression always brought a smile to Lu Chen's face. At this moment, Bai Weizhou came to a halt, softly announcing, "We have arrived." Lu Chun gazed ahead at the gravestone, where a photograph of his parents was affixed. The Qingsong Cemetery is no ordinary resting place. Those who can be interred here are the esteemed civil servants of the military in Linsong City. Xiao Chun, your parents and I have been close friends for over 30 years. We have known each other since childhood, having enlisted together and served in the Linsong City garrison. In those days, both your father and I pursued your mother, but alas, I fell short in the looks department. Bai Weizhou spoke as if addressing Lu Chun. Yet it seemed he was also conversing with himself. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, upon hearing these tantalizing revelations, felt a surge of gossip ignite within him. Unfortunately, Uncle Bai only touched upon the relevant details, offering no further elaboration. After a brief pause, Bai Weizhou urged Lu Chun to take out the paper money for burning. "Xiao Chun, you have grown up. There is little I can teach you or assist you with. Just remember," he murmured, gazing at the photograph on the gravestone. Softly intoning, "The path of martial arts is not an easy one. You must hold steadfast to your heart. As long as you are in the right, persist to the end, and the world will eventually recognize your worth. By the way, my transfer orders have arrived. I am to depart for the Grey Mist Seafront soon. I won't be able to see you off the day after tomorrow, so take care of yourself." Chapter 41, The Flesh and Blood Mill. Departure, destination, main base. Developments rarely unfold as anticipated. For days after the martial arts examination concluded, it was supposed to be Qiu Yuanlong leading the top 10 candidates from Linsong City to the main base in the war zone. However, a sudden eruption of conflict at the Grey Mist Seafront occurred. Unlike previous singular beast surges, this large-scale outbreak spanned over a dozen locations, each at a catastrophic level. The number of advanced ferocious beasts had multiplied several times. As the battle commenced, several war fortresses faltered and urgently required reinforcements. Should the situation continue to deteriorate, the conflict would undoubtedly spiral out of control, with the beast tide from the Grey Mist Sea surging inland. The consequences would be dire. In this critical moment, the highest levels of the war zone immediately began to arrange for powerful reinforcements to be dispatched. Simultaneously, personnel from the garrison forces of various major cities were urgently summoned, with Bai Weizhou being one of Linsong City's representatives. Yet, this was not the end. As the situation intensified, the number of skilled fighters remained insufficient. Even those responsible for the martial arts examinations in the major cities received urgent transfer orders. Qiu Yuanlong from Linsong City had not even had the chance to brief Lu Chun on the next steps before he rushed to the Grey Mist Seafront, handing the escort mission to others. Thus, we must wait 2 more days to proceed to the main base alongside the promoted candidates from nearby cities. In the antiquated study, Lu Chun took a bite of an apple and mumbled a question. Across from him, seated at a desk, the venerable Sun Jinyue wielded a brush, practicing calligraphy. On the pristine rice paper, He wrote a few wild cursive characters, which perhaps held a certain beauty, though Lu Chun could not appreciate it. Yes, we were originally set to depart today, with Senior Chiu escorting us to the main base, but now it has been postponed to the day after tomorrow. Sun Jinyue continued to write with a steady hand, elaborating, according to our plan, due to the significance of the Tianjiao list. There will be 72 masters leading the charge from the 72 garrison cities in the Jiangnan battle zone. However, as of now, only 8 remain, centered around the main base. These masters will embark in 8 directions, starting from the most distant city, gathering the promoted individuals along the way to the main base. In our route through Linchong City, there are only 6 cities, resulting in fewer personnel than the other paths. Lu Chen nodded, finding no particular concern regarding the arrangement. After all, the escort would still be led by masters, albeit with a greater number of prodigies under their charge. Despite the vast expanse of the Jiangnan battle zone, the presence of powerful entities like the demon suppressors ensured a reasonable level of safety. Noticing Lu Chen's silence, Sun Jinyue assumed he was troubled and chuckled softly. Rest assured, while the outskirts are fraught with peril, the established routes are frequently traversed by merchant caravans, and the surrounding fierce beasts are regularly dealt with. So there is nothing to worry about. He then raised his head, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he added, with your current strength, you are virtually invincible below the master level. Even if you encounter trouble, you can surely escape. Recalling yesterday's experiment, Sun Jinyue still found it astonishing that there existed martial artists at the fusion realm capable of withstanding a Master S attack. Who would believe such a thing? Reflecting on his own life, over 130 years old, and having practiced martial arts for more than a century, he found himself still stuck at the 9th level of Sky Mastery, just a step away from becoming a master. Compared to Lu Chen, he felt as though he had wasted a significant portion of his life. It was infuriating to contemplate that a century of effort might be rendered meaningless. Taking a moment to adjust his mindset, Sun Jinyue bent down to dry the ink on the rice paper. He then lifted it with both hands, pride evident as he inquired of Lu Chen, what do you think? Although my strength pales in comparison to yours, these characters are undoubtedly of a hall-level quality. In Linchong City, such a piece is priceless. Lu Chen gazed at the paper, straining to decipher the characters. After a few seconds, he recognized the 4 bold cursive characters and read them aloud softly, go to hell. He then raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, old man, your style is both grand and elegant. This mindset is certainly worthy of my emulation. Yet, he suddenly noticed Sun Jinyue's expression darkening, staring intently at him. The 4 characters read, Spring Pool, Autumn Rhythm. Young lad, you are far too audacious. It seemed the old man's defenses had been breached. Lu Chen quickly chuckled and offered an apology. After some light conversation, he abruptly asked, did you mention last time that you had been to the battlefield at the Misty Sea in your youth? Reflecting inwardly, Lu Chen found himself genuinely intrigued by the front lines. To others, the fierce beasts were a calamity, but to him, they represented the finest ingredients. If he could unleash a swarm of blood-devouring insects amidst a large-scale beast tide, they would likely reproduce rapidly in a short time. Of course, this also posed significant risks. The powerful beings on the beast side would undoubtedly not allow such actions to go unchecked, and his identity as a forbidden martial artist could very well be exposed. So, do you wish to venture to the front lines to achieve great deeds? Sun Jinyue let out a derisive laugh before suddenly falling into silence. His gaze was filled with nostalgia, his thoughts drifting to an unknown realm. After a long while, he shook his head and sighed. That place is nothing short of a meat grinder. People die every moment. Especially during the beast tide, the number of casualties is truly overwhelming. Whether ordinary soldiers or martial arts masters, anyone can lose their life at any moment. Back when I was in my 20s, brimming with youthful passion, I had just entered the realm of melding, eager to make my mark and earn some merit points for monetary gain. After enlisting, I was assigned to the same unit as over 400 other free martial artists. Do you know how many of us survived after several battles? Sun Jinyue's eyes darkened, a bitter smile crossing his face, including myself. Only 13 of us are still alive. It's truly devastating, utterly tragic. Lu Chen remained silent. In the year of the martial Dao era, 581, on September 21st, although autumn had just begun, the temperature was dropping swiftly, and by nearly 10 in the morning, a chill lingered in the air. The trees lining the roads stood bare and desolate. Yet, the flow of people on the streets remained undiminished. Neither the temperature nor the stalemate on the gray mist sea front affected the city of Linchong. Emerging from their vehicles, Lu Chen and 10 other aspirants arrived at the East City Gate. Today, their escort would pass through here to take them to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone. Leading Lu Chen and the others was Yang Zhen, the president of the Linchong Martial Arts Association. He glanced at the 10 talented individuals before him, choosing not to elaborate but instead solemnly stated, 2 individuals will be responsible for your escort, both formidable warriors. Remember to show them respect. The team leader is Song Qifeng, a 3rd-level master from the Jiangnan Martial Academy. The assistant is Li Mingyun, a 9th-level sky manipulator from the Li family of Yunjia City, officially hired for the escort. After a brief introduction, Yang Zhen's expression softened. His eyes filled with encouragement. You are all somewhat familiar with the celestial talent rankings. Whether you ascend to greatness or lament your fate is up to your own fortune. In any case, I wish you all good luck. Chapter 42. Even masters need love. Or they be seen as suckers. Just as Yang Zhen's words faded, the ground suddenly trembled. In the distance beyond the city, several enormous ferocious beasts approached at an astonishing speed, resembling small mountains charging forth. Ah! A girl behind Lu Chen gasped in fright. Beside her, Sun Chi rolled his eyes and muttered, "What a fuss. With such a timid heart. How can she call herself a genius? There's no need to panic. Those are our escorting beasts." Yang Zhen reassured, observing the approaching figures. "I can only take you this far. Once you reach the main base, remember to check in." In the distance, 4 ferocious beasts could be seen. Each 5 to 6 meters long and approximately 3 meters tall, their backs remarkably flat, equipped with soft seating and wind shields. Camel rhinos, Lu Chen thought to himself. He had learned about these beasts in class. They are gentle in nature, easily tamed, and possess remarkable carrying capacity, often utilized by merchant caravans. At that moment, the leading camel rhino bore 2 riders. It was none other than Song Qifeng, the 3rd-level master responsible for their escort. In the city of Yunze, Li Mingyun of the Li family, a female warrior, ascended through the 9th layer of the sky. Behind her, a second camel-like beast bore the weight of 20 individuals. All talented individuals from other cities who had secured advancement slots. The remaining 2 beasts stood empty. At that moment, as they approached the vicinity of Lu Chen and his companions, the caravan came to a halt. Song Qifeng leaped down, exchanged signatures with Yang Zhen, and then turned his gaze toward the 10 seed candidates from Linsong City. His eyes lingered on Lu Chen for a few moments, accompanied by a benevolent nod. "Leave the subsequent matters to me, Commander Yang." Despite his mastery-level cultivation, Song Qifeng's demeanor was remarkably gentle. After bidding farewell to Yang Zhen, he approached the 3rd camel-like beast and patted its neck. The creature snorted in response, lazily settling down, while a soft ladder was lowered for ascent. "All is well. No need for supplies here for the time being. You little ones may board." Under his direction, Lu Chen and the others ascended the back of the beast in succession. Once atop, the ground beneath their feet felt like a kind of soft rubber, remarkably even, causing no discomfort. In front of them were rows of plush seats, accompanied by several small tables adorned with fruits and snacks. Sun Chi chose the foremost row, beckoning Lin Xie to sit at the innermost position, with Lu Chen in the center and herself positioned closest to the aisle. Once everything was settled, the escort team commenced their journey. A resounding rumble filled the air, the sound of the camel-like beast galloping, offering only slight jolts, with no other shortcomings. Lu Chen marveled inwardly, finding it even more comfortable than the high-speed trains of his previous life. While it might lag slightly in speed, it was still remarkably swift. "You candidates from Linsong City, having just joined the team, allow me to impart a few brief points," Song Qifeng announced as he rose to his feet. His voice resonated directly into the ears of Lu Chen and the others through his forceful energy. "Firstly, we are approximately 3 days away from the main base of the war zone. The journey through the wilderness may be somewhat monotonous, so prepare yourselves mentally. Secondly, we will rest twice daily, at noon and 6 in the evening, camping for the night without travel. As for the final point," Song Qifeng paused slightly, his expression turning serious. "If we encounter any danger, remain calm. Deputy Li and I will handle it." Sensing the potential anxiety of the crowd, he added a gentle smile. "Of course, the path we traverse is one frequented by merchant caravans, often cleared by powerful individuals, so unexpected incidents are unlikely." The camel-like beasts began to accelerate, maintaining a speed of approximately 200 kilometers per hour. Beside Lu Chen, Sun Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she intently observed the front. Suddenly, she leaned closer and nudged Lu Chen with her elbow, whispering with a mischievous smile, "Lu Gu, do you want to hear some gossip?" At the back, Lin Xie, seated beside Lu Chen, felt quite reserved. After taking her seat, she pretended to gaze out at the scenery, attempting to mask her inner tension. Although she had grown somewhat familiar with Lu Chen and Sun Chi, her social anxiety and reticence persisted. Upon hearing Sun Chi's hushed words, she subtly focused her attention on their conversation, striving to engage without drawing attention to herself. For young women, there exists no allure greater than the tantalizing whispers of gossip. He, however, harbored little interest in such trivialities. After all, in the recesses of his mind, he could effortlessly engage in conversation with Hong Shuang at any moment. Moreover, whenever that little rascal found herself bored, she would pull Xiao Lan aside to share hushed secrets, recounting amusing anecdotes about Lu Chen under the guise of a bug. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Chen, as the group leader, was privy to every word. Yet, he chose to remain silent, merely observing the spectacle with amusement. Upon silencing the mental chatter of the group, he heard Sun Chi's voice drop to a conspiratorial whisper, filled with excitement. "They are 2 escorts. There is an affair afoot." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Lin Xie's inner thoughts echoed her astonishment. "Is this something I should be privy to? Should I cover my ears?" "No. I am watching from the outside. They do not realize I am listening." Hee hee. I have been observing for quite some time. Just moments ago, after Master Song finished speaking to us and had barely settled down, Li Mingyun handed him a peeled grape. And you must pay attention, although they are seated closely. Every time Li Mingyun engages Master Song in conversation, she unconsciously leans in closer, seeking intimacy. Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sun Qi. Was this truly the work of a modern-day Sherlock Holmes? Had it been in a previous life, Sun Qi could have easily been a private investigator specializing in infidelity, potentially earning millions annually. Meanwhile, he too had discreetly observed for a moment and found that it indeed aligned with Sun Qi's assertions. Lin Xia, yearning to glimpse the scene ahead, wrestled with the notion of exposing her eavesdropping. No, she must exercise restraint. Lin Xia, you can do this. How about it? My esteemed son Dasha is not mistaken, is he? Sun Qi beamed with pride, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Lu Chen responded by giving a thumbs up. If this continued, that cunning woman might very well succeed. Alas, could it be that a master, such as he, was oblivious to the fact he was being lured like a naive fool? Sun Qi lamented the unfortunate circumstances and felt anger at such ignorance. He considered intervening, but ultimately resolved to continue observing. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly remarked, I have heard whispers that you, Sun Dasha, are also a novice, having never even held a girl's hand. Sun Qi's expression faltered, as if he had been struck speechless. Nonsense. I, the illustrious Sun Dasha, am adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. Who dare spread such rumors about me? Oh, it was your aunt, Sun Qinyan. Sun Qi remained silent. In a secluded area deep within the mountains, two figures cloaked in black appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion, frequently mentioning Lu Chen's name. At that moment, a figure clad in gray approached from a distance. Reporting to you, esteemed envoys. He bowed respectfully before continuing. I have just received word from the agents that the conditions are now ripe, and we can act at any moment. As he presented the detailed intelligence, both cloaked figures expressed their delight. This is splendid. The Li family's strategic move has indeed played a pivotal role. One of the black-clad individuals exclaimed. The fourth route we oversee may very well be the first to accomplish its mission. The rewards will surely be immensely generous. The two exchanged further dialogue. A thunderous strike. The demise of talented prodigies on this path. Chapter 43. Who the hell wants to eat dog food? A veiled threat emerges. The day unfolded uneventfully. Devoid of any significant occurrences. The group took breaks during midday and dusk, halting at a way station along the trade route to rest for the night before embarking on the journey anew the following day. Initially, spirits were high, with eager gazes directed outwards, marveling at peculiar ferocious beasts and expressing astonishment. However, as time progressed, their enthusiasm waned. Spending the entire day atop the back of a massive beast inevitably led to tedium. Lu Chen managed to alleviate his boredom by engaging in a mental chat with the three little critters in his mind, and after the chat concluded, he was still able to focus on his cultivation. In contrast, Sun Qi, with his restless disposition, could not remain still. After failing to engage Lu Chen in conversation, he retreated to the rear to play cards with several other talented youths from Linsong City. Not long after he departed, Lin Xia, sitting at the far end, struggled for a considerable time before mustering the courage to poke Lu Chen's arm with her finger, presenting him with a box of pastries. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She dared not meet his gaze, stammering, Would you like to have breakfast? The pastries are quite good. I bought more than I needed. What a clumsy excuse. A smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he accepted the offering, thanking her. After tasting one, he praised, This is delightful. Lin Xia's anxiety dissipated significantly, and she chuckled lightly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Just as she lifted her head to say something, she noticed Sun Qi had returned, standing behind Lu Chen with a complex expression on his face. What? Was it not breakfast time when I was here? Am I unworthy of breakfast? You said you bought too many, so surely there's enough for me. He huffed internally, feeling a pang of jealousy. Upon meeting Lu Chen's gaze, he feigned indifference, forcing a smile. No worries, you two enjoy. Take your time. I'm not hungry. Really, not at all. With that, he promptly turned and walked to the back, leaving behind a desolate silhouette. Following this unexpected turn of events, Lin Xia retreated into her shell once more, too timid to speak with Lu Chen. Yet, she felt a flicker of joy in her heart, for the pastries were, in fact, her own creation. However, Lu Chen remained absorbed in his cultivation, reluctant to break his silence. By 10 o'clock, the escort team arrived at the third city along this route, Liyun City, still devoid of supplies upon entering the city. Song Qifeng signed the necessary documents with the local authorities before leading the 10 talented youths onward. As dusk fell, the sky grew increasingly dim. After a brief 30-minute respite, Song Qifeng ordered the group to depart, aiming to reach the next way station before complete darkness enveloped the land. During the day, there was a sense of camaraderie and laughter. However, once night descended, a palpable tension filled the air. Outside the city, the darkness brought with it an aura of dread. The echoes of monstrous roars reverberated through the towering mountains flanking the trade route, unyielding in their intensity. Moreover, illumination was strictly forbidden atop the beast in the night. Otherwise, It would surely attract ferocious predators. Although Song Chifeng was present to manage the situation, it was preferable to avoid such troubles whenever possible. Half an hour later, the escort team finally arrived at the designated station, only to be met with the sight of desolation. The expressions on Song Chifeng and Li Mingyun's faces turned grave. The latter softly said, "A phone, please keep an eye on the students while I investigate." After giving him a reassuring glance, she soared into the air. After a brief reconnaissance, Li Mingyun returned to the team and reported to Song Chifeng. "It seems this place has been desolate for 2 or 3 days. The footprints suggest it was ravaged by ferocious beasts, not by human hands." Song Chifeng nodded, his worries alleviated, and gently replied, "Thank you, Mingyun. Please come back up." Meanwhile, Sun Chi gazed intently in that direction, commenting in a conspiratorial tone. "She even using nicknames. It seems this woman has truly captured his heart. Master Song has developed feelings for her, and is even showing concern. TSK, even a staunch man can awaken." Lu Chen merely scoffed, uninterested in the gossip. After all, it was already the second day, and they should reach the main base of the war zone by tomorrow night. Beside him, Lin Xie, cloaked by the night, was attentively observing ahead, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Students, let me briefly explain the situation." Song Chifeng's voice carried over, continuing, "This station has been destroyed by ferocious beasts. We must make camp here tonight, right behind the station." He guided the team around a side path to the designated area. With their backs against a steep cliff and a stream nearby, they began to set up camp. A spacious, level area was available, complete with tent pegs specifically designed for camping. Given the numerous ferocious beasts in the wild, stations occasionally faced destruction. Moreover, merchant caravans could not travel in the dark and thus had to rest on site. This consideration had led to the installation of appropriate facilities in the area. Under everyone's collective effort, tents were swiftly erected. After inspecting all the setups, Song Chifeng sprinkled several layers of beast-repelling powder around the perimeter and deployed a few spherical devices that rolled away and unfolded, ready to serve as early warning systems. With all tasks completed, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Approaching the group, he smiled warmly. "In the future, if you find yourselves camping in the wild, ensure you take various precautions and set up warnings. It's better to be prepared than caught off guard. If you're interested, I can share some experiences." At his words, 30 talented individuals from 3 cities eagerly settled down cross-legged, their excitement palpable. Had the circumstances permitted, they would have erupted into cheers. After all, they were receiving instruction from a master. These prodigious talents from the city had never experienced such an opportunity before. Song Chifeng also sat down, immersing himself in the vastness of the night as he began to impart his wilderness survival knowledge. Lu Chen, seated among the crowd, listened intently. Some of the information was familiar from textbooks, but much more was derived from the master's personal insights, knowledge that could prove invaluable in critical moments. After sharing a segment of his wisdom, Li Mingyun suddenly stood, gently saying, "I need to step away for a moment. Any ladies wish to join me?" Several figures immediately rose and followed Li Mingyun to a secluded spot. Lu Chen was pulled by Sun Chi, joining several boys on the other side. Sun, the young master, wore an expression of newfound understanding regarding matters of the heart. "You should mind your own business. Flirting with that girl from the Huang family. Did you think I didn't notice?" Lu Chen teased, but abruptly halted his banter. "Huh, are you? Get lost." After Sun Chi departed, Lu Chen ventured further away and pondered in his mind. "Hong Shuang, did you just sense a murderous intent? Is your perception accurate?" "Master, how could I possibly be mistaken? This is my area of expertise." Hong Shuang replied with a hint of pride, then continued, "However, strangely, I sensed subtle murderous intent but couldn't pinpoint who it was coming from. It seems to be obscured by something." Lu Chen's gaze deepened. In this desolate wilderness, any incident could have dire consequences. After walking a few steps, he suddenly heard a scream from afar, apparently from a female student. Has the attack begun? He noticed Song Chifeng also rising, looking towards the direction where Li Mingyun and the others had departed. The scream had indeed originated from that area. After a few seconds, an awkward voice from Li Mingyun broke through the tension. Lao Song, could you come over here?" She hesitated, as if reluctant to speak openly. With that, she walked towards the darkness. At that moment, Lu Chen heard another warning from Hong Shuang in his mind. "Master, the murderous intent has intensified." "No, there are several more now. Yet, there is still an obscuration." Lu Chen's expression grew grave as he watched Song Chifeng's silhouette vanish into the night. Unable to discern the specific reasons, he refrained from voicing his concerns, fearing it might alarm the adversary. Besides, Song Chifeng, being a master, was capable of handling various unforeseen circumstances. After some contemplation, Lu Chen called Sun Chi and Lin Xie over, speaking in hushed tones. "If anything happens, you two stay close to me and do not move recklessly." He waited for several more seconds, covertly counting. Aside from Master Song and Li Mingyun, one person was still unaccounted for. Had something happened? Just as he pondered this, a voice interrupted. "Hello, Lu Chen. I am Lu Yuanyuan. Master Song requests your presence." Chapter 44. The assassination begins. The ancient god sect. The night enveloped everything. The blood moon intermittently appeared in the sky, casting a crimson glow over the mountains and forests. After rising, Song Qifeng walked towards the direction of Li Mingyun's voice. Although puzzled, he felt no concern, sensing it was a matter difficult to articulate. Sure enough, upon entering, he found Li Mingyun seated on the ground, cradling a girl in her arms, her expression quite awkward. The other girls who had come for convenience were also present. After surveying the scene, Song Qifeng's gaze fell upon the injured individual as he inquired solemnly, "Mingyun, what has transpired?" Li Mingyun forced a bitter smile and shook her head, softly explaining, "It was Lu Yuan. She was bitten on the buttocks by a Dze flower python while relieving herself, and now her whole body is paralyzed. My spiritual energy is insufficient to expel the toxins." Upon hearing this, Song Qifeng's face registered shock. With his masterful cultivation, it was, of course, a matter of ease. However, considering that she was a female student, and given the delicate nature of the situation with Li Mingyun nearby, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, seemingly perceiving his discomfort. Li Mingyun let out a soft chuckle. She then turned to the other girls beside her and said, "You all go ahead, we will join you shortly. Please reassure everyone not to worry." Once the group had departed, Li Mingyun leaned in closer to Song Qifeng and whispered, "Off home, saving the person is our priority. It's nothing to be concerned about. Besides, I don't mind these matters." A glimmer of something unusual flickered in her eyes as her internal spiritual energy began to subtly stir. Not only that, in the depths of Lu Yuan's gaze, a cold glint emerged as she seemed to clutch something tightly in her hand, ready to activate it at any moment. Once Song Qifeng was dealt with, the remaining prodigies would be mere fledglings, easily subdued. If possible, they would capture them alive and see if they could be brainwashed after being handed over to the church. If that failed, it would suffice to eliminate them outright. All right, Song Qifeng nodded, but just as he took a few steps forward, a sudden thought struck him. "I almost forgot. I have a high-grade detoxification pill. I can take it directly," he exclaimed, retrieving a jade vial from his storage ring and tossing it over. After all, the girl who had been bitten had her skirt slightly lifted, revealing a glimpse of spring. Thus, Song Qifeng refrained from approaching her. "Ah, perfect." Upon receiving the vial, Li Mingyun's face displayed a hint of panic, yet she forced herself to regain composure. A master was not easily dispatched. While administering the detoxification pill, she exchanged a glance with Lu Yuan, silently deciding to execute their secondary plan. The latter imperceptibly nodded in agreement. After swallowing the medicine, its effects manifested shortly thereafter. As Lu Yuan struggled to rise, she quietly activated the item she had been holding. An invisible, odorless gas swiftly permeated the air. "Thank you, Master Song. Thank you, Sister Mingyun." After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, Lu Yuan waved her hand and said, "I'll head over first." In the dense forest, only Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun remained. The atmosphere grew subtly charged as the colorless, odorless gas infiltrated their bodies. Song Qifeng frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint it. The myriad scents of the forest were too overwhelming. "Mingyun, we should." Before he could finish, a serious expression crossed his face as he fixated on a particular spot. Lowering his voice to warn, "Be cautious, there are enemies." The reason he hadn't rushed forward was that the safety of the students behind them took precedence. Upon hearing his alert, Li Mingyun suddenly panicked, clumsily scrambling to her feet and rushing to stand behind Song Qifeng. Gripping his arm tightly, she exclaimed, "Are there really enemies? How could there be enemies here? Could it be that the gray mist sea defense has been breached?" Her expression was one of sheer terror, as if she had been profoundly frightened. The storage ring on her right hand glimmered with light, and a dagger materialized in her grasp. "You should go first. Get to the students." The unease within Song Qifeng deepened, as if the spiritual energy within him were experiencing some form of stagnation. However, if it were merely this, the impact on him, a master of profound cultivation, would not be substantial. The more critical concern lay with his protective vital energy, which seemed to be gnawed at by countless insects, making it exceedingly difficult to coalesce into a solid form. "You must go now. I will handle things here. The children must not be harmed. Hurry and activate the formation." Suddenly, from behind, Li Mingyun struck with stealth, thrusting a dagger from her hand. Under normal circumstances, it would have encountered Song Qifeng's protective energy and been blocked, yet at this moment, there was no hindrance whatsoever, and it pierced straight through. After penetrating clothing, skin, and muscle, the tip of the dagger emerged slightly from his chest. He lowered his gaze, observing the droplets of blood cascading from the dagger tip, staining his garments in an instant. He could even sense the terrifying toxin on the dagger rapidly corroding his body. Song Qifeng's complexion turned ashen. "Off home. Do not hold it against me. Your mastery may greatly aid me, but the ancient god sect offers even more." Li Mingyun's murmuring voice reached his ears. "Rest assured, I shall treat the students you protect with utmost care." At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the distant forest, 2 in black robes and 3 in gray. Their sleeves adorned with peculiar patterns, unmistakably the attire of the ancient god sect. The master of Jiangnan Martial Academy had been ensnared in this manner. One of the black-robed figures, filled with sentiment, gazed at the unconscious Song Chifeng and instructed, "You three, take Song Chifeng away and ensure his life is sustained. If he dies, the Martial Academy will surely be alerted, impacting other hunting lines." Understood. The three gray-robed figures immediately set to work. Then, the leading black-robed figure turned, casting a glance at his equally ranked companion before vanishing into the shadows. In the midst of Li Mingyun's astonishment, she witnessed the high-ranking member of the ancient god sect remove the outer black robe, revealing an outfit identical to Song Chifeng's. Not only that, but the person's unremarkable appearance began to rapidly transform, becoming an exact replica of Song Chifeng. "Now it is time for Lu Chen," the impostor murmured to himself, his voice gradually altering. Li Mingyun, taken aback, composed herself and respectfully inquired, "Lord Envoy, is it truly worth your exertion over a mere student? Would it not be more efficient to simply capture him?" The envoy of the ancient god sect wielded the cultivation of the 9th layer of sky mastery. Though his realm was comparable to Li Mingyun's, his combat prowess far surpassed hers. After all, she had been defeated in less than 10 moves previously. Hence, Li Mingyun maintained a more deferential demeanor. "You do not comprehend. That young fellow has mastered an Earth-grade movement technique. If we were to capture him directly, it might backfire. If he dies, it would be difficult to explain." Noticing Li Mingyun was about to speak again, he gently interjected, "Shoo, the little fish is coming." Chapter 45, Sudden Bloodshed. "May I inquire, are you a master?" In the camp, the talented youths from 3 cities were initially filled with concern regarding Song Chifeng and Li Mingyun still in the forest. Everything is just fine. Everyone is not entirely oblivious. They are quite willing to assist each other. After all, ever since Song Chifeng and Li Mingyun exchanged nicknames, even the dullest minds have sensed the underlying intrigue. It's merely a romantic liaison. Witnessing a masterful figure engage in such affairs elicits a peculiar thrill. At this moment, Lu Yuanyuan emerged from the edge of the forest, adhering to the planned schedule. She approached Lu Chen with confidence and stated, "Hello, classmate Lu. My name is Lu Yuanyuan. Master Song requests your presence." Observing Lu Chen hesitate for a few seconds before nodding in her direction and heading towards the woods, Lu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. Among the 30 or so prodigies present, Lu Chen was the most formidable, and entrusting him to the church's experts was most appropriate. As for the others, they were merely weaklings. As Lu Chen's figure gradually receded into the vast night, the other prodigies from the 2 cities began to murmur amongst themselves. "Who is this person? He has been summoned by Master Song alone. Quite impressive. What good talent could possibly come from Linsong City? Their martial arts development lags behind ours. He must have connections. Don't speak ignorantly. Lu Chen is a true genius, far superior to us. He passed the ultimate test during the martial arts examination. Wow. Is he really that formidable? Did he single-handedly defeat that 3rd-tier ferocious beast?" A few individuals from Linsong City could no longer remain seated and began to share embellished tales of Lu Chen's glorious moments, inciting waves of astonishment. The more they spoke, the more exhilarated they became, reveling in the shared pride. Ordinarily, given Sun Qi's flamboyant nature, he would have taken on the role of storyteller at such a moment. However, recalling Lu Chen's prior instructions, he merely observed the surroundings quietly. Simultaneously, he whispered to Lin Xia, "According to Brother Lu, we must swiftly find an opportunity to leave this place and hide." Although they were unaware of the unfolding situation, as Lu Chen's friends, they trusted him unconditionally. In the forest, a faint mist had begun to rise, delivering a chill upon contact with the skin. Lu Chen gradually distanced himself from the camp, his footsteps crunching upon layers of decaying leaves, creating a rustling sound. Visibility was low. With his perceptive abilities, he could only discern within a 3-meter radius. Everything beyond that appeared hazy. It was eerily quiet. Lu Chen's gaze deepened as his mind raced with thoughts. Yet his steps never faltered. Before long, he finally spotted 2 figures. They stood with their backs to him, seemingly engaged in quiet conversation, sharing laughter. Was it Master Song and Li Mingyun? Lu Chen scrutinized them, recognizing the pair from their silhouettes. Just as he prepared to advance, the voice of Hong Shuang echoed in his mind. "Master, the scent of blood is potent. Something has occurred here, and it was no more than 2 minutes ago." As the source mother of the blood-sucking worms, Hong Shuang's sensitivity to blood was unparalleled. From this, she could even sense murderous intent. Lu Chen remained silent, his expression stoic as he halted, his voice low as he addressed them. "I am Lu Chen, a student. I am unaware of the reason for Master Song's summons. May I inquire what instructions you have?" At that moment, he stood approximately 5 meters away, just within the limits of his vision, and should anything untoward happen, exerting oneself fully with this step of stars, one could swiftly escape, ensuring absolute safety. "Ah, is it Lu Chen who has arrived?" Li Mingyun turned around, a soft smile gracing her lips, and said, "Old Song just received intelligence from the Gray Mist Sea concerning your teacher Qiu Yuanlong. Hence, he summoned you to take a look." As she spoke, she seemed to hold the contents of the intelligence in her hand, approaching Lu Chen. Behind them, Song Chifeng also turned but remained still, his gaze scrutinizing. "Information from Senior Qiu?" Lu Chen's reaction was apt, his face displaying surprise and confusion as he advanced forward. Qiu Yuanlong had departed for the Grey Mist Sea in haste, causing delays in his apprenticeship with Lu Chen. They had only a verbal agreement, lacking formal rights. In this dimly lit forest, the distance between Li Mengyun and Lu Chen diminished. As they neared within a meter, Song Qifeng approached with a smile. On the battlefront of the Grey Mist Sea, your teacher has sustained injuries. Li Mengyun reached Lu Chen, and as her words fell, she noticed the tension in his expression and acted decisively. Once again, she thrust the dagger forward. With her mastery at the 9th level of sky control, at such close range, even a grandmaster could not evade it. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Chen's speed matched hers, almost simultaneous. Facing the dagger aimed at his chest, Lu Chen did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, he extended his left arm to grasp the back of Li Mengyun's head, forcefully pulling it toward him. Although she was countered, being a seasoned veteran, she allowed Lu Chen to draw her in, and with the momentum, she thrust the dagger with even greater force. Clang! A scene of terror unfolded before her. The dagger, propelled with all her might, seemed to strike against an alloy, producing a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. Surprised, are we? You two fools dared to harm Master Song. Lu Chen's subsequent words sent shockwaves through Li Mengyun, her pupils dilating in disbelief. In an instant, a fist loomed larger before her eyes. In a flash, it was upon her. Spiritual spikes erupted from the fist, plunging directly into Li Mengyun's eyes with brutal force. Gurgling sounds escaped her throat, blood frothing violently from her mouth. The 9th level sky controller Li Mengyun thus met her untimely demise in Lu Chen's embrace. A tragic embrace of death. Until her last moment, her eyes bore shock and confusion. The defense of her physical form had thwarted her own attack, revealing that Song Qifeng had been replaced. Clap, clap, clap. 3 meters away, the false Song Qifeng's eyes gleamed with delight as he applauded, seemingly appreciating the spectacle. As Lu Chen released his grip, allowing the body to fall, he turned his gaze toward him. Do you think such talents as you leave room for other martial artists to survive? I truly wish to eliminate each one of you. The false Song Qifeng approached but suddenly shifted his tone. Oh no, dear little one, we shall undoubtedly be colleagues in the future. I may even find myself relying on you. I have a question for you. How did you discover that I am not Song Qifeng? Of course, this is merely a fabrication by Lu Chen. The true identity of the impostor was discerned by a certain Shuang, who at this moment was playfully seeking credit in the group chat. Is that really the reason? The envoy of the ancient god church furrowed his brow and exclaimed, is this truly a valid justification? His expression shifted abruptly, shedding all prior grace, as if he wished to obliterate Lu Chen on the spot. I shall make you feel excruciating pain. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly raised his hand and posed a question. May I inquire, are you a grandmaster? Upon hearing this perplexing inquiry, the envoy of the ancient god church momentarily stood dumbfounded before shaking his head and responding. Becoming a grandmaster is no simple feat. Countless individuals remain stuck in the void realm their entire lives, never attaining the rank of grandmaster. Observing the change in Lu Chen's gaze, he seemed to feel belittled and scoffed, continuing, you don't truly believe that becoming a grandmaster is akin to picking cabbages, do you? Out of 100 in the void realm, there might not even be one who can ascend to grandmaster. After he spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In the distance, Lu Chen, before he could finish his explanation, was subtly surveying his surroundings, seemingly assessing his escape routes. But after he answered, the youth's demeanor transformed, becoming calm, even exhibiting a hint of embarrassment and anger. So, you are merely in the void realm? Yes, at the 9th level. What? Do you think I am akin to that trash, Li Mengyun? The envoy of the ancient god church chuckled, mocking Lu Chen's ignorance. Despite both being at the 9th level of the void realm, some can exchange blows with grandmasters, while others can be slain by those in the merging realm. This is the disparity. As an envoy of the ancient god church, he undoubtedly belonged to the elite tier, regardless of the cultivation techniques he practiced. The martial skills he mastered, or the external equipment he possessed, all were of superior quality. Yet, gazing at Lu Chen, he perceived not a trace of fear in those eyes, only composure. There was even a hint of eagerness. What the hell are all so-called prodigies mentally unstable? The envoy disdained that gaze and resolved to swiftly apprehend him, intending to let him suffer a bit. However, Lu Chen's actions were even swifter than his. You startled me. Charging towards his opponent, Lu Chen growled. You are not a grandmaster. What were you pretending for just now? Clapping and laughing. I thought you were a grandmaster. Although I can run, I cannot abandon my friends. Unexpectedly, you are just trash. The envoy of the ancient god blinked, suddenly feeling a mix of confusion and anger. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck with alarm. He saw Lu Chen's figure suddenly vanish from his sight, leaving behind only faint traces of shimmering starlight. Ground-level movement technique. Although the intelligence had indicated that Lu Chen had mastered it, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. Such a level of movement technique is considered top tier even within the ancient god church. If one were to exchange merits for it, 100 years would scarcely suffice. As an envoy in the void realm, he certainly lacked the qualifications to practice it. If he could capture this little fellow and extract the secrets of the movement technique. As the thought arose, a shiver ran down his spine. Should he proceed, the likelihood of being apprehended by the church's enforcement squad loomed large, leading to an eternity of torment and anguish. These thoughts flickered and vanished. The corner of the envoy's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Is this your trump card? Such a pity. It possesses some merit, though it is hardly substantial. Before absolute power, all endeavors are in vain. Ridiculously, Chen, who possessed Earth-tier agility, did not seize the opportunity to flee. Was it merely due to his concealed strength at the merging realm? How foolish. Within the envoy, spiritual energy surged wildly. Upon activating his unique ocular technique, a shadowy veil enveloped his eyes, allowing him to clearly perceive Chen's silhouette. Simultaneously, the miniature formation beneath his feet activated, amplifying his speed tenfold. Being dispatched for this task, he had anticipated all scenarios and was brimming with confidence in his victory. Now let me show you. Boom. Before the envoy could finish his words, he was sent flying, crashing against a massive tree trunk with a dull thud. How is this possible? Just moments prior, Chen's figure had mysteriously vanished, only to reappear directly before him, delivering a sudden punch that sent him hurtling away. This was certainly not Earth-tier technique. Wiping the blood that had spilled from his lips, fury boiled within him. Old Zhang, come. We need to regroup. As his words fell, from the shadows of the dense forest emerged another figure clad in black robes, also an envoy of the 9th level of aerial mastery. Kill. The two spoke no further as they charged toward Chen. In an instant, 3 figures were entangled in combat, yet terrifyingly. The 2 envoys of the ancient god church could not lay a finger on Chen, despite their special ocular techniques being able to track Earth-tier agility. They were utterly helpless against his teleportation. After utilizing the magnetic field for teleportation, Chen was truly elusive, delivering surprise attacks that struck his opponents repeatedly. Alas, my black gold primordial magnet is still only at the 1st tier. Its consumption is exorbitant, and the range is severely limited. With each strike, Chen was also gathering experience. Although he could achieve ambushes through teleportation, the defensive prowess of the 2 envoys was formidable. He could injure them, but not deliver a fatal blow. If this dragged on, it was likely he would be the first to succumb. After all, his current cultivation level was merely the first stage of the merging realm, and the spiritual energy he could summon was pitifully scant. It was time to employ the insect offspring. However, before that, Chen had another ability he wished to test. Spiritual Magnetic Storm. Upon acquiring the black gold primordial magnet, he had obtained 2 abilities, Primordial Magnet Control and Spiritual Magnetic Storm. The former allows for the creation and manipulation of magnetic fields, while the latter is a directional spiritual attack. Both abilities exact a tremendous toll on him, particularly the Spiritual Magnetic Storm, which, given Chen's current level, could only be utilized once in a short span. Having made his choice, his figure became ghostly, appearing and disappearing with uncanny agility. The 2 envoys, true elites of the ancient god church, were exceedingly tenacious and could discern that Chen was nearing his limit. A sinister grin etched across their faces. At this moment, even if it meant sustaining injuries, they were determined to seal off the surrounding paths, trapping Chen here. However, in the next instant, a tempest seemed to swirl within their minds. The strides of the 2 emissaries suddenly faltered, their forms swaying as if intoxicated, their internal energies spiraling into chaos. The protective barrier dissipated. Though it lasted less than a second, it was sufficient. With a swish, the gleam of alloy blades flashed, and 2 heads soared like balls. Falling to the ground, the headless corpses gushed forth blood before collapsing. Chen, ahead, leaned on his blade for support, panting heavily. The might of this soul magnetic storm was undeniable. Yet, the consumption of his own energy was far beyond expectation, leaving Chen's spirit feeling as if it had been cleaved, rendering him exceedingly weak. As he regained a modicum of strength, preparing to command the insect to devour the corpses, he suddenly glanced backward to see 2 figures rushing in panic. It was Sun Qi and Lin Xia. Their concern had ultimately led them to disregard Chen's admonitions, hastening to offer assistance. Gu, this is bad. The people at the camp were first knocked unconscious, and then several gray-robed individuals appeared. Sun Qi's face was ashen, his legs trembling. Lin Xia, possessing a stronger mental fortitude, still bore a hint of panic in her gaze. Upon witnessing Chen's state, she hurried forward to support him. Don't worry about them. Quickly carry me. We need to find someone. Sun Qi was just about to comply when he realized Lin Xia was already panting, having hoisted Chen onto her back. He blinked in confusion, as if his mind had stalled. Wasn't he supposed to be the one carrying her? Lin Xia, however, paid no heed to his bewilderment, lowering her voice to ask. Chen, hang in there. Who are we looking for, and which way do we go? Chen blinked. Find Song Qifeng, Master Song. He has a communicator. We must locate him, or we will all perish. I will guide the way. Let us move swiftly. He was unaware of the true nature of the ancient god sect, but he knew these madmen dared to hunt down the prodigies of the Jiangnan battle zone. It was inconceivable that two cultivators at the 9th level of the void could act independently. There were likely others directing the attack, and it was highly probable that a master was involved. As for whether Song Qifeng was alive or dead, Chen did not know, but he was certain there had been bloodshed. Based on this, Hongshuang could track them by scent. Chapter 47, Bloodthirsty Swarm, Annihilating the Master, the Blood Pool of Beasts. Chen's Strategy. 2. In one grand chapter, the blood moon had begun to peek through the thick clouds. Under the shroud of night, it seemed to drape the mountains and forests in a delicate veil of crimson. Under Chen's command, Lin Xie and Sun Qi pressed forward in silence, weaving through the vast sea of trees. The roars of beasts echoed all around, as if they were right beside them. Both their faces were pale, not solely from exhaustion, but from having just endured a cataclysmic upheaval, with dozens of fellow prodigies' fates uncertain and Master Song Qifeng mysteriously missing. Meanwhile, the three of them were likely facing imminent pursuit. Moreover, they found themselves amidst the vast mountains, which rendered their nerves taut. They dared not utter a word, silently listening to Chen as he discerned their direction. Almost 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the outskirts of a ravine, faintly hearing the thunderous roar of cascading waters, the sound of a waterfall crashing down. "Stop," Chen whispered, preparing to descend from Lin Xie's back. However, she promptly interjected, "I can manage. I still have enough stamina. Chen, you should rest a little longer. Sun Qi lacks the strength to carry you through the mountains." Throughout their journey, Chen had not made this suggestion for the first time. After all, he had been consuming stamina potions, and his internal energy was nearly restored, though his mental state had been slightly affected after using the soul magnetic storm. It was not a significant concern. Yet Lin Xie, stubborn in nature, believed Chen was merely worried about burdening her, thus refusing to let him down, even now. "No, that's not it," Chen chuckled wryly. "We have arrived." "Oh, all right," Lin Xie exclaimed, her face flushed crimson, the hue extending down to her neck, though the night concealed it well. Beside them, Sun Qi was lost in sorrow. Lin Xie's earlier remark, although true, was better left unsaid. Its impact was quite profound. "You two, wait for me here." Observing the drastic change in expression on Lin Xie and Sun Qi's faces, Chen's demeanor grew solemn as he continued. "None know what awaits inside. Your entry may only become a burden to me." According to Hongshuang's feedback, not far within the ravine lies a stronghold of the ancient god sect, where Song Qifeng, responsible for escorting, is trapped, unaware of his fate. Chen had resolved that once he entered, he would summon the insect minions to swiftly resolve the conflict. After briefing Lin Xie about his plans, he took advantage of the blood moon shrouded in clouds. His figure blurred as he ventured into the depths of the ravine. Sun Qi gazed in that direction, rendered speechless for a while. After a moment, he lowered his voice and muttered, "I, Sun Qi, swear by the heavens. From now on, I will strive to cultivate diligently, so as not to hold Brother Lu back." "Lin Xie, do you believe what I say?" He turned to seek the shadows of his companions, only to find emptiness. "Lin Xie, are you even speaking coherently?" Sun Qi lamented, "I, Sun Dasha, am at least an awakened level. I'm at least at Chen's level." "Fine. You two go ahead. I will follow, all right?" After expressing his indignation, Sun Qi leaped behind a pile of scattered stones, tossing out several portable array bases to ensure better concealment. As Lin Xie had remarked, this place was fraught with peril. After all, not far ahead lay one of the ancient god sect strongholds. Within the ravine, the path was initially narrow, barely allowing passage for a person, twisting and turning for 100 meters before opening up to a remarkably concealed natural stronghold. Along this small path, there were 7 or 8 hidden lookout points, indicating a deep level of vigilance. Yet before the bloodthirsty swarm of insects, they were merely fodder, incapable of even sending out an urgent call. As the night cloaked the area, the swarm, hidden from sight, became exponentially lethal. The pace must quicken. The inhabitants here have perished, and it will not be long before the base discovers the heresy. Although I was unable to send a message, the absence of reports from this outpost within the designated time frame conveys a message in itself. Through the flickering flames within, Chen discerned several makeshift structures and 2 patrols from the ancient divine church. That batch of students. 100 meters ahead to the left. This valley seems to harbor another passage, where the talented youths escorted by Song Qifeng lie unconscious, currently being handed over for custody. Chen's gaze swept across, and he vaguely recognized a few familiar faces, those of several prodigies from Linsong City, including Yun Yi, Lu Yi, and Huang Tai. Yet, he merely cast a fleeting glance. Within him, there surged no ripple of emotion. His mission was unequivocal: to locate Song Qifeng, procure the communicator, and establish contact with the higher-ups. Otherwise, he, along with Lin Xie and Sun Qi, would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. In this vast wilderness, the prospect of escape remained uncertain. As for the fate of these prodigies, it bore no relevance to him. Each had their own destiny. Should misfortune befall them, that too was simply fate. "Red Frost, have you ascertained the location?" "Indeed. Beneath the ground, Master must hasten. I sense that his blood is continuously draining, and his vitality is dwindling rapidly. By the way, master, I also sense an abundance of beast blood below. So much, so much. Gluttony, gluttony, gluttony. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. An immense stockpile of beast blood? What purpose does the ancient divine church have for such a resource? But it mattered little. Since he had arrived, he would surely claim it for himself. A delightful surprise. If the quantity sufficed, the over 600,000 blood-devouring insects might very well reproduce, soaring to over 30 million. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen proceeded with utmost caution. Now, it was not only about Song Qifeng, but also about the beast blood that Red Frost had mentioned. Upon activating the Yuan magnetic control ability, an electromagnetic field enveloped him, distorting the surface light and granting him a semblance of invisibility. If those two black-robed elites from before, skilled in aerial combat at the 9th tier, were to sense carefully, they might detect him. However, the present members within this valley were merely low-tier gray-robed individuals. Coupled with the cover of night, Lu Chen felt relatively secure against exposure. Were it not for the subterranean setting, he could simply unleash the swarm and sweep through. With a sigh, he commenced his search for the entrance to the underground passage. Only upon locating the entrance and confirming its operational status could he clear the members of the ancient divine church from the valley. Deep within the earth, a labyrinth of passages sprawled out, resembling a maze. Many members of the ancient divine church fulfilled their respective duties, recuperating within. In the core area, there existed a vast cavern akin to a plaza, circular in shape, with a diameter of approximately 200 meters. Numerous mechanical arms hung in the air, connecting to various pipes whose destinations remained unknown. Beneath the pipes lay a massive blood-red pool. A pungent, sanguine aroma permeated the enclosed space, staining the surrounding walls crimson. A towering figure of a man languidly immersed himself within a pool of blood, where crimson mist swirled around him, occasionally coalescing into various ominous forms that appeared almost sentient, even emitting ferocious roars. Suddenly, he sat upright, his upper body emerging from the sanguine depths. Beneath the skin over his heart, capillaries swelled grotesquely, resembling diminutive blood dragons. Fierce and menacing. Thump, thump. After a moment of contemplation, the man sighed, remarking, "The blood of ferocious beasts is still lacking, and its purity is insufficient. If I could acquire a few hundred more 4th-tier beasts, my bloodmark grand technique would surely ascend to new heights." Muttering to himself, his expression abruptly twisted into one of intense yearning. If only I could massacre an entire city, to indiscriminately slay within the Jiangnan battle zone. The blood of millions of souls would suffice to elevate me to the rank of Grandmaster. Boom. A door in the stone wall above suddenly creaked open, and a black-robed envoy of the ancient god church entered, bowing respectfully. "My lord, the sword-bearer, the task has been accomplished. All the prodigies on line 4 have been secured, and the escort, Song Qifeng, is on the brink of death and has been apprehended. Moreover, there were some unforeseen incidents. Envoys 11 and 17 perished in battle, and the agent, Li Mingyun, has also met her end. Additionally, 3 students have escaped, and they are currently being pursued." Upon hearing this report, the man in the blood pool frowned, a glint of coldness igniting in his eyes. "Is it that you bungled such a simple task? How did those 2 imbeciles meet their demise?" The envoy, though merely at the 9th level of aerial mastery, possessed undeniable strength, having been forged as a killing machine through secret arts. Though advancement was no longer possible, he was nearly invincible within his realm. Could it be that a grandmaster intervened? Unlikely, the man mused, dismissing the notion. In this ambush, Song Qifeng had been the first to be ensnared, transmitting not a whisper of information. In such a brief span, it was impossible for any other formidable beings to arrive. At that moment, the black-robed envoy continued, "The specifics are still under investigation. However, it is confirmed that both the agent and the 2 envoys fell to the hand of a single assailant, indicating an element of surprise. An ambush? That could not have been a grandmaster." A sardonic smile crept across the man's face as he pondered the implications. It seemed one among the fleeing trio possessed exceptional innate talent, capable of slaying an envoy of the ancient god church. Intriguing indeed. Wu Tsang rose, stepping out of the blood pool and ascending into the void, his 3-meter frame resembling a colossal beast amidst the blood mist. This was becoming increasingly fascinating. A peculiar smile adorned Wu Tsang's visage, if all went as anticipated. This Lu Chen was likely even more formidable than the prowess he had displayed during the martial examination. As a prodigy of particular interest to the ancient god church, all intelligence regarding Lu Chen had been meticulously gathered, from his birth to his participation in the martial examination, laid bare without exception. Such a talent, if nurtured by the ancient god church, could prove extraordinary. At the very least, he would become an envoy of grandmaster caliber. This was indeed a significant accomplishment. Wu Tsang felt a stirring excitement within. With a swift motion, an ethereal force propelled the robes from the distant cliffside towards him. The 3 fleeing students were of no concern. He would take matters into his own hands. "Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, do not let me down." Just as Wu Tsang prepared to exit, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the vast cavern. signaling an imminent enemy assault. The Black Robe envoy, upon receiving the distressing news, urgently reported, "Your Excellency, the sword-bearer. The base is under attack. All upper echelon personnel have perished." A jolt of alarm surged through Wu Tsang as he inquired, "How many attackers are there, and what is their strength? Are they from the Jiangnan Martial Academy?" If the formidable warriors from the academy truly descended upon them, he would have no choice but to flee. They are not from the academy. It appears there is only one. It's Lu Chun. He remains in the stairwell chamber and has not yet descended. As the Black Robe envoy finished speaking, a fleeting shadow appeared, and Wu Tsang vanished without a trace. In the valley, Lu Chun moved like a specter, swiftly traversing the expansive base before utilizing his electromagnetic powers to obliterate all surveillance devices. Subsequently, the inscriptions on his arm pulsed with energy as he unleashed a swarm of over 600,000 blood-devouring insects. Kill, slay them, and then consume them. Before the onslaught of the blood-devouring insects, the gray-robed members of the ancient god church and the few remaining black-robed figures were utterly decimated. The entire process was alarmingly swift and overwhelmingly one-sided. Aside from the unconscious students, not a single soul remained alive within the valley. Having completed this grim task, Lu Chun retracted all the blood-devouring insects and approached the underground passage, entering the stairwell chamber. Not far ahead, a solitary intact surveillance device was moving, aimed directly at him. Lu Chun remained unhurried, patiently biding his time. Initially, his plan was to charge in, but upon discovering the astonishing stockpile of beast blood below, he adjusted his strategy, opting to resolve the conflict from the outside. Engaging in battle underground posed the risk of collapse, which would be disastrous. If a master truly lurked below, they would surely emerge upon realizing they were alone. A thunderous rumble resonated as the elevator leading to the underground space erupted with noise. Someone was ascending. A smile crept across Lu Chun's lips. His gamble had paid off. Those below would undoubtedly come up, unaware of whether Lu Chun had summoned aid. If the Jiangnan Martial Academy had indeed been contacted, those waiting below would be doomed. It was far better for them to emerge now, clinging to a thread of hope. With a resounding thud, the ascending elevator reached the top, slamming against the metallic wall with a dull thump. The elevator doors swung open. Wu Tsang, his expression devoid of emotion, immediately spotted Lu Chun not far away. Yet, his gaze quickly shifted, scanning the surrounding area to sense any other powerful presences. A few seconds later, confusion flickered in his eyes. Upon looking back at Lu Chun, he seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that it was truly just him. Should he deem this an act of self-destruction or a bold display of courage? Very well. Since you have delivered yourself to me, kneel before me. With a swift gesture of his right hand, a colossal blood-red hand materialized from thin air, reaching out to grasp Lu Chun. At this critical moment, as he faced Lu Chun, an expression of sheer panic and tremor overtook his features, and he exclaimed, "Master, you are indeed a master." With that, he unleashed his earth-tier agility and fled outside. Only now did he realize, was it too late? Wu Tsang, with a cold smile, flickered and appeared directly behind Lu Chun, reaching out once more to seize him. In the face of absolute power, earth-tier agility was but a jest. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed the panic in Lu Chun's eyes had vanished, replaced by indifference and a hint of anticipation. Following this, Wu Tsang beheld a vast swarm of insects reflected in his gaze. Boom. Chapter 48, Slaying the Master. The Xian-tier technique rebounds. The blood pool is within reach. The instant Wu Tsang emerged from the elevator, Lu Chun perceived him as a blazing sun, his vibrant energy overwhelming and unparalleled. The aura radiating from him far surpassed that of the previous black-robed envoy. This individual was undoubtedly a master. Though mentally prepared, the reality of the encounter still bore down with terrifying pressure. Fixating his gaze upon the opponent, Lu Chun feigned horror, stepping back into an open space outside. As Wu Tsang pursued him, Lu Chun ignited his electromagnetic ability to its zenith, rapidly teleporting 5 meters away, desperately distancing himself from the original spot. Boom. Behind him, 30,000 bloodthirsty insects detonated, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The ferocious energy surge ravaged the entire valley, reducing buildings to mere rubble. Lu Chun had anticipated this, taking refuge in a pre-selected pit. Once the explosion subsided, he pushed aside the debris that had fallen upon him and crawled out, covered in dust and grime. Had he perished? Instead of approaching, Lu Chun stared intently at the sight. Previously, when he stormed the Du family and faced the 4th-tier Du Hongtian, 100 bloodthirsty insects had sufficed. But this time, his adversary was a master. The psychological burden was immense, prompting him to deploy 30,000 bloodthirsty insects for safety. When quality falters, quantity compensates. At this moment, Lu Chun stood in the pit, quietly observing the epicenter of the explosion, entirely unhurried. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The night breeze whistled through the mountain gorge, producing a sound akin to wailing ghosts. Can Hong Shuang sense this? After a few more seconds, Lu Chun pondered in his mind. Master, his level is far too high. I cannot sense him at all. Woe is me. I must consume more for my evolution. came the playful lament of a certain Chuan. The mastery of controlling one's own energy fluctuations had reached a terrifying level. Lu Chen reflected inwardly, recognizing the truth of the saying, beneath the master, all are but ants. No wonder there was a saying in the martial world that once one ascends to the level of master, it is akin to transcending the realm of life, becoming an entirely new species. However, surely he must be dead, right? After all, that was 30,000 little ones. In Hongshuang's tone, there was no hint of sorrow. Thus, master, you must praise me well and prepare a grand feast. Oh, how I long to descend below. Lu Chen could only shake his head in amusement. After a slight nod, he swiftly emerged from the pit and ascended to the surface. Treading cautiously, he advanced step by step, his gaze scouring the ground in search of severed limbs or remnants of flesh. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After several strides, he found himself less than 10 meters from the explosion site. However, at that moment, Lu Chen was suddenly overtaken by an overwhelming sensation. A shiver running through him as the hairs on his body stood on end. It felt as though he were being targeted by a fearsome beast. He was still alive. Instinctively, Lu Chen sought to flee, yet upon employing his spatial movement technique, he discovered he remained rooted in place. The space around him was ensnared. Boom. Debris flew as a figure, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, charged towards Lu Chen. It was Wu Tsong, once towering at 3 meters. He now appeared utterly wretched. One of his arms had completely vanished, along with the entire right side of his body, obliterated by the explosion. His head was riddled with craters, blood oozing from every wound. His features were unrecognizable, obscured by shredded flesh, with glimpses of exposed skull barely discernible. You truly deserve to die. Wu Tsong's voice emerged, rasping like decaying bark scraping against itself, infused with boundless malice. Though he had lost his eyes, he seemed to see nonetheless. Upon noticing the expression on Lu Chen's face, he grinned. Why isn't it exploding? Have you run out of power? Insect cultivator, how delightful. Wu Tsong's body was drenched as if he had been submerged in sulfuric acid, blood cascading from him. After a few labored words, he paused, staggering toward Lu Chen. You little bastard. Die. He raised his remaining left hand, striking forth. As his spiritual energy surged, a crimson aura coalesced in his palm, crashing down upon Lu Chen. Indeed, Wu Tsong had forsaken any directives from the ancient divine sect and disregarded the taboos of martial artists. He was intent on murder. He yearned to unleash the fury within him, to obliterate this worthless being who had nearly brought about his demise and rendered years of his effort null and void. To grind him to dust. You little bastard, do you know how many years it took me to accumulate 35 blood marks? 190 years. And now it's all ruined. You shall perish. Not only you, but everyone associated with you shall meet the same fate. He raged, coughing up blood as he continued to roar, seemingly intent on witnessing the despair in Lu Chen's eyes at the final moment. Yet, an extraordinary scene unfolded as his left hand collided with Lu Chen's chest. The membrane of Lu Chen's body melted instantly under the force of the blow. But then, beneath the shattered membrane, a delicate blue crystalline wall emerged. It was the heavenly crystal protection bestowed by 840,000 celestial crystal insects. If Wu Tsong still possessed his eyes, they would undoubtedly be filled with confusion and trepidation. Even with diminished strength, he was still a second-tier master. Under the wrathful strike, even a warrior of equal rank would be grievously injured or even killed outright. Yet here stood a mere novice in the realm of integration. How delightful and surprising. Lu Chen's face was ashen, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although he had managed to defend himself, the shockwave reverberated within him, injuring his internal organs. Gazing at Wu Tsong before him, he suddenly chuckled. I have something even more exhilarating. Would you care to try? With that, the runes of the insect nest on his arm flickered, unleashing a swarm of 10,000 blood-sucking insects. In a critical moment, most of them encircled Wu Tsong from behind, while a few lashed directly onto his neck. Instantly, Wu Tsong felt a chill enveloping his entire body. These insects, they still exist? A profound sense of dread surged through him for the first time. Escape. Otherwise, certain death awaited. But was there still time? In that final moment, he caught a glimpse of Lu Chen mouthing something to him. Boom. The swarm of 10,000 blood-sucking insects detonated. Lu Chen witnessed Wu Tsong's head being blown off, his body reduced to a gruesome pulp, debris splattering everywhere. At such a close range, Lu Chen could not evade the aftermath. He was violently hurled against the rocky wall of the valley, 50 meters away, by the terrifying shockwave. Thud. Crashing to the ground. Lu Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as a ghost. Had his body not been restrained, he wouldn't have needed to resort to such a desperate tactic. To survive, one must be ruthless. A fight for his life. Thankfully, most of the insects had been deployed behind Wu Tsong, allowing for a cushioning effect upon detonation. Coupled with the protection of 840,000 heavenly crystal insects, he managed to endure this close-range explosion. After several intense gasps, Lu Chen laboriously spoke. Hongshuang, quickly devour that fellow's head. It may yield some nourishment. The little creature promptly darted from Lu Chen's brow, eagerly seeking the severed head. She cared not for the grotesqueness. Any meal was a good meal. Leaning against the rocky wall, Lu Chen sat on the ground, continuously stuffing pills into his mouth. After a quarter of an hour, he finally regained some strength. Confronting a master was far more arduous than he had anticipated. He had come perilously close to losing his life here. Had the initial ambush of 30,000 insects not succeeded, it could very well have been him lying dead. The terror of the master imparted a clearer understanding to Lu Chen. No exaggeration, if it came down to a fair fight without any ambush opportunities. Even if all 60,000 of his insects exploded, he might not be able to kill him. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to his feet, Lu Chen retrieved his alloy combat knife, using it as a makeshift cane, and staggered toward the entrance to the latter room. Just as he reached the door, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Your blood-sucking insect, Hong Shuang, has devoured the flesh and blood of a warrior, granting you a special reward. Blood Seal Technique, Xian Grade, 8th rank. Your blood-sucking insect, Hong Shuang, has devoured the flesh and blood of a warrior, granting you a special reward. Blood Demon Eye Technique, Xian Grade, 2nd rank. 2 Xian Grade rewards. Lu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. The gains from this encounter far surpassed his expectations. Truly, masters are a treasure trove. Wu Tsong, now reduced to nothing but a shattered head, had nonetheless made a contribution, yielding techniques of the Xian Grade. The 8th rank of Xian Grade was but a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of Xian Grade. This is the most formidable technique that Lu Chen has currently acquired. Previously, the 7-star cloud concealment step was merely a yellow rank, 6th tier. Yet under the evolution of the colorful attire, it reached the earth rank. This time, however, it is an 8th tier Xian rank. Who knows, with a stroke of luck, he might even touch the celestial rank. As long as you're well fed, Lu Chen chuckled, you've had your fill this time. The blood of the ferocious beasts underground belongs to the little ones. You mustn't snatch it. Before long, after taking the transport elevator down to the ancient divine church's subterranean base, millions of blood-devouring insects scattered, slaughtering the members of the ancient divine church. Simultaneously, Lu Chen also located the whereabouts of Song Chiefing. Nonetheless, this was secondary. The most pivotal discovery was the location of the blood pool. Upon arriving at the vast, enclosed space, Lu Chen stared dumbfounded at the blood pool below. How much blood from ferocious beasts must this be? His eyes sparkled, akin to a rural peasant who had stumbled upon a landlord's treasury. After licking his lips, he commanded the remaining less than 600,000 blood-devouring insects to swarm down, diving headfirst into the blood pool. Lu Chen understood that his version 01 army of blood-devouring insects would likely ascend several tiers. After observing for a moment, he proceeded to the area where Song Chiefing was imprisoned. In the Jiangnan battle zone, at the main base, within a conference room of the Jiangnan Martial Academy, high-ranking officials arrived one after another, their expressions grave as they suppressed their inner fury. After another 2 minutes, the elder at the head of the table stood up and said in a deep voice, no more waiting. Let us begin. Old Lu, please report the situation. Understood, Dean. A middle-aged martial artist at the lower side immediately rose and spoke candidly. In the past hour, all 8 masters responsible for escorting the talented youths from our academy have been ambushed by the ancient divine church. Masters Yin Shanhe, Wang Xiaojun, and Zhang Weiqiong managed to break through the encirclement, escaping with some students. However, Masters Jing Chuming and Jing Jiawei perished in battle, with the fates of all students unknown. Masters Song Chiefing and Fang Jun are currently uncontactable, and the students they were escorting are also in a precarious situation. According to the original plan, due to the significance of the talented individual's ranking, each of the 72 fortified cities in the Jiangnan battle zone was to be escorted by a master. However, the gray mist sea front suddenly erupted. Now, calamity has befallen them all. As the intelligence was disclosed, the atmosphere in the conference room grew exceedingly oppressive. A plainly dressed old woman spoke solemnly. 50 years ago, we vanquished 2 of the 3 leaders of the ancient divine church, with the last heavily injured, fleeing into the gray mist sea, causing that faction to dissipate. Has it now risen again? Alas, poor children. No sooner had she finished speaking than an elder beside her, bearing an ancient sword and with hair as red as fire, slammed his hand on the table, growling in a low voice, the ancient divine church. These scoundrels deserve to die. I shall seek them out and make them tremble, ensuring none remain. He was resolute in his intent to pursue vengeance, but was halted by the elder at the head of the table. The ancient divine church must indeed be eradicated, but our immediate priority is to rescue. Casting his gaze around the room, he spoke once more. The 3 masters, Yin Shanhe, Wang Xiaojiu, and Zhang Weiqiong, have already been dispatched for assistance. The situation should be manageable. As for the 2 masters who fell in battle, along with those innocent children, the elder's eyes hardened, filled with a chilling intent. I have already sent the people from the Rakshasa division, no matter where the perpetrator flees. This vendetta shall be avenged. For every one of my Jiangnan people slain, I shall take 100 lives in return. Upon hearing the mention of the Rakshasa division, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan Martial Academy trembled, fully aware that this was a grave matter that could lead to unyielding conflict. This division was shrouded in mystery. To gain entry, one had to be at least a grandmaster. In a previous, monumental battle within a vast secret realm, they had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of alien tribesmen, even reaching their royal court. In the conference room, the final and most crucial point emerged: the status of Song Chifeng and Fong Jun currently unaccounted for, yet their life tokens remained intact, indicating they were likely alive, albeit captured. The students they were escorting were also in peril, their fates uncertain, and urgently needed to be located. The executive dean of Jiangnan Martial Academy shifted his gaze to the elderly woman who had spoken earlier. Miss Chen, I must trouble you to make a trip to Fong Jun's location. He is the farthest from us. Your steed, the sky-rending falcon, is unmatched in speed and can reach the scene swiftly. The modestly dressed matron rose, nodding. Qin Ming is at your service. With that, she departed without delay. The executive dean then turned to the elder with crimson hair. Old Li, you shall go to Song Chifeng's location. Fly there on your sword. The faster, the better. Is that agreeable? The latter grinned wickedly. Leave it to me. I will find him and deal with the murderer. As he prepared to leave, the elder's voice halted him. The exact location of Song Chifeng's incident has yet to be determined. You will have to follow the trail to locate him. Old Li paused, perplexed. No specific coordinates? How long will this take? Even for me, it would require at least 2 days. By then, it may be too late. Just then, the door to the conference room burst open. Dean, we have established communication. The connection with Master Song Chifeng has been restored. The newcomer held out a communications device, eagerly presenting it. The elder sprang to his feet, and upon connecting, inquired gravely, Song Chifeng? I am Lu Chen. Master Song is in dire condition. A youthful voice responded from the device. If you dispatch someone promptly, there may still be a chance to save him. Chapter 49, The Bloodthirsty Swarm, Version 10. The fourth generation fully formed. In the hidden underground lair of the ancient god sect, a clandestine location within the nameless valley, Lu Chen, after establishing contact with Jiangnan Martial Academy, set down the communicator and turned his attention to the unconscious Song Chifeng before him. The master responsible for the escort was in a dire state. His chest bore a gaping wound from a sneak attack, hastily bandaged by Lu Chen. Yet the makeshift dressing was ineffective, already soaked in blood. Were it not for his mastery of the Grandmaster realm, he would have succumbed to this rate of blood loss long ago. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. At this very moment, Song Chifeng's skin had turned an unsettling shade of green, permeated by a terrifying toxin. Even the faintest exhalation released a greenish plume. Indeed, old Master Jin's teachings were not in vain. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. In one fleeting moment, there was sweetness, and in the next, an ambush ensued. That Li Mingyun showed no regard for emotions whatsoever. Fortunately, he had managed to dismantle her treachery. It was the esteemed Master Song who bore the brunt of betrayal, not only deceived in matters of the heart, but also left in this ghastly state. He pondered inwardly. Hongshuang, how long can Master Song endure in this condition? When he first arrived, Song Chifeng was rendered unconscious. The communicator that could reach the higher-ups lay dormant in his storage ring, inaccessible unless it was his own. Thankfully, Hongshuang possessed some peculiar abilities. For instance, stimulating the heart's blood flow. Much like a pacemaker from a past life, it momentarily revived Song Chifeng, allowing him to retrieve the communicator and hand it to Lu Chen. Yet, he spoke barely a few words before succumbing to unconsciousness again. I don't know. I can only sense blood. Toxins are beyond my comprehension. Lu Chen was exasperated. Did he think the master was merely a cabbage to be tossed around? Following his recent battle with Wu Tsang, Lu Chen himself had nearly met his demise. Ignoring Hongshuang, he cast another glance at Song Chifeng before turning to depart, heading towards the blood pool. Life or death, he could only leave it to fate. As a mere novice in the fusion realm, he could offer little assistance. He had done all he could. And now it was a matter of waiting for the reinforcements from the Jiangnan Martial Academy to arrive. After exiting the stone chamber, it wasn't long before he reached the blood pool's domain. Within the immense enclosed space, a swarm of bloodthirsty insects swirled menacingly. They were densely packed, overwhelming the senses. Their crimson bodies layered upon one another, resembling a tide of blood. The sound of their wings converged into an ominous symphony, echoing in Lu Chen's ears like a requiem for the dead. Below the blood pool, the depths were gradually becoming visible. Countless bloodthirsty insects continued their voracious consumption. In the upper regions, many insects meeting the reproductive conditions were diligently birthing offspring. Everything was proceeding with meticulous order. Among the previous 600,000 larvae, the fourth generation accounted for only around 500,000, constrained by resources, with a significant portion of third-generation insects yet to reproduce. This time, with the blood pool beneath, Lu Chen prioritized the reproduction of all unbred third-generation insects. Now, with the fourth generation fully formed, there were over 2 million. This figure was exceedingly formidable. Should he encounter any masters again, Lu Chen would not hesitate to unleash more destruction, ensuring they would not escape unscathed. Once he reached the main base of the Jiangnan battle zone, and participated in the selection for the talented ones, greater resources would await him. At that time, he would see if he could cultivate a 5th generation of larvae. Gazing at the now visible depths of the blood pool, Lu Chen inquired of Hongshuang. You mentioned it was close to evolving. How much longer? Upon hearing this, the little creature perked up, excitedly exclaiming, Ah, master. Are you going to let me feast on some masters? Just 10 or 8 will suffice. If that's insufficient, 1 is certainly acceptable. Has this little creature begun to haggle? After the 4th generation took shape, the remaining amount in the blood pool had dwindled significantly, making it more advantageous to allow Red Frost to consume it. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Red Frost darted towards the bottom of the blood pool at a sprinting speed of 100 meters, unable to feast on the exquisite master. A quick bite of fast food would suffice. In any case, Red Frost believed she was quite easy to please. As long as there was food, she would be satisfied. During her descent, as the original mother insect, she immediately commanded all her progeny to cease their consumption, insisting they regurgitate whatever they had swallowed. Yes, such is her domineering nature. The most substantial entity was undoubtedly the blood pool, which allowed the 4th generation blood-devouring insect to fully take shape. It had evolved from the initial version 01 to version 10, arriving directly at the official edition. The subsequent rewards included 2 major esoteric techniques, the 8th grade esoteric technique, Blood Seal technique, and the 2nd grade esoteric technique, Blood Demon Eye. Were it not for environmental constraints, Lu Chen would have eagerly commenced evolution immediately. The quietly proliferating Dalian insects, long nurtured in obscurity, were finally poised to prove their worth. However, Lu Chen pondered and decided to wait until reaching Jiangnan Martial Institute. After all, formidable opponents might soon arrive there. Upon arriving at the main base, 3 matters awaited attention: the talent rankings, the black gold magnetite, and the evolution techniques. Previously, during his time in Linsong City, according to Qiu Yuanlong, each participant in the talent rankings would receive a share of resources upon advancing. With each assessment passed, the share would increase. Ultimately, there might even be qualifications for entry into a special secret realm for extraordinary enhancement. Lu Chen had no particular thoughts on other matters. He was solely focused on propagating the insect progeny to the 5th generation, at which point the blood-devouring insect swarm would exceed 300 million. The black gold magnetite was to be entrusted to the Sun family for strategizing, before departing for the main base in the battle zone. Elder Sun Jinyue had stated he would facilitate the entire Sun family's relocation alongside Lu Chen. Business would also be segmented, with the quality portions being transferred. The first task for the Sun family was to procure black gold magnetite nationwide, striving to meet Lu Chen's needs to the greatest extent possible. Following the fierce battle with Wu Tsang, Lu Chen gained a deeper understanding of the capabilities of the Heavenly Crystal Guardian, recognizing the paramount importance of self-preservation. 840,000 Heavenly Crystal insect progeny was still insufficient. A single strike from Wu Tsang in his severely injured state had inflicted significant internal damage upon him. If he had unleashed his full strength, Lu Chen feared he might have lost half his life. Recalling the previous peril still sent shivers down his spine. As for the final evolution technique, it was quite simple. As long as the Dalian insect's body of the colorful garments was sufficient, evolution could commence. Along with the enhancement of proficiency. In the midst of his musings, time passed swiftly. When Red Frost returned after thoroughly sweeping the blood pool, she startled Lu Chen from his reverie. Master, I am ready to evolve. Red Frost's form seemed to have grown once more. What had once been the length of a finger was now half the size of a palm. Ecstatic, she uttered a single sentence before transforming into a streak of light, entering Lu Chen's spiritual sea through his brow. Indeed, this journey had yielded bountiful rewards. Gazing at the desiccated pool of blood, Lu Chen murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden buzzing filled his ears, and the void began to tremble violently, reminiscent of the time he was sealed by Wu Tsang. However, then he was the one confined to a single spot, whereas now, it felt as though the entire space had morphed into a cage. While Lu Chen was still in a state of confusion, a voice unexpectedly resonated behind him. Little one, what have you harvested? Do enlighten me. Instantly, the hairs on Lu Chen's body stood on end. When had this person arrived, unnoticed even by Hong Shuang? Another master? Chapter 50. The woman in the red dress who collects her enemies' heads? It must be a master, capable of restraining space and surpassing Hong Shuang's perception. This individual had appeared at his back in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen's heart raced, and he suspected that the person behind him might possess a level of cultivation even beyond that of a master. As his thoughts whirled, he eliminated some possibilities and roughly deduced the identity of the newcomer. Suppressing the urge to unleash his blood-devouring insect, Lu Chen turned around without hesitation, maintaining a wary distance. In a low voice, he inquired, "May I ask who you are? Are you from the ancient god sect?" At that moment, he beheld the visitor's appearance. Clad in ordinary attire reminiscent of a Zhongshan suit from a past life, his hair was tousled and entirely crimson. What captured Lu Chen's attention most was the peculiar large sword slung across the man's back. Rather than resembling a sword, it seemed more akin to a door plank, far too wide, surpassing even the width of the man's torso. The stark contrast with the standard sword hilt was striking. Little one, spare the pretense. The elder with crimson hair huffed, glaring with annoyance. I have lived for 300 years. I have seen all manner of individuals. You are far too inexperienced to play tricks before me. Forget it. I am too lazy to inquire further. I am Li Bagong from the Jiangnan Martial Academy, responsible for addressing this incident. Upon concluding his statement, Li Bagong scrutinized Lu Chun and muttered to himself, Xiao Yuanlong claimed to have discovered a treasure, but I see no signs of any strength. You have reached the first level of the fusion aperture realm. The reports sent to the Academy a few days ago indicated you were merely at the transcendent stage. It seems you have concealed your capabilities. After his soliloquy, Li Bagong shot another glare and continued, Nowadays, these young ones all prefer to hide their strength, pretending to be weak while biding their time. It is truly laughable. Stop dawdling. Hurry and lead the way. Take me to meet Song Qifeng. Lu Chen blinked, obediently walking ahead towards Song Qifeng's location. However, he felt somewhat bewildered. This elderly gentleman exhibited rather erratic thinking and clearly knew of him. Upon arrival, he had shown no interest in asking questions whatsoever. This left Lu Chen's prepared explanations in vain, creating an awkward atmosphere. Especially concerning the familiarity with Xiao Yuanlong, it was evident that this esteemed elder, Li Bagong, held a high status. A significant figure had arrived. Lu Chun concluded inwardly, especially given the troublesome identity of a forbidden martial artist. By the way, are you the only one here who is lucid? Did you catch a glimpse of the person's appearance who made the strike? Suddenly, Li Bagong inquired. That individual possesses considerable cultivation, likely a grandmaster, yet their character is undoubtedly lacking, given their penchant for collecting the heads of their enemies. What a bizarre quirk. Lu Chen responded, heads? They were evidently consumed by Hong Shuang. The little rascal isn't entirely devoid of merit. However, Li Bagong's imaginative musings did ease Lu Chen's mind. The label of an imaginative thinker was now affixed to the old man. At that moment, an enormous explosion occurred, leaving me momentarily dazed. When I regained consciousness, the members of the ancient god sect were all deceased. I ventured here to find Master Song, who provided me with a communicator, urging me to contact the upper echelons promptly. After sharing this, Lu Chun could no longer discern Li Bagong's expression. Yet, this was of little consequence. The old man would certainly concoct his own interpretations. As anticipated, Lu Chun heard Li Bagong muttering to himself, a woman in a red dress? Could it be that old monster Su from Yunming's? No, she couldn't possibly be here. Then it must be Murong Qing from Tina Pavilion. But that doesn't add up either. She could eliminate a grandmaster with ease. Wait a moment. Could it be one of those flirtatious vixens from the Qingxiu Fox clan? The ones fond of red dresses? There are quite a few. Based on intelligence, Lu Chun deduced numerous candidates, methodically ruling them out. Eventually, he grew weary of the exercise. Following behind, Li Bagong cast a suspicious glance at Lu Chun's back, pondering, this kid wouldn't deceive me, would he? After a brief appraisal, he shook his head. Whether it was true or false mattered little to him. After all, he had managed the incident here to the best possible conclusion. The students were unharmed. And Song Qifeng still drew breath. That was sufficient. Everything else was inconsequential. The only curiosity that lingered in Li Bagong's mind was the identity of the woman in the red dress that Lu Chun had encountered. Before long, the two arrived before Song Qifeng. Observing the little green figure before him, Li Bagong's expression was peculiar. Little Song, that green hue of yours is rather unfortunate. Song Qifeng responded, his gaze shifting to Lu Chun, seemingly embarrassed to discuss such matters in the presence of a junior. Thus, he redirected the conversation. I did not expect your arrival. How is the situation with the students? The students are fine. You needn't concern yourself with them, Li Bagong replied, continuing his treatment. Then earnestly suggested, Little Song, what if I only assist in removing the poison, leaving the color on your skin as a memento? I must say, that shade of green is rather appealing. Lu Chun nearly stifled a laugh. He had anticipated the old man to possess a sense of humor. This was merely the beginning, as Li Bagong regarded Song Qifeng, chatty as ever. Ah, so it was a woman. Well then, that's a relief. The Li family in Yunza City has already been dealt with. You really have suffered, to be turned so green by a woman. If your grandfather were to find out, he might just clean house. Song Qifeng interjected, could you refrain from speaking? There were still students present. Could he not preserve some dignity? This was truly mortifying. He had no doubt regarding the capabilities of the intelligence organization at the Martial Academy. Given the incident on his end, they would surely have elucidated the situation, including the unmasking of Li Mingyun's disguise. Witnessing Song Qifeng close his eyes in distress, Li Bagong continued unabated. Lu Chen prudently withdrew from the scene. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Li Bagong and Song Qifeng emerged together. Upon spotting Lu Chen stationed outside the door, Song Qifeng's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Yet he endeavored to smile warmly and introduced, this is Senior Li Bagong, a sword cultivator from our Martial Academy, Stianke Division. Lu Chen nodded, his gaze once again drawn to the extravagant great sword behind Li Bagong. Such a sword cultivator was indeed a unique sight. Following closely behind the two, They exited the underground area and rejoined the other students outside, where personnel from the martial academy had already awakened them. Among them were Sun Qi and Lin Xia, who had previously hidden outside the valley. Xiao Song, I came here with the intent to kill, he declared suddenly, shouting, Ban Ban, grow larger for me. The great sword behind him hummed and flew forth, landing on the ground, its blade expanding in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Chun could only feel awestruck, not merely by the transformation, but also by the flamboyant name Ban Ban. Under Song Qifeng's guidance, the group ascended upon the sword's blade, soaring into the sky. Illuminated by the blood moon, they flew towards the Jiangnan Martial Academy. Chapter 51, Arrival at the Main Battlefield Base. Qiu Yuanlong returns. The night wind howled. On the great sword, figures crowded at the edges, gazing down with excitement. Initially, as they ascended into the void, trepidation gripped their hearts. Yet, they gradually realized that the sword's blade was not only remarkably stable, but also enveloped by a protective wind barrier. Moreover, any ferocious flying beast that ventured within a 500-meter radius would be swiftly vanquished by the sword's radiance. This was truly extraordinary. The bolder students approached the edges to admire the nocturnal landscape below, prompting others to join in. Once assured of their safety, they seemed to forget their earlier brush with death, and their spirits soared with enthusiasm. Of course, their joy was collective and had little to do with Song Qifeng. The Master Protector stood alone at the tip of the sword, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Prideful is the sage who avoids the throes of love, lest they suffer great loss. Lu Gu, you must now understand why I harbor no interest in women, he stated, recalling Lu Chen's earlier jest about his never having held a girl's hand. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a petite girl approached. After politely nodding to Lu Chun and Lin Xia, she tiptoed closer to Sun Qi and whispered, Qi, you said last time you wanted to make a wish together on the highest mountain under the red moon. Look, now we can. Sun Qi's body stiffened instantly, feeling as though his illustrious reputation was crumbling in that very moment. All were martial artists. Surely they did not think their voices were hushed. Observing the suppressed laughter on Lin Xia's face and the peculiar gaze from Lu Chun, Sun Qi felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. With a desperate attempt to save face, he declared, I, Sun Dasha, have never claimed to be a sage. With that, he hastily retreated, but after only a few steps, he heard Lu Chun call out. Got it, Qi. Sun Qi stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The girl beside her lowered her voice in astonishment and said, Qi, didn't you say that this title was only permitted for me to use? Stop talking. Just stop. Following Master Song Qifeng's earlier remarks, Sun Qi also faced an embarrassing moment. Watching the two depart, Lin Xia chuckled softly. That girl is Huang Linglan, a member of a prominent family in our city of Linsong. She has been well protected since childhood. Innocent and naive, she possesses exceptional talent, particularly in the rare field of music. During our time in the gifted class, she and Sun Qi had a good relationship. After all they had been through, Lin Xia no longer felt socially anxious in front of Lu Chun. She could at least converse normally now. Under the blood moon, the two engaged in casual conversation. 2 hours later, the group's gaze was suddenly drawn to the distant horizon, where an immense city silhouette emerged, stretching endlessly into the night. In the dim light, it appeared as if a colossal primordial beast was sprawled across the ground. The main base of the Jiangnan battle zone had arrived. On the giant sword, which had previously been filled with chatter, an unexpected silence fell. Everyone gazed in awe toward that direction, overwhelmed by its grandeur. The Jiangnan battle zone's main base, established in the 104th year of the martial era, took 40 years to complete and had been rebuilt multiple times after various calamities. With a permanent population of 200 million and nearly 30 million outsiders, the number of martial artists remains unquantified. As the capital of the battle zone, the main base has withstood over 4 centuries of trials and tribulations. Standing tall to this day, such words, once mere symbols in textbooks, now manifested before their eyes, allowing them to truly appreciate the magnificence of a city inhabited by over 200 million people. Even Lu Chun, a traveler from another world, was awestruck. The former cities like Magic City or the imperial capital seemed insignificant in comparison to the main base of the battle zone. As the giant sword sped forward, more details came into view. The first thing that caught their attention was the city walls, towering at least 100 meters high. Lu Chun estimated the height. Noticing numerous patrols on the walls, along with a plethora of new weapons that combine technology with martial arts, their barrel calibers causing one's eyes to widen. Within the main base, flying was prohibited without special permission. At this moment, after several hours of silence, Song Qifeng approached the center of the sword, speaking softly. We will land at the south gate number 17. Vehicles have already been arranged for transport to the dormitory for unified accommodation. Of course, if you have alternative plans, you may leave directly. Remember, you must report to the Martial Academy in 3 days. Otherwise, it will be considered a forfeiture of your qualifications for the talented ranking. Does anyone have any questions? After a brief QA session, he added, by the way, your teacher Qiu Yuanlong will arrive at the academy this morning and will be looking for you. Also, about your friend, Sun Qi. Please inform her that if she dares to spread rumors, I may not be able to restrain myself from becoming violent. After conveying his message, Song Qifeng cast a resentful glance at Lu Chun before maneuvering the massive sword of the esteemed Li Bagong, beginning their descent. Lu Chun then approached Sun Qi to relay the message, leaving her dumbfounded and breaking into a nervous sweat. Fortunately, I refrained from speaking carelessly, otherwise, I might have incurred the wrath of a master. With a single blow, I fear I would be utterly shattered. Sun Qi's face turned pale as he reflected. This place is vastly different from our Linsong city. In this crowd, if someone were to hurl a brick, I suspect 7 out of 10 would be descendants of prominent figures. We cannot afford to offend anyone. Henceforth, I must tread carefully and speak with discretion. Lu Chen deeply resonated with Sun Qi's sentiments. Some thoughts are best left unvoiced, for engaging in self-talk can lead to dire consequences. He recalled a moment by the blood pool beneath the earth, where he had been lost in his musings, only to be abruptly interrupted by Li Bagang's arrival. Thankfully, he had refrained from uttering anything outrageous, or the situation could have escalated. At that moment, after the colossal sword had descended, Song Qifeng completed his handover with the city guards and arranged for the majority of students to board the bus directly to the dormitory. Such matters did not require the attention of a master like himself. He entrusted them to others. However, a select few students, connected to the main base, departed on their own. As for Lu Chun, he stood out as the most unique. Following Song Qifeng, he navigated effortlessly into the inner sanctum of Jiangnan Martial Academy. Under the cover of night, they proceeded with a fleeting glimpse, unable to discern their surroundings clearly. Before long, they reached a quaint villa, where Song Qifeng regarded Lu Chun with hesitation, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Finally, with a firm resolve and an awkward expression, he said, "Xiao Chun, you are a good child. I hope what transpired in the valley remains unknown to your teacher. You understand my meaning, correct?" His demeanor was somewhat bashful, and he continued with a wry smile. "Your teacher has a propensity for gossip. Once he learns of this, the entire academy will be aware, and I shall be finished." Lu Chen's expression turned serious as he nodded in understanding. Yet, before he could respond, a voice interjected. "Oh, old Song, what's the matter? Are you threatening my esteemed disciple?" Crack. Within Song Qifeng, it felt as though something had shattered. He stood frozen, incredulously turning to see none other than Xiao Yuanlong. "You, Xiao Yuanlong." Weathered yet in good spirits, explained, "The battle on the foggy sea has concluded, and a number of urgent casualties needed to be transported to the base. I managed to slip in through the teleportation array." Song Qifeng opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Fate had conspired against him. The benevolent master cast a pleading glance towards Lu Chun, his eyes clearly pleading. "Lu Chun, you must help me keep this secret." Without hesitation, he prepared to make his exit. However, Xiao Yuanlong continued. "Ah, I heard about a certain dim-witted fellow who finally developed feelings for a woman, only to be stabbed in the back, leaving him in quite a state. Ah, surely, that cannot be you, old Song." A few steps away, Song Qifeng remained rooted in place, and after a moment of struggle, he turned his head, his lips quivering. He could bear humiliation before the younger generation, but he could not be exposed among his peers. It cannot be true, can it? Li Bagong had shared a photo in their group chat, showcasing a pitifully green individual, accompanied by a cryptic code, prompting everyone to speculate on the identity. Song Qifeng. Chapter 52, A Reassessment of Talent? Senior Qiao, are you certain you are prepared? At this moment, it was nearing 6 in the morning. For Lu Chun, as a martial artist, staying up all night was a commonplace occurrence, and he felt no weariness. Upon entering the villa, he settled onto the sofa, awaiting patiently. Before long, Xiao Yuanlong emerged, now dressed in casual attire, and began to attentively brew tea. The rich fragrance of the tea gradually permeated the air. "Do give it a taste," Xiao Yuanlong proclaimed with a hint of pride. "This is mutated Longjing tea leaves, a special supply from our martial academy, unavailable for purchase elsewhere." Following his suggestion, Lu Chun lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. At first, he could discern no particular flavor. However, shortly thereafter, a certain force seemed to draw upon the spiritual energy within him, causing it to circulate rapidly. Within mere moments, the flow of energy from the liquefied spiritual spring in his dantian accelerated, spontaneously beginning to transmute the spiritual essence. Soon on the verge of coalescing into a drop of concentrated spiritual liquid, even though Lu Chun had not engaged in much cultivation, he recognized the extraordinary nature of this tea. Could it truly expedite one's training? Yet, Xiao Yuanlong interjected, "Such an effect is only for this instance. Do not expect it again." Upon hearing this, a look of regret and contemplation surfaced on Lu Chen's face. Nevertheless, truthfully, his heart remained unperturbed. He even felt a hint of longing. Since his transition from a novice martial artist to an extraordinary realm, and now to the fusion realm, he had scarcely devoted time to actual training. His elevation in cultivation had relied entirely on the nurturing from Hongshuang. Moreover, breakthroughs in rank had come through the devouring of obstacles, accumulated gradually. Yet, this was a matter only he was aware of. Even the closest of relationships could not bear such revelations. After engaging in some casual conversation while seated on the sofa, Chen shifted the topic, inquiring, Senior Chiao, has the battle over at the Grey Mist Sea concluded? Is my uncle by well? Although he and Chiao Yuanlong had a verbal agreement of mentorship, subsequent events had delayed their bond. Chen had been persistently concerned about by Wei Zhou, yet lacking communication. He could only inquire now. Rest assured, the conflict at the Grey Mist Sea was primarily a diversion, drawing us masters away. Chiao Yuanlong asserted fiercely, his demeanor softening slightly before he continued. I have spoken to the division commander overseeing your uncle by Wei Zhou. He will be well looked after, and there shall be no issues. Noticing Chen's intent to respond, he waved a hand and instructed, in this world, no one is a saint. With power comes the responsibility to wield it wisely, to strategize for one's own people. This is entirely normal. To me, it is merely a matter of a few words. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, taking his words to heart, and his impression of Chiao Yuanlong transformed once more. Such is the mark of a worthy teacher. By the way, last time I left in a hurry. So now that we have time, let me explain the specific process of the talented individual's ranking. With that, Chiao Yuanlong lifted his teacup, cleared his throat, and continued. The talented individual's ranking was established starting from your cohort, and it bears two significant meanings. First, it selects the top 100 prodigious seeds from all of Great Xia to be sent to the secret realm of Tianyuan. He gazed at Chen with a somewhat reflective expression, pausing for a few seconds before elaborating. You youngsters truly have struck a stroke of luck. The secret realm of Tianyuan opens once every 500 years over in Kunlun. The last occasion marked the inaugural opening, coinciding with the tumultuous darkness of the Great Xia. Among the cohort that ventured into this realm, those fortunate enough to emerge alive ascended to the status of titans within the Great Xia itself. A multitude of top-tier powerhouses emerged, swiftly quelling the chaos. It was during this pivotal moment that the landscape of the Great Xia began to take shape, giving rise to numerous legendary families such as the Ying family of the capital, the Jiang family of Jiangnan, and the Qinluo family, among others. They are collectively referred to as the 8 great families, representing the pinnacle of the societal hierarchy in this land. This was the first time Chen had encountered such secrets, and he couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the revelations. If he understood correctly, entering the Tianyuan secret realm could allow a martial artist to reach the zenith of their potential in an astonishingly short time. How terrifying this prospect was. It was no less remarkable than his own Xiahong Shuang. Observing Chen's expression, Chiao Yuanlong remained patient, allowing him the time to digest the information. While he leisurely sipped his tea, when the moment seemed right, he continued. It is precisely due to the previous splendor that the latest opening of the Tianyuan secret realm has captivated countless powerful figures, all eager to send their offspring within. However, this cannot be allowed to transpire unchecked, hence the establishment of the Tianjiao ranking. This list comprises a total of 100 slots. Merely securing a position therein equates to obtaining a ticket to the secret realm. After elucidating the background, Chiao Yuanlong succinctly recounted the selection criteria. In essence, it is quite straightforward. Within the 8 battle zones, participants will be gathered at the main base according to the results of this martial arts examination, initiating the subsequent advancement. Nearly 1,000 individuals from each battle zone will be filtered down to the final 50. These 50 will then compete alongside qualifiers from other zones in the subsequent selections, vying for a place among the final 100 of the Tianjiao ranking. After listening intently, Chen, filled with curiosity, inquired, Senior Chiao, do you believe I stand a chance of making it onto the Tianjiao ranking? His interest was purely inquisitive. Currently, the strength he had revealed encompassed the first layer of the fusion realm, an earth-grade agility technique, and a speculative fire-based ability. After all, the Jiangnan battle zone, in terms of both geographical expanse and population, is akin to the entirety of ancient China. Presently, the Great Xia boasts 8 such zones, with a population nearing 10 billion. The number of prodigies birthed is staggering. You? Chiao Yuanlong shook his head with a smile. What are you thinking? You are currently at least 10,000 times away from even the last position on the Tianjiao ranking. Chen was taken aback. It seemed he had indeed underestimated his own potential, for the strength he had displayed was insufficient. He reflected that, in others' eyes, his only noteworthy asset was speed. In a small place like Linsong City, he might have been considered exceptional, yet on the grand stage of the Great Xia's youthful generation, he was hardly remarkable. At that moment, perhaps sensing Chen's disheartenment, Chiao Yuanlong adopted a serious tone. The Tianjiao ranking is immensely challenging. Those who manage to enter are truly 1 in a billion. Moreover, this round of selections has attracted numerous factions. What you know is merely the military's participation. But beyond that there exist numerous hidden powers, such as sects you may have never heard of, and the progeny of solitary, formidable beings. And these are merely the tip of the iceberg. Even the demon clans, known for their alliance with the Great Xia, have dispatched their younger members, such as the Eastern Sea Dragon clan and the Qingxiu Fox clan. To surpass the elite contenders from these factions is a daunting challenge, akin to scaling the heavens. Chen blinked, momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the talented rankings had attracted such a plethora of extraordinary entities. Should he reveal a fraction more of his prowess to leave Qiu Yuanlong in awe? Lu Chen hesitated, wary of the abruptness of such a revelation. At that moment, Qiu Yuanlong, pouring himself another drink, continued, "My expectations for you lie in our internal selection within the battle zone, where you can acquire additional resources to enhance your capabilities. After all, your disposition aligns perfectly with my lineage, making you an ideal fit. As you grow stronger, my own reputation will flourish. Tell me, little Chen, have you awakened your fire affinity talent?" Upon finishing his words, Qiu Yuanlong rose decisively. "Never mind. I shall take you to assess your talents. The equipment at the city of Linsong is rather antiquated and may yield inaccurate results. Our martial institute, however, boasts the most advanced facilities." Lu Chen blinked again. Assessing his talents? That was indeed an opportunity. It would allow him to astonish Qiu Yuanlong subtly for the rest of his life. After all, the bond with his source mother insect would grant him related imprints within his soul. Once these imprints were recognized by the testing apparatus, they would be displayed. For instance, the flame abilities of the red frost, the comprehension of the Dalian insect, and not to mention the celestial crystal insect as protective essence, along with the black gold magnetic core. How splendid it would be to measure his talents. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a surge of anticipation. After all, there was no risk of revealing the insect progeny, so what did it matter? Chapter 53, Martial Soul Research Division. Grandmaster Level Power. In the early autumn dawn, a misty haze seemed to linger in the air. Upon mentioning the assessment of talents, Qiu Yuanlong could no longer remain still. He seized Lu Chen and led him outside. Naturally, Lu Chen welcomed this development, eager to reposition himself in Qiu Yuanlong's estimation. Regarding the prospect of taking on a master, Lu Chen had previously pondered this matter deeply, caught in a web of indecision. Logically, possessing such a powerful advantage, combined with his various hidden cards, made the idea of apprenticeship somewhat precarious. A slight misstep could entrap him in a dilemma. Yet, after enduring so much, Lu Chen reevaluated himself and the martial environment surrounding him, gaining a fresh perspective. This world, much like his previous life, was rife with human connections and social intricacies. Take the revenge against the Du family, for instance. Despite wielding an army of insects and possessing absolute martial superiority, he lacked legal legitimacy. Any unauthorized action would only invite severe repercussions. In contrast, Qiu Yuanlong effortlessly secured procedural justice for himself. Whenever he desired to take action, he could do so at will. Subsequently, he exacted vengeance upon the Du family, eliminating dozens without consequence. Not a single soul inquired after Lu Chen's involvement. It was precisely because of this incident that the venerable Sun Jinyue of Linsong resolutely led his entire clan to align with Lu Chen. This, indeed, exemplifies the formidable influence wielded by authority. After enduring a fierce battle with the Grandmaster of the Ancient God sect, Lu Chen finally comprehended the true terror of martial arts experts in this world. Had he not resorted to a preemptive strike, engaging in direct confrontation with all 600,000 of those monstrous larvae would likely have proven futile. This battle served as a profound awakening for Lu Chen, prompting him to abandon his previous disdain for high-tier powerhouses. Even dismissing them entirely, he recognized the necessity of remaining in the shadows. Even with his blood-devouring insect army having reached version 10 and boasting over 6.2 million strong, he realized that relying solely on his own strength was insufficient to nurture the calamity he sought to cultivate. Even with the Sun family's relocation, his resources remained paltry. However, from another perspective, if the influential Qiu Yuanlong were to become his mentor, the situation would be markedly different. After all, Qiu Yuanlong was not alone. He had a lineage, brothers in arms, powerful allies, and a well-established interest group. Nestled beneath such a colossal entity, any endeavor would become significantly more accessible and expedited. The selection for the talented youth rankings was about to commence, and various factions would undoubtedly vie for their share of opportunities in the shadows. For Lu Chen to secure greater resources than his peers, he needed someone of prominence on his side. At that moment, trailing behind Qiu Yuanlong, Lu Chen's gaze deepened as he resolved to forge ahead. United, their strides would be far more expansive. Thus, there was no need for pretense. When the time came to test his aptitude, he would unleash the 3 primal mother insects imprinted upon his soul. "Ah, esteemed Qiu, I trust your heart is in good condition." As he traversed the expansive campus of Jiangnan Martial Academy, Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings, feeling an unusual void. Logically, even at this early hour, he ought to have encountered a number of students. Upon voicing his curiosity, Qiu Yuanlong chuckled. "The Martial Academy is unlike the academic institutions you envision. There is no concept of classes here, nor any notion of years of study. The primary task for each student admitted to Jiangnan Martial Academy is to find their mentor and engage in mutual selection. Mentors vary in strength. Some are grandmasters, while others may be at your level, merely in the realm of integration." Observing the astonishment on Lu Chen's face, Qiu Yuanlong chuckled. "You must not underestimate any mentor here. The concept of realm can be quite illusory. For instance, a mentor skilled in forging may possess lower cultivation, yet their network is vast. And they have crafted various trump cards for themselves. And those adept in alchemy are even more remarkable. There is a saying at our academy: the lower the cultivation level of a mentor, the wealthier they tend to be, some even rivaling entire nations in riches. After Qiu Yuanlong's elucidation, Lu Chen's understanding became clear. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, it can transform into power, much like the former mogul Ma, who dined with heads of state while professing a disinterest in wealth. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen humbly inquired, "Then, esteemed Qiu, if the academy lacks classes and does not adhere to a fixed duration of study, how are assessments conducted, and how does one graduate?" "Credits. As long as one accumulates 1,000 credits, graduation is always within reach. The rewards for graduation are varied and exceedingly generous. Even I find myself tempted," Qiu Yuanlong remarked, adding that although there is no formal class structure, students are encouraged to form teams and even establish various groups. By accepting tasks issued by the Martial Arts Institute and completing them, students can earn credits. Furthermore, while credits are non-transferable, they can be used to purchase items in the internal marketplace of the institute, many of which are unavailable outside and are quite affordable. Many young students are reluctant to graduate, precisely because of this enticing prospect. Through their exchange, Lu Chen gained a more comprehensive understanding of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Institute. As the top scholar from Linsong City and a special recruit under Qiu Yuanlong's guidance, he is exempt from attending the upcoming opening ceremony and can fully dedicate himself to preparing for the Tianjiao ranking assessment. Before long, the two arrived at the testing area. This structure exuded a futuristic aesthetic, seemingly crafted entirely from glass, with no visible seams, presenting a seamless and unified appearance. Upon arrival, Lu Chen noticed a significant increase in the number of students at the Martial Arts Institute. The youthful faces around him radiated vitality, and the sophisticated dialogue exchanged left Lu Chen bewildered, feeling it was exceptionally lofty. Truly, it is one of the 9 great martial arts institutes of the Great Xia. Greetings, Master Qiu. Good morning, Master Qiu. Many students, recognizing Qiu Yuanlong, greeted him with utmost respect and deference, also casting curious glances at Lu Chen. Upon entering the testing center, after Lu Chen completed the registration process with the receptionist, they intended to proceed directly. Just then, a figure seemingly materialized from nowhere, appearing before them in an instant. "Oh, you little Qiu, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming over? Let us go, it's time for a drink. I recently hunted a 7th-tier ferocious beast and acquired quite a few treasures. Just the whip alone is 10 meters long. We can brew some wine with it." "Oh, is this the young lad you mentioned, the top scorer from Linsong City?" The newcomer was a sprightly old man, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and his ruddy nose suggesting a fondness for alcohol, a large gourd hanging from his waist. As his gaze fell on Lu Chen, he quickly bowed, saying, "I am Lu Chen. It is an honor to meet you, senior." Internally, he couldn't help but grumble about the elusive nature of the masters at Jiangnan Martial Arts Institute. "Little one, I know you. Qiu Yuanlong has praised you highly," the old man remarked, pulling out a small gourd from his storage equipment and offering it to Lu Chen. "As a token of our first meeting, Grandfather Ma gives you a little gift. Accept it." Lu Chen blinked, glancing at Qiu Yuanlong. "Take it, it's a fine item. Even better than the Longjing tea I offered you." He added, "By the way, this is Senior Ma Jingyang, a formidable master of our lineage, at the Grandmaster level. He usually resides here at the testing center. If you ever acquire any ancient wine, remember to pay your respects." A Grandmaster, 1 tier above Qiu Yuanlong. I wonder what level the old man Li Bagong is at. After a brief exchange, the three proceeded to the talent testing area, heading directly to the room with the highest precision testing capabilities. As they approached, Ma Jingyang transmitted a thought to Qiu Yuanlong. "Ah, Xiao Qiu. You are aware of what Master Li Bagong mentioned last time, right? He does not hold a favorable opinion of Lu Chen and hopes you will contemplate this matter thoughtfully. Our lineage, though somewhat diminished among the younger generation, cannot afford to accept mediocrity. I observe this boy. He has merely begun to penetrate the mysteries, and his foundation appears quite unstable, unlike one who has cultivated through personal endeavor. Compared to other prodigies, he significantly lacks depth. His rapid progress previously likely stems from some extraordinary encounter." Qiu Yuanlong remained silent for a moment. Ma Jingyang sighed and added, "If this boy truly possesses the fire affinity talent you suspect, then he may be welcomed. However, if it is below that threshold, you must prepare yourself to clarify matters with him." Qiu Yuanlong nodded in silence. Trailing behind them, Lu Chen sensed a subtle tension in the air, pondering whether he had misinterpreted the atmosphere. Despite his inner confusion, he could not fathom that the two seniors were engaged in a telepathic exchange. The trio traveled in silence, taking the elevator directly to the 7th floor. Here, the management was markedly stricter, with scarcely any students in sight. Yet, accompanied by Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong, Lu Chen encountered no obstacles. The corridor's design was entirely crafted from a special alloy, presumably to prevent radiation or similar hazards. Passing several tightly shut rooms, the plaques beside them exuded an air of grandeur, Research Institute of Martial Arts and Gene Lock, Bloodline Talent Purification, Research Institute of Beast Souls, Martial Soul Research, and more. After a few more minutes, they finally reached their destination, the ultimate martial talent testing center. Upon seeing Lu Chun's gaze fixed upon it, Qiu Yuanlong smiled and explained. Even after entering the martial era, the structure of the human body remains shrouded in mystery. Typical talent tests focus solely on the soul, yet it is not as straightforward as that. According to the researchers at the Martial Academy, while the formation of talent is still unknown, its manifestation could reside in the soul, the blood, or even the physical body. Therefore, the apparatuses for testing talent are categorized into 5 levels. Our Martial Academy's device is the highest grade, capable of revealing all latent talents within the human body. Lu Chen nodded, feeling a tremor within, gaining a deeper understanding of the profound foundation of the Jiangnan Martial Academy. Not to mention, the various research institutes housed within this building alone were undeniably impressive. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the academy. Beep. Ma Jingyang's identity card was placed against the sensor, and the alloy door opened with a resounding click. With such an esteemed figure present, he had access wherever he went. Upon entering, they discovered other individuals already inside. Hearing the commotion, they turned to look. Old Ma, what brings you here today? Did the testing system send you a message indicating that my disciple has manifested dual-grade talent? The speaker was a middle-aged martial artist, his demeanor somewhat shadowy. Although his words were polite, an undercurrent of sarcasm laced his tone, clearly intended to showcase his superiority. His gaze then shifted to Qiu Yuanlong, letting out a scoff. Oh, old Qiu has come as well? I have heard that you are gravely injured on the other side of the Misty Sea. Why have you come here to wander around without taking care of your health? Qiu Yuanlong immediately retorted, mind your own business. Your wife has run off with someone else. Is it a lack of ability? Enough. Ma Jingyang frowned and said, Li Ping, have you completed the testing with your team? Hurry up and get lost. The room was vast, filled with an array of large equipment on both sides. At the center stood a disc-shaped platform, composed of an unknown material that emitted a pearly glow. Above the platform, several metallic mechanical arms connected to various detection terminals hovered in the air. At this moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair was lazily descending from the platform, having just demonstrated his dual-class talent. Testing is complete. Ma Laosher, please don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Li Ping chuckled, unfortunately. My disciple here possesses only mediocre talent, merely a dual class. What a pity. After saying this, he stood beside the young man with yellow hair and didn't he leave. Watching with a smile, Ma Jingyang was about to scold them when Qiu Yuanlong interjected, It's fine, Xiao Chun, you may begin. The internal atmosphere of the Martial Academy was rarely harmonious. Conflicts often erupted over resource disputes and differing ideologies. The faction behind Li Ping had long been at odds with Qiu Yuanlong's lineage, making them old rivals. There was no need for such trivial matters to escalate into a major conflict. However, after Qiu Yuanlong spoke, Lu Chen shook his head and walked straight up to Li Ping and his companion. Esteemed senior, if you have no further business, I kindly ask you to step outside. I am about to conduct my test. Wood that stands out will inevitably be uprooted. Lu Chen merely wished to astonish Qiu Yuanlong, and now with Ma Jingyang involved, it was all the same to him. However, it was best to keep certain matters confidential from others. Some revelations could lead to various troubles, including assassinations by madmen akin to the ancient deity cult. At that moment, after he finished speaking, Li Ping ignored him, instead casting a scornful glance at Qiu Yuanlong. Is this the disciple you intend to take under your wing? His upbringing is certainly lacking. Who allowed him to interrupt while adults are speaking? Were his parents negligent in their teachings? Lu Chun raised his head, gazing intently at the master before him, his expression unchanging. You dare to seek death? Qiu Yuanlong could no longer contain himself. His spiritual energy surged as he prepared to retaliate, only to be restrained by Ma Jingyang. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't leave, don't blame me for using my strength against you. Li Ping shrugged, leading the young man outside. Upon seeing the alloy door close behind them, he chuckled. Let us just wait here and see the displeasure on those 2 old faces when they emerge. Ha! What a splendid day. Rarely do we have such moments of vindication. Mingxiu, you've truly brought me honor. The young man with yellow hair shook his head. What have I done? As long as the teacher is happy, that is enough. In the testing room, Qiu Yuanlong still bore a look of indignation. As he manipulated the equipment, he remarked, Master Ma, why are you stopping me? That dog dared to provoke me. I simply cannot endure it. Ma Jingyang let out a cold snort. Given your current condition, do you truly believe you can defeat them? First, you must allow yourself to heal. As an elder, he certainly could not intervene. Otherwise, the situation would escalate. After speaking, he turned to Lu Chun and said, Little one, I understand that you harbor resentment. But there are moments when you must exercise restraint. When you cannot compete, you must endure. I am aware of that, Master Ma, Lu Chen replied, a smile adorning his face, revealing no trace of emotional turmoil. This demeanor earned him a moment of respect from Ma Jingyang. His subsequent words were notably more tempered. Little Chun, I know that the youth cherish their pride and fear disgrace. That recent dual-grade challenge placed immense pressure upon you, and you were concerned about how it might reflect on us. However, there is a saying you have undoubtedly heard: a master must not be humiliated. As a junior, how could you dare instruct a master in their duties? If I were not present, you might have suffered severe injury. Chen nodded once more, realizing that Master Ma had misunderstood his intentions, thinking him to possess mediocre talent and hesitant to showcase it before others for fear of embarrassment. He chose not to elaborate further. Regardless, the examination was about to commence. Following Qiu Yuanlong's instructions, he removed his shoes and stood barefoot upon the luminous platform. A chilling sensation enveloped him, seemingly infused with a faint probing current. Above him, a mechanical arm descended, presenting a terminal conduction device that was connected to his neck, forehead, and chest. Finally, an exceedingly fine needle penetrated the tip of his right index finger. Once the calibration was complete, Qiu Yuanlong, still somewhat anxious, meticulously checked everything several times before advising, "Little Chen, maintain a calm mindset. Do not succumb to excessive pressure. Approach this with tranquility. Rest assured, Senior Qiu." Chen replied with a gentle smile. "It is you and Master Ma who should prepare yourselves psychologically and refrain from being overly excited." His words bore a double meaning, leading Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang to believe he was merely cautioning them against harboring high expectations. Soon, with a beeping sound, all the large apparatuses on either side began to operate. Ma Jingyang stood by, composed and waiting, harboring no particular hopes. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuanlong felt a twinge of nervousness. He genuinely admired Chen. Despite his youth, he acted with decisiveness and tenacity, excelling in patience. After obtaining the celestial grade inner elixir, he had astutely seized the opportunity to engage the Sun family, despite the formidable threat posed by the Du family. This demonstrated his capacity for discernment, understanding when to advance and when to retreat, coupled with a deep sense of loyalty towards his loved ones and friends, such as Bai Weizhou. Qiu Yuanlong had thoroughly reviewed Chen's information repeatedly, genuinely moved by his talent. "Little Chen, do you see the 4 pillars on the left side of the platform?" He pointed out. "These represent the manifestation area. Each pillar signifies a talent, with the displayed colors indicating the rank of the talent, ranging from gray to white to green." Before he could finish his explanation, the first inscribed stone pillar on Chen's left suddenly emanated an energetic wave. This indicated that a certain talent had been detected. Qiu Yuanlong approached without uttering another word, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Not far away, Ma Jingyang remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon the stone pillar. He murmured, "The energy fluctuations are considerable. Could it be his fire affinity? It seems he has attained a new level." Suddenly, the energy within the inscribed stone pillar surged dramatically, and a radiant burst of light erupted from its apex, vibrant and colorful. Qiu Yuanlong's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively rubbed them, his lips quivering. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chen, intrigued, inquired, "Senior Qiu, what level does this color represent?" However, Qiu Yuanlong paid him no mind, as if he had lost his very soul, fixated on the colorful luminescence. Only after confirming the spectacle did he tremblingly turn to ask Ma Jingyang, who had, unbeknownst to him, instantaneously appeared beside him. "Master, I did not missee, did I? Is it truly colorful?" Qiu Yuanlong's voice quavered with excitement. "Indeed, colorful. It signifies a level. Even he, a grandmaster, cannot contain his exhilaration." Chen blinked in surprise, yet upon reflection, he comprehended. After all, Hong Shuang's fiery abilities were capable of evolution. Imprinted upon one's spirit and recognized as a level was entirely plausible. "Young Qiu, your disciple is extraordinary." Ma Jingyang was about to elaborate further when the energy fluctuations from the second inscribed stone pillar abruptly surged. The second affinity was being revealed. Moments later, a vibrant orb of light ascended once more. This left Ma Jingyang stunned as he exchanged a glance with Qiu Yuanlong, his heart racing with fervor. Another level affinity? This was indeed extraordinary. Supporting the somewhat overwhelmed Qiu Yuanlong, Ma Jingyang approached the display once more, studying it closely before frowning. "This is a type of affinity not found in the database. The inscription structure resembles both psychic and array systems, yet there are significant differences." Ma Jingyang pondered deeply, his mind nearly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Chen understood instantly. It was the ability derived from the colorful wing imprint within the spirit. Although the Daoyin insect could not engage in combat, as a functional source insect, it could enhance techniques and improve proficiency, greatly benefiting Chen himself. "Little Chen, are you aware of how remarkable you are?" Qiu Yuanlong, leaning against the wall, still reeling from the shock, bore a peculiar expression, immensely excited yet resembling one on the verge of tears, dual levels. "Do you know how rare this is in the past 500 years of the Great Xia?" Suddenly, the third and fourth inscribed stone pillars illuminated simultaneously, one radiant with color, the other gleaming gold. Qiu Yuanlong collapsed onto the ground, mouth agape, gazing at the tricolored and golden lights before him, utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Ma Jingyang, who had been deep in thought, caught sight of the dazzling spectacle from the corners of his eyes, and was equally stunned. After a lengthy pause, he managed to articulate. The third level is a defensive affinity, while the fourth level is of the magnetic type. The final results aligned closely with Lu Chen's predictions. The defensive affinity was indeed the imprint left by Xiaolon, now recognized as well. The innate magnetic talent derives from one's own black-gold magnetic body, a gift bestowed by the Tianjing worm's consumption of ore, which has been deemed to be of a normal grade. As for Lu Chen's original, taming, talent, at this moment, there was simply no space to display it. After all, the 4 inscription pillars responsible for the visualization were fully illuminated. Within the testing chamber, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The esteemed figures of Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang reflected the colors of 3 hues and 1 gold in their eyes, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Qiu Yuanlong mused aloud. I can no longer take on this disciple. Fortunately, he has not formally become my apprentice. He turned to Ma Jingyang and continued. Old Ma, I entrust Xiao Chen to you. What do you say? Are you out of your mind? Ma Jingyang shook his head vigorously. To teach such a monster would breed lifelong self-doubt. It would be akin to inviting an early demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. How could I be a calamity? He protested. Let us go. Take him to see the Grandmaster. Such a creature is better left in her capable hands. Ma Jingyang declared. Qiu Yuanlong wholeheartedly agreed but furrowed his brow, saying, if Xiao Chun becomes the Grandmaster's disciple, I shall have to address him as Shizu, and you must call me Xiao Shizu. The hierarchy is quite perplexing. Lu Chun cleared his throat. Senior Qiu, let us each maintain our own titles. I shall call you Uncle Qiu, and you can refer to me as Shizu. That would suffice. Qiu Yuanlong was left bewildered. Ma Jingyang, equally puzzled, remarked. And in my case, you would call me Grandpa Ma, and I would call you Xiao Shizu? After a moment, the expressions of the 3 men grew complicated as they exited the talent testing room, just in time to encounter the impatient Li Ping and his companion. Oh, you've emerged. Old Qiu, your disciple-'s talent, smack. Before Li Ping could finish his sentence, Ma Jingyang delivered a resounding slap to his face. The force shattered his defenses, knocking out several teeth and leaving his face swollen, ensuring he would not recover in less than 3 to 5 days. Li Ping collapsed to the ground, utterly dazed. Beside him, Huang Mao attempted to speak, but was also sent flying, crashing against the alloy wall. Having received a slap from Qiu Yuanlong, Lu Chen blinked, feeling a sense of relief at the turn of events. After some distance, he inquired, esteemed seniors, did you not just say you wouldn't resort to violence? Ma Jingyang replied nonchalantly, when one is pleased, a hearty slap brings joy. Qiu Yuanlong chimed in. If old Ma can bully the small, then I can bully the even smaller without issue. Besides, what right does Li Ping have to belittle my Shizu? Lu Chun felt warmth in his heart, recognizing that these 2 venerable figures were indeed avenging him. In chapter 55, we find ourselves within the testing center's grand hall. Qiu Yuanlong and Lu Chen sat on a sofa in the corner. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle warmth that lent an air of leisure to the atmosphere. After the talent assessment concluded, Qiu Yuanlong promptly declared that he was unworthy to be Lu Chen's teacher and could not manage the responsibility. He wished to pass the burden to Ma Jingyang, who resolutely refused, stating plainly, taking on such a monster would shorten my lifespan. After considerable deliberation, they decided to leave the matter to the Grandmaster's judgment. Your talent data will be stored in the backend. This is quite perilous. Qiu Yuanlong continued to convey his thoughts. Xiao Chun, remember this. Our enemies are not merely the ferocious beasts, but also many of our ill-intentioned kind. They pursue resources, interests, personal desires, and ideologies. Those mad dogs are capable of anything. Lu Chen nodded silently. The martial world today is far more intricate than in the past. Various factions, both overt and covert, have long been engaged in conflict. Organizations like the ancient Divine Church are likely not singular in existence. While waiting, Lu Chen observed the bustling hall, filled with researchers and students from the martial academy. His gaze shifted to Qiu Yuanlong across the way, and he curiously inquired, Uncle Qiu, has someone with my talent ever appeared in the Great Xia? 3 colors, 1 gold. To be honest, Lu Chen felt a twinge of pride. Although this talent wasn't inherently his, but borrowed from the bug youngster. As the master of the 3 primordial mother bugs, what the bug youngster possesses is tantamount to his own. There is no fault in that. The Daoyan bug's predictions apply solely to him, and the Tianjing bug enhances his defenses while providing new formidable attributes with each evolution. Ultimately, these 3 primordial mother bugs are the true essence of Lu Chen's extraordinary talent. Moreover, this gift will only amplify as he ascends in realms. At that moment, Qiu Yuanlong, facing him, transmitted with a hint of annoyance. Do you regard the Esmir cabbages? To possess even one is a rare occurrence in a century. Yet you, remarkably, possess 3 colors and 1 gold. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression turned peculiar. You esteemed masters, grandmasters, do you truly need to resort to such antics? It seems you are genuinely astonished to the point of losing your composure. At this juncture, Qiu Yuanlong seemed to recall something and added, Xiao Chun, be honest with me. Were you just waiting to see the spectacle of me, an old man Ma, before testing your talent? Reflecting on Lu Chen's previous demeanor and his calm reaction upon discovering his extraordinary talent, it was evident that he had anticipated this outcome. Truly excessive. Treating a distinguished master and grandmaster as mere jesters, likely only Lu Chen could achieve this. Coughing slightly, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. I knew a little, but I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. Qiu Yuanlong shot him a glance. His expression suddenly turning serious, as he earnestly admonished, Xiao Chun, your talent is unprecedented in the martial era of nearly 600 years. It is unlikely that anyone will match it in the future. Although I may no longer be your teacher, I must still advise you. Do not become arrogant or complacent. Talent is not strength. It can only represent your potential to a certain extent. Gazing at the young man before him, Qiu Yuanlong felt a wave of mixed emotions. Torn between the desire to encourage him and the fear of stifling Lu Chen's youthful ambition. It is no wonder old man Ma would say that only the ancestral master could guide such a genius. After a brief silence, he sighed inwardly and continued, Xiao Chun, the path of martial arts is long and arduous. Your uncle Qiu will likely be surpassed by you soon, but you must remember this now. In this world, the prodigies are as numerous as fish crossing the river, yet those who truly rise to prominence are few and far between. If one falters midway, no matter how great their talent, it remains a mere illusion. Qiu Yuanlong firmly believes that with Lu Chen's intellect, he must comprehend the essence of his words. It would be even better if these sentiments were etched in his heart. There is no need for excessive worry. Noticing the young man's serious expression, Qiu Yuanlong chuckled, saying, As your uncle Qiu, I am a master of the 9th rank, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. I can still protect you for the time being. If I am unable, there is your grandfather Ma Jingyang. If he falters, there is Masterly Bagong. Although our lineage may be dwindling, it remains unbroken, and we shall all safeguard you, eagerly awaiting the moment of your complete ascendance. Listening to the elder's heartfelt words, Lu Chen could genuinely feel the warmth of that affection. A torrent of emotions surged within him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Rising to his feet, he performed a deep bow. If his earlier decision to align himself with Qiu Yuanlong's interests had been tinged with a hint of self-serving ambition, now, the predominant feeling within Lu Chen was one of belonging. Young Qiu, you possess quite the audacity. At that moment, Ma Jingyang approached, teasingly remarking on Lu Chen's boldness in allowing his elder to bow to him and accepting it with such composure. Although the generational hierarchy was on the verge of becoming convoluted, the proper forms of address would still be maintained. He would not genuinely accept being called Uncle Ancestor by Qiu Yuanlong. At this juncture, Qiu Yuanlong also rose and inquired, Have all matters been settled? Yes. Everything has been cleared up, Ma Jingyang replied, then turned to Lu Chen with a grin, saying, Young Chen, I have sacrificed 10 years of wages for you. Observing their puzzled expressions, he added with a laugh, The test data has been backed up to Terminal 4, and I lack the authority to delete it. Qiu Yuanlong immediately grew anxious. So what? If Lu Chen's talent is exposed, it would not only stir the Jiangnan battle zone, but likely incite a tremendous uproar throughout the entire Great Xia. He would face relentless assassination attempts and be perpetually on guard. Therefore, Ma Jingyang chuckled, I'll just destroy Terminal 4. Not a scrap will remain. The tension in Qiu Yuanlong's chest finally eased. Lu Chen silently gave a thumbs up. Although he did not grasp the true value of Terminal 4, the thought of a grandmaster's 10 years of wages was utterly unimaginable. Yet, this was secondary, after all. The inexplicable destruction of the terminal would certainly lead to inquiries directed at the old master, and he would not escape being targeted by adversaries. Let us move on. Enough of this talk. We must hurry to the Heart Inquiry Pavilion and seek out our esteemed ancestor, Ma Jingyang urged, then looked at Lu Chen with a peculiar expression, saying with a smile, Young Chen, when we meet our esteemed ancestor, do ensure you don't make a fool of yourself. Lu Chen was bewildered. Qiu Yuanlong, standing nearby, explained, Our ancestor. Well, how should I put it? Several centuries ago, she was the top of the Great Xia's national rankings, and she remains so to this day, even surpassing her former glory. You are still young. When we arrive, simply keep your head down. Remember, whatever you do, do not raise your head. Chapter 56, Heart Inquiry Pavilion, Meeting the Esteemed Ancestor. The expanse of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy remains a mystery to Lu Chen. This morning, he traversed from Qiu Yuanlong's quaint villa to the testing center, a journey that took no less than half an hour. Now, to reach the esteemed Wenxin Pavilion. As mentioned by the venerable Ma Jingyang, walking is no longer an option, a shuttle is imperative. The main base prohibits flight, and naturally, the academy follows suit. After summoning a dedicated vehicle, the trio boarded and commenced their journey. Over an hour elapsed, yet the destination remained elusive. Lu Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, Ma Jingyang had previously asserted that Wenxin Pavilion resided within the academy. Many prominent figures of the institution resided there. Upon voicing his bewilderment, Ma Jingyang responded with a slight smile, Little Chen, how large do you believe our academy is within the entire main base? Qiu Yuanlong, with a grin, remained silent, seemingly relishing the moment. 1/20th? Chen ventured, pondering the scale of both entities. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitantly continued, could it possibly be 1/10? Even he found this notion hard to believe. To occupy such a significant portion of a city housing 300 million inhabitants seemed utterly daunting. Oh, it appears your courage is still lacking. Ma Jingyang laughed heartily. To be precise, our academy occupies half of the entire main base. Observing Lu Chen's astonishment, the two elder masters reveled in his surprise. Does this seem outrageous to you? No, I assure you. I have been rather conservative in my estimation. Ma Jingyang continued. If we consider various properties, such as residential areas, office buildings, and affiliated martial arts institutions, a staggering 3/5 of the main base is under the Academy's dominion. This is not unique to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. The other 8 academies are similarly situated. At this juncture, Ma Jingyang's expression transformed, revealing an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Little Chen, you may not be aware of the overarching structure of our Great Xia. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview. Great Xia is a nation founded on martial prowess. You may have encountered this phrase in your textbooks, but the complete version is Great Xia, founded on martial prowess, governs the world alongside the martial academies. Lu Chen felt as though he had been jolted awake, his heart constricting in shock. The weight of the 9 martial academies was indeed more profound than he had ever imagined. In essence, the academies could be likened to sovereign lords ruling their territories. Wenqin Pavilion lies at the northernmost tip of the academy, nestled deep within a sea of bamboo. Upon reaching this locale, Lu Chen momentarily believed he had stumbled upon a legendary paradise. Surrounded by a vast forest, the ethereal sounds of nature enveloped him, and he felt as if all his troubles had evaporated. As he walked along the stone path flanked by the bamboo grove, he encountered an array of charming little creatures. They frolicked about, imbued with a remarkable vitality, showing no fear of humans. A few spirited monkeys even leaped onto Lu Chen's shoulders, chattering in peculiar tones. I am the 6-eared macaque, pay up. After attaining enlightenment, I shall bestow upon you celestial fruits. Lu Chen could only respond with a bemused expression. This scene feels strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the foolish messages received in a past life. I, Qin Shi Huang, demand funds. Yet, he dared not expel them. After all, they could very well be the pets of some prominent figure. Suddenly, a spirit monkey was sent flying by Ma Jingyang's strike, emitting a series of painful screeches. These monkeys have become increasingly audacious, openly resorting to extortion. Clearly, the spirit monkeys understood this remark. The bamboo forest erupted with cacophonous cries, resembling a tumultuous outcry of insults. Qiu Yuanlong chuckled, Xiao Chen, pay them no mind. These monkeys were originally cherished pets of a certain influential individual, but somehow, they have turned into a nuisance that everyone finds bothersome. After a brief walk, clarity dawned upon them. In the heart of the bamboo grove lay a vast clearing, dominated by an elegantly antiquated structure. A few meters in front of the grand entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 prominent characters, When Exine Go. They had arrived. Ma Jingyang adjusted his attire and stepped forward. Qiu Yuanlong and Lu Chen followed closely, meticulously smoothing their garments, ensuring that not a single crease remained. Simultaneously, they communicated telepathically. There is no time for explanations. You must tidy up quickly. Otherwise, we may encounter grave issues when facing our ancestral master. Lu Chen blinked in confusion. Yet, since Uncle Qiu had spoken, he felt compelled to comply. Mimicking their actions, he tugged at the hem of his clothing, straightening it somewhat. Following closely behind Ma Jingyang, they passed the stone tablet and took a few more steps before entering the pavilion. In an instant, Lu Chen felt a fleeting disorientation, and the next moment, he found himself in an entirely different world. Before his eyes lay a picturesque rural landscape. Nearby, several modestly attired farmers toiled in the fields, occasionally wiping the sweat from their brows. Further ahead, a small river glimmered under the sunlight, its banks adorned with numerous weeping willows. On the stone arch bridge, individuals bore hoes upon their shoulders, while others carried burdens on yokes, and a tea stall was set up on the bridge itself. In the distance, clusters of thatched and tiled cottages sprawled haphazardly, devoid of any discernible pattern. Tread carefully, Ma Jingyang whispered, leading Qiu Yuanlong and Lu Chen onto the furrows of the fields as they advanced. Upon seeing them, some laborers paused briefly to glance, then returned to their work. Lu Chen followed closely behind, eyes straight ahead, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Could these individuals be influential figures? He mused, feeling as though his worldview was being reshaped. Is the realm of the powerful truly so unadorned? The 3 figures wove through the fields, appearing strikingly out of place. Before long, they reached the stone arch bridge, where Ma Jingyang paused before an elderly vendor, respectfully greeting, Uncle Zhang, you are selling tea again. Qiu Yuanlong, more reserved, added, greetings, Uncle Zhang. Afterward, he discreetly tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve. The latter understood and chimed in, hello, Grandpa Zhang. A cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. He almost misaddressed him. Before them stood an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard entirely white, his form hunched, and his eyes clouded. truly a figure on the brink of the grave. Ah, Xiaoma, you have arrived. Oh, Xiaoqiu, it has been quite some time since we last met. The old man then turned his gaze towards Lu Chen, inquiring. And who might this handsome young man be? Ma Jingyang promptly introduced. This is Lu Chen, a newcomer we have taken under our wing. Brought here to meet our esteemed ancestor. Oh, I see. The old man scrutinized Lu Chen for several seconds, his murky eyes seemingly assessing him. Under the weight of that peculiar gaze, Lu Chen felt a prickling unease, his entire being instinctively tensing. To be addressed as Shu by Ma Jingyang and Shizu by Qiu Yuanlong signified a remarkable lineage. This was a person of considerable stature. As he grappled with his anxiety, the old man suddenly chuckled. You're quite the lad. You possess the same charm I had in my youth. Come, let us enjoy some tea. It's a sweltering day. You must be parched. Upon hearing this, both Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong displayed eager anticipation, their eyes fixed on the old man's battered kettle. However, he paid them no heed, trembling as he poured a bowl of tea and offered it to Lu Chen. Thank you. Observing the quivering hand, Lu Chen hastily bent down to receive it, and amidst the wistful gazes from Ma and Qiu, he drank it all in one go. Upon finishing, he felt invigorated. This water is truly delightful, he exclaimed with genuine admiration. Haha, it's merely a bowl of ordinary water, but if you enjoy it, then that is what matters, the old man replied, revealing a toothy grin, his yellowed teeth on display. He gestured toward a certain direction, saying, Your master is currently playing mahjong, you may go to him. Ma Jingyang, representing the trio, bowed once more before they departed. As they walked a distance away, Qiu Yuanlong remarked with a hint of envy, Xiao Chen, you are indeed fortunate. When I first joined, old Zhang only poured me half a bowl of tea. Ma Jingyang added, I had it slightly better, but it was barely half a bowl. Lu Chen blinked, ready to respond, when suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, rushing forth with the swiftness of a dam bursting. The surrounding spiritual essence flowed into his body as if rivers converging into the sea. So rapid was the influx that it formed a funnel-shaped tidal wave of energy above his head. After the span of 10 breaths, all phenomena vanished, and Lu Chen's cultivation soared directly from the first level of the fusion aperture to the fourth. Now do you understand? Qiu Yuanlong exclaimed, enviously. That bowl of tea from the old man would have greatly benefited even me, but alas, it is unattainable. Indeed, the younger you are, the more you reap. Ma Jingyang said with a wry smile, leading them toward the left as they hurried to their ancestor, who was engaged in mahjong. As the trio continued along the riverbank, they passed numerous dwellings, each adorned with an array of preserved delicacies, not fish or meat, but rather items that sent shivers down Lu Chen's spine. These included enormous dragon heads measuring dozens of meters, golden lions with multiple heads, and snake meat strung together with massive locks. The faint pressure emanating from these sights made Lu Chen's heart race, rendering him momentarily numb. At long last, after traversing this residential area, one arrives at a space reminiscent of a village square. At its center stands a colossal peach tree, soaring to an indeterminate height, its branches lush and laden with blossoms. What astonished Lu Chen even more was the sight of the petals, drifting in the breeze, seemingly coming to life as they playfully chased one another, frolicking in joyous abandon. Each petal appeared to possess its own vitality, as if they were independent entities. 8,000. 9 tubes. Bang bang. Don't move, I haven't shot yet. The boisterous voices of several women emerged from behind the sturdy trunk. As Lu Chen shifted to the side, curiosity piqued. He was suddenly warned by Qiu Yuanlong's voice in his ear. Don't look. Have you forgotten my admonitions? You're still young and unable to control yourself. Lu Chen promptly lowered his gaze, fixating on the feet of Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong. Ah, this young man is quite handsome. Why bow your head? Lift it up so the sisters can see. Another voice chimed in, teasingly. And you, Qiu Yuanlong, this is how you instruct the younger generation? What does it mean to be unable to control oneself? Are we, your sisters, mere beasts? A soft, melodious voice, akin to a tender whisper, reached Lu Chen's ears, stirring a delightful sensation within him. Despite gritting his teeth, he refused to raise his head. As for the transmission from Qiu Yuanlong, it was hardly surprising in this context. What you say is utterly unfounded, Senior Mu. Ma Jingyang attempted to deflect the situation with a few words, managing to smooth over the moment. He then addressed one of the women. Master, I have brought Xiao Chen to meet you, and there are matters that require reporting. Very well. Wait until I finish this round, came a somewhat cool voice, which Lu Chen noted belonged to his master. Soon, the game of mahjong resumed. With the 4 women engaging in lively banter, their exuberance palpable, Lu Chen observed his master, who displayed an unabashed enthusiasm at the table, slapping the surface and calling out her plays, reminiscent of someone deeply engrossed in their passion. Minutes passed. Who? A self-drawn pure hand. Hurry, pay up. I have important matters to attend to. Lu Chen found the remark oddly amusing and peculiar. Follow me. After collecting her winnings, the woman led Ma Jingyang and the others toward her residence, with Lu Chen trailing behind, his eyes cast downward. Before long, they entered a courtyard. Lu Chen, Do not heed Xiao Qiu's frivolous words. Be more confident and ease up a bit, she encouraged. Feeling the collective gaze of the three upon him, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before decisively lifting his head. Not far in front of him, a figure draped in flowing garments had just taken a seat upon a stone bench. Upon glimpsing her visage, Lu Chen was momentarily rendered dizzy. It was no exaggeration to say that she was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered in both of his lifetimes. She seemed as though she had stepped forth from a painting, coldly beautiful, tender, serene, and elegant. Such seemingly contradictory descriptors all harmoniously applied to her, without any semblance of dissonance. Even though Qiu Yuanlong had previously mentioned that the ancestral master was the most beautiful woman in the Daxia kingdom, Lu Chen had mentally prepared himself and even envisioned the moment. However, upon witnessing her in person, he could only marvel in awe. This singular individual exuded an array of contrasting and distinctive qualities. Chapter 57. My soul essence can rival 5 centuries of aristocracy. Lu Chen's ambitions. A combined chapter. In his past life, Lu Chen had encountered a fair number of both original and modified female celebrities, each possessing their own unique charm and temperament. Yet, when compared to the woman before him, no, she was in an entirely different realm, utterly incomparable. Clad in a smoke blue fringed gown that gracefully reached her knees and adorned with cloud patterns, it revealed a glimpse of her slender, fair calves, complemented by a pair of long boots. What captivated Lu Chen the most was the woman's white hair, cascading like a snowy waterfall, secured with a silk hairband. Beneath a few wisps of bangs, a black eye mask embellished with a silver moon motif veiled her eyes. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Chen, amidst the deliberate disturbance from Hong Shuang, regained his composure and promptly bowed, declaring, "Ancestral Master." After all, during their first encounter with her, they had revealed considerable embarrassment. Do not be overly formal. Lu Chen suddenly noticed that the woman seated on the stone bench had halted mid-sentence, gazing in his direction, slightly tilting her head. The gaze behind the black eye mask seemed to pierce through him, and the atmosphere grew tense. Not only did Lu Chen freeze, but even Ma Jingyang became rigid, unsure of what was transpiring. Suddenly, several beams of moonlight-like sword energy flickered, vanishing before anyone could react, as if they had never existed. Yet, Lu Chen felt the hair on his body stand on end, for that very sword light had been directed towards him. In a daze, he noticed a few strands of black hair fall, remnants of his own, while the hem of his garment had been sliced, the severed pieces drifting slowly to the ground. A sense of confusion deepened within Lu Chen. He recalled that before entering the Wangxin Pavilion, both Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong had meticulously arranged their attire, grooming, and hair, striving for symmetry and neatness. At that time, he had been perplexed and inquired why, being advised to tidy himself thoroughly lest he face dire consequences when meeting the ancestral master. Was this the situation Qiu Yuanlong had warned him about? It seemed somewhat exaggerated. Turning his stiff neck sideways, he caught sight of Qiu Yuanlong, who, avoiding any gaze toward him, had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, clearly suppressing laughter. This was undoubtedly an act of revenge. After he had made them appear foolish during the talent assessment, it was now his turn to be the subject of ridicule? Was this the vengeful nature of the powerful? He had certainly experienced it. Lu Chen blinked and continued to gaze at the ancestral master. He understood that the woman before him undoubtedly possessed an extreme form of perfectionism. Upon seeing anything askew, asymmetrical, or disordered, she would undoubtedly correct it with her sword. Thankfully, he had only one head, not 3. Otherwise, he would surely have lost 2. At that moment, the expression on the face of the ancestral master finally relaxed somewhat. As she continued, "There is no need for formality. Simply be yourself, or I shall feel uncomfortable as well. I shall refrain from further elaboration, for I have a game of mahjong to attend to." After a brief silence, she gazed at Lu Chen and suddenly inquired, "Your talent, Ma Jingyang has already informed me. 3 colors and 1 gold. Such a combination has never before been possessed by anyone, even in my era. The most formidable individual then only achieved 2 colors and 2 golds." Upon reaching this point, she abruptly shook her head, seemingly reluctant to delve into the annals of history. She then adopted a grave demeanor and stated, "Such a level of talent is exceedingly rare, surpassing even your comprehension. Once this information becomes public, the entire Great Xia will be shaken, and the 8 foremost families will extend their olive branches to you. I share this with you solely to encourage you to make an informed choice. Are you certain you wish to take me as your mentor?" Following this declaration, she fell silent. The courtyard, too, became enveloped in stillness. Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang exchanged anxious glances, casting sidelong looks at Lu Chen. "I am willing to be your disciple," Lu Chen declared without hesitation, firmly expressing his resolve. In truth, he felt there was little choice to be made. Regardless of the strength or resources of the 8 great families, what relevance did that hold for him? He felt warmth radiating from Qiu Yuanlong and the protective affection of Ma Jingyang. Even in his brief encounter with Li Bagong, he sensed a kind of benevolence. After all, during the battle in the valley, Lu Chen had surely left behind numerous vulnerabilities. Upon closer examination, many matters could not be clarified. Yet, elderly asked nothing of him. For he, like Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang, belonged to this lineage. And Lu Chun was indeed the one recommended by Qiu Yuanlong. Excellent. Our lineage is known as He, though the name is of little consequence. You need only understand our guiding principle. Clear thoughts lead to resolution, to kill. We must first stop killing. Upon confirming Lu Chen's decision to join, her voice took on a hint of warmth. After a few succinct words, she hastily rose and said, "My true form is not present in this realm, and with the upcoming talented individuals ranking, you shall soon enter the talented camp. Matters of imparting teachings can wait until after the ranking. By the way, take this." Throwing an object toward him in haste, she added, "They have been urging me. I must take my leave. Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong," she instructed, "please take good care of Lu Chun." With that, she departed the courtyard in a swift manner. Lu Chun was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the ancestral master returned. Approaching Ma Jingyang, she said, "Young Ma, hand over the essence core you carry. I've lost quite a bit in the game, and this avatar is running low." Ma Jingyang, unfazed, promptly complied, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Once the ancestral master had completely departed, the three exchanged silent glances before preparing to leave the area. Not long after, they crossed the stone bridge and returned to the fields. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lu Chen asked, "Master Ma, Uncle Qiu, what exactly is the name of our lineage?" It was evident that the master had been hesitant to speak on this matter. The expression on his face seemed to betray a hint of embarrassment, which was rather peculiar. Ahem. Ma Jingyang cleared his throat, stating that names are merely code names and are of little consequence. "Well, Xiao Qiu, please go ahead." Lu Chen's curiosity intensified. He directed his inquisitive gaze toward Qiu Yuanlong. The latter, avoiding eye contact and hesitating several times, finally divulged, "Ba, Bashianui. Lu Chen. Such a juvenile name. Could it truly belong to the person who has dominated the Great Xia's prestigious ranking for 4 centuries? It was quite embarrassing. He had previously heard Qiu Yuanlong mention that within the major martial academies, numerous organizations exist, some with legacies spanning centuries while others are in their nascent stages. These were established by historical figures of great renown. In their beginnings, these individuals were also students. Now, some have become titans, others have passed away prematurely, and some have faded into obscurity. It was unexpected to realize that his master, too, had once been an adolescent with grandiose dreams. After a chuckle, Lu Chen opened the pastry box that his master had just tossed to him. The first thing that caught his eye was an object resembling amber, crystal clear and radiating warmth. Encased within the amber was a small, elegant crescent moon, exuding aesthetic charm. This was the town moonstone. Qiu Yuanlong gazed at it with envy, exclaiming, "What is sealed within is the full strength of our ancestral sword. Xiao Chun, this is extraordinary. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary." Lu Chen nodded, acknowledging, "Master is indeed generous. Is this something everyone can share?" Qiu Yuanlong remained silent. Ma Jingyang scoffed, feeling slightly offended. Lu Chen, realizing the favoritism, chuckled knowingly and turned his attention to the sides of the box. On the left lay a crescent-shaped token. With Qiu Yuanlong's explanation, Lu Chen learned that this token would grant access to the Wuxin Pavilion and provide certain privileges to access the resources of the Martial Academy. On the right rested a golden small sword. Its blade did not appear solid but instead resembled a liquid metallic structure, gently quivering. Could it be the heavenly tier sword heart? Ma Jingyang, upon seeing it, felt a violent tremor within him. His breath quickened, and his eyes were glued to the sight. Qiu Yuanlong, standing nearby, was similarly affected, shaking his head in a mix of mirth and despair, saying, "Our esteemed ancestor is so biased. It's as if we are rendered insignificant." His gaze fixed on Lu Chun, any irritation dissipated as he sighed. "Xiao Chun, you must have realized that whether it be myself, Xiao Qiu, or senior brother Li Bagong, we are all sword cultivators. You might think we possess innate talent for the sword path, but that is not the case. What we rely on is the sword heart in your hand. 2 centuries ago, your master single-handedly eradicated a vast realm of foreign swords, and the most precious treasure obtained was the sword heart. The tier of this item ranges from high to low, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Once fused, you will effectively gain an additional talent, the sword path." At this point, Ma Jingyang swallowed hard, the expression on his face contorting slightly as he continued, "And with your heavenly tier sword heart, fusing it would grant you an elevated sword path talent. Previously, it was 3 colors and 1 gold. Before long, it shall be 3 colors and 2 golds. I am Huang Jiejinshin," Ma Jingyang added. "I am too," Qiu Yuanlong said. Lu Chen blinked, unsure of how to comfort the wounded spirits of his 2 seniors. At this moment, any words would seem like adding fuel to the fire. "Well, you will get used to it," he replied. The 3 fell into a contemplative silence. And upon exiting this peculiar little world, they finally arrived outside. The surrounding bamboo forest still resembled an ethereal paradise. As they walked along the stone steps, Qiu Yuanlong spoke with a serious expression, "Xiao Chun, in 2 days, it will be time for the Tianjiao camp to assemble. Make sure you arrive on time. Now you are one of us. The old folks of the Batian Society will fight to secure resources for you. I cannot promise much. But when it comes to competing fiercely, we are experts, and I assure you that you will not suffer any losses. Hearing this, Chen replied earnestly. I will work hard and not disappoint everyone. His curiosity piqued. He then asked, Uncle Chiu, you previously mentioned that I was a myriad times away from the last position on the Tianjiao ranking. What about now? Without hesitation, Chiu Yuanlong declared emphatically, top 20. Just the top 20? Not even the first tier? Seemingly sensing Lu Chen's thoughts, Chiu Yuanlong continued. This year's Tianjiao ranking includes not only the prominent forces of the Great Xia, but also hidden ones, with many heirs entering the fray. The 8 top families. Martial arts associations, military forces, and powerful entities from the demon race. There are simply too many. Shaking his head, Chiu Yuanlong added softly, Xiao Chun. When I refer to the top 20, I mean you 2 months from now. If we consider your current strength, you probably won't even make it to the top 100. This is not to discourage you. Your talent is indeed unparalleled. However, the time for cultivation has been too short. The 8 great families and those powerful demons aside. Even among the local talents in our main base, many have had their marrow washed, blood exchanged, and undergone medicinal baths since birth. Not to mention those who began practicing martial arts and techniques as children. Their level of proficiency is simply insurmountable. The gap in foundation is vast. Ma Jingyang could no longer hold his tongue. After shooting Chiu Yuanlong a glare, he smiled encouragingly, Xiao Chun. You still have 2 months in the Jiangnan War Zone's Tianjiao camp. You need not worry about logistics. Just ask for anything you need. We will arrange for the best instructors to teach you all about your fire, magnetic, swordsmanship, and defensive talents. Lu Chen nodded, his expression betraying no despondency. This reassured both Ma Jingyang and Chiu Yuanlong. Young people, full of vigor, are most susceptible to setbacks. If their martial hearts are hindered, they may even begin to doubt themselves. No matter how great their talent, they risk stagnation. Thus, encouragement is essential. Chiu Yuanlong glanced at Lu Chen, thinking to himself that while the Tianjiao ranking may not favor him, Lu Chen's future is promising. Currently lagging behind is not a concern, with his tricolored and dual gold talents. He is sure to catch up in time. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Chen was quietly contemplating his own plans. If resources were indeed abundant, his first task would be to raise the level of the 10th version blood-sucking worm to the 20th version. In the present day, the 4th generation boasts a staggering 6 million individuals, and should the 5th generation be fully propagated, the number would soar to over 300 million. Upon calculation, it appears that the estimate for version 20 is rather conservative, as it could ascend directly to version 50. Although the bloodthirsty swarm cannot be utilized in the contest for supremacy among the distinguished, it remains an invaluable trump card for Lu Chen, and thus, the more, the merrier. The second matter concerns the Dalian insect. Despite the colorful wings affixed to his arm perpetually reproducing, the rate is still insufficient, yielding merely 60 per hour, which fails to keep pace with his consumption, particularly following the battle in the valley, where he vanquished the master of the ancient god sect and acquired 2 profound techniques. The number of Dalian insects required for immediate evolution is considerable, not to mention the necessity to enhance proficiency. The third issue pertains to the Tianjing insect. In the future, within the celestial camp in the war zone, a further 2 months of trials await him. Time is ample to amass sufficient quantities of black gold magnetite, managed entirely by the Sun family, with finances being exceedingly ample. After all, Lu Chen initially entrusted them with the sale of his heavenly tier inner elixir, which is now under negotiation. Once the population of Tianjing insects increases, Lu Chen is uncertain just how formidable his defenses will become. As for the recently acquired swordsmanship talent, Lu Chen currently harbors no plans, opting instead to await the arrangements of his elders. These thoughts flickered momentarily in his mind. Lu Chen gazed at Chiu Yuanlong, reflecting inwardly. Uncle Chiu, you remain blissfully unaware. The depth of my own resources rivals that of prestigious families with centuries of heritage. The rankings in the upcoming grand contest of the Celestial List, set for 2 months hence, would only reveal themselves in due time. After exchanging greetings with his 2 elders, Lu Chen exited the Martial Academy and made his way to the residence purchased for him by the Sun family. In 2 days, he is to report to the Celestial camp. Seizing this opportunity, he intends to evolve the 2 techniques first. The prolonged reproduction of the colorful wings signifies that it is time to invest in the progeny of the Dalian insects. Chapter 58, The Heavenly Tier Technique Acquired. The Original Demon Blood Aperture. The Achievements of the Dominance Society. The elder son S family is currently in the process of relocating, which will take a few more days before they reach the main base. However, matters regarding the property had long been entrusted to a familiar acquaintance for resolution. The main base of the Jiangnan War Zone houses nearly 300 million inhabitants, making the property prices quite evident. Unlike the previous life's ruthless exploitation, real estate here symbolizes not just status, but also offers a layer of life assurance. After leaving the Martial Academy, Lu Chen hailed a taxi for the arduous 3-hour journey to the community entrance. By the time he arrived, it was nearly 7 in the evening, and the sky had darkened considerably. What a distance it is. Shaking his head in contemplation, Chen ventured inside. Not long after, he entered the 3-bedroom apartment using an electronic password. The elder son is indeed reliable. The house was impeccably clean, the refrigerator stocked with several days' worth of provisions, and even the shelves were filled with snacks. Fresh bed linens, kitchenware, and other essentials had been procured. Just as Chen surveyed the premises, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, it was indeed as Chen had surmised. It was Sun Qi. "Brother Fu, you live next door to me?" "Yes," Sun Qi exclaimed. "Wow. Brother Fu, you've hit hard times. From living in the first ring of Linsong City to now being relegated to the 20th ring." Sun Qi replied. "Is this something I can control?" After muttering a few words to himself, he followed Chen into the living room. After chatting for a while, he became animated, gesticulating as he recounted the day's experiences with great enthusiasm. "Gu, I must tell you, this place is incredibly vibrant. In the martial artist commercial district, they even have Xian-level martial techniques. I finally laid eyes on the coveted 999 battle blade, but alas, I wasn't allowed to touch it. By the way, this morning in the central area, I saw individuals with dragon horns on their heads, swaggering around as if they were invincible, causing conflicts with our martial artists. Even getting into fights. Several students from Jiangnan Martial Academy couldn't stand it and were beaten up. I wanted to intervene, but I was laden with too many things, and could only watch as they left in triumph." He continued his monologue for over an hour. Chen, unfazed, took this opportunity to gather intelligence. The forces he had heard of before from Qiu Yuanlong, East Sea Dragon Clan, Qingxiu Fox Clan, Wudong Mountain, Yunmings, the military elite, and prestigious families, were now clearly making their presence known, whether ostentatiously or discreetly, or forming alliances. After another half hour, Sun Qi's voice had grown hoarse. After retrieving a bottle of cola from the fridge and finishing it, he invited, "Gu, a few talented individuals from Linsong City are planning a small gathering tonight. Would you care to join us?" "I want to be going. I have other plans this evening," Chen replied with a smile. "Where is Squad Leader Lin residing now?" The title Squad Leader Lin was one that Sun Qi had continuously used. Having heard it so often, Chen began to adopt it as well. She is at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association now and has taken a teacher who is said to be quite formidable. Apparently, she is a female grandmaster, stronger than Master Song Chifeng. After sharing this, Sun Qi waved his hand. "It's getting late. I'll head over first." Chen sensed there was more to come. "So, we have just 2 days left before we head to the Tianjiao camp. If we don't enjoy ourselves now, there won't be another chance." Sun Qi rubbed his hands together, stammering, "I've arranged to go out with Huang Linglan tomorrow, but she is quite shy and refuses to go out alone with me. I can only compromise and bring you and Squad Leader Lin along." "Gu, no, I mean, foster father, I beg you." Sun Qi looked quite pitiful. After a moment as contemplation, Chen acquiesced. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to after evolving his martial techniques tonight, and a stroll would do him good. Qiu Yuanlong had also mentioned that once the Tianjiao camp commenced, it would be 2 months of closed trials, making it difficult to step out afterward. Watching Sun Qi leave with a spring in his step, Chen closed the door and drew the curtains. After conducting a thorough inspection of the room, he found no surveillance devices. Thus, it was time to commence. He opened the system panel and glanced over it. The number of Dalian insects had surged from over 8,000 to an impressive 19,409. Evolution is undoubtedly sufficient, yet enhancing proficiency remains a more intricate endeavor. Previously, the 6th rank of the yellow tier, the 7 stars cloud step, evolved into the 1st rank of the earth tier, the step of the celestial dipper, consuming merely 2,000 Dao Yin insect bodies. Based on several experiences with evolution, certain patterns have been discerned. The 5th rank of the yellow tier serves as the foundation, requiring 1,000 Dao Yin insect bodies for initial evolution, with each subsequent rank requiring an additional 1,000. This time, Chen faced 2 choices for evolution: the 8th rank of the Xian tier, Blood Seal Technique, or the 2nd rank, Blood Demon Eye. Unfortunately, the number of insects was sufficient for only one. Thus, he resolved to evolve the higher rank technique. After making his decision, Chen took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. As he concentrated, the system's prompt materialized. "Would you like to consume 12,000 Dao Yin insect bodies to evolve Blood Seal Technique, 8th rank of the Xian tier?" Evolve. Instantly, the vibrant attire that possessed his right arm burst forth, fluttering before him with its dreamlike wings. As the air stirred, the void seemed to part, creating a secluded space around the vibrant garment, from which countless radiant particles streamed forth. Despite having witnessed this spectacle numerous times, Chen still felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. At that moment, as the quantity of luminous particles multiplied, a kaleidoscopic orb seemed to float within the living room. The 12,000 Dao Yin insect bodies transformed into minuscule particles, seemingly animated, and began to manifest the technique in an enigmatic manner. The original content of Blood Seal Technique emerged, and with a soft pop, it morphed into countless miniature figures that commenced their training, analysis, and deduction. Being a Xian tier technique, this evolution process proved to be longer than the previous iterations. After 5 minutes, those luminous figures coalesced into one, rehearsing the final version until it was flawless. Another 3 minutes elapsed before the colorful orb shattered, transforming into a beam of light that penetrated Lu Chen's forehead. You have consumed 12,000 Dao Yin insect bodies. Blood Seal technique has evolved into original demon blood seal technique. Alongside this notification, specific information regarding the new technique appeared. Original demon blood seal technique. Technique. Rank. First rank of the celestial tier. Description. Opens 108 original demon blood vessels. Using spiritual energy to transform into blood seals, hidden within the vessels, available for retrieval at any moment. Supplement. This technique comprises 9 layers. Each opening of 12 vessels elevates 1 layer. The information was abundant. Lu Chen meticulously perused it several times, the fervor in his gaze intensifying. Truly, this is a celestial tier technique. The potency it embodies is nothing short of extraordinary. Simply put, within each warrior resides but a single dantian, the purple mansion, utilized for the conversion and storage of spiritual energy. During the transcendence realm, one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a cyclone within the dantian. Upon reaching the vessel merging realm, the spiritual energy undergoes further refinement and compression, transforming into a higher quality liquid spiritual energy. However, regardless of whether one is in the transcendence realm, the vessel merging realm, or even higher states of cultivation, in the midst of battle, warriors expend their innate spiritual energy, akin to a vehicle consuming fuel. However, this particular technique diverges from the conventional path. The so-called original demon acupuncture points can be comprehended as an alternative form of dantian. With 108 acupuncture points, it equates to 108 dantian, each serving as a reservoir of energy. Previously, the blood seal technique allowed for a maximum of only 36 acupuncture points, necessitating the absorption of living beings' blood to condense into blood seals for storage. Yet, the evolved technique boasts threefold the number of acupuncture points. Most critically, the energy stored within is no longer derived from the blood of living creatures, but rather transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into blood seals. Lu Chen's heart raced vigorously, feeling an intense warmth coursing through his body. Should he elevate the original demon blood seal technique to the 9th level and fill the additional 108 dantian, remarkable feats would ensue. Among peers, he would undoubtedly dominate. Even surpassing ranks in combat would become a mundane affair. Of course, as one ascends through subsequent realms, each level presents a chasm of difficulty. It is no wonder that the master from the ancient divine sect constructed a blood pool underground. He was evidently in the midst of cultivation. Contemplating this, Lu Chen felt an increasing sense of trepidation. Thankfully, he had succeeded in his stealthy assault. Otherwise, should that individual activate the blood seals upon him, his combat prowess would surge exponentially by several folds. Such a scenario would be utterly untenable. Each master is formidable in their own right. Yet, the case of Master Song Qifeng is peculiar. He was effortlessly defeated by a woman of the Void Realm. With this thought, Lu Chen chuckled softly, pondering whether the thoroughly disgraced Master Song had fled to distant lands. Observing the number of Dao Yin worms remaining, at 7, for 109, he decided against retaining them. He expended 7,000, elevating the original demon blood seal technique to its 1st level. In an instant, his arms resonated with faint explosive sounds. The sensation was akin to certain areas being hollowed out, difficult to articulate. The 12 acupuncture points of the 1st level were established within his arms. Xiaoshang, Laogong, Xiaofu Yuji, Shenmen, and Daling, 6 on each arm, perfectly symmetrical. With the completion of the original demon blood acupuncture, it was as if a pool had been constructed, awaiting the influx of water. For others, it would take a considerable duration, months, perhaps, to establish a single blood acupuncture point, followed by an extensive period to fill it with spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lu Chen recalled the words of that master from the ancient divine sect during the valley battle, filled with resentment, stating he had accumulated 35 blood seals over a span of 190 years. Yet, I require none of that. To establish blood acupuncture points, I merely need to ensure an adequate quantity of Dao Yin worms. Filling the blood seals is even simpler. With the assistance of the red frost-s nurturing, I could postpone elevating my realm. First, I shall fill the 12 blood acupuncture points in the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. Within the outer layer of the impoverished district, a dilapidated bar's entrance was thrust open, unleashing a cacophony of vibrant sounds. Multicolored laser lights chaotically illuminated the surroundings. As they cascaded upon him, the face of the young man with yellow hair flickered with alternating shadows and brilliance. Ah, the familiar scent. Regrettably, the next 2 months will be devoid of enjoyment. He raised his arms and strode directly towards the dance floor, swaying in sync with those around him. Various women occasionally approached for interaction, inevitably leading to some intimate exchanges. Once satiated, the blonde-haired youth gradually retreated to the periphery, under the gaze of several entrancing women. He ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the innermost part, he pushed open a door and entered an office. Young master, The figures within, some seated and some standing, immediately bowed in deference, their expressions imbued with unparalleled respect. Uncle Fong, Aunt Lu, Old Master Gu, he greeted warmly. There's no need for such formality among ourselves. Liang Mingqiu chuckled, plopping himself down on the sofa. He picked up a glass of wine from Aunt Lu's table, licked the rim adorned with lipstick, and downed its contents in one go. The three masters were accustomed to such actions and paid them no mind. Business matters could not be neglected, and he would require the assistance of the three sword wielders. As he spoke, his hands wandered restlessly, exploring Aunt Lu's soft form, causing her to tremble slightly, her gaze becoming moist and alluring. After reassuming a more comfortable position, Liang Mingqiu continued. Eldest brother and 12th sister have both been assigned identities and can now enter the Tianjiao camp. I, too, shall not lag behind. I have taken a rather mediocre master from the Jiangnan Martial Academy and obtained the qualification to enter the Tianjiao camp. Ha ha ha. There are indeed capable individuals within the upper echelons of the Great Xia, possessing both courage and ambition. The Tianyuan secret realm is a bargaining chip that has compelled various factions to surface, leaving them with no choice but to engage. At this moment, Uncle Fong, seated opposite him, remarked, the external wars are not progressing favorably. Great Xia cannot sustain itself and must seek internal support. Old Master Gu, beside him, nodded in agreement, adding, otherwise, they would not have revealed the Tianyuan secret realm. Such secrets, casually spoken of, reflect their contempt. It is but a futile struggle. One day, the ancient deities we revere shall descend upon this realm, purging humanity's sins and bestowing unparalleled illumination. Upon concluding his words, Liang Mingqiu shrugged and said, such matters are for the bigwigs to worry about. I have secured my identity and shall enter the Tianjiao camp in 2 days. TSK, TSK, TSK. The various battle zones are indeed generous, offering such resources. We must exploit this opportunity to the fullest. As he became more animated, his right hand increased its grip, causing Aunt Lu to wince in pain, her body tensing, and her teeth clenched in silence. By the way, the higher-ups have assigned me a new task, to sow discord between the demon clan and the Great Xia human race. He withdrew his hand, inhaling deeply with delight as he continued. The relationship between the demon clan and Great Xia is one of superficial harmony, yet various conflicts continuously ignite, particularly with the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. 200 years ago, after that old hag from the Battling Sky Society killed a dragon prince, the conflict was irrevocably ignited. Mentioning the Battling Sky Society, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Liang Mingqiu's eyes. On that fateful day, he followed his newly recognized master to the testing center of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. After undergoing the aptitude assessment, he was unexpectedly struck by that scoundrel Qiu Yuanlong. It was the first time in his life he had been slapped. The humiliation of such an experience weighed heavily on his psyche, casting a profound shadow over him. Such indignation could only be cleansed through blood. How dare he, to resort to violence against a disciple whose talents are deemed lacking? Those affiliated with the Batian Society deserve nothing but demise. I shall present an idea, and you are tasked with executing it. A few prodigies from the East Sea Dragon clan have arrived at the base. We have 2 days to create an irreconcilable incident. Ideally, let a promising talent be publicly slain by a scion of the Dragon clan. Liang Mingqiu's eyes shimmered with brilliance. After a brief pause, he continued, I will name a few alternative candidates. You may arrange accordingly. From Linsong City, we have Lu Chen, who has now joined the Batian Society. From the main base, we have Shangwan Yun of the Shangwan family. And from Azhou City, Ren Likuan. Chapter 59, The Star Moon Market. The Conspiracy of the Ancient Divine Sect. Early the next morning, Lu Chen was pulled along by Sun Qi towards the central area of the main base. Shortly after disembarking from the vehicle, Lin Xie and Huang Linglan arrived as well. Their makeup and attire were evidently deliberate, reflecting careful preparation. Huang Linglan, hailing from a prominent family in Linsong City, typically maintained a charming and youthful appearance. Today, she seemed even more vibrant and striking. Yet, if she were to arrive alone, she would still be a captivating sight. However, beside her stood Lin Xie, who, in comparison, served merely as an accessory. Today, the esteemed class monitor Lin had abandoned her usual ponytail, allowing her hair to cascade like a waterfall. Clad in a fitted long dress that accentuated her graceful figure, tied with a delicate ribbon, she appeared alluringly curvaceous. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed instantly, prompting her to lower her head shyly. Ha! Everyone else here, let us set forth. Sun Qi winked at Lu Chen, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Assuming the role of a tour guide, he continued, the entire Jiangnan War Zone main base houses 12 martial arts markets. The largest among them is the Star Moon Market, which we are about to visit. It is said to be established by a significant figure, noted for its orderly conduct and reasonable prices. Even masters of considerable renown occasionally stroll through. If fortune favors us, we might just stumble upon some treasures. Of course, we lack the discerning eye for such finds, but acquiring a few delightful trinkets remains feasible. In preparation for today's outing with Huang Linglan, He had scouted the area alone the previous day, thus ensuring he was well prepared. As he spoke, he and Huang Linglan exchanged laughter, leading the way while intentionally allowing Lu Chun and Lin Xie to linger behind. The two walked in silence for a while. Lin Xie seemed increasingly anxious. Noticing Lu Chun's reluctance to speak, she took the initiative. Lu Chun, it's good to see you again. Lu Chun nodded, replying yes. It's been a day since we last met. Lin Xie. As we weaved through the bustling crowd, Lu Chun could distinctly sense the fluctuation of numerous martial artists' auras surrounding him. Yet there were others, seemingly unremarkable, whose gazes and demeanor undoubtedly betrayed their status as cultivators. In stark contrast to Linsong City, the number of martial artists at the main base was alarmingly vast. After a brief journey of several minutes, they finally arrived at their destination, Star Moon Pavilion. A grand, gilded plaque loomed at the entrance, towering over 10 meters, adorned with 3 flamboyant characters that emanated a subtle pressure, unmistakably extraordinary. The flow of people here was nothing short of overwhelming, with many ordinary individuals gathered to witness the spectacle, expanding their horizons. Family, this place is teeming with powerhouses, murmured Sun Chi as he and Lu Chun approached. It's not like our Linsong City, and no one will look out for us. Tread carefully. Lu Chun raised his thumb in jest. Who would have thought that our esteemed Sun family from Linsong would have a day of survival instincts? Sun Chi glared. What are you talking about? This isn't mere survival. It's about adapting to local customs. With that, he snorted lightly and stepped into the pavilion alongside Huang Linglan. Lu Chun chuckled and turned to Lin Xie. Let us go explore. On the main street of Star Moon Pavilion, opulent storefronts lined the way, each more extravagantly decorated than the last. Every signboard was remarkable in its own right. Through the wide-open doors, Lu Chun glimpsed a dazzling array of goods, all essential for martial artists: elixirs, weapons, techniques, and materials, everything one could desire. Before long, he encountered a familiar establishment, the Jioding Pavilion. He had spent nearly a month at the branch in Linsong City, nurturing insects, enhancing his cultivation, and evolving his techniques. Witnessing the headquarters now stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. After another 10 minutes, under Sun Chi's guidance, the quartet finally reached the area where they could engage in transactions, the free trade zone. This section sprawled across a vast expanse of flat land, devoid of buildings. As far as the eye could see, the throngs of people were overwhelming. Many martial artists sat on the ground, their wares laid out on wooden boards or cloths before them. Upon arrival, Sun Chi and Huang Linglan gravitated towards the stalls. Providing a timely introduction, there are over 50,000 booths here, categorized and run by individual martial artists. They only need to pay a nominal fee to set up for the day. As for prices, it's entirely up to the sellers. How much you can haggle depends on your skills. And beware of the old-timers you see around. They might very well be masters. They love to roam this place. Afterward, Sun Chi led Huang Linglan away, parting ways with Lu Chun, having agreed to meet later. Lin Xie followed closely beside Lu Chun, casually browsing the stalls. In the materials section, Lu Chun looked up at the sign, contemplating a stroke of luck. Ever since mastering the technique of the original demon blood seal, his demand for Dao-yin insects had reached its zenith. The heavenly grade techniques were irresistibly enticing. Each one represented a qualitative leap for him. In terms of the blood-devouring worm, it suffices to rely on the resources from the Tianjiao camp, yet the extent of cultivation remains an enigma. As for the Tianjing worm, with the venerable Sun Jinyue acquiring the black gold magnetite, there is no cause for concern. However, the Dao-yin worm presents a unique challenge. Lu Chun sighed. The breeding rules for the Dao-yin worm are decidedly stringent. Kai can only reproduce 60 specimens per hour, amounting to a mere 440 in a day. Previously, elevating the original demon blood seal technique from the initial stage to the first level consumed 7,000 specimens. Advancing to the second level requires an astronomical leap to 30,000. If merely waiting, it would take Kai 20 days to barely meet the requirement. As for the third level, contemplating it is daunting. Moreover, it will not be long before the esteemed predecessors Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong arrive to impart the swordsmanship from the body in society. If all goes well, it is expected to be at least Earth grade. Should it evolve further, the potential could be explosive. Hence, gathering materials remains imperative. Lu Chun is currently aware that anything related to comprehension can accelerate Kai Yi's reproduction. Whether there are other viable materials remains uncertain. Thus, upon arriving here, he intends to test his luck. In any case, if there is any resonance, Kai Yi will inform him, so a leisurely stroll will suffice. In a certain area of the free trade zone, 2 of the 3 grandmasters under Liang Mingqiu of the ancient divine church, Fang Xing and Lu Xiaowei, quietly observed Lu Chun. This mission has a mere 2-day deadline. According to the young master's directives, they must find an opportunity to have a genius from the East Sea Dragon clan eliminate a rising talent, and the conditions are indeed severe. After monitoring the selected candidates, today, one has finally revealed themselves. In Linsong City, it is Lu Chun. The opportunity has arrived. Lu, please keep watch here while I head over to Xingyue Square to lure a few prodigies from the Dragon clan. Fortunately, they are all expected to visit the market these days. As for the subsequent plan, I have some ideas. I can strategize with his friend, Sun Qi. After a confident smile, Feng Xing swiftly departed. Chapter 60. The Anomaly of Kai Yi. The mysterious spiritual liquid acquired. Conflict erupts. At Xingyue Square in the free trade zone. The vendor stalls crisscrossed, a mosaic of countless goods. Just as Lu Chun and Lin Xia made their way to the materials area, Sun Qi and Huang Linglan meandered directly to a bustling area filled with women. This particular section is precisely designated for selling female items, all crafted by martial artists. Items such as magnificent skirts that change color upon energization, hairpins that project magpie illusions, and even black silk that can self-repair after being torn. The array is dazzling and overwhelming. Regardless of whether they are martial artists or ordinary women, any female entering this space finds their eyes sparkling. The generous young master Sun Qi indulged Huang Linglan with a few trinkets. The latter, filled with joy, reciprocated by purchasing an outfit for Sun Qi and even went so far as to acquire a replica of the 999 battle knife. The price of the authentic version was beyond reach, yet the imitation was commendable, at least in appearance. Both individuals were filled with joy, and their feelings had begun to warm. They strolled leisurely for a while when they stumbled upon a particularly lively stall surrounded by a throng of people. Naturally, Sun Qi and Huang Linglan were drawn to it. They stood on tiptoe at the back of the crowd, eager to see what the commotion was about. The vendor was a middle-aged woman, her figure ample, dressed in a manner that suggested the charms of a woman in her prime. Before her lay a single item for sale, a necklace. At first glance, Huang Linglan, like the other young women around her, was utterly captivated. The necklace was crafted from a string of exquisite pearls, each the size of a grain of rice, with a faint blush of pink swirling within, reminiscent of petals gently falling from the sky. The centerpiece was a drop-shaped crystal, roughly the size of a fingertip, intricately hollowed out. To the trained eye of a martial artist, it was evident that within the crystal, a liquid seemed to ripple, and a tiny, ethereal mermaid could be seen swimming gracefully. After a moment of astonishment, Sun Qi turned to find a look of longing reflected in Huang Linglan's eyes. He sighed inwardly, realizing that such an item was beyond his financial reach. Even if he were to purchase it, he knew Huang Linglan would likely disapprove. Nevertheless, he glanced at the sign next to the necklace and was taken aback. 50,000. Surely, that was remarkably affordable. This was clearly an item suited for martial artists. The pearls were engraved with miniature runes, capable of calming the mind and enhancing beauty. Similar items typically started at 500,000. However, before he could revel in his discovery, he noticed two lines of text beneath the price. This necklace is named the Heart of the Ocean, a treasure for beloved women. Before her demise, she expressed the wish to bestow it upon a fated individual. The mermaid possesses a spirit. Should one touch it and hear its song, they are deemed fortunate. This price, coupled with the enigmatic inscription, reeked of a setup. Was it a scam? As the wealthiest heir in Linjiang, Sun Qi was indeed generous. Yet he was by no means a fool. After pondering the situation for a moment, he was unable to discern any further truths. Meanwhile, several young women from the crowd stepped forward to touch the necklace, but no extraordinary phenomena occurred. Are you not going to give it a try? Sun Qi urged. Me? Huang Linglan shook her head. Setting aside whether it's genuine or not, even if it were, I doubt I possess such luck. She turned her gaze elsewhere and continued. Look at all these people who have tried and failed. But Sun Qi was undeterred. He pushed through the crowd, pulling Huang Linglan along, refusing to pause. Let us give it a shot. We've come this far, he said with a cheerful grin. You're even more naive than I am. Huang Linglan rolled her eyes, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation as she crouched down, reaching out to touch the pendant of the necklace. Unbeknownst to anyone, at that moment, the vendor's gaze fixed upon Huang Linglan with an enigmatic intensity, her right hand concealed within her sleeve, subtly crushing something. Then, an extraordinary event unfolded. The pendant seemed to awaken, emitting a soft blue halo, accompanied by the distant sound of crashing waves that suddenly resonated from within. At that moment, the tiny mermaid inside the pendant truly began to sing. A faint melody drifted forth. Huang Linglan stood in a daze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the necklace before her, then turned to look at Sun Qi, who appeared equally bewildered. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowei, disguised as a vendor, wore an expression of excitement, her eyes reddening with tears. Her daughter's wish had genuinely come to fruition. Indeed, you are the destined one. In the distance, another ancient deity cult master, responsible for stirring trouble, wore a satisfied smile. The fish had taken the bait. It is not easy for a person to be one in a million. Yet, the more difficult it is, the more one will cherish this necklace. Feng Xing diverted his gaze towards the entrance of the free trading zone. There, several tall figures strolled casually, seemingly intrigued by the trinkets of the human world. The two leading youths bore dragon horns on their foreheads. Wherever they went, those around them quickly stepped aside, as if avoiding a plague. Just the day before, the Dragon Clan's prodigies had clashed with the martial artists of the Great Xia due to a weapon crafted from dragon scales, resulting in a significant uproar. And now, this pendant was made from a dragon's eye. On the other side, Lu Chun wandered aimlessly through the material district, his steps unceasing as he traversed a path, turned a corner, and continued onward. He hardly recognized any of the materials, having come here purely on a whim, hoping for a stroke of luck. Should something useful present itself, the vibrant fabric on his arm would react. Unfortunately, thus far, he had found nothing of significance. Lin Xie followed closely behind, her spirit waning. She even began to suspect that Lu Chun might be socially anxious. For instance, "Hey, Lu Chun, look at that fiery coral, it's stunning." This was a valid observation. As a scholar of the humanities, Lu Chun possessed a wealth of knowledge in this regard. Even if it were mutated coral, it was indeed formed from the secretions of mutated coral polyps. But was Lin Xie seeking knowledge? Her emotions were too personal to share. After several attempts to engage, she fell silent. The two moved through the material district in silence, their pace swift and unyielding. Nearly 20 minutes later, while Lin Xie was attentively examining the cultivation materials on either side, unexpectedly, the figure ahead halted. It was a collision waiting to happen. A mere coincidence. Lu Chen turned and asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Xie's face flushed crimson as she discreetly stepped back, stammering, I'm fine, I'm fine." The long dress she wore was fitted, and having been engrossed in the introduction of a particular material, she had inadvertently bumped into him. Nearly pressing herself against Lu Chen's back, a sensation emanating from a nearby source ignited her face with a fiery blush, while her neck and earlobes succumbed to a similar hue of embarrassment. She stood rigidly beside him. In her ear, she heard Lu Chen crouch down and casually inquire, "How much for this item?" Lin Xie stole a glance. It was a common material known as chi shui sand, typically utilized for cultivating palm techniques or forging specific alloys. What could he possibly want with such a substance? It would be far more economical to purchase it later with credits at the Marshall Institute, at least a third cheaper. Though these thoughts lingered in her mind, she remained silent. 300,000 per pound, announced the vendor, a burly man who did not conceal his aura, revealing himself as a practitioner of the fusion aperture realm. "Huh," Lu Chen scoffed. "You think the students of Jiang and Marshall Institute are fools? If it weren't for my insufficient credits and the urgent need for experimental materials, would I be buying from you? 150,000 a pound. Do you accept this price? If not, then forget it." The vendor gritted his teeth and muttered, "Fine, how much do you want?" As he spoke, he discreetly assessed the vendor's expression. Indeed, upon hearing him mention Yusue liquid, the man's demeanor visibly shifted, as if it were the first time he had encountered such a term. Lin Xie stood beside him, equally perplexed. "This liquid is called Yusue liquid?" She pondered. "I've never learned about this in class." 50,000 per pound was far too cheap. Acquiring Yusue liquid was no easy feat. It should be at least 80,000 per pound. "Take it or leave it," the vendor exclaimed, displaying a tough exterior. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. The name he had whimsically concocted was echoed by the vendor. Clearly, the implanted identity information had led to a misunderstanding. He had initially questioned about Chi Shui San merely to indicate his status as a student of Jiang and Marshall Institute, possessing extensive knowledge and familiarity with the prices of various materials. Once this foundation was established, he could pursue what he truly desired. Although he was unaware of the liquid's actual name, Kai had reacted strongly, indicating its potential to accelerate reproduction. Anything that could serve as sustenance for Daoyan insects was undoubtedly precious. After all, during his previous endeavors in Linsong City, he had expended billions just to acquire materials related to comprehension. To discover such items at this stall was quite a surprise. Lu Chen speculated that the vendor had stumbled upon them by chance and was unaware of their true worth, thus allowing him to deceive the man. 80,000 is too low for me, Lu Chen mused, furrowing his brow before sighing. "Never mind. The Yusue liquid, I ordered one to arrive for a few days. I'll make do with yours for now. By the way, how much do you have?" "I'll take it all." A look of delight spread across the vendor's face. He retrieved 5 or 6 large jade bottles from his storage gear and handed them over. "Little brother, you must understand, Yusue liquid is quite weighty. Each bottle contains 10 pounds, totaling 63 pounds, 5,040,000. Just to be clear, this is a small business, no discounts." Seeing Lu Chen hesitate for a few seconds, the vendor hurriedly began to accept payment. "What about the Chi Shui sand? Do you still want it?" The vendor smiled, no longer pressing the matter. His gaze towards Lu Chen softened. The transaction was completed as goods exchanged hands alongside the payment. After storing the special spiritual liquid into his storage ring, a wave of excitement surged within Lu Chen, though he masked it adeptly. Rising to his feet, he casually inquired, "If there are any more next time, just sell them to me directly." "None left," the burly man replied honestly, shaking his head. "The jade essence in that cave is nearly depleted. This is all I managed to acquire." Nodding, Lu Chen departed. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Xie quietly remarked, "That substance ISNT actually called jade essence, is it?" Lu Chen was taken aback and curiously asked, "I merely made that name up. How did you know?" Lin Xie shook her head. "Not only is the name incorrect, but it seems the owner was also deceived into foolishness by you." Noticing the astonishment on Lu Chen's face, she chuckled softly, "You usually speak so little. If you were genuinely purchasing something, you'd certainly not ramble on like this. Only when being insincere do you meander and speak at length." Who would have thought? Class leader Lin possesses such profound wisdom. Lu Chen praised sincerely. Indeed, Lin Xie replied, proudly lifting her chin, resembling a kitten purring after being petted. The two continued their stroll, but it wasn't long before a cacophony reached their ears. Distinctly, they could hear someone shouting. The prodigy of the East Sea Dragon clan is about to make trouble again. As more and more people surged toward the commotion, Lu Chen turned to glance, finding a throng of individuals, yet he could not discern what was transpiring within. He and Lin Xie were not ones to revel in such spectacles. Without a moment's hesitation, they resumed their perusal of the materials section. Yet, some were intent on preventing his departure. From the crowd, a loud voice pierced through the noise, declaring, I recognize the one being assaulted. He is the prodigy of the Sun family from Linjiang City. I heard he is a candidate for the prodigy camp. Lu Chen abruptly pivoted. Furrowing his brow, he gazed toward the source of the voice, yet could not identify the individual. As a martial artist, he could distinctly sense that the speaker was not directing their words toward the scene of the incident, but rather facing toward him. Was someone shouting to the outside from within the crowd? And was it directed precisely at him? This situation was rather peculiar. However, there was no time to hesitate. For the one in trouble was Sun Qi, one of Lu Chen's few friends. Suppressing his doubts, he and Lin Xie hastily made their way forward, parting the crowd until they reached the innermost circle. The vendors who had been there had vanished, leaving only a few figures. Among them, two individuals donned luxurious attire. Their demeanor frosty, with two dragon horns protruding from their foreheads. A few others, likely attendants or guides, exuded a powerful presence, all possessing the ability to traverse the skies. Confronting them stood Sun Qi and Huang Linglan. Chapter 61. I command you to kneel and apologize to my friend. Did you not hear me? I shall repeat myself. Remove that necklace and hand it over to me. A young dragon clan member stepped forward, exuding an oppressive aura, and coldly continued, and you? Yes, you. This worthless trash. Kneel and apologize for what you just said. He extended his hand, pointing at Sun Qi. An overwhelming pressure swept through the air. A formidable force, akin to a towering mountain, threatened to crush Sun Qi to the ground, compelling him to kneel. His muscles trembled under the immense strain, drenched in sweat that soaked his forehead, face, and back. Yet, Sun Qi persevered, shielding Huang Linglan behind him, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon the young dragon clan prodigy. All words that needed to be spoken had been uttered. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, sharp as a drawn sword. Sun Qi remained silent, feeling as though his heart was being incessantly pierced by some unseen torment, a pain so profound it made him long to howl at the heavens. This marked the second occasion he felt the agonizing sting of inadequacy in his own strength. The first had been after the ambush by the ancient god sect, when Lu Chen disregarded him and Lin Xie, venturing into the valley alone. Yet, this time felt different. He and Huang Linglan had done nothing wrong. Why must they relinquish their possessions and kneel in apology? Was this truly justified? Insignificant insect. The young dragon clan member disdainfully cursed, growing impatient. I shall say this once more. No? To hell with you. Sun Qi's furious roar echoed throughout the trading area like a blood-curdling wail. In that moment, his spiritual energy surged forth, propelling him forward. Even an insignificant man has his breaking point. Moreover, he was the direct descendant of the Sun family from Lin Song. Though his great-grandfather, Sun Jinyue, had repeatedly advised him to endure, to remain inconspicuous and gather resources within the ranks of the prodigies. There are times when one simply cannot hold back. His eyes burned crimson as he unleashed his mental prowess, eager to launch a preemptive strike. Yet, he clearly saw that his attack had no effect whatsoever. The young dragon clan member's gaze remained indifferent, as if Sun Qi's charge were no more significant than a mere insect crossing his path, an act of self-destruction. With an impassive expression, the dragon clan prodigy raised his hand, and a resounding dragon's roar erupted. Spiritual energy surged through the air, creating a tidal wave of power that forced the onlookers to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, this overwhelming force vanished without a trace. Lu Chen stepped forward, his electromagnetic abilities intensifying, instantly clearing the field of the prior tension. Among the crowd, Fang Xing and Lu Xiaowei, the instigators of this incident, exchanged excited glances. They had indeed hooked a big fish. If all went according to plan, this mission was secured. As long as Lu Chen was publicly injured or killed, the first move in this game was crucial and nearly complete. At that moment, Lu Chen swiftly positioned himself in front of Sun Qi, his gaze calm and resolute. Leave this to me, he stated. After a brief silence, Sun Qi concealed his emotions, forcing a wry smile. Damn it, I need you to save the day again. Lu Gu. With that, he cast a lingering glance at the young dragon clan member before silently retreating to the back. As soon as Huang Linglan was helped up, Sun Qi heard Lu Chen's voice beside him. Are the barbaric tribes so audacious nowadays? He turned his gaze towards the center of the scene and observed Lu Chen standing in the same spot as before, his expression grave. After a brief pause, he addressed the dragon clan prodigy. I offer you a choice. Go over and kneel to apologize to my friend. The words that had just insulted Sun Qi were returned to the offender in their entirety. However, he failed to notice the myriad of emotions flickering across Sun Qi's face. A mixture of bewilderment, indignation, fear, and confusion. It was as if those words ignited a torrent within him. He is standing up for me. Suddenly, Sun Qi felt an urge to cry. He raised his hand to wipe his face, unsure if it was sweat or tears. After Lu Chen spoke, the onlookers were all taken aback. After all, they were dealing with the Dragon Clan. Not only were they extraordinarily gifted, but they also enjoyed various privileges due to official agreements. For instance, the 2 warriors from the Sky Control Realm had been dispatched by the authorities to serve as attendants and guides. There had been several conflicts in recent days, with human warriors bearing the brunt of the assaults, while the Dragon Clan prodigies faced no repercussions. It was precisely due to these circumstances that not a single person dared to step forward, even with masters from the main base present. The stakes were too high. Making a stand would only invite trouble. Yet, Lu Chen remained undeterred. He gazed at his opponent, his brow furrowed, and reiterated earnestly, "Did you not hear me clearly? I said, kneel and apologize to my friend." A.O. Feng, however, began to laugh, his expression growing increasingly sinister. He disregarded Lu Chen and instead turned to his 2 subordinates, asking, "Can we kill this person?" The 2 warriors from the Sky Control Realm dared not respond, only bowing their heads. "Jiang Chuyang," he scoffed, addressing the crowd with a sudden roar, "This prince asks you, can this person be killed?" Another youth, handsome as jade, emerged from the crowd and approached Lu Chen. Offering a rueful smile, "I want to inquire about your identity. Regardless of the power behind you, you cannot bear the consequences of this matter. Here's the deal. If you disarm yourself, I can spare your life." Upon seeing Lu Chen's face devoid of any emotional response, he sighed and continued, "The necklace that girl wears is made from Dragon's Eye. Do you understand now? Besides, you cannot contend with them. I advise you to accept my proposal and avoid further self-harm." He merely stated the rationale, without mentioning the humiliation inflicted on Sun Qi by the Dragon Clan prodigy. Perhaps, in his view, such details were inconsequential. He thought that after expressing himself thus, the individual before him would make a decisive choice. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Chen turned his head, fixing his gaze intently upon him, and inquired, "Are you Jiang Chuyang, from the Jiang family of Jiangnan?" Qiu Yuanlong had mentioned him. At the pinnacle of the entire Daxia dynasty stands the 8 great families. The 8 prominent families emerged at the dawn of a great upheaval, with their ancestors obtaining remarkable fortunes within the celestial origin secret realm, thus soaring to unparalleled heights. After nearly 6 centuries of diligent cultivation, their profound foundations and extensive influence have reached a terrifying magnitude. Although the Great Xia is a nation established through martial prowess, sharing the world with the 9 martial academies, the most significant interest group within these academies is indeed the power of the 8 noble families. It is precisely for this reason that he, Jiang Chuyang, is qualified to utter such words. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Chen's perplexing inquiry, he furrowed his brow and nodded slightly, confirming, "Indeed, I hail from the Jiang family." Lu Chen then asked, "As a member of the Jiang family, why do you not protect the people of Jiangnan, but instead assist foreign tribes in their misdeeds?" Upon this question being posed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire free trading zone. Among the onlookers, many were filled with righteous indignation, their faces flushed with anger, eager to cry out, yet none dared to do so, resorting instead to silence as a substitute. For in Jiangnan, the Jiang family is akin to a deity. Jiang Qiang's expression grew icy in an instant. He cast a glance at Lu Chen, as if regarding a corpse, before turning to A.O. Feng and stating, "Handle this as you see fit. I shall merely observe." Chapter 62, The Might of the Moonstone. The Dragon Clan Master Bows. As the prodigal son of the Jiang family, Jiang Chuyang has always believed that those worthy of the title of genius possess not only talent, but also keen intellect. He had laid bare all that needed to be said. Any rational individual would undoubtedly make the correct choice. Just severing one's own arms could resolve the matter. Moreover, for a martial artist at the spirit merging realm, losing 2 arms is hardly an insurmountable issue. There are myriad methods for healing. The only loss here is one of face, which, in certain contexts, can be a necessary sacrifice. When the caliber of the opponent vastly exceeds one's own, it is not merely loss of face, it is wisdom in knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Yet Lu Chen not only rejected his proposal, but also earnestly questioned why he would assist foreign tribes in oppressing his compatriots. Is this truly a question worthy of discourse? To be oblivious to the greater picture is one thing, but to lack foresight is another. The disdain in Jiang Chuyang's eyes transformed into indifference as he stepped aside to observe. With the situation having escalated to this extent, he could no longer quell it, nor did he wish to. Let a fool perish. At this moment, after Jiang Chuyang had made his stance clear, A.O. Feng felt no further restraint, his cruel gaze fixated upon Lu Chen as if contemplating the means of his torment. As one of the princes of the East Sea Dragon clan, he has always known his inherent nobility, bolstered by the fact that his father is one of the mightiest beings in this world. He has every right to be arrogant. Accompanied by several talented members of the Dragon clan, He had come to Great Xia with the intent to participate in the Young Talents camp. However, upon discovering that someone was crafting equipment using parts from the Dragon Clan, he disregarded his father's warnings and instigated several conflicts, leaving many severely injured. Although the ensuing uproar was significant, it was swiftly suppressed by the Jiang family, and he faced no repercussions himself. Ao Feng, not lacking in intelligence, naturally deduced the implications of these events. The Jiang family, or rather the Great Xia, shares a certain collaborative relationship with the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, to the extent that they may even seek the assistance of the dragons. This effectively adds another layer of leverage to their position. Various thoughts flitted through his mind. Ao Feng fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen and gradually approached, mockingly stating, "I have heard that your human race has a tradition of taming ferocious beasts as pets. How about this? If you agree to become my pet, I shall spare your life. Furthermore, by aligning with me, you might find yourself soaring to unprecedented heights." At that moment, a golden dragon mark illuminated his brow, and an overwhelming pressure, magnitudes greater than before, surged forth like a tsunami. The magnetic field that Lu Chen had unleashed was instantly shattered and compressed to a perilous state surrounding him. Meanwhile, Ao Feng did not pause his advance. The intensity of his pressure continued to escalate, simultaneously imposing weight upon Lu Chen while dictating the time for a response. As Ao Feng observed Lu Chen's furrowed brow, a surge of satisfaction welled up within him, as he felt victory was within his grasp. It may be easy to eliminate a genius from the human race, but to claim him as a pet would strike at the very heart. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the crowd. "How dare you?" Ao Feng's pressure seemed to collide against a mountain, unable to penetrate further. His expression darkened as he turned to see an elderly man with a goat-like beard slowly stepping forward. As the man passed Lu Chen, he patted his shoulder approvingly and nodded encouragingly. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling that this man seemed to have been at a stall in the materials district. His murderous intent slightly diminished. Lu Chen communicated in his mind, "Hong Shuang, hold on for a moment. You will need to manifest in your fiery form when the time comes." After a brief assessment, Lu Chen concluded that without employing the blood-devouring insect swarm, he could only rely on the 840,000 celestial crystal insects, which granted him Celestial Crystal Guardian, allowing him to remain undefeated. However, to compel the other party to apologize would require far more strength. Thus, he resolved to utilize another trump card, Hong Shuang's fiery form. After the previous battle in the valley, where he had consumed the head of the ancient deity sex master, Wu Tsang, the little one had evolved once more. Her fiery abilities had transformed from Crimson Lotus Hellfire to Nine Nether Cataclysmic Fire, with power that was truly earth-shattering. Lu Chen even felt that his current Celestial Crystal Guardian could scarcely withstand Hong Shuang's flames. This technique was one of his most formidable offensive trump cards, perhaps before long. Once the 12 blood apertures of the first level of Primordial Demon Blood Seal were fully charged, he could confront the adversary head-on. But that was not the case at present. Just as Lu Chen prepared to take action, an unexpected figure entered the fray. The aura he emanated unmistakably marked him as a master. The goat-bearded elder stood before Lu Chen, staring intently at Ao Feng. In his speech, he addressed Jiang Chuyang, who lingered at the edge. "As a member of the Jiang family, do you not understand that every member of the genius camp is a seed of the Great Xia? You could have intervened. Yet, driven by personal grievances, you allowed the situation to escalate. Your heart deserves punishment." Has the Jiang family, which has stood proud for nearly 6 centuries, now devolved to this point, with all its talents being short-sighted like you? His words pointedly targeted Jiang Chuyang. The latter's countenance continually shifted, turning a shade of iron gray. His chest heaved violently, and the once indifferent glint in his eyes began to radiate a fierce rage. Yet, he remained silent, fixating malevolently on the elder with the goat beard. Before a master, even a prodigy from the sky realm like him, no matter how exceptional, dared not act recklessly, especially considering the elder's extraordinary identity. As the words fell, several figures emerged from the crowd, both male and female, all masters, standing in unison before Lu Chen, shielding him from harm. Though they uttered not a word, their silence resonated with a deafening intensity that ignited a fire within the hearts of the onlookers. Lu Chen had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Though warmth filled his heart, he heaved a sigh, recognizing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this matter would likely be downplayed, trivialized. The only one truly hurt would be Sun Qi. How laughable. Is this the esteemed hospitality of the Great Xia, to bully the weak? As mocking voices echoed, a figure appeared atop a distant building in Xingyue Square, hands clasped behind his back, strolling through the air with an air of leisure. Despite the several thousand meters separating them, he covered the distance in mere steps. Following closely behind were several other figures. Upon witnessing this person descend from the heavens, Ao Feng's face brightened instantly, exclaiming, "Uncle Wu, you've arrived." The elder nodded slightly, saying little, instead awaiting the arrival of the others. The masters standing before Lu Chen, however, experienced a subtle shift in their expressions, growing grave. The man referred to as Uncle Wu by Ao phone was none other than Ao Chen of the Dragon Clan of the East Sea. His dragon horns were not of the white jade hue like Ao fangs, but a deep silver, tinged with hints of gold, signifying that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of a grand master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More figures descended. The leader surveyed the area, his face a mask of anger. Yet before he could utter a word, he heard Ao Qian's indifferent voice. It seems the great Xia is not particularly welcoming to us. His gaze drifted over the masters before Lu Chun. As he spoke to himself, he stepped forward, the weight of his presence crashing down like thunder. With each step he took, the faces of the masters grew paler, the ground beneath their feet beginning to fracture under the pressure. Here, you dare to insult my Dragon Clan's prodigy. Should I interpret this as a sign that our strong warriors are unnecessary on the battlefield beyond the realm? Oh. But then again, as one of the leaders of the demon race, how can you treat us with such disdain? Or is it that the great Xia remains ever powerful, rendering our assistance superfluous on that battlefield? Ao Qian's expression had turned icy. He took another step forward, causing the masters shielding Lu Chun to bleed from their lips. Their bodies trembling, yet still resolute. No one chose to retreat, for if they faltered, Lu Chun would undoubtedly perish. Elder Jiangming, am I not speaking the truth? Ao Qian scoffed disdainfully, then turned to the elder of the Jiang family, continuing, what I require now is a response, and it must be satisfactory. The elder's expression darkened significantly. The intensity of the pressure had caused even him, a fellow grandmaster, to break into a cold sweat. After a brief moment of silence, he resolved to act. Striding forward, he glared at the other grandmasters and bellowed, what are you all doing? Step aside. Do not force my hand. Seeing that they remained unmoved, a sinister look crossed his face. The troubles caused by that young man are his to bear. In the grand scheme of things, sacrifices must be made. I say this one last time, step aside. The elder with the goat-like beard, who had first spoken in support of Lu Chun, let out a bitter laugh. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he mournfully remarked, if the grand scheme you speak of entails subservience and seeking aid in desperation, then the great Xia would be better off perished. The 600 years of the Jiang family's legacy was upheld by an ancestor who stood resolute until death. In response, an even more formidable pressure loomed. Just as the goat-bearded elder's face turned pale and he appeared on the verge of collapse, a hand reached out from behind, steadying him. Thank you, old man, Lu Chun said with a gentle demeanor, smiling softly. However, he is right. The troubles I have caused are mine to resolve. Sensing two figures approaching from behind, seemingly prepared to stand by his side, he shook his head once more. Fu Ge, Captain Lin, could you do me a favor and help our esteemed elders to rest? Sun Qi and Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. They displayed a measure of courage. The elder from the Jiang family looked at Lu Chun and sighed. What a pity. You have provoked the wrong individual. And now it has become irreparable. Merely a genius from Wei City. If he dies, so be it. As long as we can maintain the relationship between the demon clan and Great Xia without affecting the foreign battleground, that is all that matters. At that moment, Lu Chun suddenly raised his head, calmly gazing at each person present. The Grandmaster Jiang Ming of the Jiang family, the prodigy Jiang Chuyang, the Grandmaster Aoqian of the Dragon Clan, and the prodigy Alfing. So, you wish to send me to my demise to uphold that laughable alliance? Lu Chun shook his head. If your ancestor from the Jiang family were to witness this scene, he would surely feel profound sorrow. But fear not. I shall take it upon myself to teach a few unworthy descendants a lesson. Just as Jiang Ming was about to explode with fury and prepare to strike, a chill suddenly coursed through him. A wave of terror surged from the soles of his feet, racing up to his crown. Such overwhelming dread made every cell in his body tremble, as if daring to move would result in immediate annihilation. It was not only him. The Grandmaster Aoqian from the Dragon Clan felt the same way. The two remained frozen, their eyes betraying sheer terror. For in Lu Chen's hand rested an amber crystal, within which a delicate crescent moon could be distinctly seen. The moon-subduing stone. Jiang Ming's soul seemed to leave his body as he stammered. You. He trembled, unable to utter a single coherent word. The moon-subduing stone. Only the one from the Heart's Reflection Pavilion possessed such a treasure, which sealed her ultimate sword. Once unleashed, it is not merely a matter of him being a grandmaster. Even if he were to possess strength 2 realms higher, his demise would be unequivocal. Jiang Ming lamented inwardly. How could he have provoked the lunatics of the Batian society? Logically, as an elder of the Jiang family, he should have been well versed in the various factions within the main base. He knew which factions could be coerced, which needed to be courted, and which required careful consideration. Yet, the Batian society stood out as a veritable disruptor. With a terrifyingly deranged woman backing them, those within the society acted with impunity, often disregarding the Jiang family altogether. When conflicts arose with the Batian society, intimidation was futile. One could only reason with them. If reasoning failed, capitulation was the only option. For the Batian society's tenet is clarity of thought, and to cease violence with violence. Should one dare to resist, a confrontation is inevitable, and the ultimate outcome would still see them subdued. How could this lad possibly be affiliated with the Batian society? Furthermore, the Jinyu stone is not something that can be easily crafted. That madwoman possesses only a few pieces, all in the hands of her favored disciples. Wait a moment. Something suddenly dawned on Jiang Ming amidst his chaotic thoughts. Not long ago, he had heard of Qiu Yuanlong from the Batian society taking on an apprentice in Linsong City. What was his name again? Lu Chen. But how could Qiu Yuanlong's disciple possess something given by that madwoman? That is an utter absurdity. After all, she has not taken on an apprentice in 3 centuries. Even those with third-tier talents, possessing exceptional swordsmanship, have been directly rejected. And he, merely Lu Chen? Jiang Ming's mind was utterly befuddled, and he could not untangle his thoughts. At that moment, Lu Chen, holding the Jinyu stone, gazed at Ao Feng and calmly stated, "As I said before, apologize to my friend, and do so on your knees." Ao Feng's face paled instantly, gritting his teeth. He looked to his uncle, Ao Qian, as if pleading for help. Yet, Ao Qian's gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if he sought to uncover something. As a grandmaster of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, he had never been so threatened. Suppressing the fear within, he once again donned an air of indifference and darkly remarked, "So you are indeed a disciple of that old hag. How fortuitous." The words "how fortuitous" seemed to be forced from his lips. 2 centuries prior, the then crown prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan had been slain. The deed done by none other than the Batian society. That incident had triggered a cataclysmic war, the subsequent results remaining unknown. Yet, the Batian society emerged unscathed, while the formidable vengeance of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan was quelled. Do you realize that should you unleash the Jinyu stone, you will become a historical pariah in the Great Xia? Ao Qian stated coolly. This matter is not significant. It is merely a clash of egos. Shall we end it here? Recalling the madwoman, he felt a twinge of dread. What Elder Jiang Ming knew, he was well aware of too. The youth before him was very likely a favored disciple of that woman. Further oppression was no longer an option. It was best to cease hostilities here. As for the future, once within the ranks of the talented, he would rely solely on his own prowess. As a scion of the Dragon clan, opportunities for retribution would abound. A historical pariah? What concern is that to me? Who would have thought? Lu Chen shook his head, and, with a scoff, repeated those words for the 3rd time. Ao Feng, I shall say this one last time, apologize to my friend. The surrounding void seemed to freeze. The multitude of onlookers, numbering in the thousands, were gripped by fear, scarcely daring to breathe. What audacity! You seek death. Ao Qian, as Ao Feng's protector and a peak grandmaster, could not possibly yield so easily. He roared and stepped forward, reaching out. He could not believe that a mere youth of 17 or 18 would wager his life. If the Jinyu stone were truly to be activated, he would meet his demise here, and consequently, Lu Chen would also perish. No one could save him. He was gambling, wagering that Lu Chen was attempting to deceive him. However, just as his hand was halfway extended, he suddenly froze. The Jinyu stone in Lu Chen's grasp emitted a silvery light, teetering on the brink of activation. A peerless sword aura seeped forth from within. The temperature in the surrounding hundreds of meters plummeted, sending shivers through everyone present. Continue. Lu Chen gazed at Ao Qian with an impassive expression, a hint of derision in his eyes. You may try again and see if I dare. Ao Qian's visage twisted in rage as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Lu Chen, breathing heavily. After a few breaths, he shouted in exasperation, Ao Feng, kneel down. Apologize. Chapter 63, The Stirring of Jiangnan. The Disgrace of the Master. How tyrannical is the Overlord. Meanwhile, as the Jinyu stone in Lu Chen's hand radiated a dim lunar glow, poised at the threshold of activation, within the confines of the worry-free pavilion. In a realm of miniature proportions, at the village square, a grand peach tree with lush foliage shed its blossoms in a flurry. Beneath the tree, a mahjong table was in the throes of an intense game. A white-haired woman, her eyes obscured by a black satin blindfold, had just poised to play her hand when she suddenly paused. The other 3 enchanting women, eager to encourage her, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. The aura of the Jinyu stone? One among them expressed her uncertainty in hushed tones. Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards the white-haired woman. She smiled gently and replied nonchalantly, What is there to be anxious about? Merely a trivial affair. Well, if you are concerned, let us take a look. With that, she set her tiles down and extended her finger, as pure and white as jade, to lightly tap the air. The situation at Xingyu Square materialized before them like a projection. They observed Lu Chen, wearing a sardonic expression, commanding the Dragon Clan's Grandmaster into submission. Then they saw the Dragon Clan's prodigy, burdened with an immense weight, approach Sun Qi, his face contorted, his eyes filled with deep reluctance, yet compelled to kneel and offer a heartfelt apology, word by word. A smile curled at the corners of the white-haired woman's lips, though she feigned displeasure as she remarked, This little rascal, devoid of courage, merely posturing and wielding threats, relying on intimidation. Why not simply activate the Jinyu stone directly? It's not as if it cannot be contained. The 3 companions at the mahjong table exchanged complex glances, remaining silent, their eyelids twitching. The master is known as the madwoman outside. It seems she has taken on a disciple who is quite similar. Just look at Lu Chen. As long as Ao Qian makes another move, he truly dares to use it. Within the main base of the Jiangnan battle zone, someone dares to utilize the moon suppression stone? Is this the sort of act a mere lunatic would commit? That is the ultimate weapon of the moon demon. If activated, it would undoubtedly provoke a terrifying upheaval among the high-ranking officials of the entire battle zone. The subsequent ramifications are beyond imagination. Merely entertaining these thoughts, even though the three of them possess formidable cultivation, a thread of astonishment surged within their hearts. Within the Batian society, are we to see the emergence of yet another ultimate troublemaker? At that moment, the white-haired woman shut off the projection in the void and played her previous card. Just as a fellow player was about to declare a win, they overheard someone muttering, "Giving him the moon suppression stone is not for intimidation. Once used, it can simply be retrieved. Alas, none of my disciples resemble me." Noticing the unusual demeanor of her card partner, she curiously inquired, "Xiao Yinzi, are you about to declare a win? Why do you hesitate to speak? If you wish to win, then go ahead. I'm in a good mood today, and I have enough money to lose." The woman addressed as Xiao Yinzi appeared slightly stiff, yet she maintained a facade of calm and replied, "Oh, there's nothing of the sort. I haven't even drawn a winning hand yet." Deep within the Jiangnan Martial Academy, in a pavilion fragrant with the songs of birds and blooming flowers, an elderly man and a young boy were engaged in a game of chess. On the board, the black and white dragons were locked in a fierce struggle, each side possessing its own strengths and weaknesses, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. As the available moves dwindled, both players furrowed their brows, pouring all their energy into identifying the opponent's flaws. Just as the elderly man in purple robes, after much contemplation, discovered an excellent move and was about to play it, his hand suddenly froze. That woman's sword, or no, it is the moon suppression stone? The expression of the purple-robed elder shifted slightly as he hastily exclaimed, "Have the people of the Batian society gone mad? They dare to use the moon suppression stone within this main base." After speaking, he prepared to rise and intervene. However, he suddenly noticed that the young boy in white across from him remained as immovable as a mountain, still focused on the chessboard. "Old Yang, that is the moon suppression stone," the purple-robed elder urged. "If this continues, something catastrophic may occur. These troublemakers from the Batian society truly stir chaos." He regarded the boy in white, addressing him as an equal. Do not rush. Let us finish our game first." The young man, known as Old Yang, replied calmly, "What can you accomplish by going over there now? If the moon suppression stone is activated, there will surely be casualties, and given the current situation, it is futile to rush. If it hasn't been fully activated, then there is no need for haste. Come, let us continue our game." Upon hearing this, the purple-robed elder paused for a moment, then reflected deeply and realized the truth in the young man's words. He let out a wry smile and shook his head, ultimately settling back into his seat. However, with the present circumstances, he had little mind left to focus on the game. Observing the transcendent expression on the face of the boy in white, he suddenly remarked with annoyance, "Old Yang, you are the lord of the Jiangnan battle zone. Are you truly not the least bit concerned? I say, the ruffians of the Batian society need to be properly dealt with. If this continues, their band of troublemakers may incite dire troubles." The young man in white merely shook his head. The gaze finally shifted from the chessboard to the old friend before him. After a brief smile, he pointed at himself and then at the other. "I preside over the Jiangnan war zone, while you are the head of Jiangnan Martial Academy. How do you perceive our strengths?" The elder in the purple robe looked perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he replied in a grave tone, "It goes without saying that we are undoubtedly among the strongest in the world." The young man in white chuckled and continued, "What if we were to include that second-generation ancestor of the Jiang family? If the three of us were to join forces," the elder in purple stated emphatically, "to exaggerate, we could even carve out territories and establish our own sect." "Precisely." The young man in white clapped in laughter, first placing a piece on the board before adding, "Yet, despite our combined might, we cannot contend with that mad woman." He rose and gazed into the distance at the azure waters and the splendid rock formations. After a moment of silence, a sigh escaped his lips. "You have been transferred from the capital for nearly a century. Perhaps you should ponder this. The members of the Batian society, though widely acknowledged as troublemakers, are indeed audacious and reckless. However, if you reflect carefully, have they ever crossed any lines in these past few centuries?" Without waiting for a response, the young man in white shook his head, muttering to himself, "No, not a single instance. Even those actions that seem excessive were cloaked in righteousness, advocating for the people. Yet they disdain to articulate this, allowing the Jiang family to spread rumors and allowing themselves to be perceived as the villains." He continued, "Take, for instance, the incident 2 centuries ago when that madwoman slaughtered the dragon prince. Do you know the reasons behind it?" When this matter arose, the elder in purple appeared somewhat ignorant. Despite his lofty cultivation, he had been transferred from the capital and was unaware of many secrets. Quickly seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Why?" "The dragon's nature is lecherous. The prince, weary of the eastern sea, took human form to Jiangnan, engaging in debauchery and ruining the virtue and lives of many young women. However, at that time, I dared not act. The second-generation ancestor of the Jiang family also refrained from intervening. The Dragon Clan was at its zenith, and Jiangnan needed their support. You know the subsequent events. The subsequent events? The elder in purple momentarily paused, then abruptly recalled that fateful battle. The Dragon Prince had been slain by that mad woman. With that, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Though I was transferred from the capital, having presided over Jiangnan Martial Academy for so long, I have discerned much. The Jiang family. As the local sovereigns of Jiangnan would never tolerate the Batian society, they are certainly devising a means to counteract them, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. The young man in white nodded. How could one sleep soundly beside a restless foe? The Jiang family must take action, and they have been doing so. Ha ha. Your expression is indeed quite amusing. Have you not noticed that the Batian society has not welcomed new members for nearly a century? Are you suggesting that the Jiang family is severing the roots directly? Precisely. Thus, that Lu Chen will surely be a target for the Jiang family. The young man in white suddenly exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as he stepped into the drizzle, arriving at the celestial camp. He must rely neither on external objects nor external forces. By that time, not to mention, that little rascal named Lu Chen had thoroughly offended the Dragon Clan. How intriguing this becomes. Although he was perpetually engrossed in the chess game, he was distinctly aware of the happenings outside. Lowering his gaze towards the chessboard, his expression transformed dramatically. After placing his piece, he had assumed victory was assured. However, the young man in white, before rising, made a seemingly inconsequential move that had inadvertently ensnared him completely. In the villa district of Jiangnan Martial Academy, within Xiao Yuanlong's residence, there were two others present besides him. One was the elderly Ma Jingyang, who had previously assessed Lu Chen's talent, savoring his tea with a look of enjoyment. The other was the red-bearded Li Bagong, who, not long ago, had rushed to offer assistance, now wielding a sword broader than his own stature upon his back. Upon arriving in the valley, he discovered that, aside from the verdant Song Chiefing, everyone else was unharmed. Although his heart was at ease, his bloodlust remained unquenched, leaving him quite unsatisfied. Thus, he roamed various locations, dismantling numerous hideouts of the ancient divine church. After decapitating many foes, he finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, this formidable elder was munching on fruit, listening to Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang recount recent events, all of which naturally revolved around Lu Chen. What? 3 colors and 1 gold. Upon hearing the results of the talent assessment, Li Bagong sprang to his feet in astonishment. The fruit in his hand was inadvertently crushed into pulp due to his sudden grip. Being a member of the Overlord Society, and of a slightly higher rank than Ma Jingyang, he naturally had the right to be privy to such coarse secrets. After his mind cleared, he muttered to himself, "When I arrived in the valley, I knew this kid was extraordinary. I didn't expect him to be so deeply concealed." Moreover, the stronghold of the ancient divine church was guarded by a swordsman named Wu Tsang, a formidable opponent. Lu Chen had mentioned that before he fainted, he saw a woman in a red dress engaged in battle with that Wu Tsang. At this point, Li Bagang's voice faltered as he gazed at the two before him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. There seems to be some concealment in the words of the young lad. The living room fell into silence. Qiu Yuanlong furrowed his brow, his gaze intense as he rose to inquire, "Uncle Li, what do you mean by that? At that time, Xiao Chen did not know you. Isn't it only natural for him to withhold information? Since when did our Overlord Society begin to suspect its own members? Moreover, Xiao Chen is now the direct disciple of our esteemed ancestor, holding a higher rank than you." Ma Jingyang, standing nearby, found the exchange both amusing and exasperating. Why were these two at odds? Never mind. He decided not to involve himself. Let them be. After all, the Overlord Society encouraged open dialogue, without the need for concealment. And it was better to address conflicts directly. If disagreements arose, they could always settle them in a fair match at the same level of prowess. He held his teacup, observing their expressions, when suddenly he noticed Li Bagang's strange demeanor as he stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "Little Qiu, what on earth are you thinking?" Xiao Chun had already made a brief visit before his master, earning her esteemed gaze, which surely indicated he was a good child. At this point, Li Bagong's expression became somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, he continued, "I merely feel that Xiao Chun must have caught a glimpse of the true form of that woman in the red dress, perhaps even acquainted himself with her." As he pondered this, Ma Jingyang burst out laughing, spraying tea from his mouth and thumping the table. "Surely, brother, you're not hoping for Xiao Chun to introduce you to her?" Qiu Yuanlong's expression turned peculiar, his lips twitching in disbelief. Yet, observing Li Bagong's demeanor and hearing Ma Jingyang's words, he momentarily found it plausible. "Indeed," Li Bagong declared earnestly, "I have remained single for over 3 centuries, with 2 great passions in life. First, an affinity for red things." He gestured to himself, his lion-like mane of hair a fiery red, his untamed beard equally crimson. "Oh, this." Qiu Yuanlong widened his eyes, incredulous that such words could escape the lips of a grandmaster. "Second, a passion for killing." Li Bagong wrapped the hilt of the massive sword upon his back, continuing, "And I relish in pulverizing my opponents into a fine paste." Qiu Yuanlong blinked, eagerly anticipating what would come next. Although he was a member of the Batian Society, his cultivation was too low to dare inquire such matters of his senior. Just then, Ma Jingyang approached, unable to suppress a chuckle. Thus, the woman Xiao Chen spoke of, clad in red, may very well share your penchant for the color. Moreover, as you just mentioned, the ancient deity cultist Wu Tsang was utterly crushed, his body reduced to countless fragments, his head taken away. At this, Qiu Yuanlong suddenly comprehended, unable to refrain from clapping his hands and exclaiming, "This is fate. The woman in red shares your preferences, so you wish to make her acquaintance." Noticing the two men gazing at him, Qiu Yuanlong quickly coughed twice and waved his hand, attempting to diminish his presence. Yet his ears perked up, eager to eavesdrop on the gossip. "Indeed," Li Bagong declared proudly, "what harm is there in befriending such a remarkable woman?" He was about to say more when he abruptly sensed a familiar sword intent. The moon-subduing stone. Which senior brother is employing the moon-subduing stone at the main base? The living room fell silent for a few moments. Qiu Yuanlong suddenly leaped up. "Xiao Chen. It's Xiao Chen. He has just acquired the moon-subduing stone bestowed by our master. This is bad. He is in trouble." Saying this, he dashed out immediately. Hearing Li Bagong bellow behind him, "You are too slow. Expand the blade." The massive sword behind him soared into the air, instantly enlarging. He seized a person and leapt onto it. The students of Jiangnan Martial Academy merely saw a flash of sword light overhead, yet discerned nothing. Within the main base, flying was prohibited without special permission. Nevertheless, in emergencies, that reckless group would not adhere to such rules. In the Star Moon Square, the atmosphere had plummeted to freezing levels. The Dragon Clan's Grandmaster Ao Qian suppressed his unparalleled fury, fixating his gaze on Lu Chun, who was merely a step away. Not far off, the Dragon Clan prodigy Ao Feng knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth as he apologized to Sun Qi. Although the latter was gazed upon with murderous intent, inexplicably, there was no fear deep within. Perhaps the presence of Lu Chun had instinctively bestowed a sense of safety upon him. The prince of the East Sea Dragon Clan, a paragon of excellence, was kneeling before him in apology. Such a scenario was beyond Sun Qi's wildest dreams. Had it been his former self, he would undoubtedly be consumed by trepidation at this moment. The chasm of status and the disparity in talent would have rendered him too intimidated to stand his ground. Yet now, he remained expressionless, locking eyes with Ao Feng. Sun Qi understood that he could not bring shame upon Lu Chun. He regarded Ao Feng, especially the eyes brimming with lethal intent, with utmost seriousness. He was acutely aware of the desire to end his life, and new action would surely follow. But as long as it was not at this moment, that sufficed. Matters of the future could be addressed in due time. "Fu Gu," Lu Chen's calm voice resounded. "This matter is settled. What are your thoughts?" Sun Qi nodded, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Hey, I defer entirely to you, Brother Lu." Unbeknownst to anyone, he was internally roaring, striving for strength, yearning for power. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the air. Lu Chen blinked, momentarily blinded, and upon looking up, he was engulfed by a shadow that felt oddly familiar. Wait, wasn't he at the board of Senior Li Bagong? And, what do you mean by in? The crimson-haired Li Bagong was the first to leap down, surveying the surroundings with a fierce expression. Following closely were Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong. At this moment, Ma Jingyang suddenly shouted, "Senior Li, hold back a bit, don't kill anyone." Lu Chun, still processing the situation, was startled to see Li Bagong charging forward, exuding an aura 100 times more terrifying than that of the Dragon Clan's Grandmaster, Ao Qian. Slap, slap. Two resounding slaps echoed like thunder. The force was so immense it instilled fear in the heart. Concurrently, two figures were hurled into the air, crashing violently to the ground. It was none other than the East Sea Dragon Clan's prodigy, Ao Feng, and the Jiang Clan's genius, Jiang Chuyang. The swelling on their heads had reached grotesque proportions, recognizable only by their garments. "What are you doing?" "Li Bagong, I am from the Jiang family." Elder Jiang Ming of the Jiang family was about to protest when a fist struck his chest, followed by a resounding slap to his face. He was then seized by a hand as large as a fan, brutally slammed to the ground, sinking deeply, and silence ensued. "Now it's your turn. Ao Qian of the Dragon Clan. You think highly of yourself, bullying my little master, huh?" The crimson-haired Li Bagong resembled a demon king. Cold sweat broke out on Ao Qian's forehead as he was locked in place. "Do not force me to act. Oh, in my presence, you dare to make a move? Come on, give it a try." Li Bagong growled. "If you strike, I shall consider it self-defense. Killing you would be of no consequence. If you refrain from acting, I can only vent my frustrations." Lu Chun was left dumbfounded. This logic, strangely enough, seemed sound. He observed as Li Bagong rushed towards Ao Qian, commencing a one-sided display of brutality, his eyes twitching. In comparison to the current scene, the previous encounter at the testing center, where Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong had mercilessly beaten Li Ping and his disciple, now seemed rather gentle. Is this truly the organization to which he has affiliated? How exhilarating. Minutes later, Li Bagong, drenched in blood, approached Lu Chun, clapping his hands. Xiao Chun, there is no need for such caution. Remember, in our Batian society, we are always the ones who bully others, never the ones to be bullied. If we cannot prevail, we shall rally our allies. After this serious declaration, he placed a large hand around Lu Chen's shoulders. Upon hearing these words, Qiu Yuanlong's curiosity reignited. He wondered if Li Bagong would be able to meet the woman in the red dress. He then moved to the other side, bringing Sun Qi, Lin Xie, and Huang Linglan with him as they ascended the platform. Chapter 64, The Nine Nether Calamity Fire. Breaking the Limits of Existence. Qiu Yuanlong's Darkest Hour. As the platform descended, the group entered the villa district of Jiangnan Martial Academy. After exchanging pleasantries with the three, Sun Qi departed on his own, feeling that remaining there would be quite uncomfortable. Regardless of their identities or strengths, they felt out of place in this environment. Although they, like Lu Chun, would be accepted by Jiangnan Martial Academy and partake in the Tianjiao camp trials, inherent differences among individuals remained. The existence of the Batian society was akin to legend in Sun Qi's mind. Yet Lu Chun, hailing from the same city of Linsong, had already become part of it and had even taken on a remarkably impressive master. This stark contrast weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him both burdened and bewildered. Lin Xie felt similarly. After this experience, they suddenly realized that they seemed to be drifting further apart from Lu Chun. Chi, where are we heading now? After departing the villa district, Huang Linglan, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, quietly inquired. To practice, came the response. All right, later. My great-grandfather and the others will also arrive at the main base. We can go have a meal together. Are we meeting the family already? Observing Huang Linglan's startled expression, Sun Qi chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to Lin Xie and earnestly stated, Class Leader Lin, I will not lag behind, nor do I wish to. He silently added to himself, having glimpsed such a vast world alongside Lu Chun. He no longer desired to drift through life in Linsong City, even if he could not become the protagonist at the very least. He wished to cast his shadow in the lingering glow of the spotlight. That alone sufficed. Sun Qi felt a deep sense of contentment. The fierce gaze of Ao Feng, the Dragon Clan's prodigy, kneeling before him, was indelibly etched in his mind, a constant reminder of his resolve. Whenever it resurfaced, Sun Qi felt compelled to remain diligent. A moment of awkwardness washed over his expression. This title had always been used by Lu Chun. Hearing it now from Lin Xie felt oddly out of place. Reminiscent of oh yes moment. Of course, it was devoid of any malice. Yet, as she wished to say more, she noticed a figure had already departed alone. Lin Xie took a few steps, her gentle voice floating back, expressing a hope that one day we could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chun in battle. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment after departing from Linsong City, sitting beside Lu Chun. It was the moment when they were closest. At that time, she had even gifted him with pastries she had made herself. In the Jiangnan Martial Academy, in the villa area, within the familiar confines of Qiu Yuanlong's living room, Lu Chun's mind struggled to comprehend Li Bagang's request. Blinking, he tentatively inquired, Eighth Master, if I am not mistaken, you believe that I know the woman in the red dress, and wish to use me to facilitate an introduction? What on earth is this nonsense? Lu Chun was left dumbfounded. After the battle in the valley, when Li Bagong suddenly approached him, he had merely concocted a flimsy excuse to deflect the inquiry. Where did this red-dressed woman come from? It was clearly his insect offspring that had obliterated Wu Tsang from the ancient divine sect, reduced to mere fragments after 2 waves of bombardment. As for the head, where had it vanished? It was devoured clean by the red frost. The notion of the red dress was merely a figment of Red Frost's imagination. And yet, this triviality had caught the attention of someone as formidable as Li Bagong. Lu Chen's mind felt hazy. Before him, Li Bagong nodded earnestly, indeed. I share a fateful connection with the woman in red. I hope my little master uncle can facilitate this. Lu Chen's lips twitched, feeling utterly bewildered. Beside him, Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong exchanged glances, their eyes bright with suppressed laughter, their faces flushed. In the depths of his consciousness, the red frost was tumbling and howling. Master, I cannot bear it. I shall die of laughter. Just tell them that the woman in red is only interested in you and has no interest in anyone else. Kai chimed in, I second that. Xiaolon added one. These 2 little creatures had also come to join the fray. Was there no boundary to gossip, transcending species? Listening to the conversation in his mind, the 3 insects seemed to have found common ground and began earnest discussions. Lu Chun felt overwhelmed. After silencing the messages, he cleared his throat and awkwardly stated, Eighth Master, you truly overestimate me. I have not even seen the true face of the woman in red. I was rendered unconscious by the aftermath of the battle and know nothing at all. I understand. You believed I was concealing something, but it is not related to this matter. After delivering his bitter smile, he glanced at the amused Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang and continued. In the underground stronghold of the ancient divine sect, I discovered a blood pool. At that time, I was in a hurry to absorb it, and just as I completed, you appeared behind me, startling me. Upon hearing his words, Li Bagang's expression suddenly grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he fell silent and turned to Qiu Yuanlong. Even among members of the Batian society, there existed varying degrees of intimacy. Some matters were better suited for the most appropriate person to address. Undoubtedly, the one closest to Lu Chun was Qiu Yuanlong. Xiao Chun, Qiu Yuanlong stepped forward and inquired thoughtfully, "What you just mentioned, did you absorb the blood pool established by Wu Tsang?" He gazed intently at the young man before him. The era of martial arts has approached its 600th year. Whether derived from the sacred realms or crafted by our esteemed predecessors, the techniques acquired are numerous. Among them, those reliant on the consumption of vast quantities of blood are undoubtedly deemed malevolent. The most infamous of these is the ancient god sect. According to certain intelligence, this sect has devised numerous sinister techniques to expedite the ascension of its followers, most of which involve the ingestion of blood. 50 years prior, the battle to eradicate the ancient god sect saw immense resources devoted from the Jiangnan war zone. Not only masters, but even formidable beings from the heart-seeking pavilion participated. 2 of the 3 sect leaders were slain, leaving only one, who, gravely injured, fled into the misty sea. The catalyst for this conflict was the then holy son of the sect, whose extraordinary gifts harmonized eerily with those dark techniques. By consuming the blood of martial artists, he could elevate his own prowess. Eventually, he escalated to the point of slaughtering entire cities. When this information surfaced, a wave of alarm swept through Jiangnan, prompting a purge of the ancient god sect, particularly targeting that holy son. However, the more experts were dispatched to hunt him down, the stronger he became. Through the cycle of battle, his cultivation soared from a mere master to unprecedented heights, seemingly without limit. Ultimately, it was a powerful figure from the heart-seeking pavilion who managed to bring him down. After recounting this tale, Qiu Yuanlong continued, stating that the individual in question belonged to a forbidden sect, and following his demise, Jiangnan imposed a ban on the corresponding techniques, declaring all practitioners as heretics. "Little Chun," he implored, "be honest with Uncle Qiu. Have you practiced such arts?" He reassured, "Rest assured, even if it is true, our ancestral master possesses the means to cleanse your foundation and rebuild it anew." In the living room, an abrupt silence enveloped the space. The expressions of Qiu Yuanlong, Ma Jingyang, and Li Bagong were fraught with tension. This was no trivial matter. Should Lu Chun have indeed practiced those sinister arts, he would undoubtedly bear the marks of such, and discovery was merely a matter of time. It was uncertain whether he could secure his position in the celestial camp at all. Although the Overlord Society was formidable, there were boundaries that should not be crossed, lest one suffer dire repercussions. Observing their grave demeanor, Lu Chun blinked and meekly remarked, "Uncle Qiu, your words are quite frightening." "All right, I confess." Noticing Qiu Yuanlong's breath seemingly halting, he refrained from further elaboration. Instead, he silently instructed Hong Shuang, extending his right hand to reveal a flame. Crimson on the outside and black within. "Uncle Qiu, Master Ma, Master Li, you are all aware that my innate talent is a tricolored one with a golden hue, one aspect being fire, yet you have yet to witness my flames." He continued, "That blood pool was absorbed by my flame." Rising from the sofa, he showcased the 9 nether calamity fire conjured from Hong Shuang before the 3. This revelation was something Lu Chun had long contemplated, seizing the opportunity to present it. Firstly, he wished to demonstrate the flames summoned by Hong Shuang to ascertain if any anomalies could be detected, as it would undoubtedly be employed in the celestial camp. Secondly, and of utmost importance, he had been pondering this matter for some time. To appropriately utilize the resources of the heavenly hero camp for the propagation of blood-devouring worms. How can one justifiably obtain the carcasses of ferocious beasts? Now here lies the answer. As the 3 scrutinized the flames before them, Lu Chun continued, "Initially, my flames were not like this. They resembled ordinary flickering embers. It was only later that I discovered, upon incinerating the carcasses of ferocious beasts, my flames could undergo self-evolution. To this current form, it has evolved approximately 4 times. Upon finishing his explanation, he suddenly noticed the fervor etched on the faces of Ma Jingyang and Li Bagong. Before Lu Chun could inquire further, Li Bagong remained undistracted, his gaze fixated on the 9 nether calamity fire, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. It was Ma Yi who, with palpable excitement, elucidated, "Little Chen's fire affinity talent is at the level you are aware of, yet his flames can also evolve. Xiao Qiu, do you comprehend what this signifies?" Ma Jingyang abruptly turned, animatedly gesturing, an evolving level, also known as the legendary limit-breaking level. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuanlong was rendered speechless. He had initially believed that the tricolored and golden talents were the pinnacle of Lu Chen's revelations, yet he had never anticipated there was something even more explosive lurking beyond. Noticing Uncle Qiu clutching his chest, Lu Chun promptly assisted him in sitting on the sofa, his mind swirling with that unfamiliar term. He blinked in astonishment, never expecting to elicit such a monumental response. At that moment, Li Bagong seemed to awaken from a dream. His ardent gaze finally shifted from the 9 nether calamity fire, and he solemnly remarked, "In my many years of life, I have witnessed the flames of a level fire affinity awakener only once. However, That predecessor pales in comparison to little Chen. One was merely a simple fire, while little Chen's flames seemed to possess a spirit of their own. Truly astonishing. His gaze returned to the outer red and inner black of the 9 nether calamity fire. In his eyes, there appeared an odd daze, his voice curiously softening. Look at the captivating red exterior of this flame. Moreover, I can detect an extreme scent of blood. At this juncture, he suddenly leaned closer, inhaling deeply. Indeed, it was the intoxicating aroma of blood. Li Bagong had 2 great passions in life. The first was red, which colored his hair and beard. The second was killing, particularly in a manner that splattered blood in blossoming sprays. Lu Chen shivered at this thought. This 9 nether calamity fire, born of blood frost, seemed to cater to such inclinations, as the primordial mother worm of the blood-devouring worms. Being perceived by the old man as possessing an extreme scent of blood appeared rather fitting. Yet, the old man's gaze felt somewhat unsettling. From the crimson-clad woman to the 9 nether calamity fire, it all seemed like a seamless transition. Furthermore, by a twist of fate, it all revolved around blood frost. Lu Chen discreetly took a step back, distancing himself from the old man. Qiu Yuanlong then timely interjected, "So, the blood pool of the ancient god Sex Wu Tsang was devoured by your flames?" Indeed. Qiu Yuanlong rose, intending to reach out and touch it. Lu Chen hurriedly exclaimed, "Uncle Qiu, my fire is extraordinary. You may find it difficult to resist." Qiu Yuanlong shot him a glare and arrogantly replied, "I, your Uncle Qiu, am a master at the 9th level. Though I may not match Yi and Ma, gauging the depth of your flame will be a mere trifle." Lu Chen hesitated. Realizing that Qiu Yuanlong seemed intent on enduring the flames with just his physical body, without employing spiritual power. Nevertheless, the formidable defense of a 9th level master's physique must be formidable indeed. Curiosity piqued, Lu Chen observed in silence. Then, to his astonishment, Qiu Yuanlong extended a finger, nonchalantly inserting it into the flames. With a sizzling sound, the expression on Qiu Yuanlong's face shifted dramatically, and beads of cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. Noticing the 3 onlookers beside him, he initially intended to endure a few more seconds, but quickly succumbed. This fire possessed something remarkable. Swiftly retracting his hand behind his back, Qiu Yuanlong, maintaining an air of superiority, declared, "Not only does it scorch the flesh, but it also poses a certain threat to the soul. Truly worthy of being called the 9 nether calamity fire." Before he could finish speaking, his right hand was abruptly seized by Li Bagong, who chided him for avoiding the spectacle. "You took a risk, yet you do not wish for anyone to witness it?" Chapter 65. Master Ye's Peculiar Preference. The Seed of Sword Heart Sprouts. It was then that Lu Chen noticed that Qiu Yuanlong's index finger had turned completely black. The ethereal flames still flickered intermittently before being extinguished by spiritual power. The embarrassment of being publicly humiliated was palpable for Qiu Yuanlong, especially when he caught sight of Lu Chen's bemused expression. He wished he could burrow into a hole. After a few moments of silence, he forced a wry smile and admitted, "All right, I was overconfident. If I do not utilize spiritual power, my 9th level master's defense can withstand at most 10 breaths before suffering severe injury. Moreover, that is not even the most critical aspect. No wonder your flame is called the 9 nether calamity fire. It not only assaults the soul, but also possesses a terrifying adhesion effect, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate." As time passed, the flames on his finger finally ceased to flicker. However, the lingering burn marks were not easily removed. To put it differently, while Lu Chen's 9 nether calamity fire was indeed powerful, a master-level practitioner could effectively defend against it if they employed spiritual power. Unless, of course, one were to be ambushed. Like Master Song Chiefing, Lu Chen, keep this trump card well. It will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. After imparting this wisdom, Qiu Yuanlong further cautioned, "I am well aware of your temperament. Above all, you must remember this. No matter how formidable your cards may be, never engage in combat with a master. Those beneath the master level are akin to mere ants." This statement was not to be taken lightly. Beside them, Ma Jingyang nodded in agreement, adding, "In the 600 years of the martial Dao era, fewer than 10 individuals have boldly confronted masters from the Void Realm. Among them, 8 perished." Lu Chen was taken aback and inquired curiously, "Does this mean that 2 succeeded?" Although he had previously slain a master, that victory had been achieved through a clandestine attack, leaving him with the realization that a slight misstep could have resulted in his own demise. At that time, Lu Chen had a limited number of blood-sucking insects, having to reserve some for breeding, and he was cautious in their usage. However, the situation has transformed. With over 3 million blood-sucking insects at his disposal, even in a straightforward confrontation, he could easily overwhelm his foes. Though he could voice such intentions, he would certainly refrain from acting on them. Once he entered the talented camp and the 5th generation was fully cultivated, he could afford to be more generous in their deployment. Indeed, 2 individuals have succeeded. The first is the founding ancestor of the Ying family among the 8 great families. And the second? A smile danced upon Ma Jingyang's lips. "It is our revered master." Although he had subtly anticipated this, the confirmation of such thoughts still sent a jolt through Lu Chen's heart. He was genuinely curious about just how formidable his master truly was. With no pressing matters at hand, Chen settled into the sofa and poured himself a drink. The three elders had already begun strategizing how to leverage the rules of the talented camp to secure ample resources for Chen. Corpse of ferocious beasts. An abundance of ferocious beast corpses. Li Bagong even mentioned that, should an opportunity arise, he would arrange for several supersized blood pools to be constructed for Chen. The moment he heard this, Chen was immensely delighted. Yet, observing the old man's expression, it seemed his motivations were more fervently tied to that flame which captivated him so deeply. The eccentricities of the eighth elder were rather numerous. Chen silently resolved to maintain some distance in the future. 2 hours later, having devised a preliminary plan, Elder Ma Jingyang departed to begin its implementation, heading toward the logistics department of the talented camp. Shortly thereafter, Li Bagong, after contacting several individuals, also hurriedly took his leave. Watching the two esteemed elders toil on his behalf, Chen engraved their efforts in his heart. The small villa suddenly fell silent, a state he found somewhat disconcerting. Qiu Yuanlong remained, sitting beside Chen, and said, "Little Chen, due to the particularly unique nature of the resources you require, we regrettably must report your flame talent to avoid unnecessary complications. While this information may remain confidential for a time, it cannot be sustained indefinitely. Furthermore, there is another matter of great importance. Both Elder Ba and Elder Ma have insisted I convey this to you with utmost urgency." Chen's expression turned serious as he set down his teacup and sat up straight, bracing for what was to follow. "I previously informed you that among the 8 great families, the Jiang family reigns as the sovereign of Jiangnan, possessing undeniable depth and strength. Conversely, our Ba-Tian association has persistently been a thorn in the Jiang family's side. For over a century, the Jiang family has relentlessly targeted us, engaging in fierce conflicts both overt and covert, far more brutal than you might imagine." At this juncture, Qiu Yuanlong's voice faltered, and after a few moments of silence, he continued, "Do you know that prior to you, I was the last member to join the Ba-Tian association, and that was 120 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Aside from himself, Uncle Qiu was indeed the youngest member of the Ba-Tian association? Wait, suddenly realizing something, he blurted out, "Are you suggesting that the lack of new members in the Ba-Tian association for over a century is due to the Jiang family's obstruction?" "Indeed. They are severing our roots," came the solemn reply. Qiu Yuanlong let out a sigh, reflecting on the past century. Those who have joined the Ba-Tian society either met with inexplicable demise or chose to withdraw, leading to a complete disconnection in my generation. Yet, with our formidable ancestral master, how could the Jiang family dare to act in such a manner? "Xiao Chun, one must not judge solely by appearances," Qiu Yuanlong imparted earnestly. "Our strength is indeed considerable, yet we are merely a grand tree rooted in Jiangnan, while the Jiang family embodies the fertile soil beneath countless trees, both large and small. It is of no use to dwell on this. Some matters cannot be elucidated in a short time. We simply wish to caution you that once you enter the Tianjiao camp, the Jiang family and the Dragon clan of the East Sea will undoubtedly seek to trouble you. Exercise utmost caution. Inside, you must rely solely on yourself. The Jinyue stone is off limits for your use, and we, as the older generation, cannot lend you our support. We can only assist in procuring more resources. The Tianjiao camp is a stage for young talents like you, and all must stand on their own merits." Chen nodded in agreement. Given that the Tianjiao camp was populated by his peers, there was indeed little to fear. In terms of hidden strengths, he possessed quite a few. The fiery form of Hong Shuang, capable of withstanding the ordinary Master S. Tianjing protection. Moreover, tonight, the entire Sun family would arrive at the main base, along with another shipment of Wujin magnetic stones. The heavenly grade original demon blood seal technique awaited him. And once the carcasses of fierce beasts accumulated, the 12 blood apertures would soon be filled, equating to the addition of 12 more dantians. Beyond these, his overt abilities included earth-grade agility and magnetic prowess, among others. By the way, Qiu Yuanlong seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired, "Have you fused the heavenly grade sword heart bestowed by our ancestral master?" Chen nodded. "Yes, I have fused it, but as of now, there seems to be no change. After sensing it for quite some time, I even began to wonder whether it had expired. Absence of change is perfectly normal." Qiu Yuanlong chuckled, as if sensing Chen's doubts. "The sword heart is but a seed. It requires the right opportunity to germinate. Your opportunity will arrive in a few days." "Is the opportunity a tangible object?" Qiu Yuanlong continued. "As sword cultivators of our lineage, we possess no specific techniques or martial skills. Everything lies within that opportunity." Gazing at the young man before him, he felt a surge of anticipation. What path of swordsmanship would Chen carve out after seizing that opportunity? Chapter 66. Are you not afraid of losing your head for coveting my possessions? The astonishment of old Master Sun. As evening descended, the sun had long dipped below the horizon, casting a dark blue hue across the sky, rendering it somewhat dim. In the distance, the blood moon flickered in and out of view. At the Tianyuan community in the main base's 185th ring, A grand villa adjacent to an artificial lake was festooned with lights, exuding an air of festivity. Not long ago, the Sun family, the foremost clan of Linsong City, relocated to the main base, establishing their new family center here. Shortly after the arrival of Old Master Sun Jinhua and others, friends and relatives from the main base gathered to extend their congratulations, and with the addition of business partners, the number of attendees swelled. On the private lawn in front of the villa, shadows flitted about, groups of 3 to 5 engaged in conversation, each within their own circle. In the distance, at the entrance, Sun Qi, dressed impeccably yet reluctantly, was fulfilling his role as a greeter. Each time a guest arrived, he dutifully recorded their names and the gifts they brought. Should anyone present a valuable offering, he was compelled to announce it with flourish, bestowing a sense of prestige upon the esteemed guest. Nearby, Huang Linglan had also donned an elegant gown, radiating charm, occasionally casting glances towards Sun Qi, exchanging subtle looks. To her surprise, her parents had accompanied the Sun family to the main base as well, a revelation that brought her considerable joy. Initially, she and Sun Qi had planned to cultivate their skills at the martial arts academy, but they were unexpectedly summoned. After a brief conversation with her parents, Huang Linglan skipped over to Sun Qi, offering him a cup of hot tea to soothe his throat. "Surely there are no more guests?" she inquired softly, cradling the cup in her hands. The hour was nearing 8, and the night had deepened significantly. "Those who ought to be here have already arrived. Let us wait a bit longer," Sun Qi replied with a wry smile. "As long as my great-grandfather and aunt remain silent, I cannot afford to rest." Just as his words faded, his gaze caught sight of a tall figure emerging from the dimness of the evening. As the figure approached, recognition dawned upon him. By heavens, it's Brother Liu. A spark of joy ignited in Sun Qi's eyes as he disregarded all else and rushed to greet him. After all, with so few guests present, it was of little consequence. "Brother Liu, you've arrived." Upon reaching him, Sun Qi offered a greeting, then curiously asked, "Didn't my great-grandfather say you would be arriving tomorrow?" Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "I had no plans for the evening, so I thought I would come for a stroll." The two engaged in casual conversation as they made their way to the registration desk. Noticing that Sun Qi was unprepared to record anything, Lu Chen teased, "What? Did you think I came empty-handed?" With that, he produced an ornate box and placed it on the table. "I'll head inside first. You can take your time to unwrap it." Without waiting for further inquiries, he stepped inside. Beyond the lawn lay the expansive living room of the villa, where several distinguished guests were seated upon plush sofas. As the patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Jinhua, the elder, was present, offering his personal attention. Sun Chenin stood quietly behind him. Together, they were the only two masters of the sky-soaring realm within the Sun family, representing its greatest strength. Though the main base housed many hidden talents, without the appearance of a master, those at the sky-soaring level remained formidable figures. Sun Jinhua, being at the 9th level of the sky-soaring realm, commanded significant respect within his circle. At this moment, Sun Jinhua displayed a humble demeanor, engaging in conversation with an elderly gentleman with graying hair, discussing future business relations. Those nearby dared not interject, patiently holding their teacups and listening intently. This elderly figure, known as Zhang Yiming, was one of the principal stewards of the mining association in the Jiangnan war zone. Yet, beyond this title, it was his formidable cultivation that rendered others speechless, a master at the 1st level. Linsong City is the foremost mining city in Jiangnan, unrivaled. The Sun family's recent migration must surely have brought with it a plethora of resources, wouldn't you agree? While I cannot speak for other items, when it comes to minerals, the matter can be entrusted to our mining association, ensuring absolute security. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, the individuals seated on the sofa experienced a jolt of surprise. In unison, they lifted their teacups to their lips, fearing that any hint of their apprehension might be detected. There was something significant in those words. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that even a dragon crossing the river cannot overpower the local serpent. Moreover, the Sun family's foundation hardly qualifies as dragon-like. Even as the foremost family in Linsong City, their arrival at the main base requires them to proceed with caution and accept their share of the spoils. A delectable morsel delivered right to their doorstep. Standing behind the sofa, Sun Chenin's expression turned icy, her fists clenched tightly. As if sensing her agitation, Zhang Yiming suddenly raised his gaze, his indifferent stare sending a chill through her entire being. "A master," she thought bitterly, letting out a silent sigh. Nearby, Sun Jinhua maintained his composure, chuckling as he remarked, "Old John, you jest. What resources could there possibly be? The Sun family is but a small household, hardly possessing anything of value to pique your interest." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted. Zhang Yiming slammed his teacup onto the table with a resounding thud, the sharp sound rendering the entire living room silent. He fixed an unwavering gaze upon Sun Jinhua and said, "Jest? When have I ever jested with you? I have received intelligence that your Sun family has expended considerable sums to hire a master from the Mingyang escort agency for protection, with hundreds of camels merely for transporting minerals." After a brief pause, a sardonic smile curled upon his lips as he continued with the precision of a scholar recounting his knowledge. "Let us not even mention the rest. The black gold magnetite alone amounts to over 40,000 tons, does it not? The surrounding areas of Linsong City have nearly been entirely acquired by you. In addition, there are numerous superior minerals, such as earth flame, or crimson sunstone, and Xuanfeng stone, among others. Shall I enumerate the quantities of each for you? Hearing his family's secrets laid bare, Sun Jinyue's expression grew somber. After a prolonged silence, he replied hoarsely, Old Jean, is this not a bit excessive? Zhang Yiming shrugged nonchalantly. Excessive? I don't believe so. Of course, there are alternatives. Though Sun Jinyue was irate, he pressed on in a grave tone. Pray tell. It is quite simple. I have heard that your Sun family possesses a celestial-grade inner pill and is looking for a buyer. Why not entrust it to me? When the time comes to sell, I guarantee a substantial share for the Sun family. Bang. The coffee table was shattered by Sun Jinyue's furious blow. His eyes bulged with rage as he enunciated every word. Zhang Yiming, are you intent on leaving no stone unturned? Whether it be the black gold magnetite or that inner pill, they both belong to Lu Chun. If they are stripped away, how could the Sun family maintain any face in serving Lu Chun? No. Zhang Yiming shook his head, reclining against the sofa as he calmly stated. What I am saying merely represents the Mining Association's notification to you, not a negotiation. Do you understand? As Sun Jinyue was about to speak, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure entering. Turning his head, a look of delight appeared on his face. Xiao Chun, you've arrived. He had just brought his entire clan over. Although he had only a vague understanding of Lu Chen's recent circumstances, he had heard from Sun Qi that Lu Chen seemed to have taken on a remarkably powerful master. A master worthy of such a title must certainly be a grandmaster. Perhaps he could safeguard the Sun family. Old Sun, it has been a long time. Lu Chun greeted with a smile, noticing the old man's visibly agitated expression. His gaze then shifted towards Zhang Yiming. Upon entering, he had caught wind of the situation. These parasitic pests had the audacity to oppress their own kind. The Mining Association? If memory serves, even third-rate forces do not hold much weight within this main base. Brother, make way. After signaling the elder to take a seat, Lu Chun patted the middle-aged man beside him. The man, who had been fidgeting uncomfortably, promptly stood up and vacated his spot. And who might this young friend be? Zhang Yiming scrutinized him, refraining from any hasty movements. The depths of the main base were treacherous. Until he had ascertained a person's background, he would never dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting death without understanding the risks involved. From his investigations into the Sun family, he had gathered ample information, deeming them a veritable prize. What formidable allies could there be for such a local power within this main base? Even if one were to hire help, it was uncertain they could withstand the entire Mining Association. In any case, the Sun family was firmly in his grasp. However, at that moment, outside on the lawn, Sun Qi's exuberant shout suddenly rang out. He had finally finished unboxing. Welcome, esteemed guests. The martial examination champion of Linsong City. The most handsome in Linsong City, the newly recognized campus heartthrob of Jiangnan Martial Academy, Lu Chun, has arrived. This fellow was truly stirring up a commotion. Lu Chun felt a surge of emotions. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiming, upon hearing these titles, chuckled noncommittally. He initially thought nothing of it. A mere martial examination champion from a small locale. Just a fledgling recently accepted into Jiangnan Martial Academy. Wait, that name, Lu Chun, sounded somewhat familiar. Before he could piece it together, his thoughts were interrupted. Esteemed guest Lu Chun, the gifts are as follows. Sun Qi's voice outside once again erupted, louder than before, almost bellowing. 10 3-yuan pills. A 3rd-tier cloud C formation. An 8th-tier martial technique. After these 3 announcements, a profound silence enveloped both the lawn outside and the living room within. Those who were initially puzzled quickly grasped the significance after hearing the tremors of understanding from the surrounding martial artists. The 3-yuan pill. It was remarkably effective for practitioners at the Skyward Realm. While it could not compare to the breaking stage pill, it could still marginally increase the chances of a breakthrough, making it the coveted elixir for all Skyward Realm warriors. In the marketplace, each pill was worth at least 30 million. To gift 10 at once? How extravagant. The Cloud C formation is typically a treasured artifact of prominent families, primarily serving to gather spiritual energy, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivation. Furthermore, it possesses capabilities for repelling foes and monitoring without blind spots. The most basic version of this formation, classified as yellow tier, starts at a staggering 50 million. As for the 3rd grade of the Xian tier Cloud C formation, those present could scarcely fathom its exact price, only knowing it to be astronomical. Even Zhang Yiming, a figure of considerable stature, could only afford the yellow tier. The pinnacle of the Xian tier, the 8th grade martial technique, is alarmingly close to the earth tier. It is worth noting that Zhang Yiming, despite being a master, could only wield a martial art of the 2nd grade in the Xian tier. The 8th grade martial technique could easily serve as the ultimate foundation for a family, significantly elevating the Sun clan status. Such techniques are rare in the market, often only available through the fortuity of auctions. Earlier, at Qiu Yuanlong's villa, Lu Chun casually mentioned that the Sun clan was relocating en masse and would arrive at the main base that evening. He also took the opportunity to inform Uncle Chiu of his connection with the Sun family. The latter immediately insisted that their visit must not be modest. Members of the Batian society must maintain their prestige wherever they go, as losing face is unacceptable. He felt it imperative to afford his subordinate forces the respect and benefits they deserve. Thus, without consultation, he entrusted Lu Chen with the 3 yuan pills and the Cloud Sea formation to present as gifts. As for the 8th grade martial technique, he had been utilizing it less frequently. Moreover, to enhance its proficiency would require a significant expenditure of Dalian insects, rendering it a poor investment. It seemed far more prudent to bestow it upon the Sun family, for augmenting their foundation would inherently elevate his own. Little Chen, this gift, exclaimed the venerable Sun Jinyue, after recovering from his astonishment, with a wry smile. In the future, do ensure to keep me informed about such matters. At my age, you might just frighten me to death. Behind him stood Sun Qinyun, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Chen, glistening with amusement. She had never anticipated that the younger brother she once recognized would possess such remarkable abilities. It seemed that his master was likely even more formidable than a grandmaster. Could it be a great grandmaster? Just the thought of it made Sun Qinyun's breath quicken. Her admiration for Lu Chen's mentor was profound, not only for their strength, but also for their generosity in providing so many gifts. She reflected on the old gentleman's past jest, occasionally sighing at night when it crossed her mind. At that moment, seated across from them, Zhang Yiming appeared to finally recall something. He sprang up as if a spring had been released, his eyes widening as he gazed at the youth before him. His voice trembling. Is this young friend, Lu Chen, a new member of the Batian society? Earlier today, all the notable powers in the Jiangnan battle zone received intelligence indicating that there was a newcomer named Lu Chen in the Batian society. Furthermore, Lu Chen's master is that infamous woman from the Wenxin pavilion. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The major factions unanimously elevated Lu Chen's status to the highest level, rendering him an entity that must not be provoked. They repeatedly cautioned their descendants, wherever you may be, upon encountering someone named Lu Chen, you must flee swiftly. Should you offend him, you must bow your head in apology or find a way to earn his forgiveness. Otherwise, entry will be denied. Is this youth before me truly the infamous Lu Chen? Zhang Yiming quaked with trepidation, feeling an icy chill envelop him. In his mind, the gifts that Sun Qi had just proclaimed resurfaced unbidden. Only the new member of the Batian society could have bestowed such a remarkable present, one that could astonish even the masters. Gazing at the expressionless boy before him, Zhang Yiming involuntarily hunched his back, the angle of his bow increasing with the weight of silent dread. Indeed, it is I, Lu Chen stated nonchalantly, picking up a fallen apple from the ground. He continued, what a splendid fruit. Just like a human head, once it falls to the ground, it becomes unsightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiming trembled uncontrollably. Summoning his resolve, he raised both hands and began to slap his own face with fervor. As long as Lu Chen remained silent, he continued his self-inflicted punishment. As a master of the main base, he understood deeply the terrifying nature of the Batian society's madness. It is no exaggeration to say that should the Batian society desire it, his mining association could vanish into thin air, and he, the architect of such a calamity, would face retribution from countless aggrieved parties. The very survival of his family hung in the balance. Disrupting someone's financial livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. The resounding slaps echoed through the living room, reverberating out onto the lawn. The 100 spectators present stood agape, witnessing Zhang Yiming strike himself. He is a master. A master. Sun Jinyue swallowed hard, his entire being quivering, unsure if it was from excitement or anxiety. Only at this moment could he truly grasp the magnitude of Lu Chen's authority. With a single word, he could subdue a master, compelling the individual to publicly humiliate themselves before an audience. What manner of power does the Batian society wield? Sun Jinyue dared not fathom. After a full 3 minutes, Lu Chen finally spoke again. I have heard that the Jiangnan War Zone Mining Association has 4 vice presidents? Zhang Yiming halted, nodding and bowing in deference. Indeed, there are 4. I find this number inauspicious. 5 would be much better. What say you, Master Zhang? Indeed. 4 is certainly unlucky. It ought to be changed. Zhang Yiming promptly added. I believe the additional vice presidency should go to Sun Jinyue. It would be well-deserved and fitting. Very well, arrange it, Lu Chen commanded. I want to see results by tomorrow. Zhang Yiming felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Bowing respectfully, he retreated hastily. Observing the stillness both inside and outside the villa, Lu Chen bit into the apple, chuckling softly. Why is everyone staring at me? Continue the music. Resume the dance. In an instant, everyone seemed to have been switched back on, returning to their former selves. In conversations about various topics, business, martial arts, and more, individuals often speak solely of their own perspectives, neglecting to truly listen to one another. They occasionally steal glances at Lu Chen in the living room. Little Chen, you truly frighten me, exclaimed the venerable Sun Jinyue, awakening from his reverie as he pounded his chest to calm himself, offering a wry smile. I counted. We have only been apart for 5 or 6 days, yet you seem transformed. After tonight, The Sun family will not only establish a firm foothold in the main base of the war zone, but is also poised for a surge in both resources and strength. As if recalling something, he retrieved a key from his storage ring. The latest batch of black gold magnetic stones has also arrived at the main base. Here's the key for you to access them at your convenience. The quantity is similar to the last batch. Lu Chen, biting into an apple, felt a surge of excitement. The old man's efficiency was commendable. Tomorrow, he would consume the entire stock, just in time to enter the talented camp the following day. Chapter 67, The Last Night. The calm before the storm. The great outbreak of the heavenly crystal worms. With only one day left before the talented camp's opening, Lu Chen ventured alone to the suburban warehouse. The moment he opened the door, his eyes sparkled with delight. Hills of black gold magnetic stones were stacked within the vast space. Under the chaotic magnetic field, any ordinary person entering would undoubtedly suffer a nosebleed. Only martial artists could withstand it. Wow! The eager little blue creature sensed the delectable treasures and darted out, exclaiming, "Father, so much food. Is it all for me?" Having been bound together for quite some time now, the little one had become much more vivacious, shedding its initial shyness and timidity. Not only had the little blue creature grown lively, but even the previously reticent Kai occasionally emerged to utter a few words. "If it's all for you, it seems you'll be feasting until nightfall," Lu Chen chuckled softly. "Let your little ones join in as well." "All right." The little one never refused Lu Chen. After responding, it timidly added, "Then, may I eat first?" Seeing Lu Chen nod, the little blue creature confirmed once more and hurriedly flew inside. Upon reaching the first mountain of, or, the little one, just like last time, summoned fine blue threads around it, weaving them together as if crafting a net. To Lu Chen's astonishment, while the little blue creature had only been able to create a net the size of a basketball previously, this time, it had expanded to at least 3 meters in diameter. "Father, may I begin?" The little blue creature asked, a hint of shyness in its voice. "Go ahead. Eat to your heart's content." Lu Chen chuckled, realizing the little one must be quite hungry. He shook his head with a wry smile. After all, the little blue creature's consumption of the ore would aid in its reproduction. Eating more posed no issue. He surmised that not only could Hong Shuang evolve, but it seemed that the little blue one could as well. However, at present, the only sign of its enhancement appeared to be the enlargement of its feeding tool. After waiting silently for a few minutes, Lu Chen watched as the little blue creature finished devouring an entire mountain of ore. With a mere thought, Lu Chen released the remaining 840,000 heavenly crystal worms, recognizing the urgency of the moment. As the number of these creatures surged, their consumption rate skyrocketed exponentially. In less than 5 minutes, the repository lay barren, devoid of even the slightest remnants of ore. In its stead was a vast ocean of heavenly crystal worms. Countless azure insects danced in the void, resembling giant, luminescent jellyfish in the depths of the ocean. 2,040,000, Lu Chen murmured to himself, noting that the count exceeded his expectations. The reproductive dynamics of the heavenly crystal worms differed vastly from those of the blood-sucking worms and the Dao-yin worms. Theoretically, as long as resources were sufficient, their reproduction could be boundless. Furthermore, each individual was capable of such proliferation. The quantity of black gold magnetite was comparable to what he had previously encountered in Linsong City. He had anticipated a doubling of their numbers upon depletion. However, upon reviewing the data, he discovered an increase of 400,000. It appeared that some of the offspring possessed particularly robust reproductive capabilities. Let us test the results, he decided. Under Lu Chen's command, the 2,040,000 heavenly crystal worms converged, forming a shimmering blue beam that surged into his being. Within mere moments, he could distinctly feel that peculiar sensation of fullness intensifying. Once fully integrated, Lu Chen's form became uncontrollable, radiating a blue aura that lingered for several seconds before dissipating. To ascend to the second tier of the black gold magnetite, 5 million was required, still a considerable distance away. The heavenly crystal worms boasted 6 evolutionary forms: stone tier, gold tier, rare treasure tier, extraordinary tier, star tier, and chaos tier. Presently, they were at the stone tier. Upon selecting the black gold magnetite as a material, the resultant constitution was the black gold yuan magnetite, endowed with the powers of yuan magnet control and soul magnet storm. This constitution, too, could evolve. The sole criterion was the quantity of worms nurtured from the black gold magnetite. The first tier demanded 500,000, the second tier 5 million, the third tier 50 million, and the pinnacle, the fourth tier, required an astounding 500 million. Lu Chen had previously estimated that the first tier yuan magnet talent was equivalent to a particular level. Thus, should he progress further, the third tier would correspond to a higher level, with the fourth tier likely representing a limit break. Previously, in Xinyue Square, his yuan magnet domain was crushed by Ao Feng of the Dragon Clan. Indeed, before such a formidable genius, the first-tier talent seemed woefully inadequate. Evolving the yuan magnet talent to a higher level was merely a matter of time. Elder Sun had already begun acquiring black gold magnetite for the entire Jiangnan war zone, encompassing the main base and 72 fortified cities. During a casual conversation last night, he recalibrated his estimates. Raising the heavenly crystal worms to 50 million was certainly feasible, but advancing further would pose a challenge. Unfortunately, the inventory in Jiangnan was limited. Relying on mining would yield negligible results. Purchasing from other war zones was impractical due to the considerable distance and substantial losses incurred. To cultivate the heavenly crystal worms to 500 million. Establishing a warehouse in another war zone and pre-purchasing the material was imperative, followed by Lu Chen's own journey. Patience is key, he thought, regardless of my talents. They are not limited to this alone. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the 2.04 million celestial crystal insects, which bestowed upon him the celestial crystal guardian. The development of his magnetic abilities would require time. However, his defensive prowess could yield immediate results, serving as one of Lu Chen's greatest trump cards. With a whoosh, an alloy combat knife materialized in his hand. Compared to the previous experiment, this knife was of a higher rank, akin to a 5th-tier yellow-grade weapon. As Lu Chen's spiritual energy surged, it coursed through the blade, unleashing a formidable arc of light. Without hesitation, he struck his left arm with it. Clang! The immense recoil compelled Lu Chen to instinctively retreat a few steps, dissipating the force. Had it not been for the celestial crystal guardian also residing in his right hand, it is likely that his arm would have sustained grievous injuries, perhaps even fracturing several bones. His defensive capability was more than double that of before, corresponding to the number of celestial crystal insects he possessed. After all, my physique is limited, as the celestial crystal insects merge beneath my skin. Their increasing numbers enhance the density and, consequently, the strength of my defense. A glint of brilliance flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Recently, at Xiao Yuanlong's residence, he had tested his defenses with Uncle Xiao. When his cultivation was suppressed to the 2nd tier of the Master Realm, it barely breached his defenses. Now, it should be around the 4th tier of the Master Realm. Although this hypothesis lacks precision, it is not far from the truth. After all, there exists a disparity even among masters. Xiao Yuanlong, being a member of the Batian Society, possessed a depth of power far surpassing that of an ordinary master at the same level. Beyond mere defense, an additional characteristic seemed to emerge: counterattack. It was still in its nascent stages, yet perhaps as the number of celestial crystal insects increases, the counterattack effect will become more pronounced. This prospect intrigued Lu Chen. After conducting various tests, he resolved to rest well for the night. Tomorrow morning, he would enter the celestial heroes' camp. The night was serene. 50 miles east of the Jiangnan base lay an expanse of undulating buildings, nestled against mountains and rivers, exuding an enchanting charm. Logically, the outskirts of the city were rife with peril. Aside from martial artists and merchant caravans, few dared to tread there, let alone reside outside. Yet the scale of this place resembled that of a county town. Commercial districts, entertainment zones, and upscale residential areas were all present, complete with a myriad of supporting facilities. Strangely enough, even the main base of the Jiangnan war zone had erected towering walls, yet this small town remained entirely open. Even at night, it was aglow with lights, vibrant and bustling. Occasionally, vehicles would emerge from the main base, reveling and indulging in this lively locale. It is no exaggeration to say that in the hearts of those from the main base, there exists a shared belief. Even if the main base were to fall, this small city might still endure. The reason is simple. This place is the territory of the Jiang family of Jiangnan, not only independent from the main base, but it also bore a distinct name, Divine Martial City. At this moment, within an elegant old residence in the city, an elder of the Jiang family presided over a meeting from the head seat. At the lower section, the entirety consists of the younger generation, a total of 8 individuals, all under the age of 25. These 8 represent the CR de la CR of the Jiang family's new blood and shall embody the clan as they enter the Tianjiao camp. Among them is Jiang Chuyang, who previously had a confrontation with Lu Chen in Xingyue Square. However, his seat is conspicuously placed at the very end, marking him as the lowest rank among the Jiang family's seats present. The regulations of the Tianjiao camp, along with various exploitable loopholes and the personnel arranged by our Jiang family, have all been thoroughly conveyed. Have you little ones taken note of this? The elder at the forefront inquired softly, his detached gaze casually sweeping over the assembly below. 2 prodigies seated at the lower section, a young man and woman, appeared oblivious to his words. One was languidly peeling at his own nails while the other, with disheveled hair and dark circles under her eyes, seemed on the verge of slumber. Jiang Wushuang and Jiang Yuanyao. Jiang Yoji sighed in exasperation, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. Never mind. You two truly need not concern yourselves with this. Once one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, all rules, conspiracies, and contingencies become irrelevant. The notion of overwhelming might rendering all else moot is nothing but the truth. As the brightest prodigies of the Jiang family's current generation, Jiang Wushuang and Jiang Yuanyao possess the privilege to disregard everything. Their participation in the Tianjiao camp is merely a formality. Undoubtedly, they will emerge as strong contenders for the top 3 in the upcoming Tianjiao ranking competition in 2 months. They need not listen. Jiang Yoji then turned his gaze to the remaining 6 individuals, speaking in a grave tone. However, you must take heed. This includes Jiang Chuyang. The 6 nodded attentively. Fully engaged, Jiang Yoji continued. This Tianjiao camp is no trivial matter. Do not underestimate it. He paused before elaborating. The Martial Arts Association and the military's prodigies cannot compare to us. But we must remain vigilant regarding the Eastern Sea Dragon clan and the 3 great demon clans of Yunmengs. Furthermore, there are hidden forces participating in this Tianjiao camp. While the rest may be disregarded, the Penglai, residing deep within the Misty Sea, possesses a mysterious heritage that even our Jiang family cannot fathom. Their presence here necessitates caution. As for the qualifiers from the major garrisons, they are not worthy of consideration. Allocating 10 slots per garrison is merely a gesture of consolation and appeasement. At this moment, after analyzing the entities that warrant particular attention, Jiang Yoji's expression suddenly turned stern. I shall lay down the harsh truth from the outset. All 8 of you must advance and participate in the Tianjiao ranking competition. This pertains to the family's interests and is not to be taken lightly. Should anyone falter, do not expect the family to show leniency or regard the interests of your supporting factions. Your ranks will be directly stripped away. Listening to these tedious admonitions, Jiang Wushuang, the foremost among the Jiang family's new generation, finally ceased her nail-picking and remarked languidly, 16th uncle, I am feeling weary. With that, she rose and made her way directly outside. Observing her lead, others began to follow suit. Jiang Yuanyao of Sequence 2 suddenly brightened her eyes and stood up. Uncle 16. The anime I've been following for 3 years is about to conclude. If I don't watch it now, I might miss the opportunity. Without waiting for a response, she dashed off. Faced with such a scene, Jiang Yoji could only smile wryly and shake his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Like a teacher, he often indulged the good students in his class. I know you all envy this, but that's how the Jiang family operates. Strive to elevate your ranks, and once you reach the top 3, you will have the freedom to act as you wish. He continued, one last matter regarding Lu Chun from the Batian Society. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuyang immediately looked up, smiling as he remarked, there's nothing much to say, just find an opportunity to eliminate him. I'll leave it to you. Jiang Chuyang, since you are somewhat acquainted, I assure you, the task will be completed. Jiang Chuyang rose without hesitation. Although he hadn't directly confronted Lu Chun in Xingyue Square, he had been abruptly struck away by Li Bagong, who had arrived later. This enmity must be avenged. Li Bagong was a formidable opponent, so Lu Chun, a new member of the Batian Society, would be the ideal target. In the Tianjiao camp, everyone could only rely on themselves. Any formidable weaponry, protective formations, and the like were strictly prohibited. The camp would provide standardized equipment. Even Lu Chen's Xingyue stone would pose no significant threat. As for the protection of the elders, that was out of the question. Anyone daring to violate the rules would face severe consequences. The Tianjiao camp is an extension of the Tianjiao ranking, which serves as the chessboard for the entire Great Xia's strategic contests. Not only the Batian Society, but even the Jiang family of Jiangnan must adhere to the rules. The latest intelligence revealed that Lu Chen's cultivation had advanced from the 1st to the 5th level of Rongqiao. Moreover, Jiang Yoji spoke solemnly. His talent is of the fire element, possibly even at the breaking limits level. Regarding how to target him, someone will inform you immediately after the meeting. Be cautious and avoid rash actions. Strategize before acting. The resolution to eliminate Lu Chun came from a certain elder of the Jiang family, and you must execute it well. If absolutely necessary, seek assistance from the prodigies of the Dragon clan. Upon hearing the term breaking limits, Jiang Chuyang's expression reflected confusion and astonishment. After all, both Jiang Wushuang of Sequence 1 and Jiang Yuanyao of Sequence 2 possessed breaking limits level talents. Just contemplating their strength sent a shiver down his spine. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Elder 13, if the situation becomes critical, may I directly eliminate him? Although he was merely the lowest ranking member of the Jiang family, Jiang Chuyang believed that killing Lu Chun would pose no challenge. It was certainly an option. However, if it could be avoided, it would be best to let him live to prevent the Batian Society's mad dogs from going berserk. Chapter 68. The Grand Opening of the Tianjiao Camp. 2 prodigious breaking limits talents. In the era of martial arts, year 581, September 28th, the 8 major battle zones of the Great Xia simultaneously inaugurated their Tianjiao camps. The competition for the Tianjiao ranking slots among various factions officially commenced. At 8 o'clock in the morning, at the main base of the Jiangnan battle zone, near the western city gate, a steady stream of vehicles departed. Most of these were transporting the prodigious talents from various major cities, some of whom were quite impressive. Upon exiting the city, they were directly escorted by their elders, soaring through the skies. For those of a higher caliber, they summoned formidable flying artifacts, transforming into streaks of light that traversed the heavens. At this moment, at the 25th entrance of the western city wall, as Sun Jinyue watched Lu Chun and his companions depart in their vehicle, he sighed. It appears my initial decision was indeed astute. Beside him, Sun Qinyun understood the implications of his words. Her gaze lingered on the departing vehicle, memories flooding her mind. Your earlier resolution was quite a gamble, placing the entire Sun family in a subordinate position to little Chen, even utilizing all the family's liquid assets to acquire the black gold magnet. Should Lu Chen falter, our Sun family might suffer greatly. To that end, I even eliminated 2 elders who incited dissent, barely maintaining order. As the vehicle vanished from sight, the former dissenters, hesitators, and conspirators now seemed invigorated, their eyes towards him filled with fervor. Turning to the elder, she sentimentally remarked, "Our Sun family is about to undergo a transformation." Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Sun Jinyue displayed no sense of pride, shaking his head with a smile. The Sun family's progress to this day is not due to me, but to little Chen. His journey is still long. A premonition lingered in the elder's mind as he gazed into the distance. This celestial camp may indeed be the starting point for little Chen's ascension. Like the great rock that rises with the winds, soaring to 90,000 miles. Perhaps it won't be long before the young man from Linsong becomes renowned across the Great Xia. We must not lag behind. We must continue to implement our previous strategy, centering our actions around little Chen's needs. He paused briefly, directing his attention to Sun Qinyun. I spoke with you about family matters yesterday. I will fully delegate authority to you. Remember what I said. Only after fulfilling little Chen's needs can our Sun family leverage his influence to gradually develop. By the way, I have investigated the Batian association behind little Chen. It is even more powerful than I imagined. It truly resembles a vast sky. I will not elaborate further, but I must emphasize, many within the family are already aware of our connection with little Chen and will gradually learn of the Batian association's existence. You must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Anyone from the Sun family who attempts to leverage little Chen or the Batian association for their own gain must be dealt with decisively. Remember, this applies to everyone. As the foremost family in Linsong City, the combined number of direct and collateral relatives of the Sun family is certainly not insignificant. Moreover, when considering hired guests, warriors, and their respective families, nearly 1,000 individuals depend on the Sun family for their livelihood. With such a multitude, diverse thoughts may arise, potentially leading to complications. Thus, they must be eliminated. There are more than enough people. Unifying the entire Sun family is paramount. A moment of ruthlessness is far preferable to facing insurmountable troubles later, leading to the Sun family's utter demise. Upon hearing these words, Sun Qinyun shuddered and replied earnestly, "Understood. I shall establish a family enforcement team to ensure this matter is executed." The elder nodded in agreement, his storage ring glimmering subtly as he retrieved 2 large beads, beginning to toy with them. Today, several meetings awaited him, all with the upper echelons of the mining association. He needed to manage that group of old-timers. A strong backing is indeed invaluable, and one must avoid unnecessary troubles in everyday matters. Lu Chen had already paved the way for the Sun family, resulting in a favorable situation. Sun Jinyue was acutely aware of this. As the 2 departed, 2 figures watched them from the restricted area above the city wall of Section 25. The Sun family possesses some impressive qualities, Xiao Yuanlong remarked, adding, especially this elder son. He knows his limits, understands when to advance and retreat, and acts decisively. Were it not for his cultivation constraints, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable individual. In the era of martial arts, ordinary people or low-tier martial artists rarely achieve prominence unless they possessed extraordinary intelligence. Naturally, Xiao Yuanlong, backed by the Batian society, had a refined perspective. Objectively speaking, it was quite remarkable that Sun Jinyue had risen from nothing to elevate the Sun family to the pinnacle of Linjiang City. Indeed, Ma Jingyang nodded in agreement, smiling. I had intended to sever ties between Xiao Chun and them if the Sun family dared to exploit the Batian society's name. However, it seems unnecessary now. With Sun Jinyue at the helm and aligning with Xiao Chun, their rise is inevitable. Contemplating further, he added, in that case, I shall handle the matter concerning the Jiang family's intention to act against Sun Jinyue, serving as a deterrent as well. Within the main base of this war zone, while the mining association may not be a dominant force, they do have grandmasters overseeing them. It is rather disheartening for a newcomer, particularly one from a lesser background in Weiqing, to gain such prominence. Not only is their reputation tarnished, but the division of interests will surely lead to a reshuffling. Amidst the brewing resentment, some individuals hastily sought out the Jiang family, the rivals of the Batian society, offering substantial sums. These developments had not escaped the watchful eyes of the Batian society. Ha ha ha, then I extend my gratitude to Master Ma on behalf of Xiao Chun. Qiao Yuanlong chuckled. Heaven aids those who help themselves. There are matters Sun Jinyue could scarcely fathom. Such trivialities are inconsequential. Ma Jingyang playfully draped his arm around Qiao Yuanlong's shoulder, grinning. Now, Xiao Qiao, do tell me the details about Xiao Chun. Are you withholding something from me and Master Ba? Just as he finished speaking, a figure shot in from the distance, landing steadily before them, none other than Li Bagong. Upon arrival, he immediately stated, I have made contact with those familiar with the Tianjiao camp. If the Jiang family truly dares to act within, they will not stand idly by. By the way, there is another piece of news. The overall commander of our Jiang and Tianjiao camp has been transferred from the capital. I trust you are all aware of this? Hehe. Matters are far from simple. He tantalizingly piqued their curiosity. Seeing the two men gazing at him with expressions of confusion, he continued, not only in our Jiang and Tianjiao camp, but the airborne overall commander, the same applies to the other major war zones. Moreover, all those reassigned to various locations hail from a singular origin, the capital, the Ying family. Upon hearing the name Ying, both Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong's faces grew solemn. Rather than asserting that the apex of the Great Xia's social hierarchy comprises the 8 prominent families, it is more accurate to state that the Ying family stands in a league of its own. After all, the founders of the other 7 families have either perished or been gravely wounded. Conversely, the head of the Ying family remains very much alive, and his cultivation level is entirely unfathomable. The fact that the Ying family directs the Tianjiao camps across all war zones is not without its merits. At least it alleviates concerns about Xiao Chun being subjected to underhanded tactics. Having conveyed this, Li Bagong suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, before I arrived, what were you discussing? Something about Xiao Chen's background? Ma Jingyang promptly replied, in recent days, I've been running around with 8 master trying to establish connections for Xiao Chun. Yet this fellow is simply lounging in his villa, sipping tea and listening to music, living like a celestial being. After saying this, he pointed at Qiu Yuanlong and chuckled. 8 master, I have reason to suspect that Qiu Shixi is concealing something from us. Hearing this, Qiu Yuanlong could hardly withstand the pressure. He quickly waved his hands in a flustered manner, exclaiming, No. I was going to reveal it eventually. I thought to keep a little surprise for you both. But it seems that it's no longer feasible. Li Bagong and Ma Jingyang exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity, and promptly urged him on. Could it be that besides the limit-breaking fire ability, there are other hidden talents within Lu Chen? 8 master, Ma master. Since I've begun, I might as well divulge everything. Qiu Yuanlong said, his excitement bubbling over. Xiao Chen's talent is a tricolor with 1 gold. Among the tricolor, there is fire and possibly an innate understanding. And the remaining 1, do you recall? Ma Jingyang interjected, defensive ability. I personally verified it. How could I possibly forget? Li Bagong added, this talent has been recorded in history. It requires corresponding cultivation techniques to be activated. The higher the rank of the technique, the better the defensive effect. Our ancestor is already searching for heavenly grade defensive techniques for Xiao Chun. What? Our esteemed ancestor has forsaken even her mahjong to seek techniques for Xiao Chun? As the two men became increasingly perplexed, he casually set up a barrier to isolate the surroundings and continued. Xiao Chen's defensive talent has also mutated. He can enhance his defenses autonomously without needing a technique. I've already conducted experiments. Thus far, I had to suppress my cultivation to the 2nd level of the Grandmaster stage to breach his defenses. Ma Jingyang felt as though his heart skipped a beat, trembling as he stammered, limit-breaking, yet another limit-breaking ability? Is there no sense of fairness in this world? Even a titan like Li Bagong found this utterly inconceivable. In the illustrious 600 years of the martial Dao era, those possessing dual limit-breaking talents could be counted on one hand, with the ancestor of the Ying family being one such rarity. The guardian of the battlefield beyond the realms for 5 centuries can certainly be counted among them. My own ancestral master must surely be included as well. Who else could there be? After a moment of contemplation, he erupted in anger. Damn it. Had I known this would be the case, I wouldn't have to run around everywhere, spending all my goodwill. With that time, I might as well seek out the lady in the red dress. After casting a glare at Qiu Yuanlong, he abruptly departed, presumably to pursue his own desires. Those who understand. As for Lu Chun, he harbored no worries. Could he possibly withstand Qiu Yuanlong's suppression at the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm? What a joke. Although Qiu Yuanlong was the least impressive within the Batian Association, he was undoubtedly a standout among his peers in the outside world, fully capable of engaging in battles beyond his level. With a hearty laugh, he embraced Qiu Yuanlong, exclaiming, Ah, my dear Qiu. You've kept this from me for far too long. Come, accompany me to drink some mighty whip liquor. The top-grade whip I procured is 32 meters long, and the brew it produces is simply exhilarating. Last time you managed to escape, but this time, you must indulge for several days. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuanlong turned pale. Not every man relishes whip liquor. Moreover, Ma Jingyang's concoctions are infused with potent ingredients. Even a typical skyward practitioner would fall into a stupor for half a month after just a sip. Even though Qiu Yuanlong was at the 9th level of Grandmaster, he too would succumb if he overindulged. Poor Qiu, still a solitary bachelor, was destined to suffer. In the Jiangnan War Zone's main base, approximately 100 miles beyond the western city gate, this area was once a fertile plain with a high population density before the martial era. However, following the upheaval of heaven and earth, several towering mountains abruptly rose from the ground, creating a stark contrast. The flatland was now overgrown with dense vegetation, reminiscent of a primeval jungle. From a high vantage point, one could discern a vast expanse of greenery that had been entirely erased, replaced by a modernized, militarized town. Watchtowers adorned all 4 corners, with buildings of varying heights, the tallest reaching about 10 stories. At the heart of this town lay a sprawling training ground, accompanied by a grand podium. This was the Tianjiao camp of the Jiangnan war zone. At this very moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. The sound of numerous armed transport aircraft hard at work. They surged from all directions, delivering supplies to the warehouses. Among the most eye-catching were the special cages suspended beneath, some containing people, while others imprisoned ferocious beasts. On the ground, to the east of the Tianjiao camp, facing the main base's western city gate, personnel were registering the information of new arrivals. Meanwhile, on the other three sides, massive transport vehicles moved in and out in an orderly manner, creating a scene of bustling activity. Upon disembarking from their vehicle at a distance from the registration area, Lu Chen and his companions were immediately taken aback by the sight before them. What in the world? Are those people from the ancient divine church hanging in those cages? So many in black robes? Wait, are there also several red-robed grandmasters at the sword-bearer level? Sun Qi exclaimed in horror, pointing to the sky. After their harrowing encounter with the ancient divine church upon their arrival at the main base, they had naturally sought out the relevant information. Regarding the structure of this faction, I possess a certain understanding. The gray robe represents the lowest tier, typically embodying the extraordinary realm. The black robe holds a slightly higher status, serving as the order enforcer, residing within the realms of the merging aperture and sky domination. However, the red robe level is truly formidable, revered as the sword bearer within the ancient divine sect, a title that only a master can assume. Lu Chen observed for a while. Sun Qi immediately expressed his distress, wryly remarking, using a master as a whetstone. Aren't you afraid of shattering the blade? This is disastrous. I'm feeling rather anxious. Lu Chen patted his shoulder, offering a smile without uttering a word. The command center of the prodigy camp is certainly not foolish. They are well aware of a master's combat prowess and will undoubtedly implement restrictions. As his gaze casually swept around, he noted many young faces in the vicinity, some accompanied by their elders. After all, they are all prodigies. Moreover, their faces radiated unparalleled confidence and excitement. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly noticed someone in the distance gazing at him. Upon focusing his gaze, he recognized a familiar figure, Jiang Chuyang. Their eyes briefly met for less than a second, yet Lu Chen sensed a distinct killing intent in the other's gaze. Is the Jiang family planning to take action against me within the prodigy camp? Lu Chen chuckled internally, pondering. Do they not fear that the elite contestants they send might be eradicated by me? Lu Ge, what's wrong? Sun Qi inquired. Following Lu Chen's line of sight, but seeing nothing of concern, he expressed his confusion. Your gaze just now was quite something. Did you spot a beauty? As Sun Qi began to look around, Huang Linglan, irritated, directly pinched him in the side. It's Jiang Chuyang from the Jiang family, Lin Xie remarked, casting a worried glance at Lu Chen. Previously, in the Xingyue market, they had relied on the moonstone for intimidation. However, now that they are within the prodigy camp, those external items are rendered useless. Though her mind was racing with thoughts, she maintained a composed exterior. Upon hearing Jiang Chuyang's name, Sun Qi fell silent, lost in contemplation. Just as the four were about to proceed to report, a figure approached from behind, beaming with enthusiasm as he introduced himself. Greetings, handsome gentlemen and lovely ladies. I am Liang Mingqiu. Observing his countenance, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and calmly remarked, we have met, the last time at the testing center. You received a slap from Uncle Qiu. No pain, no gain, right? By the way, take this. It might be of use to you, he said, handing over a note. When Lu Chen remained indifferent, Liang Mingqiu directly shoved it into Sun Qi's hand. We are friends, not foes. Feel free to seek my assistance when necessary. With a casual wave, Liang Mingqiu slipped his hands into his pockets, swaying towards the reporting station, his gaze wandering among the girls. Hearing the immense roar overhead, he looked up, his expression suddenly turning indifferent. Are they using us from the ancient divine sect as a whetstone? There's even a sword bearer amongst them. His eyes glinted with coldness, a hint of frenzied rage bubbling beneath the surface. This sword, it is bound to explode. I shall see how many it can annihilate. He gazed ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Continuing to sway with his dance steps, he moved forward in a rhythmic manner. Not far behind, Sun Qi inquired with curiosity, Lu Ge, who is that fellow? He appears rather impressive. No need to pay him any mind. He is akin to a rabid dog. Lu Chen felt an instinctive aversion towards Liang Mingqiu. Moreover, the perceptive Hong Shuang echoed in his mind, cautioning that this individual was perilous and of dubious character. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Qi unfolded a slip of paper. His expression shifted dramatically as he trembled while passing it over. It bore the following inscription. The Jiang family has a total of 8 individuals entering the Tianjiao camp. The list is as follows. Jiang Wushuang. Jiang family's new generation number 1, extraordinary talent, 9th level of sky mastery, with a record of. Jiang Yuanyao, Jiang family's number 2, extraordinary talent, 9th level of sky mastery. Lu Chen, we are allies, not foes. We can unite against the Jiang family. Sun Qi's face turned pale. It's not worth it for us to fall here. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Although they had only arrived at the main base a few days prior, they possessed a fundamental understanding of the Jiang family. To encapsulate it in a phrase, the Jiang family is the local emperor of the Jiangnan battle zone. To incur the wrath of such a powerful force is tantamount to sealing one's fate. Why panic? Lu Chen grinned. Is it a dragon's den or a tigeress lair? Then I must venture forth. Noticing Sun Qi's intent to speak further, he added, you ought to read fewer novels from centuries past. Those web fictions from the age of technology are merely the author's imaginative musings, undeniably captivating, yet. But now martial arts have endured for 600 years. Have you ever seen a formidable warrior who thrived merely by surviving? Those titans, did they not carve their path with countless heads rolling to prove their indomitable spirit? Martial arts. Without blood to pave the way, what path exists? One step back, and you shall retreat indefinitely. After a few invigorating words, Sun Qi's face flushed with fervor, and he bellowed, let us crush the Jiang family's rubbish. Lu Gu, you are right. If we concede this time, we'll continue to concede. Isn't that akin to being a turtle? Just as he finished his passionate declaration, he noticed that he was utterly alone. Lu Chen and the others had distanced themselves, appearing as if they did not know him. Sun Qi was taken aback. Suddenly realizing that those passing by were casting odd glances in his direction, even the staff at the registration desk scrutinized him. What the hell? What on earth did I just say? Can anyone hear my explanation? Chapter 69, Mysterious Penglai. Encountering Master Song Chiefing again. The Dispersed Power Child, Shichuanxiu. A combined chapter. At the registration area of the Tianjiao camp, there were over a dozen bustling registration points. The registration process was not cumbersome. After matching basic information such as appearance, fingerprints, and iris scans, a special identity wristband would be issued, along with the designation of their camp. The four of them queued and swiftly completed the registration. Upon entering through the open gates, they saw figures stationed every few meters in the spacious area to their right. The presence of those individuals was utterly unmasked. It was evident that they were all grandmasters. A glance revealed perhaps 50 of them, under such a terrifying aura. Each genius entering the camp felt their breath catch, their hearts seemingly skipping a beat. Even Lu Chen was momentarily stunned by this grand display. It was the first time he had encountered so many grandmasters. Sun Qi lowered his voice and continued, our numbers are consecutive. We must be assigned to the same squad. Come on, I can hardly wait to see who our instructor is. Before them, each grandmaster was marked by a series of identification numbers, corresponding to the students under their tutelage. The four of them hastened forward, finally slowing down in the central area of the grandmaster assembly. Their numbers range from 0436 to 0439. For 38 is Sun Qi's. He seems to feel particularly targeted. At that moment, the three of them gazed at the number range on the ground, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Lu Chen's face. He was staring at a certain instructor, who had also noticed him, and even this formidable grandmaster displayed a glimmer of evasion in his eyes. Here, we truly are under the same instructor. Sun Qi halted a few meters in front of a particular grandmaster, lifting his gaze from the ground to the man, whose expression instantly became quite remarkable. Grandmaster Song Chiefing. Upon hearing this, the latter's eyelids twitched. The very thing he feared most had indeed come to pass. Damn it, how could I encounter you again? He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as he inquired, you four, are you assigned to my side? Sun Qi blinked, confirming once more, and awkwardly nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Chen strolled forward, grinning as he exclaimed, indeed, Grandmaster Song, long time no see. As he spoke, he carefully observed Song Chiefing's face, which had returned to its normal hue, devoid of any trace of pallor. It seemed that the poison had been thoroughly eradicated in just a few days. However, looking at Lu Chen's smile, Song Chiefing couldn't shake the feeling that there was something hidden behind it. Seeing that he was about to say something further, Song Chiefing quickly shot him a stern look and said, enough chatter. Get in line. Once everyone has arrived, I will explain the rules to you. Once the four of them stood behind him, Song Chiefing's expression suddenly morphed into one of despondency. As someone currently enduring social death, his best strategy was to retreat to a place where no one knew him. Initially, he had considered heading to the Grey Mist Sea front line, but that area had stabilized recently and did not require the assistance of a grandmaster. Thus, he had no choice but to settle for becoming an instructor at the Tianjiao camp. He reasoned that if he could withstand these 2 months, the embarrassment of his social demise would surely fade away. Those humiliating titles, such as the love-stricken hero Song Green, the Jade Song, Grandmaster 100% with a dagger, would no longer haunt him. Yet, just as he envisioned a brighter tomorrow, the very individuals who had witnessed his social death appeared before him once more. What a vexing situation, filled with the presence of several younger generations. Song Chiefing expressed his deep sorrow, feeling that the world was imbued with malice towards him. At that moment, behind him, Sun Qi was playfully winking at Lu Chen, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable curiosity. He silently mouthed, what on earth? Master Song is still in Jiangnan. However, upon uttering this thought, he noticed something amiss in Lu Chen's gaze. Turning around, he was suddenly struck by fear. Unbeknownst to him, Song Chiefing had turned to face him, his expression as impassive as ever. Sun Chi gasped in fright, involuntarily exclaiming. Almost immediately, he felt a kick to his rear, sending him flying several meters away. If you keep messing around, don't blame me for serving you a set meal during training, Song Chifeng declared with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sun Chi hurriedly scrambled to his feet and approached with an ingratiating smile. Please, Master Song. I was wrong. I promise to behave from now on. That kick had been delivered with finesse rather than force, merely nudging him a few meters away, hence it did not hurt. In truth, the talented youths of Linsong City were well aware of Song Chifeng's character. He was fair and impartial, possessing a gentle temperament. When he had previously brought everyone to the main base, he had patiently guided them in their cultivation during the journey, displaying great patience. Because of this, both Sun Chi and Lu Chun felt at ease around him. That's good to know. Song Chifeng maintained his stoic facade, embodying the aloofness expected of a master. With a cold snort, he turned away, awaiting the arrival of his team. As time passed, more individuals began to join the gathering. All 10 qualifiers from Linsong City's martial examination had finally assembled. Upon seeing Lu Chun, expressions of delight spread across their faces, and they began chattering excitedly. A few displayed their admiration quite overtly, almost sycophantically. However, with Sun Chi present, he effortlessly wielded the pride of Linsong's foremost young master, keeping those eager admirers at bay, rendering them silent. Since the Xingyi Weifang incident, Lu Chen's reputation had spread throughout the main base. It was hardly surprising that some from Linsong City had recognized him and sought to curry favor. Are we still waiting for someone? Sun Chi scanned the area, noting that there were already 20 individuals aligned with Master Song Chifeng. The 2 other masters had already departed with their groups, and by this time, the registration area was eerily quiet, with only sporadic arrivals. The stipulated time was noon, and any arrivals beyond that would forfeit their qualifications. Half an hour later, the surroundings were desolate, save for the gathering of people in this spot. It was 11:55, and both Sun Chi and the others were becoming increasingly impatient. Although there was no particular advantage to leaving early, the sight of other teams departing made them eager to catch up. Here he comes, Lu Chen quietly remarked, gazing towards the registration area. In his line of sight, a young boy was hurrying towards them, his long black hair tied in a Taoist bun, clad in a faded gray robe, carrying nothing but a thermos in hand. After completing the registration, he hurriedly approached, standing before Song Chifeng and hastily offering his apologies. I sincerely apologize. I lost my bag and lacked funds for a taxi, so I ran all the way here. I have kept the master and my fellow classmates waiting. Having said this, he bowed slightly towards Lu Chen as well. It's quite all right. Please join the team. Song Chifeng nodded, his demeanor gentle as he addressed everyone. Now that we are all gathered, let us proceed to the resting area, where I will explain the rules. Curiously, Sun Chi inquired, is there no opening ceremony? I was hoping to catch a glimpse of the chief commander to avoid not recognizing him later. Song Chifeng shook his head. Originally, there were such formalities, but they were cancelled at the last moment. Furthermore, I must admit, even we instructors have yet to meet the chief commander. With that, he led the group deeper into the Tianjiao camp. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's gaze remained fixated on the last entrant, the young Taoist. There was something peculiarly intriguing about this individual. Logically, a martial artist should exude an aura of spiritual energy, enhancing their physical presence and acting as a source of radiance. Below the master realm, despite efforts to conceal it, a trace of energy should still leak through. Yet, strangely, Lu Chen felt no energetic fluctuations from the young Taoist. He appeared as ordinary as any common person. If he were to close his eyes, the surrounding talents would resemble human-shaped fireballs. Yet the young Taoist seemed to vanish like a wisp of wind. Not only Lu Chen, but even Hong Shuang shared this perception. Within Master Song's team, comprising 21 individuals, 20 hailed from Linsong City and Yunjia City, leaving him as the sole outlier. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen decided to suppress his curiosity and refrain from further scrutiny. Just then, the young Taoist approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. You have been observing me, perhaps questioning my cultivation level? Although there appears to be some misunderstanding, I can offer you a technique for energy concealment that would allow you to achieve my level. Considering your rank, you should be at the 5th level of the Earth tier. Lu Chen. Noticing his bewildered expression, the young Taoist continued earnestly, before our departure. My master cast a divination for me, revealing the Fire-Earth Advancement Hexagram, which foretold that I would encounter greatness through fire and find my voice in the earth. At the time, I was rather perplexed until I laid eyes upon you, realizing you are the noble person my master spoke of. Sun Chi, standing nearby, listened intently to this exchange, muttering under his breath, is this the kind of eccentricity we see from Taoists these days? It all seems rather dubious. Dear friend, the young Taoist turned to him. Maintaining his composure, I sense your talent lies within the spiritual realm. I can bestow upon you a corresponding technique, which, in terms of your tier, should be at the 2nd level of the Earth tier. Sun Chi. His face displayed astonishment as he quickly declared, from this day forth, Lu Chun is my elder brother, and you shall be my second brother. Allow me to pay my respects. He immediately prepared to bow. However, the young Taoist restrained him. His expression grave. Friend, I speak sincerely. Please do not bring misfortune upon me. You possess great fortune, and to bow to me would be akin to condemning me. Sun Chi blinked in surprise. The sudden surge of joy within me quickly transformed into a flicker of doubt. Do I possess great fortune? After a moment's reflection, I pointed at Lu Chun and inquired, what about him? The young priest scrutinized Lu Chun intently, stating, he is from the abyss. I dare not gaze at him too closely. Damn it. Sun Chi waved his hand dismissively, choosing to ignore the ramblings of this seemingly deranged priest. Beside him, Huang Linglan stifled a giggle, while Lin Xie's lips curled slightly, evidently perceiving the man's earnestness as nothing more than absurdity. Noble figures indeed. Lu Chen found the notion equally ludicrous. Just as he prepared to conclude the conversation, he received a transmission from Song Chifeng. This priest is named Feng Qingyang and hails from Penglai. While I cannot ascertain the veracity of his claims, one must not underestimate that place. According to certain rumors, the ancient ancestor of Penglai was a remarkable individual. After the advent of the martial era, he, a fervent admirer of the martial arts novels from the old world, managed to recreate the techniques depicted within those tales using the existing systems of spiritual energy and blood vitality. He even devised several celestial-grade techniques, such as the 9-yang divine art, the 6 meridians divine sword, and the formless art, among others. These revelations undoubtedly left Lu Chun in a state of profound shock. To his knowledge, the majority of advanced techniques currently in the Great Xia Empire were derived from various secret realms and relics, with few being the product of martial artists' ingenuity. Yet, in this moment, his understanding was irrevocably transformed. In his ears, Song Chifeng continued to convey, it is said that the ancestor of Penglai once sought to create a technique known as the Biming divine art. However, midway through its development, he was slain by a powerful figure in the capital. Presently, Penglai remains suspended overseas, shrouded in the depths of the misty sea, eluding discovery. For reasons unknown, they have suddenly chosen to reach out to Jiangnan, expressing a willingness to send disciples to join the talented camp. This information constituted the entirety of what Song Chifeng knew. After succinctly summarizing, he returned his focus to leading the group toward their resting place. You knew this all along, yet I did not witness you casting any divination. Lu Chen exclaimed, there is no need for such surprise, my friend. I merely inferred from the changes in your expression, the young priest replied. My name, bestowed upon me by my master, is Feng Qingyang. However, I am not fond of it as it belongs to a character in someone else's story. You may call me Shi Chunqiu, derived from Xiaoyaoyu. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I am Lu Chun, and these are my companions, Sun Qi, Lin Xie, and Huang Linglan. After introducing everyone, Lu Chen began to perceive, through Song Chifeng's explanations, that this enigmatic Penglai was indeed a veritable treasury of martial techniques. Although that legendary ancestor had met his demise, who could possibly fathom the extent of his creations? If such treasures were so readily offered, it would surely defy logic. While others may falter, I shall prevail. Shi Chunqiu offered no further elaboration but continued, I shall grant you both a technique. Yet I have a small request. Pray, do tell, Lu Chen pondered, deciding to lend an ear to the young priest's proposal. I wish to join your ranks. Firstly, you are my destined benefactor. Secondly, I require your assistance. Shi Chunqiu suddenly paused for a few seconds, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he admitted, do not be deceived by my calm demeanor. In truth, I am quite inexperienced and rather anxious. I fear you may laugh at me, but I must confess, I am not yet a martial artist. Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder he could not sense any aura of blood or energy. It turned out he was truly an ordinary person. Sun Chi found it hard to believe and stammered, you are not a martial artist, yet you dare to participate in the talent camp? Shi Chunqiu, perplexed, responded, why should I not dare? After all, I have you all. This statement, it seemed, held some merit. Chapter 70, The Latter Battle and the Ultimate Combat. The frenzied slaughter is about to commence. After a brief period of interaction, Lu Chun decided to temporarily accept Shi Chunqiu, opting to observe him for a while before making a final judgment. For him, notions of encountering a noble benefactor were mere illusions. He preferred something tangible, such as martial arts techniques. It was indeed challenging for Shi Chunqiu to integrate into their small circle, and for Lu Chun to regard him as one of their own was akin to an uphill battle. It was either like Sun Qi, who had known everyone for a long time and had come from the same city, or like the Batian Association, which had Xiao Yuanlong as a common link. Aside from these, the only way to commence was through exchanges of mutual benefit. In the face of self-interest, everyone would shed their fa-aids and reveal their true thoughts. At this moment, a group of 5 trailed at the end of the line. Sun Qi, as a scion of a prominent family, occasionally struck up conversations with Shi Chunqiu, and before long, they were jokingly linking arms. They transitioned from discussing local customs to their martial cultivations, and from street delicacies to barbecued fierce beasts. Lu Chun, listening nearby, could not help but smile. Despite Sun Qi's usual cheerful demeanor, he was undoubtedly astute, subtly probing for information. After all, being from a wealthy background and having numerous connections, when he truly engaged, his eloquence was impressive. leaving Shi Chuanxiu from Penglai utterly astonished, wishing he could pledge brotherhood on the spot. Before long, they all arrived at their resting place, a spacious room resembling a classroom, vast and empty. From today onward, for the next 2 months, until the talent camp closes, I shall remain here, day and night. Song Chifeng was the first to take a seat, gesturing for everyone to sit down as well, continuing, should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out here at any time. 21 gifted individuals sat before him, holding their breath and attentively listening. Lu Chun and the others were no exception. They knew they were about to learn the trial rules of the talent camp. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. Song Chifeng surveyed the room and solemnly stated, your presence here serves as testament to your potential and strength. However, the talent camp is an immense undertaking, with investments that are astronomical, beyond your imagination. You must remember, this camp is ruthless. Its purpose is relentless elimination. Each day, failures will be weeded out. To not advance is to regress. Those who do not meet the standards will be sent away. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The talented individuals from the 2 great cities, initially brimming with excitement and confidence, gradually transformed into a solemn demeanor. Whispers began to circulate among some of them. Song Chifeng remained unperturbed, allowing everyone to take their time to settle down. Within Lu Chen's small circle, he and Lin Xie felt no pressure. Huang Linglan maintained her composure, well aware that she was merely riding the wave alongside Qi Bao. However, Sun Qi displayed evident signs of tension, her fists clenched involuntarily. As for the last member, Shi Chunxiu, he simply unscrewed his thermos and took a few sips. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, he offered an awkward smile, hesitating for a few seconds before extending the cup towards him. Boss, are you thirsty? This term of endearment was learned from Sun Qi. It was evident that Song Chifeng's words had not unsettled him, yet the act of offering his thermos to Lu Chen made him feel particularly awkward, his grip tight. I'm not thirsty, thank you, Lu Chen replied, shaking his head. Ah, all right. At that moment, Song Chifeng cleared his throat and continued, with the psychological expectations set. I shall now elaborate on the official rules. The duration of the talented camp is a total of 2 months. During this period, 500 participants will be reduced to 50, who will then compete for the prestigious rankings of the Great Xia. According to the outline plan, these 2 months are divided into 3 main parts. The first part lasts 1 month, while the second spans half a month. At that point, the remaining 700 individuals will enter the wilderness to engage in a hunting mode, resulting in the elimination of 500 participants. The third part, also the final half month, follows. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's first thought was about the timing of the Jiang family's actions, particularly in the wilderness where the chances of engagement are significantly heightened. He felt no fear, rather, anticipation bubbled within him. The wilderness was his domain. If he were to eliminate the Jiang family's prodigy and then allow Red Frost to devour them, he wondered what level of martial arts techniques he might gain in return. In the 600 years of the martial arts era, the Jiang family has consistently stood at the pinnacle within the Jiangnan battle zone, unwavering as they observe the ebb and flow of the world. The accumulation of their strength and heritage is beyond imagination. Not to mention, when he entered the camp, Liang Mingxiu handed him a note detailing the circumstances of the 8 members of the Jiang family. The top 2 possessed limit-breaking talents. Seeing this information, Lu Chen felt no surprise. If the esteemed Jiang family, one of the 8 great clans, did not have prodigies with limit-breaking potential, that would indeed be concerning. Moreover, besides the Jiang family's prodigies, there was also the East Sea Dragon clan. At the very least, the kneeling Ao Feng would undoubtedly seek a way to eliminate both him and Sun Qi. If he were to be devoured as well, would that count as regular or special feedback? The feedback mechanism of Red Frost is twofold. Devouring ferocious beasts yields energy, while devouring warriors grants martial arts techniques. Yet, the East Sea Dragon clan, fundamentally regarded as beasts, have assumed human forms and practice martial arts techniques. Well, all would be revealed in due time. Lu Chun reined in his thoughts and resolved to ponder no further. At this moment, Song Chifeng waited a few minutes, allowing those below to digest what had just been said. Once he deemed sufficient time had passed, he raised his arm to reveal the silver bracelet adorning his wrist. Now, let me elucidate the heavenly ladder battle, he proclaimed. First, activate your bracelets and bind them to mine by entering 4399 into the interface. I will facilitate the activation of your terminals. As each individual activated their bracelet, a faint blue holographic screen materialized, displaying various details. Virtual Divine Realm exclusive terminal for the Great Xia S top talents. Binder, Lu Chun, ID, 0439, affiliation, Jiangnan Battle Zone. Cultivation level, 5th layer of fusion aperture. Heavenly Ladder Battle ranking. Enter Heavenly Ladder Battle. Upon locating the button Song Chifeng mentioned, Lu Chun entered 4399, successfully binding his device to Song Chifeng's. After the others completed their actions, Song Chifeng reiterated, now, everyone click, enter Heavenly Ladder Battle. Gently pressing his finger against the holographic screen, Lu Chun watched as Sun Qi and others materialized beside him. This signifies the consciousness entering Lu Chun's being, he mused inwardly, surveying his surroundings. He noted an assembly of masters, accompanied by their disciples, engaging in discussions. A preliminary estimation suggested that there were certainly several hundred masters present. With the multitude of disciples surrounding them, the total number likely exceeded 10,000. Had all the students of the 8 elite camps across the Great Xia converged here? Lu Chen pondered. Before long, Song Qifeng also entered the venue. He provided little further explanation of the locale and directly stated, upon entering the virtual divine realm, simply utter your intent, and the heavenly ladder battle will commence. He continued, random matching will occur, with your opponents also being from the elite camps, though not necessarily from Jiangnan. After each battle, points will be adjusted based on the outcome and other factors. Listening intently, Lu Chen felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. The mechanics of this heavenly ladder battle bore striking resemblance to competitive online games from his previous life, such as certain popular titles. After outlining the fundamental rules, Song Qifeng emphasized the core concept, elimination. Based on the overall rankings, each battle zone would eliminate a portion of participants daily. The information regarding eliminations would be directly displayed on the bracelets. Once all details had been conveyed, Song Qifeng exhaled with relief and smiled gently. Does anyone have further inquiries? Lu Chen raised his hand. Master Song, I have 2 questions. First, upon entering the virtual divine realm, the bracelet's holographic screen indicated that one could set their own title and appearance. This implies that it is not necessary to provide real identity information for the heavenly ladder battle? Song Qifeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this aspect is not enforced, effectively preventing the exposure of one's hidden cards. Lu Chen continued, my second question, is the virtual divine realm absolutely fair and secure? This query was paramount, particularly for Lu Chen. It was akin to exposing all of his previously tested talents of 3 colors and 1 gold. Understanding Lu Chen's concerns, Song Qifeng smiled reassuringly. The virtual divine realm is vast beyond measure, encompassing the entirety of the Great Xia, accessible through your terminals. In this realm, absolute security prevails, and there is no need to worry about the slightest breach of privacy. What you are granted access to is merely an exceedingly minuscule fraction. Let us briefly recount its origins. Song Qifeng suddenly fell silent, and after a few moments, he sighed, revealing, for centuries ago, a legendary figure endowed with limit-breaking mental prowess donated his head before his demise, which was subsequently transformed by numerous researchers into the nucleus of the virtual divine realm. This place stands as the sole sanctuary untouched by any individual's dominion. Naturally, entry into the virtual divine realm is not permitted for just anyone. Only a grandmaster can withstand the pressure of divine consciousness. The area specifically allocated for you has been diminished by several magnitudes. Upon hearing this, Sun Qi, seated beside Lu Chen, abruptly raised his head, his eyes seemingly stirred. This was because he too had awakened a mental talent, albeit at a mere level. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than his figure vanished entirely. In the lounge, Song Qifeng succinctly elucidated the rules of extreme battle alongside the ladder battle. This concept is considerably more brutal. Every 3 days, each participant must enter the octagonal cage to engage in combat with designated ferocious beasts. Besides these beasts, one may also encounter individuals from the ancient divine church. Inside that cage, the stakes are life and death, with a tangible risk of perishing. Of course, one may refuse to participate in the combat, but the consequence would be disqualification. Upon absorbing the regulations of extreme battle, the majority in the lounge turned pale, some fidgeting restlessly. Although the assigned ferocious beasts would not be excessively formidable, the very title extreme battle signifies a necessity to exert oneself to the utmost. A single misstep could transform one into the prey of these beasts. In the ensuing hours, Song Qifeng guided the group through the entirety of the talented camp. The accommodation area and dining hall represented the most basic amenities. Beyond that, there existed a training zone. It is no exaggeration to assert that the training apparatus available within the camp surpasses that of the martial arts academy by several folds. Regardless of which aspect one wishes to refine, one can locate a corresponding functional room. At 3 in the afternoon, the team disbanded to indulge in leisurely activities, savoring the last moments of tranquility. Beginning tomorrow, all participants would embark on an intense series of battles and skirmishes. Day after day, there would be no respite. One would either be eliminated or advance. On the way back to the dormitory building, Sun Qi, with a distressed expression, lamented, Lu Gu, what am I to do? These rules are utterly outrageous. I fear I may not endure even 10 days before facing elimination. He then turned to the side, regarding Shi Chuanxiu with a puzzled look. Little Taoist, are you not afraid of being disqualified? Previously, when requesting to join Lu Chen's side, Shi Chuanxiu had expressed that he was not a martial artist and sought Lu Chen's protection, hoping to advance as a mere bystander. Yet now, whether in the ladder battle or the extreme battle, one cannot rely on others. Participation is mandatory. As for me, Shi Chuanxiu remarked, one hand clutching a thermos while the other scratched his head. In the case of the ladder battle, while I may not emerge victorious, I certainly won't suffer defeat. Theoretically, As long as I manage to avoid accruing penalty points, I shall not be eliminated. Something fell off in the air. Lu Chen and Sun Qi exchanged a bewildered glance, both momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Chunqiu continued, as for extreme battle, that is even simpler. I cannot win, yet neither can I lose. Whether it be ferocious beasts or the ancient deities, they are all beings of this world, are they not? Thus, I can reason with them, persuading them to refrain from violence. How increasingly absurd this was. Observing their expressions, a hint of pride crept onto Shi Chunqiu's face. He instinctively reached for his thermos but restrained himself, laughing. Don't be skeptical. Allow me to keep you in suspense. You'll understand in due time. Extreme battle occurs every 3 days. And once one enters the octagonal cage, it can be viewed from the outside. This was what he referred to. It seemed Shi Chunqiu suddenly recalled something and produced 3 jade slips from his bosom. These are the martial arts I promised you. All of them are of the earth rank. They consist of the breath concealment technique, the mental system, and the ice system. These jade slips contain the unique secrets of Panhwa. By placing them upon your forehead, you can absorb their information, after which they will self-destruct. There is but one stipulation. They are for personal study only and must not be disseminated. As for that friend Huang Linglan, he awkwardly added, it's not that I underestimate her. It's simply that she lacks the skills. I have no suitable techniques for her. Even if I gave them to her, she would not be able to practice them. Sun Qi instinctively glanced aside, relieved to find that Huang Linglan and Lin Xie had already retreated to another dormitory. Chapter 71. The First Battle. Lu Chen's Frustration. The Reclusive Victor. The next day, in the early hours, Lu Chen was roused from his slumber by the sound of rustling. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness. As a martial artist, his vision was naturally unimpeded. Slightly turning his head, he spotted a figure stealthily getting dressed. Who else could it be but Sun Qi? Each dormitory housed 4 bunks. Aside from Lu Chen, Sun Qi, and Shi Chunqiu, there was another individual from Linsong City, who was rather taciturn. What are you doing? Lu Chen inquired, tilting his head and lowering his voice. He glanced at the time. It was only 4 in the morning. While it mattered little to martial artists to lose some sleep, the talents in the camp faced daily battles, and the mental toll was significant, necessitating adequate rest. Sun Qi, startled by Lu Chen's sudden interruption, jumped slightly. He stiffly turned around and muttered, Lu Gu, I'm going to relieve myself. Then why are you dressed so neatly? Lu Chen replied, rolling over. Never mind, I'll accompany you. It's better with company. Sun Qi's expression instantly froze. Gritting his teeth, he implored, Lu Gu, I beg you, go back to sleep. Is it not acceptable for me to be honest? I'm preparing to head to the training room. Good heavens. Was this how the day began? Yet, how could he allow Qi to bear this burden alone? Lu Chen smiled faintly, nimbly leaping from his bed and donning his clothes in a few swift motions. Let us go together. Observing the bitter expression on Sun Qi's face, he added, with me as your sparring partner, you will be able to unleash your full potential. Sun Qi's urgency surged within him. He had been observing closely and sensed the subtle transformation within Fu Ji's heart. Upon departing from Linsong City towards the main base, after encountering an ambush by the ancient god sect in the valley, Sun Qi had spoken far less than before. Not long ago, after the incident at Xingyue Square, he had not only seen his own dignity trampled by the Dragon Clan's prodigy Ao Feng, but he also failed to protect Huang Linglan. The blow was indeed monumental for any man. Although Lu Chen had resolved the matter subsequently, some things are not so easily forgotten. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Qi's face brightened with surprise. Father, let us depart. In the stillness of the night, just as the two reached the dormitory entrance, they discovered a figure seated nearby, Shi Chunqiu. This fellow was quietly holding a thermos, silently observing the pair. While envious of their bond, he felt that such matters could certainly include him. Shi Chunqiu stood up and smiled. The techniques I gifted you, though I have not practiced them myself, I comprehend fully. Thus, the duo transformed into a trio. As they stealthily exited the dormitory building, the expressions of the three became exceedingly vivid. On the path to the training area, there were at least 100 figures. Everyone was intensely striving. Sun Qi exclaimed vehemently, I thought I was the only one pushing myself, but others are even more relentless. Damn it. The most irritating are those with great talent who work exceptionally hard. Before long, they arrived at the training room. After an hour of intense practical training, a battered and bruised Sun Qi headed towards the mental pressure chamber, with Shi Chunqiu following closely, holding his thermos. Meanwhile, Lu Chen found himself with some leisure time. After meandering about, he entered the exclusive lounge, where he indeed spotted a figure seated in meditation, Song Qifeng. So early? Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, Master Song glanced at the time, astonished. No wonder you are so exceptional. You have put in so much effort. Lu Chen felt a bit awkward and replied earnestly, yes. Everything I have achieved today is a result of my own diligence. Hearing this, the expression on Song Qifeng's face turned profoundly sentimental. His gaze towards Lu Chen now filled with benevolence. Individuals of his temperament hold the utmost admiration for those who strive diligently. Ah, little Chen. In the path of martial arts, one must balance work and rest. Just like a spring, If it is too tightly wound, the force of its rebound will be even greater. After imparting a few earnest words, Song Qifeng changed the subject. Have you come here to prepare for the latter battle? Lu Chen nodded and found a place to sit. Once he entered the virtual realm, his body would be unmonitored, necessitating someone to oversee him. No wonder Song Qifeng had mentioned that he would sit here day and night before the closing of the prodigy camp. It turned out he also served a protective role. After a few more casual exchanges, Lu Chen activated his wristband and clicked to commence the latter battle. As his consciousness momentarily blurred, he found himself once again in that vast plaza. Unlike the previous day, this time it felt astonishingly empty, as he was the only person present. Let me see what abilities I have brought with me, he mused, reflecting on his entrance from yesterday. Time is of the essence, and clarity must be achieved swiftly. All the insect minions have been left behind. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen muttered to himself, wait, although red frost was not brought here, I can still wield my fire abilities. The heavenly crystal insect was also absent, yet the heavenly crystal guardian remains intact. While the intensity of my flames is substantial, it pales in comparison to that of red frost. As for my other skills, such as the earth-level movement technique step of the celestial dipper and the black gold magnetic core, all are fully operational. It appears that the scanning in the void divine realm operates on the foundation of my soul imprint, amplified by my physical constitution. I must admit, this phenomenon is far more formidable and enigmatic than I had anticipated. Essentially, aside from the blood-sucking swarm, approximately 80% of Lu Chen's strength has been transported here. That is more than sufficient. I should adopt a new title. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then entered Mundane Dr. Mondo. At a loss for a more suitable name, he opted for one from a past game. Regarding his appearance, Lu Chen casually adjusted a few settings to make himself appear more robust, transforming his visage into that of a rugged, bearded man. Excellent. Quite masculine indeed. Just as he completed these modifications, a flash of light appeared not far away, revealing a figure. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the individual exhibited a hint of surprise, scanned the surroundings, and approached, saying nonchalantly, "Care for a match?" This person had evidently undergone alterations as well. After scrutinizing him, Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "Sure." The two of them clicked to match and successfully connected. In a flash, the unremarkable Dr. Mondo vanished from the square, reappearing in an unfamiliar arena. After a brief mutual appraisal from a distance of 100 meters, they both launched their assaults almost simultaneously. Watching Lu Chen's figure approach with the grace of starlight, the boy named Black Dragon spoke in a low voice. Earth-level movement technique. Though somewhat taken aback, he remained composed. A flicker of ethereal light in his hand revealed a crimson spear, as he cautioned, "Just a reminder. Within the void divine realm, one can conjure weapons suited to their essence, all of the same rank." His intent was clear, to avoid any advantage derived from weapons. However, upon hearing his warning, Lu Chen remained unfazed and continued undeterred. In an instant, Black Dragon stepped forward, traversing several dozen meters. Arriving right in front of Lu Chen, who was executing step of the celestial dipper, the sight before him was indistinct, rendering Lu Chen's figure nearly invisible. Yet, he paid no heed to such matters. With a sweeping motion, the spear in his hand surged forth like a dragon, generating ripples in the void as if the surface of water had been sliced open. The chilling gleam at the spear's tip flashed momentarily, piercing through the starlight. Lu Chen's expression shifted subtly. He suddenly realized that the spear was hurtling directly towards his chest. Step of the Celestial Dipper is an Earth-level movement technique. Once executed, it should glide like starlight, concealing its user within the distorted radiance. Yet now, it seemed to have been countered, casually matching with someone, only to find them so formidable. Lu Chen felt a tinge of disbelief. He realized that no matter how he attempted to evade, the spear's radiance shadowed him relentlessly, akin to a parasite clinging to its host. Setting aside the extraordinary agility that seemed to shorten distances, the spear technique alone was undoubtedly of Earth-tier martial arts. At this moment, Lu Chen still possessed his magnetic abilities and fire-based powers, yet after a moment of contemplation, he decided against utilizing them. Instead, he resolved to test his defensive capabilities, eager to determine whether the heavenly crystal guardian bestowed by the 2.04 million heavenly crystal insects had truly been integrated within him. With this thought, he ceased his evasions. As he conjured a battle blade in his right hand, he charged directly towards the spear's brilliance. This sudden shift, while surprising the black dragon opposite him, did not alter the calm intensity in his gaze as he continued to thrust forward with unwavering precision. The clang of metal echoed as the spear's tip pierced Lu Chen's right shoulder, producing a jarring sound. Under the overwhelming force, it merely tore through his clothing, leaving a pale mark on his skin. The black dragon's previously tranquil demeanor evaporated in astonishment as he witnessed Lu Chen slightly arch his body, allowing the long spear to slide off his shoulder and fall behind him. In that fleeting moment, the last image the black dragon beheld was a flash of blade light, followed by the disconnection of his own head. With a resounding crash, the arena before them shattered like glass. You have achieved victory, earning 5 points in the latter battle. Not far away, The individual known as the Black Dragon stood, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief as he gazed in Lu Chen's direction. The two locked eyes for several seconds. The latter said nothing and simply logged off. Such strength, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Aside from the abilities granted by the insect creatures, the step of the astral dance had always been his ultimate survival technique. He had not anticipated it would be so effortlessly dismantled. I am still too lacking. It was akin to a spellcaster wielding unmatched ranged power. Yet once engaged in close proximity, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Regardless of the number of insect companions, his own strength must keep pace. Otherwise, should he fall, it would be utterly absurd. This first battle had forced Lu Chen to resort to his trump card. To be frank, this left him somewhat disheartened. The only direct means of enhancing his capabilities, aside from the 12 blood apertures of the original demon blood seal, was his heavenly tier, Sword Heart. He could only wonder how long it would take for his senior sister to bring the opportunity. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chen surveyed the growing number of figures around him and chose to log off. In the capital city, within the Celestial Heroes camp, a special room contained a youth sitting in stunned silence on the floor. His hand rested on his neck, as if feeling for the remnants of his existence. The boy turned his head and murmured, "Brother, I just matched with someone inside and was beheaded." Initially intending to ask if it was true, he could see from the boy's withdrawn expression that it indeed had occurred. The world's premier family, the victorious young prodigy, a possessor of extraordinary talent, had been brutally overpowered by a peer and summarily executed. Such a tale would be met with disbelief. How much of your strength did you use? 40%. That shouldn't be the case. Even if a master stood before you unprepared and was struck by your spear, they would suffer grievous harm. Something is amiss, very amiss. Please, recount the events in detail. He meticulously recounted the events from beginning to end. A slightly older youth, with a furrowed brow, sat on a stool and said, 3 key points. First, an unfamiliar earth-level movement technique. Second, he subconsciously manifested the most rudimentary standard battle blade, which could only be found within the high schools of the lower city. Third, his defense is exceedingly formidable. The combination of these 3 pieces of information seems utterly bizarre, even challenging one's ability to accept it. What a joke! Which Warzone citadel could possibly harbor such a terrifying prodigy? The youth remained silent for a considerable time, unable to draw any conclusions. Finally, he offered some words of comfort. Little Seven, don't let it get to you too much. That fellow's defense might very well be his limit. If you unleash your full strength, he is bound to fall. The boy shook his head but refrained from elaborating further, instead saying, Brother, rest assured, my mindset is still intact. I intend to confront him until I emerge victorious. By the way, what is that person's name? The rather unremarkable Dr. Mondo.